At the threshold of her uncle's luxurious mansion, Zhao Jiaxin asked her husband named Xiaoge to wait for her at the gate. The girl's family had never liked him. It was necessary to borrow money for the operation of the beauty's father. There were no other options except to ask his brother, so it was necessary to be careful. Xiaoge tried to persuade his wife not to do this, but she left him at the gate, noting that they would live better someday. But for now, they should accept reality. A few minutes later, Zhao Jianqin, the hero's wife's cousin, came to the house, and one of his friends joked that she was like a beautiful flower growing from manure. The guy pushed his cousin's husband, telling him to get out of the house immediately when he suddenly noticed a nice pendant on his neck. Zhao Jianqin asked where the hero stole it from, to which Xiaoge replied that it was a gift from his grandfather. He tried his best to remain calm for his wife's sake. With the help of an unexpected footstool, Zhao Jiaxin's cousin took possession of the pendant, but not for long. Her husband flew to the ground, and the jewelry fell from the enemy's hands right in front of him. The guy tried to take the pendant back, but the enemy's shoes ended up right on his hands, and the hero howled in pain. When he managed to reach the red rose decoration, something strange started to happen. The surrounding space seemed to expand and swallow Xiaoge. He found himself in a room that looked like a luxurious palace, where a beautiful woman named Fu Jiaojiao sat on a throne, welcoming the young man into the Xinhao system. The hero did not understand what it was. Then the beauty explained that their system possesses untold riches, which she would gladly give to him if all conditions were met. She instantly activated his Xinhao account. The guy resisted and shouted for the woman to stop. Such treatment made her furious. Fu Jiaojiao linked a level 0 ghost and god to him and told him that she could delete Xiaoge from the system at any time, but then he would die. The guy asked not to do this. The woman gave out a rookie bag worth $1 million, and with the power of a tiger and the amount of 1 unit, all this resembled a financial pyramid. The money had to be worked off. The beauty snapped her fingers. Xiaoge returned to his world. His wife's cousin's friends tied him up, reminding him that Gao Ganzi had proposed to her, so he shouldn't interfere with someone else's happiness. Zhao Jianqing raised his hand to strike. A message appeared that the system recommended using help and activating the tiger's power. The hero agreed. There was no choice anyway. Xiaoge only hit once, but it was enough to send his wife's cousin flying far back, something no one was prepared for. A message appeared that the tiger's power was used at 50%, and the guy could get $1 million. He asked why not 100%. Jiao explained that he had not developed the skills yet. Meanwhile, the aunt and uncle were persuading Jiaxin to get a divorce and marry Gao Ganzi. He is the heir of the company and then their family will rise. The girl turned out to be, saying that she loves Xiaoge. The relatives intimidated the beauty in every possible way. Moreover, they did not want to give money for her father's operation, reminding her that now she was asking for 200,000, and their sewing factory already owed them 800,000. Uncle and aunt shouted that she would never pay them back because she married a loser. Jiaxin was in despair. The aunt said that the only chance to save her father was to marry Gao Ganzi, or beg for money on her knees. The beauty was ready to go through humiliation for her father. At the last moment, Xiaoge burst into the room and did not allow his wife to do this. He had a bag in his hand, apparently with money. He said that he could help his wife pay for the operation himself, and her aunt started laughing, saying that he didn't even have enough money for food, so he shouldn't make things up. Xiaoge placed the bag in front of his uncle and said that they would not bother them anymore. The man shouted at him to get out of his house immediately. Jiaxin could not believe her luck. There really was money in the bag. Our hero said that it was 800,000 yuan to cover the debt of the garment factory, and now they were going to the hospital. There was enough money. The couple went to the door. A message appeared that Xinhao's money was used, but the feedback was 0. Then Zhao Jianqin ran into the room screaming that Xiaoge hit him. The uncle called the security, and our hero decided to use the tiger's power. A message appeared that it had increased by a few more %. One blow was enough to solve the problem. The wife and her relatives could not understand how Xiaoge became so strong, because he was an ordinary guy, even an outsider. At the hospital, Jiaxin asked for information on room 18. The nurse said that there was no debt and no operations. The young people were surprised and decided to ask their father personally. They walked down the corridor. While in the ward, the girl's mother was chewing a banana and rejoicing at how cleverly they had thought of everything. Now her daughter would marry a rich man. Xiaogu and his wife came in unexpectedly and heard part of the conversation. The girl was indignant that her father and mother were trying to deceive her for selfish purposes. The father even tried to pretend to be sick again, but then realized that the trick would not work, and explained to his daughter that they just wanted the family to live better. The mother slammed her foot on the floor and said that it was all for her own good. Jiaxin was completely devastated and didn't know what to say at all. Xiaoge suggested that his wife leave, after which he threw the remaining 200,000 to her parents and explained that this money was for expenses, and now it was time for them to go, so that they should not bother their daughter anymore. The Zhao family was jubilant. Jiaxin was crying, and the hero headed for the door, listening to the message that Xin Hao's money was spent again without feedback. Something had to be done about it. His wife didn't follow him, and the guy walked through the city at night alone. He was terribly hungry, but he had no money at all. He remembered the system and the rich woman who could help and called out to Jiao Jiao several times. She appeared and asked with a displeased look why he had disturbed her sleep. The beauty snapped her fingers and a timer appeared. The guy's account increased by 1 coin, and he asked what it meant. Jiao Jiao explained that when the time is up, the system will reboot. A refund must be made. The thing that the hero wore on his neck will remain intact. Xiaogu replied that he didn't want to be like before, so he wanted to exchange the item for 1 yuan. At that moment, the item disappeared and the coin rolled. The guy ran to the kiosk to buy some steamed buns before time ran out. He was really hungry. As we remember, rebooting the system could even mean death. The hero wanted to at least eat, so he asked the seller to hurry, which caused his displeasure. No explanation that there was little time worked. It was night outside and fresh steamed buns seemed unrealistic in such a situation. And yet the bun ended up in Xiaoge's hand. He sat down on the bench with satisfaction and took a small bite. There were 3 minutes left before the reboot. The hero regretted that he couldn't see his wife. A minute before the reboot, a cute, affectionate cat came up to the guy, and he decided to share his food with her because he simply didn't have time to finish the bun. The young man told the animal that he was glad of its company. A split second before the end, a message appeared that the use of cats had been discovered, and the feedback was 1 million yuan. Xiaoge grabbed the cat in his arms with happiness and almost cried. He decided that he would definitely take her home because Jiaxin loved cats so much, and besides, this one was worth 1 million. While the hero was carrying the cat into the apartment, Gao Ganzi was smoking a cigar, washing it down with wine, and could not believe that Xiaoge suddenly began to have money, and a lot of it. Uncle Jiaxin replied that he didn't know the source of the income. Maybe the guy robbed someone. But Ganzi said that in any case, he would withdraw his investment in the Zhao family's business. The man asked for a chance since Xiaoge was not from their family, but Gao was adamant and ordered the guard to throw the visitor out of the house. The gentleman ordered his bodyguard to find our hero and remove him from their city forever, after which he put out his cigar right on the man's hand. Not a single muscle twitching on his face. He simply looked at the cigarette butt and decided that he needed to throw it away before going after Xiaoge. And soon, the man was already driving towards the guy with the cat. The car braked sharply, and in front of our hero there appeared several people armed with bats, led by the guard Gao Ganzi. After checking the photo, the bandits began to approach, saying that they intended to take his life, and Xiaoge ran away, clutching the cat to himself. The pursuers did not lag behind and soon caught up with the guy, informing him that they were not going to run after him for eternity. The worst part began. The young man was grabbed by the collar of his shirt and thrown against the wall, after which the security guard ordered his friends to hold him while he beat him. A beating followed, with the words that the boss had ordered Xiaoge to be taught a lesson so that he would leave the city. The hero could not understand who this boss was, because the people were unfamiliar to him. The blows rained down one after another when suddenly a girl appeared and called out to the bandits, asking if they were ashamed to kill a guy right in the middle of the city. The heroine began to flex her fists, her face distorted with anger, and Gao Ganzi's guards continued to mock Xiaoge and ignored her. Someone recognized the beauty. It was Yu Jiao from Heiken University, who loved to fight. The girl was embarrassed, but then asked menacingly, how dare they mock a weak person? She considered it her duty to stand up for Xiaoge, so the guard ordered his friends to deal with the girl while he dealt with the hero. This arrangement suited the noble warrior perfectly. She was absolutely confident in her strength and rightness. The men who were ordered to engage her in combat were somewhat taken aback by the stunning appearance and gentle image of their opponent, while she rushed into the attack. After the first few blows, it became clear that the girl didn't come here to joke and knew how to fight. One of the attackers decided to attack from behind, and Xiaoge warned his savior. With one kick, she solved this problem. The bandits were amazed by the beauty's skill, and they asked the boss what to do next, flee or fight. He replied that he had trained a lot, so there was nothing to worry about. The girl noted that this sounded simply terrible. The beauty deftly dodged his blows and masterfully delivered her own. But this could not continue for long. Her strength was already running out. The gang leader guessed this, and Yu Jiao understood from the man's look that he now knew her main weak spot. For some time, she managed to fight on equal terms, but soon the situation changed radically. With several powerful blows, he knocked her down, and the girl asked him to stop the fight, admitting that she had lost. But the bandit was not going to stop there. Xiaoge tried to stand up for the beauty, and the Xinhao system recognized his anger. Offering to use the power of the tiger, the young man agreed. He was offered a pill for 20,000 and a service for 80,000 yuan. The guy was indignant that he could not do without additional fees. Then Fu Jiaojiao agreed that he was right. The woman waved her hand and gave him the power of a tiger without any additional dancing with a tambourine. The bandits had a hard time. The feedback was 1. The rest of the gang noticed that Xiaoge had entered the fight and left the girl to deal with him first. Our hero attacked 5 at once and received several Xinhao points for each of them. The system began to work much better. Yu Jiao thanked him for his help. Xiaoge took off his t-shirt and handed it to the girl to cover herself. It was quite chilly outside. He himself was not going to freeze. He had to deal with the rest of the opponents before the previous ones came to their senses. The tiger's power worked perfectly. The wooden bats flew into pieces, and their owners also flew into the air from the blows. Now each blow covered 20 points of the Xinhao system. Finally, only the gang boss remained. And both he and the girl couldn't figure out why Xiaoge had suddenly become so strong. Suddenly, the guy was called by a rich woman from the system. She explained some rules. They boiled down to increasing levels and making money. In fact, being a trap. Xiaoge realized that there was no point in even trying to understand this information. When he returned, he simply wanted to give justice to the offenders. The blows rained down one after another. And during the battle, it became clear that the guy did not always have time to dodge the attacks. The bandit boss noticed that he was slow and ordered the bandits to surround Xiaoge. The hero guessed that his main flaw had been discovered. Guard Gao Ganzi intended to deal with the victim as soon as possible, but his subordinates were not sure whether this was realistic. The young man offered the gang boss a one-on-one fight, at which time he was attacked from behind by another bandit. If not for Yu Jiao's warning, everything would have ended sadly. And yet he could not avoid one blow. The girl suggested that the hero run away from here as quickly as possible. But he did not want to leave her here alone. So Xiaoge asked a rich woman for help and received the power of a cheetah from her for 20,000. He still had 600 points left in his account, so everything was fine. With the help of the pill, the young man became so fast that now, none of the bandits' blows simply reached their target. The guy quickly ran up to Yu Jiao, startling her a little. But what happened next was even stranger. Xiaoge grabbed her in his arms and carried her a few meters away so quickly that no one even understood how it happened. The girl asked him to punish the offenders. The hero was in no hurry, and the beauty asked why he was hesitating. The young man explained that of all the martial arts he had only done radio gymnastics, and that was why he was warming up. Finally, he rushed into the attack and in a few seconds scattered all the enemies in different directions, despite the fact that they were armed. Now each strike worked out approximately 10,000 system points. In a minute, Xiaoge already had 1 million in his account. When all the bandits were defeated, the young man said goodbye to Yu Zhao, promising that they would definitely see each other again. Deep down, he hoped that the girl had fallen in love with him. Gao Ganzi was extremely dissatisfied with his subordinate's performance, so he ordered the guards to get rid of him as soon as possible. The man did not expect a quick reprisal and asked to give him another chance, learning from his older brother, who knows Kung Fu. But the boss was adamant. Left alone, Ganzi began to look at the photo of Xiaoge's wife. He still had not abandoned the thought of making this woman his own. Meanwhile, our hero returned to Zhao's house to see Jiaxin, where he was met by her younger sister, Diao Zhao, who asked him why he didn't die on the street. The guy replied that he was not going to fight her, when suddenly the girl saw the cat and immediately changed her anger to mercy. Diao tried to grab the cat. Xiaoge did not allow it. Then she offered to exchange the animal for a white rabbit. The young man promised to think about it, praising her hairstyle. The hero knew that there was no rabbit and that it was a blatant deception. Then his wife's sister suggested playing. That was too much. Xiaoge gave the little girl a playful tap, saying that she was the one who had suggested playing, and that giving away the cat was never part of his plans. Jiaxin came to the screams, and her sister complained that the hero hit her. A scandal could have broken out. But when she saw the cat, the woman was distracted. She decided to name him Xiao A. The beauty decided that the animal looked dirty, to everyone's surprise, After bathing, Xiaowei became a completely white cat. Jackson spent the whole evening fussing over her new pet, and our hero was finally able to relax and not think about his problems. For some reason, the woman made her bed on the floor, which surprised her husband a little, and he offered her a bed, volunteering to sleep without a bed himself. In the morning, he woke up to find his wife sitting at the table and crying. It turned out that all orders from the sewing factory had been canceled. It turned out that the woman had mortgaged the enterprise in exchange for the supply of fabric, and her relatives blamed her for what happened. Xiaoge tried to stand up for Jiaxin, but her parents began to blame him for everything and kicked him out of the house. The girl asked if it was possible to save the factory with the money that her husband had given her parents yesterday, to which they replied that they had already spent every penny. Our hero tried to support and calm his wife. At this time, Gao Ganzi called her mother, and she began to whisper something into the phone. Ganzi agreed to give money if Jiaxin came for it personally, the girl agreed, and her husband's parents began to kick him out again. His wife tried to stand up for him, but our hero took his clothes and headed for the door. To Diao Zhao's disappointment, the cat followed him. Then Jiaxin's phone rang. Someone had bought equipment for 800,000. If he put the money into the company's account, the factory would be saved. The parents asked who the buyer was. The girl replied that the man did not introduce himself. He just placed an order. But most likely it was Xiaoge, the mother objected. It was Gao Ganzi. Meanwhile, our hero hung up the phone and grabbed his head. He didn't know what to do with this junk now. The system notified that the feedback for using money was 0. Here, the guy saw his former classmate surrounded by some people and hurried out of sight. It was not possible to do this unnoticed. The blonde man in dark glasses called out to Xiaoge, noticing that he continued to be the same loser as before. Words led to words, and a squabble began, in which not only Xiaoge and Feng He, but also the red-haired girl entered. Our hero proposed a duel. The winner would receive a decent amount. The blonde agreed. His brother promised to buy him a sports car if he kicked the guy out of town. There were rumors that Xiaoge had become very strong, so one of Feng He's comrades suggested playing marbles. If the guy guessed right, he won. If not, he lost. Both liked the idea, and they signed an agreement according to which the blonde would drive the hero out of the city if he won. And if he lost, he would buy the factory equipment. Guessing how many balls were hidden under the glass was not so easy. Our hero was a little puzzled, so he turned to a rich woman from the Xinhao system for help. She made fun of him a little because the funds in the account were insufficient. For example, she pretended that she did not understand Chinese and English. Xiaoge began to bow and beg for help. Then Fu Jiaojiao offered the eagle's keen eye or the elephant's sharp mind to choose from. The prices were inhumane. The young man could not afford to buy these skills, but eventually the woman took pity and gave him the eagle eye pill. The hero activated the skill as soon as he swallowed the capsule. He easily saw that there were 5 balls under the cup. When he reported this to the guy who was in charge of the game, his face changed in surprise. But then he came up with a way to outplay Xiaoge by tricking him. He lifted the cup up, and there were only 4 balls underneath it. Our hero was ready to scream in surprise because he was absolutely sure that the eagle's keen eye would not fail him. The blonde and his gang rejoiced. They forced the guy to go home and leave the city forever. With his head down, Xiaoge trudged away. Suddenly, Yu Jiao appeared in front of the company, shouting that the hero had been deceived. He was right. She saw with her own eyes that there were 5 balls. The guy who was in charge of the process tried to deny it, but the beauty grabbed his hand, demanding that he show what was clenched in his fist. The girl insisted on her own, and in the end, Feng He's friend unclenched his fist. There was a 5th ball inside, which he had quietly hidden to deceive Xiaoge. The hero was jubilant. He forced the enemy to sign a contract to purchase the factory's sewing equipment for 1,000,000 yuan, and receive the same amount of Xinhao system points. The money arrived on the card, and the guy thanked Yu Jiao for coming to the rescue. The girl happily showed him the 5th ball and replied that she was just being attentive. She offered to take the item as a trophy, but at that moment blood began to flow from the young man's nose. He was excited. This angered the beauty. She threw the ball as far as possible, turned around and walked away, listening to apologies behind her. Anxiety from her, she crossed her legs and playfully said that it was enough to just close her eyes in time. At this time, Gao Ganzi was waiting in his office for Zhao Jiaxin to arrive, but the girl was very late, which gave him some thoughts. Then the secretary came into the office and reminded that it was time to meet with the staff. Everyone was already waiting for the boss. Ganzi entered the hall and stood at the microphone where his position, General Director, was indicated. But he still did not dare to start the welcoming speech. The thing is that all the employees were wearing new blue uniforms, which the man did not expect at all. So he asked who ordered this. It turned out that it was his brother, the second general director, who gave such an order. And Gao Ganzi flew into a real rage. He went to his office and called his brother there. It turned out to be the same blonde man with whom Xiaogei competed. He showed the contract signed with our hero. When it became clear that Jiexin's husband had deceived them, Gao Ganzi began to think of ways to take revenge on him. The man remembered that the guard had mentioned a brother who knew martial arts and was nicknamed Leopard. So he ordered that someone be sent for him immediately. Xiaogu went to the university to apologize to Yu Jiao. The girl was just poking her pen at a laughing eraser figure that looked somewhat like the hero. The deskmate was outraged that some stranger interrupted the lecture and distracted his girlfriend, for which he received a punch in the face. Yu Jiao did not consider herself his girlfriend. She had a difficult character and this puzzled both guys, but Xiaogei decided to see things through to the end no matter what. He handed the beauty a lollipop and asked her to accept it as an apology. Her deskmate shouted that Yu Jiao was not like that, but she took the treat. Xiaogu suggested that they go for a walk somewhere in nature so that the girl could teach him martial arts. Her boyfriend was horrified by what was happening. He tried to object and even grab Yu Qiao by the hem of her skirt, but he received a kick in the nose to teach him a lesson, while the obsessive admirer begged not to leave him. The young people went out into the corridor, and soon they were already in the university grove. Xiaoge told the girl that he wanted to learn the movements of a lion. It looks very cool. She objected that it was almost the same as trying to run before learning to walk. The beauty asked him not to rush and put his palms in a certain position to take a fighting stance. The hero objected that it was boring. In one movement, the girl struck, twisting his arm so quickly that the guy didn't even understand how it happened. In just a moment, she threw him aside with such force that Xiaogei crashed into a tree. Everything happened lightning fast. Wiping the blood from her nose, the young man asked how she managed to do it, to which the beauty replied that she simply miscalculated her strength. Xiaoge noticed that it was like the movements of a tiger from the abyss. Yu Jiao was angry that he was teasing her and hit the guy with the edge of her palm at the base of his neck. She didn't stop there and completed the combination with a push to the chest and a hook to the jaw. It seemed that their strength was completely unequal. The young man asked her to stop, saying that he understood everything, that she needed to train her palm and fighting stance as she showed. And the beauty nodded. Then someone's voice asked if this couple practiced kissing, and then clarified whether it was Xiaogei in front of him. The hero answered the man that it was him, and asked if he wanted to order clothes. The stranger said that he wanted to order a coat with a picture of a tiger from a sewing factory. But in fact, he came to kill the hero. It was the same brother of the leopard guard Jiushan, Jinhu, better known as Jiangben Tiger Quan No. 1 from the museum of the same name. Yu Jiao knew about it. The girl screamed that the music teacher, Master Gong, was behind him, and the man looked back, but it was just a trick to distract him. The beauty explained to Xiaogei that they needed to flee. They would not be able to defeat the tiger. Jinhu began to sneak along the ground, threatening that he would now kill them both. He caught up with the young people in literally one jump, and only by some miracle did not tear them apart. The first blow should have landed on Yu Jiao, but Xiaogei jumped forward, covering his friend with his chest. The guy withstood the blow, although his vision went dark. Now a confrontation was about to begin, the outcome of which was not difficult to guess. But our hero had a secret plan. He used the power of the tiger, the points went away from the account, and now he could fight on equal terms. The opponent managed to block several blows, took off his coat and apologized for underestimating the young man. Xiaoge attacked again, but again to no avail. Jinhu asked him not to press so hard. It would cause digestive problems. Saying that it was his turn now, the big guy grabbed the guy by the throat. Yu Jiao rushed to help her friend. It was a futile undertaking. The man was very strong. With the last of his strength gasping for breath, Xiaogei called out, "Fu Jiao Jiao." The woman suggested that he use forged tablets to strengthen his bones and enhance his body's defenses, and the guy agreed. It turned out that the points in the Xinhao system were not enough, and the woman asked to pay with money. The hero tried to be indignant. Then Jiao Jiao asked what was more important, life or money. Xiaogei didn't want to die, so he allowed the money for the forged pills to be written off his credit card. The operation did not go through immediately, so the gasping young man had to dictate the code from the back of the card again in order to pay. The payment was successful and the pills were immediately activated. Xiaogei broke free from the enemy's iron grip with a few movements. The next few blows caused Jinhu to fall to the ground. He couldn't understand how the weak youth had transformed into a god of battle. The opponent fell. A message appeared about the return of funds to the account. The young man asked why this happened. But the rich woman pretended that she had no idea what it was about. Yu Jiao took the situation with distrust. Our hero asked her to teach him how to fight, but in fact he knocked out the big guy. The girl said goodbye and walked away, but stumbled. The beauty fell to her knees, and Xiaogei offered to help her. Together they walked back to the city. Someone was watching them from behind a tree. It was Yu Jiao's classmate who went to her admirer and told him everything, for which he only received a kick instead of gratitude. Then the guy added that he saw the girl hugging Xiaogei, and then he began to shed tears about how his beloved turned out to be so fickle. Comrade suggested taking revenge on Xiaogei. He heard that his wife was the most beautiful woman in the city. This brought up certain thoughts. This information again drove the fan into a rage, and he let his hands go, but his classmate advised him to be patient a little. He had a plan. Xiaoge brought his girlfriend to the university campus. Everyone started whispering that it looked strange. He has a wife. Yu Jiao's admirer came out to meet him and ordered him to let the girl go. The beauty asked Ma Wu to cool down, but he insisted on resolving the dispute in a manly manner. Another fight was brewing. The crowd began to buzz that Ma Wu had a black belt in Taekwondo. Our hero replied that he didn't want to fight him, and the opponent laughed that he was just a coward. The guy immediately attacked, but our hero easily blocked his blow, which surprised everyone. In response, he knocked his opponent to the ground so quickly that the crowd roared. Xiaogei stood there, triumphantly asking if Yu Jiao's admirer was happy with the result. The girl proudly declared that she would make the choice herself. Our hero offered to give her a ride home. But just at that moment, a white car pulled up in front of them. It was Jiaxin who was driving and said that, unfortunately, Xiaogei had to go with her. The guy pushed Yu Jiao so that she wouldn't be seen. The beauty cursed. She felt very stupid. The girl almost fell. His wife noticed that he was behaving rudely with his friends. The crowd discussed her unearthly beauty. Jiaxin asked if Yu Jiao was okay. Yu Jiao explained that Xiaogei helped her walk to the university because she hurt her leg. The wife smiled that this was a gentlemanly act. The couple headed to the car, waving goodbye. Yu Jiao thought that she was far from this beautiful, gentle, smart, and kind woman. Jiaxin asked her husband if he was happy. When Xiaogei answered in the affirmative, the girl pinched him. It was quite unexpected. In the car, the beauty gave vent to her emotions. She explained that she had heard about the battle and asked that nothing like that happen in the future. Jiaxin added that she was going to invite the hero to dinner at a European restaurant, but her father called and got into a fight at an antique shop, so she should go there first. When the young people went inside, they saw a man lying on the floor next to fragments of some object, which frightened his daughter. Xiaoshan said that if the girl had not arrived so quickly, he would already be dead. The shopkeeper objected that he did not want to deal with them. Yuan's antiques were destroyed. It was the most valuable item in the shop, certified at $30 million. Jiaxin almost fainted from shock. She didn't know what to do. Father tried to feign illness, but at that moment Gao Ganzi entered the room, and it was now his turn to take the stage in this ridiculous play. The seller explained to the shop owner that the most valuable item in the collection had been destroyed. But Ganzi said not to touch the man. He was his friend. They gave Jiaxin a choice. Either the girl would compensate for the cost of the item, or go on a date with the store owner. It was very mean. Xiaoshan began to beg his daughter to agree to a date because he didn't have that kind of money, and he really didn't want to go to prison. The girl was in despair. But then Xiaogei put his hand on her shoulder and tried to calm her down, telling her that there was no need to rush. Everything was not that bad. Gao Ganzi praised the guy for standing up for his wife, but he refused to believe that he had money. The seller insisted on immediate payment. The hero replied that he had no money now, but he would take on this debt and pay it off in the near future. No one believed that he could do this. His wife's father howled. Then the guy remembered that he had bought the keen eye skill and could still use it today. He picked up the shard from the floor and began to examine it carefully. Everyone froze. He reported that the work was done too roughly for a valuable antique, and there was no hallmark indicating the work of a master. His wife beamed with happiness. The seller and Gao Ganzi said that he was just trying to get out of it. The product was certified, so he shouldn't pretend to be an expert. At that moment, Mr. Bao, the most famous antique collector in the city, walked into the shop and could very well settle this dispute. He volunteered to evaluate the fragments and give his expert opinion. Ganzi did not want to lose the store because of the dispute, so he tried to resist. Mr. Bao was adamant and took a look at the ceramic fragment. He confirmed Xiaogei's opinion that the thing was not an antique. Praising the hero's keen eye, Bao threatened to send a commission to the store to investigate the authenticity of the items being sold. There was a smell of serious trouble and the seller became very scared. Ganzi hit him and ordered him to get away, after which he began to explain that there had been a misunderstanding. Cao said that according to the rules, Xiaogei could now choose the most expensive item in the store as compensation, and Bao was satisfied with this arrangement. The young man began to examine the items, while the expert was wondering how a fake ended up in the store. It was difficult to determine, so the guy asked Jiao Jiao for help. She replied that she didn't understand antiques at all and suggested a proven method. Xiaogei nodded and took the pill. It was a skill of perspective eyes for enrichment, and with its help the guy easily identified things worthy of attention. But it was necessary to choose the best one. The hero went further, when suddenly he noticed a painting decorating the wall. There was a picture of a tiger on it, and Xiaogei without thinking pointed his finger at the item, saying that he wanted it. A message appeared that the feedback was 18 million. The young man immediately imagined spending money on shopping in luxury stores, but came to his senses in time. The shop assistant easily agreed to give him the painting. He didn't see any particular value in it. Jiaxin's father tried to persuade the hero to take the horse. It had a big price tag on it. Mr. Bao looked at the painting and said that he saw no signs of an antique in it. Gao Ganzi noted that according to the rules, the choice could no longer be changed. The guy replied that he didn't see a problem with that. Let them just sign a contract to transfer the item to him. The wife's father continued to be indignant, but the girl asked to trust Xiaogei. When the deal was concluded, the young man asked for a knife and said that he would now demonstrate a real miracle. He said that the painting had 2 layers. This information greatly surprised everyone present. Mr. Bao gasped. The bottom layer was Li Gunlin from the First Dynasty. The work of art was really worth millions. At this point, the shop owner, Gao Ganzi, shouted that the tiger had no tail and the painting was probably a fake. The young man explained that according to legend, this tiger symbolizes a tailless horse. So the value of the item was confirmed. Jiao Xin was delighted. The owner of the antique shop began to beat the seller, who explained that the item was not expensive. He did not know about the second layer. Mr. Bao fell on his knees and began to beg our hero to sell him the painting for $18 million. He had long dreamed of getting it for his collection. There were people who wanted to buy the work of art for 20 or even 25 million, but Xiaogei promised to sell the painting to Bao, since he had helped him a lot today. The wife's father tried to persuade him to sell the masterpiece for a higher price, but the guy pointed to the horse and promised that he would buy it as a gift, at which point the man calmed down. Gao Ganzi looked at his gang of bandits and commanded them to teach the seller a lesson, worth as much as this painting. They immediately carried out the order. Leopard assured the boss that now his own mother would not recognize this man. Instead of gratitude, he received a punch in the face and a question about where his brother was, who was supposed to deal with Xiaogei. The guy explained that he failed. He tried to explain that he had called his second brother here, but the boss no longer wanted to hear anything about it. Gao Ganzi simply threw Leopard more money and said that he really hoped that his second brother would kill Xiaogei and bring him Jiaxin. Meanwhile, she and her husband got into the car and drove to her parents' house, not understanding why the guy was looking at her like that. Xiaogei looked at the girl with promising eyes until the skills effect ended. Her father even suggested that the hero was a drug addict. Here the car braked sharply. One of the wheels was punctured by special spikes thrown onto the asphalt. The car crashed into a lamppost, and Zhao Shan's horse flew out of the window and broke into pieces. Our hero was only interested in whether Jiaxin was okay. The girl assured him that she was safe and sound. The hero held her tenderly in his arms when Leopard and his second brother approached them. The situation was starting to become dangerous. Zhao Shan was grieving for his horse. The bandit asked if he would also cry for his daughter and was hit in the face. The man said that he had other values and now was not the time for talking. This behavior did not go unpunished. Leopard literally beat Jiaxin's father unconscious in a matter of seconds. The girl tried to intercede, but then Jinhu appeared and said that he just needed to catch her. Xiaogei recognized him and threatened to break his neck. He hit him with the edge of his palm, as Yu Zhao had taught him, and then shouted that no one dared to do that to their relatives. The leopard threw the old man forward and declared that he did not understand why the hero was standing up for him. He replied that he did not want to see his wife's tears. Here, the bandit's second brother stepped in, declaring that it was enough to waste time on empty chatter, and then attacked the hero. Xiaogei managed to block his blow, which surprised his opponent quite a bit. But a second later, he grabbed both of the young man's hands. Saying that now everyone will get what they deserve, the man began to hit Xiaogei's body with his fingers, tearing his t-shirt. He then used some kind of martial arts power move, stating that he didn't understand how such a weakling could defeat his brothers. Xiaoge pointed his finger at the guys in question and stated that the two of them knew the answer very well, and they shouted that the hero was very strong. The guy called a woman from the Shin Hao system, and she gave him a whole handful of pills. The hero had never eaten so many before. This caused an unexpected effect. There was so much strength that the body could not cope right away. The wife was scared, but Xiaoge assured her that he would quickly return to normal. Jiaxin screamed that the attacker had crossed the line and she was calling the police. He just laughed. And our hero said that this was unnecessary. He had already spent too much money on the enemy. He jumped so high it was as if he had grown wings. Everyone watched in amazement as the new attack unfolded. It was difficult to control his movements under the influence of so many pills, and the boy simply collapsed on his older brother Leopard. That was enough. The enemy lay unconscious on the ground. The hero felt a bit awkward. He used such power for the first time. The system reported that he earned 10,000 points with the blow. Xiaoge decided to take out his anger on Leopard and the second brother, but they immediately understood his intentions and said that they could handle it themselves, after which each used a brick. Now all three opponents were lying on the ground, but the guy could not forget about the money spent on pills. His face was dissatisfied. His wife asked if a doctor was needed. The hero hugged her tenderly and said that there was no need to worry. He was completely fine. The woman immediately calmed down. Her father was not calm. He yelled at the bandits that they should pay compensation for his broken horse. Xiaoge simply called the man home. Jackson told her husband that he was great. Her father asked about the car, and her son-in-law promised to buy a new one while he called the insurance company. When the brothers came to Gao Ganzi's office and reported what had happened to their boss, he couldn't believe that they were so useless. He struck several blows without waiting for justifications, after which he declared that details were not needed. What was needed was the result. The guys asked for another chance, but Ganzi yelled that they had already used it up, and trusting such trash was a mistake. The elder brother suddenly stood up and stepped forward menacingly, reminding the chief that they were first and foremost fighters, not bandits. Ganzi shouted that no one dared to contradict him. With his own money, he could hire hundreds of such people. The guy simply grabbed him by the face and lifted him into the air. He threw the insolent fellow to the ground and said that he would not tolerate such treatment. The brothers timidly asked if they should not be more polite. The warrior replied that no amount of money could compensate for the lack of honor. He knew where they would be appreciated. The man added that he would bring order to this city, and soon everyone here would speak of him with respect as the great fighter Jiang Long. Gao Ganzi shouted that they had no right to betray him, to which Leopard replied that he had never worked well with this boss and kicked him. The brothers headed towards the door, and Gao Ganzi started calling someone, demanding information about Yu Bo. He needed to kill Xiaoge and all the traitors. At home, Zhao Jackson was doing her makeup, and her husband looked at her with loving eyes. The girl was beautiful. The wife laughed, saying that she could feel Xiaoge's gaze, and then suggested that they go to their old house together. During the 6 months that Zhao's grandchildren had not lived in the house, the building had noticeably deteriorated and now required repairs. Our hero was grateful to the old man for having given him shelter at the time. Zhao Qianan then blessed their marriage and gave them advice on how to be a good husband and a good wife. He noted to the guy that it was very important to remain faithful to his chosen one and protect her. Xiaoge agreed. Even then, the grandfather was very ill. He knew that he would not live to see the day when his granddaughter got married, so he started this conversation a little prematurely. It was on that day, before his death, that Zhao gave Xiaoge the very same red rose pendant that brought him into the Shin Hao system. The old man shouted with all his might that with his help, the young man should solve all the problems that might arise for the Zhao family. He became sleepy and calm again, adding in a whisper that he believed in the boy and his happy marriage with his granddaughter. Jiaxin remembered her grandfather's death and shared with her husband her fears that the will her uncle brought was fake. But it was too late to change anything now. The heroes approached the very tree, under whose shade they had once sworn allegiance to each other. It was very romantic. They laughed and opened the door to the old house. Happy that they could come here today, Xiaoge lit the lantern and asked them to move carefully. The girl was looking for something. It turned out that Jiaxin wanted to find an old photograph of her with her grandfather. The search was fruitless. The beauty asked her husband for help. He wanted to use the promising eyes, but the rich woman refused to sell the skill. The hero was surprised. Because there was money, Fu Jiaojiao screamed that he was just annoying her, buying a skill just to stare at his wife. The guy noted that he didn't see anything wrong with this because the girl was very beautiful. The woman shouted that in that case, she should remind him of her marital duty. In the end, Xiaoge received the skill this time too, explaining that he needed to find something important in the old house. The young man looked around the room and quickly found the photograph that Jiaxin had spoken of. When they opened the box, they discovered that there was something else in there besides the photograph. But this glow turned out to be fake. There was only a photo in the box. The girl was very happy, and Xiaoge was upset that he had spent the system points practically in vain. The girl started to cry. The hero didn't even think that this photo was so valuable to her, so he quickly calmed down. Here the beauty saw the disc and remembered that in childhood her grandfather had put her allowance money aside in the mezzanine, and now she seemed to be able to find it and use it. They looked at the find, but there was no CD-ROM nearby, so there was no way to find out what exactly was on the disc. Xiaoge suggested going to a familiar office and checking what was on the disc, but he wasn't sure if it would be open at that time. They climbed the steps, and Jiaxin remembered that she had once met her future husband here, but he had gotten shy and jumped out the window. An acquaintance of the guy was sitting at the computer, who offered to watch the disc and was even ready to give him a room, but mostly just stared at the girl. He led the way to the viewing room and rushed to call someone to tell them that Jiaxin Zhao was here. The man in the black coat with the cigar and mustache was very surprised that the girl came and thanked her for the information, saying that he would hurry up. Xiaogu inserted the disc into the viewing device. His wife felt very uncomfortable, as if her intuition was telling her that it was dangerous. Overall, it all felt a bit like a date. The young people remembered how many movies they had watched together on this very sofa. Then the disc turned on, and a voice said that this was his last wish. It would come true as soon as he died. Jiaxin screamed that she was scared. On the screen was the grandfather, who said that all his hope for saving the Zhao family lay with his granddaughter and Xiaoge. They were ambitious and smart, and also kind at heart. It turned out that the grandfather left the company to them, and the uncle illegally took it over. That's why the Xinhao system gave the hero money. It was his own. The guy realized that as long as he used the system there would be money. Then Fu Jiaojiao appeared and said that it took him a very long time to figure it out. Then she added that she came to warn the hero to look out the window, otherwise it might be too late. The same mustachioed man, Xianwan Fu, approached the building with a group of warriors. He ordered the man to be killed and the woman to be taken to a secluded place. The bandits began to carry out the order, and our hero caught himself thinking that if he survived, he needed to kill Gao, otherwise there would be no peace. The wife asked what happened. Xiao Ge asked her to trust him. There were people who wanted to harm her, but he would not allow that to happen. The guy took the disc and opened the door to go out, but an armed girl in a white suit with a top hat was already waiting there. The bullets whistled through the air, but Xiaoge was so fast that he jumped back himself and hid Jiaxin around the corner. They jumped into another room and saw that the terrorists had killed innocent people with their shots. The man with the crossbow explained that the price for the hero's head was $10 million, and they had no need for any extra witnesses. The guy tried to get closer to the enemy, but he couldn't. On the screen, people were also discussing murders. A strange coincidence. The protagonist used a disc as a weapon, and Xiaoge followed his example. Now he had at least some chance. He threw the broken disc at his opponent, and it cut his arms like a shuriken. The idea turned out to be very timely. The hero used the second half as a dagger. He finished the job with the words that now he will not remain inactive. Then his wife appeared and asked in horror if Xiaoge had really killed this man, and he nodded. He explained that at first he thought it was impossible, but then it was as if a powerful demon warrior had awakened in his soul. A girl in white appeared out of nowhere and quickly followed her colleague to the floor. Xiaoge was lightning fast. The couple ran to the next door, where another bandit stood with a dagger, killing an innocent couple who were enjoying the show. Our hero got angry and said that everyone else was dead. She was next. The girl in the white top hat said that she didn't think so and started waving a dagger. She was confident in herself, but the young man literally took away this confidence from her with one kick. The bandit flew out the window and Jackie Chan waved his hand from the screen, saying that there was no need to thank him for the idea. Xiaoge and Jiaxin ran to the next door, but there was another man in white sitting there. He was clearly waiting for them here. Our hero lit a cigar for his opponent, saying that fighting was boring. How about just watching a movie? The man replied that the idea was great and that he would leave the choice to Xiaoge, and the guy began choosing the discs. Then he gave the right one to his wife and asked her to turn it on at the right moment. The enemy began to come closer, threatening with a knuckle duster. On the screen, two boxers were fighting and Xiaoge repeated their actions, delivering a series of crushing blows to the bandit. The man could no longer stay on his feet, but immediately received a few more blows for insurance, so to speak. Jiaxin was shocked by her husband's strength. They kissed. although Xiaoge had not planned it at all. The testosterone was simply off the charts. The girl said that they lived together for 3 years at the request of her grandfather. But all this time she underestimated the hero, after which she apologized. Together the couple went out into the corridor, where another bandit in a white suit stood and said that she was already tired of waiting for them to appear. She started shooting and Jiaxin pressed herself against Xiaoge, saying that she was scared. The guy replied that he himself was not feeling well. When the sound of gunfire died down, it turned out that all the bullets were stuck in the wall, and our heroes were safe and sound. The guy shouted that he needed to aim better. The bandit was indignant that he had injured her right hand. It was impossible to shoot with the left. Xiaoge declared that it was now his turn. He took the remote control and turned on the film. There was erotica on the screen, and this method of struggle seemed quite interesting to the young man. Xiaoge started to take off his shirt, and his opponent noticed that he had a good body, but then his wife intervened. It was a diversionary maneuver. The guy disarmed the bandit in a couple of seconds. She didn't even understand how it happened. Xiaoge finished off what he started with a blow to the edge of his palm. And the duel was finally over, and the bandit collapsed to the floor. Meanwhile, Xiaobo and Xianwan Fu waited outside and bet on which of the assassins would succeed. The men did not even think that they could fail. They promised each other to exchange gifts and thank Gao for his help, at which time our hero came out of the building with his wife in his arms. The couple was happy that they could leave this place, and Xiaoge received unspeakable pleasure simply from carrying his beloved in his arms. The men looked at each other. They were definitely not prepared for this, so they decided to get out of there as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Xiaoge and Jiaxin gave statements to the police, explaining that it was self-defense and that they were being tried to kill them. The policewoman said that the guy would not be punished, since all those killed were professional killers who escaped from prison. The police also thanked the owner of the establishment, who had also been wanted for a long time for catching him. At home, Jiaxin went to take a shower and then started drying her hair, telling her husband that she would go to her grandfather's company tomorrow and clean it up. It was time to sleep, and our hero, out of habit, made his bed on the floor, to which his wife asked in surprise why he didn't go to bed. The young man refused, saying that it would make his back hurt less. Although in his heart he cursed himself for these words. His wife gave him a blanket and wished him good night, although she was upset by his refusal to share her bed. Xiao Gu was sleeping poorly when a demon suddenly appeared and began to wake him up with words that a hero could never be peaceful. The young man opened his eyes and saw that his wife was also not sleeping. She had gotten dressed and was getting ready to go somewhere. Jackson got into a taxi and Xiaoge called another one for himself to follow the car the girl got into. They arrived at Gao's office, and the guy cried at the thought that his wife had arrived here. The driver sympathized with his grief. The young man walked inside and moved down the corridor, noticing that the security cameras were still on and working. Gao Ganzi stood with a glass of wine. Jackson asked what he was going to do with Xiaoge. The girl wanted to save her husband. The scoundrel asked the girl to date him. She objected that she would be faithful to her husband. He laughed that there were rumors that the couple did not sleep together. The man asked if it could be because of Liu Yuan. The girl replied that she had already forgotten about him. Gao accused her of lying. The man added that he loved her so much that he took the Gao family's main inheritance to achieve his goal. And Jiaxin asked what he meant. Ganzi said that his relatives did not want to sacrifice their wealth, so he killed them. And the girl recoiled in horror, calling him crazy. She took a knife out of her purse and waved it, saying that she didn't want anyone else to get hurt. But Gao grabbed her arm, preventing her from striking. Shouting that no one dared attack him, he pushed the girl away from him with all his might as far as possible. Jiaxin collapsed to the floor. The man came closer and said that it was her own fault for coming to the tiger's den, so she shouldn't blame him for being rude. Right as he said these words, he received a kick in the face. It was Xiaoge who appeared at the perfect time. The villain collapsed to the floor, and our hero continued to look at him angrily, trying to figure out the situation. Here, Gao pulled a pistol from his belt and pointed it at the hero's wife, saying that since he couldn't get her, then no one else would either. A shot rang out, but Xiaoge covered the girl with his body, declaring that no one would dare attempt on her life. Gao shouted that it was a reckless act and now the hero would not live. He objected because he was sure that there were no more bullets in the gun. Another shot rang out, and it became obvious that the young man had made a mistake. But he was not sorry to die for his woman. At this point, Jiaxin shouted that Uncle Gao had appeared. She didn't understand what he was doing here. Ganzi turned around. Taking advantage of the moment, Xiaoge jumped and delivered a very powerful punch to his opponent. He was so strong that Ganzi flew out of the window onto the street. The floor was high, so there was no need to fear him anymore. The young man muttered that he very much hoped that his enemy was dead, and his wife made a sign for him to be quieter. She took out a pen with a recording device and explained that now they had evidence against Gao. Xiaogei suddenly slapped her. Our hero stated that a woman should not meet a man at night and do stupid things that put her life at risk. The police soon arrived at the crime scene, and the evidence was enough to keep Xiaogei out of jail. The policewoman ordered the victim to be sent to the hospital, promising to investigate the incident with the utmost care. While the operation was going on, Jiaxin did not leave the door. She was very worried that her husband might not survive or become crippled. It took surgeons several hours to remove the bullets from his body. Doctors were surprised by how quickly the patient recovered, as well as the fact that his skin was very strong and thick. The hero came to an ward. His wife was at his bedside, and Fu Jiaojiao appeared almost immediately. Apparently, she had something to say. Xiaoge asked why she was there. The woman replied that she came to visit him and wanted to help him sleep well. The rich woman began to gently stroke the guy. He replied that his wife was here and objected. Jiaojiao objected that the girl would not see her. The beauty laughed and explained that she had actually come to give him a recovery pill, which turned out to be so big that the hero didn't know how to eat it. The delivery man brought the food and utensils, and Xiaogei decided that he would try to split the pill into parts and eat it with breakfast. He cut off a piece and began to chew. His whole body was seized by an unbearable itch. Something strange began to happen. It turned out that it was regeneration that was working, and Xiaogei appreciated the gift. The wound was healing literally before his eyes. There was no trace left. The skin became completely smooth, and the young man realized that he felt simply great. The hero thanked the beauty, saying that if she could set up a mass production of such pills, they would strike it rich. In the morning, his wife asked him how he was feeling and was very surprised that less than half a day had passed since the operation, and there was not even a scar left on his body. Xiaoge decided to change the topic and said that he had heard that the girl's uncle was going to sell their company today, and he should hurry up and stop him. The agreement was already almost signed. Once Mr. Zhao signed, the company's name would be changed and it would no longer be owned by the family. Liu Yuan, Jiaxin's former lover, said that the girl had a great future and that her entire family would prosper after the deal. The guy sighed and added that he was very sorry that he missed the moment when Jiaxin needed him. He went abroad. The beauty's uncle replied that not all was lost. Just at that moment, the heroine and her husband entered the office and shouted that the man should not dare to sign and sell the company. He was surprised how they knew about this. Uncle started calling for security, asking what Xiaogei's qualifications were to save the company. The guy replied that he was sufficient, and he didn't need to wait for bodyguards. Aunt Jiaxin jumped forward and asked what her niece wanted. And when she replied that she had found the letter and her grandfather's true will, the woman became depressed. They turned on the disc and were convinced that our heroes were right. The girl's uncle was offended that his father had never seriously considered his candidacy. Xiaoge replied that it was nonsense, and the man felt sick and muttered that Zhao's strength was really great since he had such an influence on them all, even on the recording. The aunt decided not to drag it out and asked Jiaxin about the agreement, whether she was ready to sell the company to Liu Yuan. The girl froze. She did not expect that her ex had returned. The beauty was worried, but didn't show it. She wanted to deal with it calmly. Liu Yuan thought that in 3 years, she had become even more beautiful. Xiaogu approached them and asked if they really had to look at his wife like that. The girl introduced the men to each other, and it turned out that the ex didn't know that she was married. There was an awkward pause. Then Yuan extended his hand and thanked Xiaoge for taking care of the girl. Since there was no response to the handshake, the ex added that he was ready to fight for his love. So from now on, their competition would begin. And he decided to start with a gift. The agreement, ready to be signed, stated that from now on, the Zhao Group Corporation would be entirely owned by Jiaxin. The guy added that it was a gift for leaving her. The beauty replied that she didn't need it. She just wanted the company to end up in the right hands. Liu Yan nodded and tore up the document, saying that in that case, she would receive the company directly from her grandfather's will. But she could always turn to him for help. Aunt and uncle started yelling that this shouldn't have happened. They couldn't be set up like this. The meeting couldn't end like this. Xiaoge asked his wife to guess who he invited. It was Jiaxin's parents who attacked their aunt and uncle with their fists, blaming them for everything that had happened. The sight was horrifying. The girl tried to reason with her relatives by saying that they were one family, but they continued to fight, shouting that the will was fake. Our hero handed his wife the official seal of the company with the words that grandfather would look after Zhao Group from heaven, and little by little everyone dispersed. Liu Yan went to his car, where bodyguards were waiting for him. It turned out to be Leopard and his brothers. The man showed them a photo of Xiaoge. and asked them to dig up information about him. Darren Jianglong grabbed his head and groaned. Why did he always run into this person? The boss was very surprised that they already knew each other. Our hero and his wife went to the factory, 12 design studios were sold, the products disappeared 2 years ago, the workshops were idle, grandfather's antiques were replaced with fakes. Jiaxin estimated that the restoration would require about 60 million. No wonder Uncle tried to sell Zhao Group. Xiaogei replied that he could help solve the problem. The wife replied that running a company without sufficient funds was simply a waste of time. The hero countered that he had a check for the entire amount, so there was no need to worry. Realizing that her husband had solved her problem in one fell swoop, the girl was extremely surprised. Our hero received a message that exchanging 60 million system points for yuan brought 17 million in feedback. Xiaoge proudly said that he was a good husband, but now he had to go get something to eat, and both Jiaxin and the secretary looked at him with admiration. The beauty gave the order to appoint Xiaogei as the chairman and herself as the leader of the company, when suddenly the parents burst into the office and shouted that this would not happen. Jiaxin objected that this was her grandfather's last will. Her father and mother shouted that he should work for the company, but not as chairman, and her daughter accused them of behaving stupidly. The girl picked up the check and asked if they had 60 million to take over as chairman. If not, then let them get lost. Our hero was walking through the city in a great mood and whistling a melody, when he suddenly ran into a classmate from the university, Liu Xuan. He didn't notice the girl, but she tripped and fell right into his arms. It turned out quite embarrassing. The beauty complained that she was feeling unwell and asked to be taken home. Xiaogei asked if she was Gao Feng's girlfriend, to which she replied that she was no longer. Instead of an apartment, Liu Xuan brought the young man to a hotel, saying that her room was 606, which began to bother the hero. In the room, the girl asked him to help her lie down on the sofa and, as if by accident, ran her hand over Xiaogei's shirt. Then, Liu Xuan grabbed the guy's sleeve and pulled him towards her. He felt awkward. It smelled like provocation. It seemed like the beauty was deliberately provoking physical contact, but Xiaogei didn't understand this and apologized for being too close. He jumped away from his classmate, saying that it was time for him to go home, and she asked him to stay for a few more minutes and have some coffee to make sure that she was okay. The coffee appeared almost immediately, but then Liu Xuan pretended to feel dizzy again and spilled the drink on the young man's trousers. She tried to clean the stain herself, but Xiaoge shouted that he would do it himself. Just let him show her where the bathroom was. The hero was drying his clothes with a hairdryer and thinking about what other tricks the beauty would use to attract his attention, when a beautiful female leg stepped into the bathtub. The guy asked him to wait, but Liu Xuan went inside wearing only a hotel towel. It suddenly fell, and the beauty pretended not to notice. When Xiaogei became indignant and told her about it, the girl screamed loudly and began to call for help. Then they started breaking into the bathroom. The hero realized that he had been set up. He had to come up with something urgently. When Gao Fei and his gang, armed with bats, broke in, Xiaogei was no longer in the bathroom. The blonde was very determined. He was going to avenge his brother's murder. But there was no one in the room. Xiaogu and Liu Xuan, like a Superman in a red cape, jumped out of the window and flew through the air using Xinhao's pill. The girl asked where he was taking her, to which the hero replied that she would soon find out everything herself. There was no point in fooling him. He dumped the beauty on top of some skyscraper and she started crying, accusing the guy of cruelty. Amid cries that she was cold and scared, the young man flew away saying that she deserved it. Below, he noticed a crowd gathered around an old man with a cane lying on the ground. He had to go down to understand what had happened. The guy checked the system balance and decided that a good deed wouldn't hurt, after which he rushed down to help. He asked if everything was okay and helped the fallen man to get up. Everyone around began to whisper that it was Superman in front of them. The old man asked who he was. His paralysis returned, and the young man accidentally kneed him in the stomach. The old man lay down on the ground, saying that this was the last straw and that he would finally die. Xiaogei was scared and asked to wait for help. The hospital was nearby. The old man asked not to worry. He had been ill since his youth and the doctors warned him against falls, predicting death at any moment. The guy asked Fu Jiao for the very pill that cured him. The woman said that it would cost 1 million. For some reason, Xiaogei agreed. As soon as he started giving the medicine to the old man, a message appeared that his balance in the system had been replenished by 22 million. The hero could not understand why he was receiving such a reward. The young man forced the old man to eat a piece, and he jumped to his feet, asking for water to wash it down. The crowd rejoiced. A miracle had happened. When the grandfather realized that he could walk and even jump, and that nothing hurt anymore. He began to thank the hero and promise him money, but the boy refused. Then the police came and accused Xiaogei of walking around naked like a pervert. But the hero objected that he was wearing underwear and a cloak. The policewoman recognized the young man and began to call out to him, but the guy had already taken off again somewhere into the air to avoid investigation. After some time, Jiaxin gathered all the factory workers to announce the good news that they were starting production again, which meant that wages would increase. Liu Yuan appeared from the approaching car. Everyone began to whisper that he was a real handsome man and also fabulously rich. The leopard handed the boss a bouquet and encouraged him that everything would work out. The man approached Jiaxin and handed her the car keys, congratulating her on the restart of the business. It was a Porsche 911, but Xiaogei said that his wife didn't need such gifts, and the crowd buzzed excitedly. Yuan asked if this was really the case, why the company president was renting a car. The girl replied that she had no time for that. The man noted that that was why he bought her a car. Jiaxin took her husband's hand and told the admirer that she was very grateful, but she could not accept such a gift. Then, a limited edition Ferrari drove through the crowd and braked sharply, and everyone whispered that its price was 22 million yuan. Liu Yuan, Xiaogei and his wife began to wait impatiently for who would emerge from the car. They were intrigued. Our hero did not know what was going on. Blade got out of the car and headed straight towards him, saying that the car had arrived, let him sign the papers and enjoy it to his heart's content. Xiaogei couldn't understand how and who could give him such a car. To which Blade explained that yesterday he saved his grandfather on the street. It was a gift in gratitude. The young man was so happy that he began to thank her and apologize. If he had been rude, Jiaxin wondered when and whom her husband had already managed to save. Xiaogei immediately told the girl that this car belonged to her. She could accept this gift without hesitation. The crowd began to make noise again. The husband explained that she was now the president of the company and had to look appropriate to her status. The beauty hugged him gratefully. The kiss was very tender. Liu Yuan was indignant, and our hero asked Blade how he knew that he needed a car. He answered that he just sells cars. It was a coincidence. Then a provocateur named Egg appeared in the crowd and shouted that the factory owed him his salary. His partners asked him to make more noise, sticking to the plan. Jiaxin objected that this was not true and asked him to shut up. The man replied that he would have to pay a good price for it. Xiaogei stuck a microphone into the hooligan's lips and asked him how it tasted, whether it was good enough to shut him up. Egg shouted to his friends to kill the guy immediately. Blade wanted to intervene, but he calmly replied that it would not be easy to cope with this task. The young man beckoned to the attackers so that they would not waste time, and then delivered several kicks. It seemed that instead of one Xiaogei, there were several. He was so fast and so skillfully struck at his opponents. His flexibility could be the envy of the best ballerinas in the world. After a few seconds, the bodies of defeated enemies lay around the hero. Blade thought the guy was not bad. His wife was beaming with pride, and Xiaogei himself began to interrogate Egg to find out who hired him. The man refused to answer, after which he received several more powerful blows to make him more talkative. The desired effect was achieved, and Egg admitted that he had been hired by Mr. Wang to stir up unrest at the factory and prevent its restoration. Wang Jian appeared almost immediately after these words and declared that he was ready to do anything to eliminate competitors. Jiaxin was indignant that this was unfair. The girl suggested discussing cooperation, but Wang remained adamant. So Xiaogei promised his wife that he would solve the problem with physical force. Van replied that, in that case, he would contact the police. Then Blade came up to them and said that the man was behaving inappropriately. He didn't recognize him. Then the guy took off his glasses. The fat man began to bow and apologize. He did not know that Xiao was friends with Blade. The new acquaintance told our hero that he would be glad to see him as a guest. After the event ended, Xiaogei and his wife got into a new car. The girl was worried that it would be better to return the car, but the hero did not listen to her. When his wife asked him where he got so much money, the guy joked that a rich woman was helping him, which angered Jiaxin. But the hero turned it all into a joke. They were racing through the city when suddenly a police car appeared and ordered them to pull over to the side of the road. The policewoman began to accuse the driver of speeding when she suddenly saw that it was Xiaogei again. They had been meeting too often lately. The girl asked him what he was doing, naked yesterday, driving today. The guy retorted that she was a criminologist. Why did she stop him? And so they argued. Jiaxin came out and explained that the car was new and they weren't used to it yet. The policewoman nodded and noticed that the guy was a little cuckoo, and then offered the beauty something. It was a referral for a psychiatrist's examination. The woman was sure that something was wrong with Xiaogei. His wife thanked him, hoping that she would never see her again. The car started moving. Jiaxin asked her husband to prepare for the Zhao family dinner tomorrow and also to pick up her younger sister Diao from school. When the car pulled up to the school building, everyone started whispering, trying to guess who such a luxurious car had come for. The hero asked where the right class was. Diao was participating in a sports competition, so Xiaoge went there, and the schoolgirls from the cheerleading squad cheered for the hero. The wife's sister replied that she had training and needed to wait. The young man reminded her about dinner with the family. It was necessary to ask the teacher for the girl, and Xiaoge ran after him. Diao volunteered to go along with him. The schoolgirls knew that it was a trap. It was impossible to catch up with the teacher. He was a champion runner, but our hero succeeded. He not only caught up with, but also overtook Chao, trying to persuade his wife's sister to leave training for dinner on the go. The teacher won first place in the championship. He couldn't believe that someone could beat him and was angry. Diao's classmates were discussing how cool her sister's husband was. The guy thought the teacher was strange. The girls supported him with loud, enthusiastic shouts. Chao said that he would let the girl go if Xiaoge won another competition, the long jump. It looked simply ridiculous, but there was no choice. He had to compete with an experienced prize winner in this sport. But our hero turned out to be about on the same level as him. He showed a better result than the national athlete, and the audience was delighted. Now Diao will become a school celebrity along with his son-in-law. The guy was immediately convinced to defend the honor of the school in the high jump. He was already so tired that he agreed. If only it would all end faster, the cheerleaders rejoiced. This opponent was also confident of success. Our hero declared that he had never met a stranger school, after which he jumped so high that the stands roared. He flew and flew upward, having overcome the 900-meter mark. Diao and her friends gasped that the guy simply flew into the sky. The teachers began to bow and ask for forgiveness. Xiaoge nodded happily and received permission from teacher Chao to pick up his wife's sister from training. They left the school and the girl mumbled something about not wanting dinner. One of her friends ran after them, but the guy replied that he already had a wife. He was joking. The beauty did not lag behind, but leaned towards him and blinked her eyes, asking for just one meeting. Diao tugged her son-in-law by the sleeve and screamed that she was against it. The girlfriends began to whisper, discussing the behavior of their classmate and the successes of her son-in-law. Everyone agreed that he was incredibly cool. There was a gang of bikers with multicolored hair hanging around the school. One of the guys called out to Diao and asked to go out. She said no, but he said that he didn't know such a word. The hooligans began to approach with a threatening look, but Xiaoge quickly resolved all the problems with a kick. He raised his leg to kick in front of the guy who was pestering Diao and asked if the boy knew what would happen next, and he understood and nodded. All the hooligans were left lying on the ground. Sister Jiaxin was amazed at her son-in-law's capabilities, but she did not notice his strength, only thought that the others were weaklings. But the suitor was persistent. He jumped on the bike and shouted that Xiaoge would not be able to escape from him. The hero politely warned the teenager that he should not come closer. The car sped away and the boy with multicolored hair fell to his knees in tears, wondering if he was really that useless. Diao couldn't stop admiring the new car and asked where Xiaoge rented such a miracle. He replied that he gave the Ferrari to her sister. Before entering the establishment, the girl asked the hero not to disgrace her family, just to eat. And that's all. Brother Wang Dadong had already come out to meet them. He was very happy to see his cousin, but he was wary of his son-in-law, surprised that he was also invited to the family celebration. It seemed that all the relatives were gathered and very happy to be together. At least they tried hard to pretend that this was the case. They sat down at a round table. Xiaoge greeted them and waved his hand in greeting, but no one paid attention to him. It was very unpleasant. There was only one empty seat left, and the old man said that it was for a real family member. Jiaxin hugged her husband and led him to the table, saying that he really deserved to sit there. Everyone began to try to somehow diminish the importance of our hero and elevate Jiaxin, admiring that she took the company into her own hands, and things went up. The guy blushed. He realized that he had sat on the chair intended for his wife, and he tried to give up his seat to her, but the girl refused and tenderly hugged him. Realizing that the beauty would remain standing if nothing changed, the relatives began calling the waiter to bring another chair for her. The meal began, and everyone discussed family affairs and the successes of the younger children in different voices. Dadong became a manager, but his aunt praised his position as director, and the guy was angry. Someone even set the young man as an example to Xiaoge, but he continued to remain silent, as Diao advised. Suddenly the doors swung open and Egg entered, shouting that he wanted to sit down. The aunt was outraged by such impudence. but someone said that it was quite possible to bring another chair. He immediately received a slap in the face from the big guy and an accusation that he sat in the place intended for him. The guy apologized and said that he would leave right now. He was afraid of losing his job. The guy with glasses called out to Ega and suggested that someone from Wang's family apologize. Everyone looked at Xiaogei. Our hero cursed, and Van immediately attacked him with a complaint that he couldn't speak like that to Mr. Egg, for which he immediately received a kick in the back from the said gentleman. But then, to the amazement of those around him, Egg fell to his knees in front of Xiaogei and apologized, noticing that he had not noticed him among the guests. Our hero asked to call Wang. The man ran into the hall at full speed, pushing the guests aside with his elbows. The teenager tried to explain something to him, but was hit so that he would not open his mouth. While the fat man was apologizing, everyone was puzzled. Xiaogei said that right now he was scaring his wife. Let them behave decently. Wang bowed to Jiaxin and then asked how Xiaogei knew Mr. Xiaodao. Blade. The hero replied that he had saved his grandfather. Mr. Wang said that he would pay for the dinner today, ordering the best wine to be brought. The Zhao family did not understand how Xiaogei became an important person, but they were pleased to save money. Suddenly, Mr. Bao entered the restaurant hall. The cousin with glasses decided that he was there for him and wanted to boast about his connections, but he was ignored. Bao asked who he was and asked to take him to Xiaogei. Jackson pointed in the direction where her husband was. An antiques connoisseur told our hero that there would be an exhibition of jade plates on Sunday, and he invited him as a VIP guest. Xiaogei smiled and replied that he would be happy to attend the event with his wife. Bao scratched his beard with satisfaction. The dinner was over and everyone began to leave. The relatives were discussing Jiaxin's husband. They thought that his success was just luck. But then they saw what kind of car Wang arrived in. It was one of the latest Mercedes models, and Jiaxin's mother was literally ready to fall head over heels for it. She liked the expensive car so much. The girl's father reproached Xiaogei for never earning enough for a decent car, so he and his daughter would rent whatever they could get their hands on. Before getting into his nephew's car, the man said that his son-in-law would never catch up with his wife's brothers in success, so the hero simply turned off the alarm on his Ferrari. The couple got into the car and sped away so quickly that the stunned relatives didn't even have time to wave goodbye. Jiaxin couldn't stop being pleased that her husband had made such a lasting impression on the family, and he cautiously asked if he was entitled to a reward for his success. The girl blushed, nodded, and kissed him. But Xiaogei decided that at least one more kiss was needed. The wife was a little embarrassed, but then the guy noticed the killer behind her back and managed to react in time. At super speed, he moved his wife out of the way of the blow so that the attack failed. But the situation was still alarming. He then lunged with his hand, and the killer impaled himself on his own knife, after which he began to cry and scream for his company back. Xiaogei gave him a good kick and stepped on his hand to prevent the attacker from using his weapon again. The young man said that since the bandit was not afraid to touch his wife, he would not be afraid to expose him by forcing him to take off his mask. The killer turned out to be Zhao Jianqian, who, like a child, began to cry and insist that it was not him. The guy started accusing his cousin of taking over the company and blocking his path to wealth. Jiaxin was shocked that her cousin was trying to kill her. Jianqian started yelling that she had to give the factory to him. Xiaogei lost his nerve and hit the impudent man, saying that no one dared to do this to his wife. The wife asked him not to hit his cousin, because he was still just a child. Our hero lifted him into the air, saying that this child knows something. Xiaogei asked who sent him. The boy tearfully told that Gei Feng hired him, and also poisoned him and would not give an antidote if the murder was not carried out within 3 days. Our hero pushed Jianqian into the car. His wife asked him what he was doing and asked him not to be too rude. The guy explained that he was taking her cousin to the hospital. Jiaxin watched the car drive away and thought that she felt that her husband had changed recently. She doubted that he had taken her cousin to the hospital. Xiaogei stopped the car at the pier and ordered him to call Gei Feng and tell him that the job was done. Let him come here and bring what he promised. The teenager became worried. Still, he made the necessary call and then walked out to meet Feng's car and waved his hand to get his attention. The blonde asked whether the task had really been completed, but was in no hurry to answer the question of whether he had brought the antidote and money. Then he finally took out the bag of banknotes and laughed that instead of poison he gave the teenager ginger. That was just a joke, yes. However, Gei Feng was in no hurry to give the reward. He pointed a gun at Jianqing and said that he was not going to take such a risk, so he would simply finish him off. Then the blonde heard footsteps behind him, and he asked if his brother had brought reinforcements. Xiaogei greeted the enemy and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. A second gun appeared, and Gei Feng began to rush from side to side, promising to send both guys to the next world. Our hero began to applaud him with a shout of bravo. The police appeared, and Gei Feng was informed that he was surrounded, that he should drop his weapon and surrender. The blonde man had no intention of giving up. He intended to shoot Xiaogei at any cost. The policewoman asked the young man not to provoke the enemy. He was not himself. Xiaogei didn't listen. He told the blonde that he was as stupid as his dead brother. If you force a sheep to be a wolf, you shouldn't be surprised when it eats you. The blonde shouted that he would avenge Gao and fired, but missed. But the police officers who responded to the shot turned out to be much more accurate. The last thing Gei Feng heard was our hero saying that he had made a simply excellent shot. Jianqian couldn't move from fear. He thought that Xiaogei wouldn't let him leave just like that. The police girl was just asking the hero if he was okay. She asked how he managed to dodge the bullets. The guy replied that he was just lucky. Then Jianqing was brought to them with the words that he was scared to death. The policewoman asked if it was true that the teenager had killed someone. Xiaogei assured her that it was a staged remark to expose Gei Feng. Our hero got into the car. His wife's cousin began to thank him, to which he received the answer that he had a chance to improve. And only thanks to his cousin, the car sped away, and the guy thought that his son-in-law had changed. The next morning proved that this was true. Xiaogei woke up in his wife's bed, which was news in itself, and he acted as if they had been sleeping together for many years, completely relaxed. Jiaxin began to wake up, smiling at him. But then her younger sister flew into the room, reproaching them for not being able to wake them up. She was late for school. Her complaints were ignored. No one was in a hurry. But Jiaxin still asked her husband to help her sister. In the car, the girl began to persuade her son-in-law to go to Yamashan instead of school. He tried to bring her to her senses, reminding her about her lessons. Diao blushed and almost cried, saying that today was a swimming lesson and she didn't want to go to it. The teacher wasn't very disciplined. Our hero got angry and swore. He did take the girl to school, but went to the pool with her. The teacher was just explaining to Nana that while swimming she needed to pay special attention to her breathing. Getting very close to the girl, Xiaogei called out to him and asked him to slow down a bit. Diao's classmates were happy that her cool son-in-law would now restore order here. The teacher asked what class the impudent boy was from, and the girl explained that he was her son-in-law, and he thought that the teacher swims like a turtle. The shameless woman set up Xiaogei, and now the teacher, who was the best swimmer in the country, challenged the hero. The classmates explained that the teacher had won the world championship but was disqualified due to doping. The hero said goodbye and headed for the exit after hearing about this. Behind him, the teacher's remarks echoed about how the more useless people are, the more attention they try to attract to themselves. The students began to whisper. Diao waited to see what the reaction would be. Her son-in-law turned around and looked at the opponent. He declared that he was a champion killer and therefore accepted the challenge, but let his opponent not regret it later. The guys buzzed with delight. The teacher insisted that the loser had to shout 3 times that he was trash, which was stupid. But Xiaogei sighed and agreed. The whistle blew and the opponents jumped into the water. The teacher exclaimed that he was sure that he was dealing with garbage. He quickly pulled ahead, and our hero realized that if this continued, he would really lose. He needed to speed up. The guy turned to Sister Fu for help, explaining that he wanted to return the speed-up pills he had bought. They didn't work in water, and the children in the stands were making noise. The woman pinned his head between her legs and said that she wasn't selling crap, then forced Xiaogei to swallow a swordfish speed pill for 1 million. When the boy returned, he asked the teacher if he was really a world champion, and he replied that he was the pride of Asia and could swim 100 meters freestyle in 4 seconds. The opponent declared that in that case he was a champion killer and rushed forward with such speed that the water almost spilled out of the pool. The teacher panicked. He was indignant that this was not human swimming speed at all. Something was wrong here. Xiaogei just pushed off from the side and swam back. His opponent shouted that it was simply impossible. The students rejoiced. The guy won. The boys shouted that it wasn't real. The girls that he was crazy. The hero himself was happy with the pill. Diao and her friends admired their son-in-law, but the teacher grabbed him by the ankle and announced that he demanded revenge. The students were outraged that Xiao had deceived them and was now showing off. But Xiaogei agreed, specifying that the loser would bear the title of trash for 3 months and would not touch the female students. The man agreed. He was sure that he would not lose this time. Dio gave the signal and both jumped into the water. A timer was set. The trainer practiced holding his breath for 4 minutes. The girls doubted that Diao's son-in-law was capable of such a thing. After 4 minutes and 21 seconds, the teacher realized that he could no longer stay underwater and surfaced. He was confident of his victory and began to shout that the impudent fellow had lost his own bet. But the school children assured him otherwise. Xiaoge still hadn't surfaced, and even though 10 minutes had already passed, one of the students suggested that he had mastered the turtle breathing method. The teacher objected that only a dead person could stay underwater for so long. These words frightened the hero's wife's sister, and she jumped into the water to pull him out. The girl quickly found Xiaoge and dragged him to the surface. She thought that if he was dead, she would not be able to look her sister in the eyes. Having emerged, the guy smiled and said that he had won. Everyone was delighted. The feedback was 3 million. Now his Xinhao system balance was 40 million. The guy lay down to rest. The school children surrounded him and admired his strength. The teacher asked to take him on as a student, but the hero answered him that he would not train trash. After school, Xiaoge went to his university, his car making an impression on the students hanging around the entrance. The young man was going to Dao after classes, but before classes he decided to use the restroom, and the red-haired guy we already knew was watching him. He called the guy who was hitting on Yu Jiao, who decided that this time he could teach the impudent guy who was messing around with his girlfriend a lesson. The students approached Xiaoge, and when he didn't finish, he reflexively turned around at the call and splashed the opponent. Of course, our hero later apologized and said that it happened reflexively, but the guy was literally crawling on the floor in disgust. Then the taekwondo teacher Kim came into the restroom and, having assessed the situation, declared that now, Xiaoge would not leave their club so easily. Spectators began to gather throughout the university so that as many people as possible could watch the fight between the coach and the young man. Everyone was invited to the club. Kim was a black belt and immediately assumed a fighting stance, and the students cheered for the teacher. The boy Yu Jiao shouted that the teacher would take Xiaoge to the gates of hell, but his first blow missed the target. Our hero also predicted the next blow, declaring that deceptive movements do not work on him. The teacher insisted that Taekwondo is the best martial art. The young man dodged again, and then the opponent decided to use a kick. Xiaoge really hoped that he could handle it. He was thinking about how to block it, and then someone from the crowd shouted that he needed to grab the leg. The advice turned out to be effective. The teacher was indignant that his strength and speed did not frighten the enemy. The hero promised that he would break his leg. Yu Jiao advised to do it with the edge of his palm. A second later, the coach was sprawled on the floor, having received a blow of such force that for some time he was simply unable to fight. The guy who was hitting on Yu Jiao said that Xiaoge was just lucky. Without her advice, he wouldn't have won. The girl screamed that she really wanted to beat him up, and that's what she did. At this point, teacher Kim stood up and tried to attack the opponent, shouting that Taekwondo would never lose. But the guy simply slipped out from under his hand. Xiaogu was very fast and dealt with the man with just a couple of blows, declaring that such a rat had no right to practice martial arts. The crowd began to buzz that our hero was really strong, and this time the girl did not help him. She began to swing her leg, punishing those who dared to doubt her comrade. Xiaoge said that they should think twice before getting involved with him. But then Lu Xuan appeared with the president of the student karate club. He said that he came here to destroy Xiaoge. He had wanted to do this for a long time, and now the right moment had come. Yu Jiao stood in front of Liu Shifei and asked him why he came. Since he had a black belt in karate, he replied that the guy had defeated teacher Kim, which meant he was far from a beginner. The girl suggested fighting her first, and the karateka immediately rushed into the attack, saying that this option would suit him just fine. Yu Jiao was about to punch her opponent, but he predicted her move and dodged, countering with his foot. The man promised to break her bones. The girl used the technique of the autumn wind sweeping away leaves, but her movements were too slow. The beauty asked Xiaoge to watch carefully. She would show a unique blow that would end this fight. The guy doubted and asked her to give him the opportunity to fight himself. The karateka asked if it was the legendary punch called the Hidden Flower, and then easily dodged it. In response, he dealt Yu Jiao a vacuum strike and was so fast that she didn't have time to avoid the damage. Then the karateka was about to kick, and all the spectators gasped. They didn't expect him to be so cruel to the girl. Xiaoge offered to help. His friend shouted for him not to interfere. And after that, she received a blow of such force that she almost lost consciousness. Our hero rushed to the girl to help her up while the others were raising their jaws, which did not please Yu Jiao's suitor. The girl asked Xiaoge to be careful, and the karateka had already come out to meet her, saying that today the guy would either die or at the very least end up in the hospital. Shouting that he would now teach the worthless woman beater a lesson, the young man dealt his opponent the very flower strike that Yu Jiao had wanted to teach him. He was much faster than his girlfriend. so the karateka did not have time to dodge, and his subsequent kick did not reach its target. The student wanted to use the firewheel wind. His buddies were delighted, but Xiaogei decided that it was time to end this fight and also kicked. The man lay on the floor defeated. He couldn't believe that Xiaogei was stronger than him. Yu Jiao advised him to learn more from his ancestors. Liu knelt down before our hero and bowed his head to him, calling him master. He admitted his defeat. The guy advised him to just go home. At that very moment, the man attacked him, shouting that the bastard deserved it. No one could be stronger than him. Xiaogei dodged. He responded to the enemy with a blow of such force that he flew back, somersaulting several times in the air. Now he was lying sprawled on the floor, looking completely lifeless. And the taekwondo teacher thought he was lucky. Yu Jiao and Xiaogei headed for the exit. The girl asked how he knew that the karateka would attack. The guy replied that he guessed. She asked him not to be cruel in the future. The hottie brought the guy to her room in the girl's dorm and apologized for the dirt. Her roommate was lazy. Xiaogei didn't like the situation at all and muttered something about being careful. Yu Jiao got angry and took off her blouse to treat her bruises. The guy didn't immediately understand what she wanted. Then her friend explained that he had to smear medicine on her back. It was painful. The young man hesitated. Yu Jiao screamed at him to move. It might hurt, but it was okay. The guy fulfilled the request, and the girl groaned. The same red-haired, bespectacled guy was peeping through the window. He ran to Yu Jiao's suitor with the news that she was moaning in the room with Xiaogei. Instead of aggression, the student simply cried from grief. The guy wanted to forget the beauty, but still came under her window and continued to cry, listening to her asking our hero to move slower. It hurts her. The young men finished their treatment, and the girl asked him how he managed to learn punches and techniques so quickly. The hero replied that he always did it when he watched shows on TV. Yu Jiao called Xiaogei a genius, and he replied that he was a genius for the next 1,000 years. The girl laughed and praised him for his sense of humor. The girl offered to take her friend to her teacher on the weekend, he agreed, but the gentleman continued to cry under the windows. But when the young people left the dormitory, the tears on his face were replaced by a grimace of rage and clenched fists. Xiaogei thought that his opponent was looking for a fight again, but he fell to his knees in front of him and began to beg him to return Yu Jiao. He added that they had previously been lovers, and that the girl had kicked him for lying, and commented that she would punish him more severely next time. The friends burst into laughter and immediately received a blow for the company, after which Yu Jiao turned to Xiaogei and asked not to misunderstand her. In fact, she was gentle. After dinner, the young man went to the house of a rich old man whom he saved on the street, at the invitation of the mansion, which turned out to be luxurious, and the security was daring. They called the hero a thief and he called them fools. The owner of the villa was already running to the gate, joyfully greeting Mr. Xiao. Mr. Lao Dao, the 9th descendant of Master Dao, invited the dear guest to quickly enter the house. The guards were shocked. The man led the hero into an icy room where his granddaughter had been lying in a coma for 3 years. Xiaogei was the last hope for her salvation. The girl named Lillian was beautiful. Everything around her was strewn with red roses. The young man admired such beauty. The old man explained that he spent a lot of money on the ice room. It is believed that natural crystal prolongs life. The guy called a rich woman. She lay down in Lillian's place and asked who was more beautiful. Xiaogei asked not to joke like that, but to help. Fu answered that the girl was dead. The woman explained that if it weren't for the crystal bed, there would have been a corpse, but she wasn't sure. After which she gave him 2 pills for 40 million, one for internal use and one for external use. The guy started asking if it would work. The old man asked who he was talking to, and Xiaogei couldn't think of anything better than to say that he was talking to the ghost of his granddaughter. The hero added that the beauty's treatment would cost 5 million and the grandfather agreed to pay any amount. Then the guy bought the pills. The woman asked not to forget about the system. The guy was wondering what to do first. The woman explained that the pill for external use is activated in the heart area. The hero told the old man that the medicine was expensive and that he couldn't be distracted for it to work properly. He asked his grandfather to turn away so as not to interfere with his ability to achieve maximum concentration on the process. Xiaogei was so embarrassed that his hands started shaking. He took the strap off Lillian's shoulder. Fu Jiaojiao asked if he had Parkinson's disease. Miss Dao's beauty took the young man's breath away, and he hesitated to start using the medicine, the red rose petals highlighting the whiteness of her porcelain skin. The rich woman tried to speed up the process, but the young man was embarrassed and could not bring himself to take the pill. Then the doors to the room swung open and several young people entered, saying that Xiaogei was not a doctor, but a deceiver. Among them were Blade, Liu Yuan, and the doctor. who told the old man that the guy was deceiving him, and he replied that he trusted Xiaogei. Blade pushed our hero away from his sister and said that if he harmed her, he would regret it very much. Then he calmed down and apologized. But the guy's ex-wife did not calm down, telling everyone that in front of them was an ordinary student, and not even from the medical faculty. Xiaoge said that he understood everything and asked for permission to use the medicine, which, by the way, cost 50 million. The doctor was terrified by the amount. Liu Yuan knocked the pill out of Xiaogei's hands, shouting that he was a swindler and that he didn't understand what Jiaxin saw in him. Our hero caught the pill, and the uncle asked Liu Yuan to control his emotions no matter what. And the guy is an honored guest in their house. Blade decided to first try the medicine that the doctor brought from Europe, and it only cost 1 million, so he had to start somewhere. Xiaoge turned around and headed towards the exit. The old man apologized to him. The doctor filled the syringe for the injection. He gave the injection, and everyone present noticed with horror that blood began to flow from Lillian's nose and mouth. The whole family pounced on the doctor, asking about the results and what the scoundrel had done. He tried to justify himself by saying that any therapy has risks and the girl is dead. The old man asked if he would take responsibility. It seemed that only Xiaogei could help. Everyone turned to our hero. He was sitting in a chair at the other end of the room with an important look. Blade knelt down and asked for help. There was no answer. The rich woman advised him to take advantage of the moment and, if he was not a coward, to make himself respected even more, but not to overdo it, to act wisely. The hero asked if the last chance had been used and what else he would have to listen to. The old man apologized and his grandson did the same. Xiao raised the price to 100 millions. Lao shouted that it was unheard of to ask for such money, after which he received a kick and an offer to shut up. The old man agreed. He had the money. The girl's teeth were clenched to give her a pill. Xiaogei asked for water. The doctor muttered that he would finance him for the rest of his life if the dead princess was resurrected. Blade was ready to pounce on the hero with his fists. When he leaned over his sister, grandfather explained that this way he would give her the medicine along with the water. Liu Yuan called the young man a pervert. When the deed was done, he could not restrain himself and grabbed the offender by the hands. The latter grimaced in pain and panicked. That's why he shouted that he would sue Xiaogei for experiments without medical qualifications. Suddenly, the doctor shouted that a miracle had happened and the dead man had come back to life. The girl sat up and yawned, saying that she was terribly cold. Blade joyfully shouted that after 3 years his sister had woken up. This information surprised her. The old man rushed to thank our hero. He denied it. Lillian asked if he had saved her and said that she only remembered a terrible accident with a truck. Xiaoge replied that there was no need to think about the terrible things. Everything was already behind. A message appeared from the Xinhao system that the feedback was 100 million. The guy was pleasantly surprised, but the more money you have, the more you want. So he immediately reminded the doctor of his words about providing for your whole life. The doctor tried to escape and was accelerated by Blade's leg. He approached Liu Yuan and asked him not to bring such rabble to the Dao family anymore. The cousin did not understand what the problem was. Grandfather asked Liu to come back only when he realized his mistake. He left the house and told the doctor that he had ruined not only his business but also his relationship with his family. The man ordered the guards to take the doctor away and teach him a lesson, and he began to beg for mercy. Looking at the door of the house, Liu Yuan turned to Xiaogei and said that he would not stand aside. The guy was just saying goodbye to the old man. He understood that Jiaxin was waiting for him. Before leaving, Mr. Dao promised a gift. He had once decided that whoever cured Lillian would become his successor in business and family. The offer was tempting. The man explained that he was not very rich, but modestly noted that he could count on several $100 million. The owner of the house suggested calling him grandfather. He was sure that such an offer was impossible to refuse, but our hero noticeably darkened. Lillian was inspired. The old man was happy that his granddaughter had woken up, and that his son-in-law had also appeared. But the guy asked him not to rush to conclusions. He confessed that he was already married. The beauty exclaimed that it was always possible to get a divorce. And Mr. Dao was indignant that the hero had not told him earlier. Xiaogu objected that he couldn't get a divorce. They were inseparable, like wind and sand. Lillian called him an idiot and ran to her room. The old man replied that even if the wedding did not happen, he would still thank the young man. He politely explained that it was time for him to go. When the guards saw Xiaogei's car, they were very surprised. Our hero returned home and couldn't believe his eyes when he opened the bedroom door. Jiazing had prepared a surprise for her husband. The guy was so surprised to see her in a seductive Playboy bunny costume that he ran back into the hallway, thinking he was hallucinating. When he opened the door again, his wife was already in a cat costume. The young man's eyes widened in surprise and he couldn't close his mouth. Jiaxin pulled him inside by his shirt and said she was very worried. Asking where he had been, Xiaoge forgot how to breathe from happiness. The girl tried her best to please him. He had been waiting for this moment for 3 long years. Finally, the happy hero stretched out on the bed and declared that his wife could do whatever she wanted with him, and she did not hesitate. But then her mood changed dramatically. The girl saw someone else's hair under her husband's t-shirt. It was a shock. She hit him with a pillow and called him all sorts of names, after which she threw him out the door without explaining anything. Xiaoge stood with the bed in his hands and did not understand anything. The cat was spinning around at his feet. Jiaxin was crying in the bedroom, muttering that she did not expect this from him. The guy lay down to sleep on the sofa and thought about what could have made his wife so angry. Suddenly, he thought that she found out about him and Yujiao, and he sat up in horror. But then Xiaoge thought that this was simply impossible. He turned off the light and went to bed with the thought that over time, everything would become clear. The next day, there was an event planned that Bao invited them to. Jiaxin told her mother that her husband would not come, but he was watching them from afar and was about to enter. The invitation was from his wife, but the hero tried to explain to the security that that beautiful woman over there forgot to wait for him. The men just laughed. The guy added that he knew Mr. Dao, and the guard smiled again, saying that he was the 7th person to try to get inside with that explanation. Then Liu Yuan appeared and offered to take the young man inside if he himself was not invited. The guy refused. He was very angry. Former Jiaxin did not relent and once again promised to take Xiaoge out if he apologized for what happened earlier. The hero did not listen to this monologue. He was thinking that he should have taken the phone from Lillian, but then the girl herself found it and waved her hand in a friendly manner. Everyone around gasped at her beauty. Miss Dao approached Xiaoge and said that she was looking for him. The invitation was left at her house and she was worried that the guy would not be able to attend the event. Saying that the dear one was very careless, Lillian took his arm and led him through the security. Liu Yuan stamped his feet in anger. He handed his invitation to the guard and he said that it did not give him the right to go inside. Xiaoge looked back and offered to help. This was the last straw. The young man thanked Lillian for the service, and she replied that it was not difficult for her to rescue her savior. They walked through the hall, and the beauty explained that this was the biggest event in the city, and behind their backs they began to whisper that Zhao Jiaxin's husband had come with another woman. Someone called out to Xiaoge. The woman introduced herself as Zhu Li and said that she was a classmate of his wife and Liu Yuan, so she was surprised that he came with a courtesan. Lillian didn't hesitate for a second and slapped the impudent woman, saying that no one dared to talk about her like that. Julie started yelling that the girl would pay for her actions. Her boyfriend also started muttering threats. Xiaoge's companion replied that if this continued, she would rip out their tongues. The bespectacled man yelled at Xiaoge to get rid of the girl, otherwise they would have problems. The guy grabbed his hand and lifted him up. Lillian realized that they didn't know what family she was from. Julie was whining that Lillian should apologize. She laughed. An old man appeared and said that Grand Jade has rules. They must solve the problem or leave. Jiang Bei, the auctioneer, suggested that the boys choose one of the stones for comparison, and the loser would leave the auction. The bespectacled man chose the most expensive stone at that time and was confident that the enemy would not be able to defeat him. Our hero used the perspective eye skill and took a closer look at the stone that caught Lillian's eye. Xiaoge replied that the stone was full of cracks and was of no particular value, and then said that there were no better stones here than the one the enemy had chosen. Julie and his companion were jubilant. They were sure that they had managed to deceive our hero, who was looking at other exhibits. Finally, Xiaoge chose one of them. It was much smaller in size, and everyone started laughing at this choice. Jiaxin's classmates started to mock that Xiaoge didn't have enough money even for a tiny stone. Lillian took out her unlimited card and replied that she would pay for it then. Everyone approached the cutting machine, and Julie's companion lamented that rich women always choose someone else. His stone turned out to be green inside. It was worth millions, and Zhang Bei praised the man for his good choice. Xiaoge handed his stone to the carver, who asked if he was sure of his choice, in case Lillian volunteered to process the mineral herself. She carefully split the stone our hero had chosen, and inside it was a green one, larger in size than the one the enemy had caught. It was green imperial jade. Everyone around simply gasped in surprise and delight. They had never seen anything more beautiful in their lives. Everyone around started shouting that they were ready to buy it for 10, 20, even 30 million. Suddenly, Zhang Bei jumped forward and offered 50 million if Xiaoge sold the stone to him. Lillian replied that the price was reasonable. The deal was done. The old man was simply happy. He explained that he dreamed of such a stone in memory of his grandmother. Lillian explained that jewelry with such jade was worn by royal concubines. It is very rare. Then she suddenly asked if the hero was married to Zhao Jiaxin. The guy was a little taken aback, and Lillian said that he was very handsome and she wouldn't mind taking his wife's place. Suddenly, Yin Yutian entered the hall and clearly announced the price of the stone at 100 million. Zhang Bei looked confused. Yin Yutian wanted to get the jewel. The bespectacled man shouted that Xiao Ge once called him trash. The hero did not take back his words. Lillian admired his courage. The man had already raised his hand to strike. But then Mr. Bao appeared and asked him to restrain himself. Xiao Ge, VIP, whom he had personally invited and would protect. Our hero declared that this was his stone, and it was up to him to decide who would get it. And since Zhang Bei was the first, the stone would go to him for 50 million. The old man thanked him and promised that he would pay after the auction. The Xin Hao system reported the receipt of 50 million into the account. Yin threatened the guy with reprisals. He went to Bao and said that the impudent man had insulted him and called him trash. Mr. Bao replied that he needed to find out what was going on before making threats. They decided to check whether Xiao Ge was right when he called the other stones empty. They began to cut them one by one. Yin was boiling. All the stones really turned out to be useless. Bao praised our hero's eye, and Yin Yu said that it was like feeding a wolf. He asked if Yin had brought these stones from the street. He replied that his son-in-law was responsible for this. Xiao Ge asked if he could file a slander lawsuit. Yin Yutian decided to lure the hero to his side and apologized, offering cooperation. The young man refused. Mr. Bao said that an investigation needed to be conducted. Xiao Ge and Lillian walked out of the hall, which the security began to close. Inya's nephew said that if the stones were not sold, the losses would be colossal. The man replied that they could not do this. The guy asked to see at least one, the best one. Xiaogu replied that he could check, but the bespectacled man had to pay for the stone. He held out his credit card with a trembling hand, and there was almost nothing left on the balance. When asked what the conclusion was, the young man said that this stone was also trash, after which he easily broke it with his hand to confirm his words. Everyone was horrified. Mr. Bao thought that Xiao Ge had a unique ability. If it weren't for him, many people would have been deceived today. The young man was invited upstairs to the VIP room. The nephew was instructed to check all the stones. And Zhu Li's companion lamented that he was left without money because of the garbage. Xiao Ge told him that he was smart. The bespectacled man was surprised and almost cried, saying that most of the money belonged to the boss. Zhu Li said that in that case she would leave him, because she had not signed up for a hard life. And the guy begged her to start all over again together. The smiling young man asked Zhu Li if she knew the man who had gone upstairs. He asked her to put the car key in her companion's pocket, but maybe her dress pocket would do. The woman suggested putting the key in her purse and leaving together after the event, which seemed like a great idea to the stranger. Liu Yuan was standing by the window enjoying wine. Yin's nephew came in and replied that they had a problem. Someone had broken all the stones. Horrified, the boy asked who did it, and learning that it was Xiao Ge, he began to think of a cold plan for revenge. Liu Yan gave orders to teach his beloved's husband a lesson and went out into the hall, where he saw her in the company of Zhu Li. The stupid woman started saying something about Jiaxin and Yuan being a great couple. The girl asked her to shut up, and the gentleman offered to buy any lot. Then Xiao Ge entered the hall with Lillian. An awkward pause ensued. Our hero was not delighted that his wife was in the company of such disgusting people. Jiaxin looked at her husband and asked fearfully who his companion was. There was no answer, but the wife guessed whose hair she found under his t-shirt. Xiao Ge replied that Lillian was the one who would become his wife, because it was very hard for a man without female attention. She should know this. Liu Yuan tried to console his wife, who was devastated by these words, after which he received a blow from Xiao Ge. Jiaxin's mother began to threaten the hero, and Lillian thought that she had no chance. Relatives and Julie began to support Xiao Ge's wife, calling him a villain and a poor man who thought he was something big. Lillian's nerves gave out and she ordered them all to be quiet. The auction had begun. They needed to get into the hall. The first lot was offered at different prices, but Liu Yuan outdid everyone by asking up to 200,000. Then, Xiao Ge announced the amount of 250 million. Lillian whispered that she did not have that kind of money. The hero reassured the girl that he did. Li Yuan declared that he would not tolerate defeat and raised the bet to 260 million. Then our hero indicated the amount of 280. Each had their own reasons for winning. Both the ex-wife and her parents yelled that her son-in-law didn't have that kind of money. Jiaxin approached the guy and asked him to calm down and just go home. Then the opponent raised the sign to bet 290. He still did not believe that Xiaogei had money, but he outbid him by voicing the amount of 300 million. The manager was quick to congratulate Mr. Xiao on winning the auction, but Liu Yuan was quick to protest. He stated that winning an auction without paying a bid was a crime punishable by a fine and arrest. And Zhu Li shouted that she couldn't wait to be arrested. The wife whispered that the company could lend 10 million at most, but the hero had 50 million from Jiang Bei and 100 million from Dao, and the remaining 150 million was issued by the Xinhao system. The transaction was successful and Xiaogei was congratulated on his purchase. A comrade whispered to Liu Yuan that it would be very difficult to fight such a person. He did not understand where the money came from. He approached our hero and asked if he was happy that he had bought a standard stone worth a maximum of 50 million at a price 6 times higher than the real one. Everyone began to discuss the young man's low intelligence, but he suggested simply waiting for the stone to be cut. As soon as this happened, everyone froze. Such a treasure had not been seen for 100 years. The stone turned out to be incredibly valuable and rare. According to legend, it was once the property of a master from the north. But the emperor from the south took the treasure by force and it was lost. And the Yin family rose to prominence after that. Mr. Dao and Li Yuan's assistant almost fell to their knees in front of the treasure. The guy admired it and told the boss that the stone was very valuable. He drove the subordinate away. Lao did not listen to the nonsense that Xiaogei addressed to Liu Yuan, but offered 400 million for the stone. And immediately there were people willing to buy it for 450 and even 500 million. The highest price was set by Mr. Yin, because the treasure was related to his family. But our hero did not want to sell the stone to this man. Everyone thought that Mr. Yin would respond with a threat, but he bowed and asked for forgiveness for the way he had behaved before. Listening to his plea, Xiaogei decided that he would sell the stone to this man at an especially high price and asked for 600 million, which shocked everyone present. When Yin gave orders to arrange payment for the deal, Jiaxin's parents rushed to Xiaogei with congratulations, calling him their beloved son. The boy became disgusted and left. Our hero ordered the stone to be cut, and Mr. Bao asked if he could take the fragments and dust for his own purposes. Permission was granted. His wife invited him home, but the young man replied that he had no home, which upset the Zhao family. They wanted his money. Jiaxin's parents tried to persuade him to return, but then Lillian appeared and reminded him that they had recently humiliated the hero, and his wife screamed that she just wanted to go home with her husband. Dao's granddaughter said that now was the time for Xiaogei to choose what would happen to him next. He called out to Jiaxin. She looked at him and understood from his face that she had lost. The guy said that a marriage in which there is no love is useless. He decided to break up, but the girl tried to hold him by the sleeve. Then the old man appeared and said that the stone had been cut. As a result, a decent piece remained and the master made a bracelet out of it. Xiaogei took the decoration and put it on the beauty's hand. Lillian's face lit up with happiness, and the young man thanked her for the good advice and for taking him to the auction. Seeing this scene, Jiaxin cried and ran away. Liu Yuan hurried after her, paying Zhu Li 1 million for her services. Before getting into the taxi, the guy apologized to Lillian for using her to impress his wife. She smiled and replied that she didn't mind. Liu Yuan walked out of the building and ordered his subordinates to break Xiaogei's arms and legs. Leopard replied that it was difficult. His brother added that it was impossible. Lillian heard about this order and was indignant. The man ordered her to be quiet and told his subordinates that he would deal with everything himself. But then he got scared and ran away. The taxi driver got tired of listening to Xiaogei's lamentations about unhappy love, and he threw him out of the car. It's a good thing he didn't beat him up, the hero thought. He stopped in front of the real estate office window and thought about how he had at least provided Jiaxin with a place to live in 3 years. Then, a former classmate came up and asked what he was doing here. After the hero killed Geifeng, she was grieving over the loss. The guy was going to buy a villa, but the girl didn't want to sell. Then the management came and asked what the problem was. A classmate explained that everyone started making fun of the poor man who wanted to buy the most expensive villa in the city. Only the blonde in glasses stood up for him. She announced the conditions and Xiaogei took out a payment card, which surprised the staff, especially Lu Xuan. The deal was made, and the blonde thanked the hero. For the commission, she would be able to buy a good car. As with all customers, the company gave the buyer wine and some merch as a thank you. Xiaogei sat down on a bench and decided that it was time to relax a little. Here, Leopard's brother, the Stone Dragon, loomed over him and informed him that their common affairs were not yet finished. At first, our hero was embarrassed and could not understand what they wanted from him. He was already quite drunk, so he simply hit the one who started to bother him with a bottle. The man got off with a slight fright and declared that he would not allow Xiaogei to escape today. He made an incredible jump. Leopard and his other brother watched from the bushes. They launched a drone with a net, which after a few seconds covered the young man, rendering him motionless. Having made sure that the guy couldn't free himself, the enemies moved towards him, armed with baseball bats, while the hero's wife was also getting drunk at the bar. Julie tried to convince her former classmate that her husband was a scoundrel. The girl replied that it was not so, and fell asleep. This was a chance for her friend to earn some money from Liu Yuan. He promised her another $1,000,000 if he helped her seduce Jiaxin, so Julie hurried to call the scoundrel. But she hung up. The scoundrel offered to film everything for an additional fee. There was no limit to Julie's meanness. Before the irreparable happened, there was a knock on the door. It was the stone dragon, and Liu Yuan asked if he was finished with Xiaogei. Our hero, from behind the warrior, said that they would finish right now but not as predicted. Liu Yuan shouted that in that case, let his opponent see how sweetly his wife slept in someone else's bed, after which he received the first blow to the face. The man asked the bodyguard why he was not standing up for him, but the warrior only told the boss that he was very sorry. The former subordinates began to beat Liu Yuan and Julie, saying that they hated them and only cooperated for the sake of money, and he asked how this happened. The dragon said that they immobilized the guy with a net and began to remember all the old grievances and all the new grievances too. But at one point, Zhao Ge broke the bonds and showed them who the real invincible warrior was. He put his hand on the leader's head and asked if he would mind having his neck broken. The man said he did not want to die. In order to save their lives, the bandits agreed to work for Xiaogei. This is the story that the stone dragon told his former boss. Next, instead of words, Liu Yuan will have to communicate with the bandits in another way. They have bats with them. The young man took his wife in his arms and asked if Leopard's brothers would soon join him, but they informed the new boss that they would not stay long. The bandits continued to take revenge on Liu Yuan, while Xiao Ge brought his wife to the newly purchased villa and carefully laid her on the bed. She hugged him and whispered that she didn't want Xiao Ge to leave, but the guy removed his hands from her neck and didn't listen. In her dream, Jiaxin confessed her love to her husband and asked him not to leave her. But the young man left the house and went wandering around the city. In the morning, Xiao Ge and his new bodyguards were racing along the embankment on bicycles. The guys were extremely pleased. When they arrived at the right place, the new boss suggested changing the two-wheeled transport to a car. Jiaxin woke up. She didn't understand where she was. The girl had a headache. The letter left by her husband said that he bought the house for her. The beauty was indignant that she would not accept the house as ransom for an affair with another girl. Just at that moment, Xiao Ge sneezed. The guys went into the showroom and chose a big and expensive car so that they could all travel together. A stranger appeared and mockingly asked if they had money for at least a headlight for this car. The older brother called her a stupid woman. Security immediately appeared. That was just what the big guy needed. His hands were itching to fight. The first few opponents were defeated in a matter of seconds, but the stranger quickly summoned new ones. This was a mistake. The new bodyguards fell down as quickly as the previous ones. Then the woman tried to threaten and asked if the visitors knew who she was. Stone Dragon mimicked her, but Xiao Ge ordered the man to stop. It turned out that the woman knew him. She asked if the guy wanted to get a job as a salesman in the salon. It was Jiaxin's cousin, another one from the Zhao family, who wanted to take over the factory. The guy replied that she wouldn't be able to. The beauty laughed. Leopard's brother suggested not to listen to her and just buy a car. This caused a new wave of laughter. Zhao continued to mock the hero, but he only calmly asked if they should make a deal. The guy offered to bet that he could buy this car, but his wife's cousin couldn't, and if he lost, he shouldn't bother Jiaxin and the factory. She replied that she agreed, but if Xiao Ge lost, he had to kneel down and lick her shoes. As soon as the guy nodded, Zhao raised her hand with the gold card and announced that she was buying a car. It was unexpected. To her surprise, she couldn't do it. The owner of the salon came out and said that the car was reserved for a special customer. Xiao Ge smiled. Our hero announced that some information remains a secret even for the salon employees, after which he explained that he had already bought the car. The whole company hurried to sit down inside, and before leaving, the guy called out to Zhao to say a few words of farewell. The salon workers began to congratulate him, and Xiao Ge asked him not to forget about the bet. It was clear that he now had one more enemy. In the evening, Jiaxin left the hero's villa, and he just arrived there and didn't know whether to go inside or not. If the wife is there, it might be awkward, but if she is not there, It will be possible to spend the night peacefully. Xiaogei climbed the steps. The light was not on. The guy went inside and went to take a shower, after which he made himself some noodles, then saw a note and a key on the coffee table. After reading it, the hero became indignant. He had not had an affair with another woman. Fu Jiaojiao appeared and said that he needed to sue Liu Yuan for getting his wife drunk and so on. Xiao Ge became angry, but the rich woman became even more angry and began to beat him, shouting that he should be grateful to his wife who loved him. The young man almost cried. He didn't believe it, thinking that the marriage was arranged and the girl simply felt sorry for him. The rich woman hugged him and began to console him, saying that it was time to learn to live with a partner and find out what true love is. In the morning, the phone rang at the villa. It was Lillian, who asked to help a dying friend. The hero was surprised where she got the number, but agreed to come. He arrived at the given address and was asked to go to the waiting room, which seemed a bit strange. Meanwhile, his wife was studying the bills nearby and wondering when she would be able to pay them. A cousin appeared and replied that there was no need for that. The factory would go to her. Jackson didn't understand why. The woman explained that her boss, Fan, was now seriously ill. When he died, all the assets would go to her, and then the family business would be affordable. The girl was outraged that her cousin had terrorized her grandfather at one time, and now had become insolent. She screamed that she had power, but someone pulled her by the collar. With one throw, Xiaoge threw the annoying, impudent woman far away. His wife looked at him with gratitude, but could not understand why the hero was protecting her. The cousin crawled on the floor, screaming that she would take revenge. Xiaoge reminded him of the agreement. The wife assumed that he had forgotten about their family ties. The woman continued to threaten violence and insult not only the guy, but also Jiaxin. But then Xiaogei was called in on Lillian's case. Fang Ren, the first son of the Fang family, called him to help his dying father, and they went up to the second floor. The young man came up to check on the old man, who stared wide-eyed and then passed out. Everyone was afraid that he had died. But a second later, Fan raised his eyelids again, and Xiaogei almost had a heart attack. He tried to get closer again, and the man's eyes widened again and he wheezed. It turned out that the guy was stepping on the tube from the oxygen mask. The dying man found the strength to point this out. He was simply furious and very angry at this strange doctor. The son pounced on Xiaogei, shouting that he didn't understand whether he could be trusted. The hero apologized and took the patient's hand, after which he said that he should take 2 pills. The old man's son asked what the price was. The young man replied that it was 100 million, and Mr. Fan's arms and legs began to twitch convulsively. The boy got scared and jumped back, but he was told that help was needed as soon as possible. Then Zhao came into the room and said that she could find a better doctor. She added that she wanted to get a shopping center for this, and the old man agreed. It seemed he was grasping at any hope. The woman began to praise the doctor and his wonderful medicine brought from Europe. This speech reminded Xiaogei of something. When the vaunted doctor entered the room, they instantly recognized each other and began to curse each other. It was the same doctor who almost killed Lillian. Dr. Zhang said that Xiao Ge was cruel and killed patients, and he also completely destroyed his business. Our hero warned his son Fan that if he trusted this doctor, his father's life would be in danger. No one believed the guy, who was a complete stranger. After all, they had been cooperating with Zhao for a long time, so Xiaogei's words had no weight. The doctor from Europe gave his injection, and the old man suddenly jumped up from his chair, straightening up to his full height. Everyone began to thank him, to which the man advised them to throw the deceiver out of the room as quickly as possible. They called security and ordered them to beat up the hero in such a way that his own mother would not recognize him. This was something new. At that moment, Mr. Fan suddenly jerked. Blood poured out of his mouth. The man fell back and began to fall. The son rushed to Xiaogei with apologies and a request for help. The young man replied that he had one condition, after which he came up and, in front of the astonished public, hit the old man in the face, and the bleeding stopped. The guy handed his son 2 tablets and ordered him to give them. One for the stomach, the second for breathing. Payment was made immediately. Fan didn't want to swallow the pills, but his son persuaded him, and then asked what next. Xiaogei advised him to prepare a trash can. The vomiting began as quickly as the bleeding had begun, and it seemed like there was so much liquid that it would never end. The old man's son attacked Xiaogei with complaints, and he was forced to slap him in the face, shouting that he just needed to calm down and wait a little. Mr. Fan jumped up from his chair again and stood up to his full height, and his son and the doctor from Europe began to reproach our hero for deception and lies. This time the slap came from his father. He thanked Xiaogei and said that he was definitely feeling better. The son knelt down in front of the guy and began to beg for forgiveness. He pointed to the doctor and the guards and asked why they were ordered to beat him, not a charlatan. Justice prevailed, but the poor doctor still did not understand why Xiao Gei's medicine was so much more effective than his European drug. Our hero explained that China has a different climate, and therefore the herbs have different properties, so let him reconsider the recipe. Zhou pounced on the doctor and then told Fan that it was time to talk about business. Xiao Gei intervened and said that the patient was not ready yet. The son asked the boy what he wanted as a reward, and he replied that he wanted a shopping mall. The old man felt sick again, this time from nerves. Xiao Gu replied that the cause of the disease was copper. Copper caused vomiting. The man counted money every day, that was the result. Fan objected that this was the most pleasant activity. The hero explained that his medicine would not work forever either, and that he should refrain from contact with cash. The old man was extremely upset. To make Mr. Fan feel less pain, Xiao Ge explained that he didn't want the shopping center for free. He would buy it. The businessman happily agreed. Zhao tried to say something about their previous agreement, but no one listened to her. The woman reminded that the turnover of the shopping center was about 3 billion. The guy did not have that much money, but he did not want Jiaxin to suffer. The man replied that since he didn't have the required amount, he, as a businessman, couldn't make such a deal. As a reward, his son would transfer 1 billion to his account. For some reason, the feedback was only 400 million. The guy asked Mr. Fan to give him a chance and wait a little with the sale. Zhao said that he would never collect the entire amount. The hero said that he only needed 1 day and the old man agreed, because it was not long. But no one believed that Xiao Ge would find the money so quickly. Having got into the car, the young man realized that he was dead tired. The bodyguard suggested that he relax. They went to the sauna. It was a very expensive establishment, and the guy had doubts because he was still just a student. But his friends persuaded him, and the first thing they did was start with a foot massage. At first, Xiao Ge thought his feet were in heaven. But to fully relax, more pressure was needed, and he screamed in pain. New friends advised him to be patient for a little while. The subsequent effect would be worth it, but our hero could not force himself to do so. Then, Leopard ran in and said that they were resting on the 8th floor and suddenly a fight started. It looks like they screwed up. The brother immediately jumped to his feet and declared that he would teach the swindlers a lesson. Xiao Ge advised him not to get excited. His advice fell on deaf ears, and then the guy struck one blow, saying that he was now the boss, and it was up to him to decide. But since it's a matter of reputation, so be it. He allows you to go to the 8th floor and will also go up there personally. This behavior was worthy of respect, and the guys looked at each other. They liked the new boss. At the top sat a man with a mustache and a cigar, with a row of guards in snow-white suits and hats lined up in front of him. The stone dragon wanted to leave the room, saying that he had come to the wrong place, but it was too late. They were surrounded. Usak said that Xiao Ge was quite brave. He was waiting for his arrival. The hero asked where the tiger was. They pointed to the tied-up warrior. When asked what he had done, the mustachioed man explained that the man had lost 10 million and time was almost up. Now his debt to the casino was 90 million. Our hero got angry and said that he would not pay. Then the mustachioed man offered to play with him. If he wins, the debt will be cancelled. If he loses, he will pay 100 million. Xiao Ge wanted not only to pay off the debt, but also to earn money for the shopping center. So he sat down at the gaming table with excitement. The boy remembered using the perspective-eyes skill in the marble game. This time, the situation looked much more serious. He decided to cheat and suggested that the man choose a card first, since his age was more respectable. He hesitated a little, and the hero suddenly slammed his fist on the table, shouting to hurry up. He is the king of gambling. Xiao Ge took a card from among those that the opponent was thinking about. Now it was necessary to guess who had a bigger card, who had a smaller one. The man said that he was sure that his card was bigger and offered to show the guy his, who accepted the offer with enthusiasm. The hero had the 3 of spades. He lost, and it was clear from his face that the king of gambling had not woken up today. Then he asked the man to show his card, and he said that he had been playing in the casino for 30 years and had never lost. So he turned the card over with a smile. It turned out to be a deuce of hearts, something the player's life had clearly not prepared him for. Xiao Ge asked why he had joked about being 30 years old. The system feedback was 100 million, and the account showed exactly 1 billion. The hero turned around and said that they were leaving. The man called out to him and offered to play some more. Xiao Gu returned and agreed on the condition that there would be 1 billion at stake, a turn of events that the enemy did not expect. The young man withdrew the money from the system. The man laid out the cash. He said that it was the first time he was betting such a sum and the title of king. so he was inspired. The player had an ace of hearts in his hand. A message appeared that the system balance was exhausted. Now everything depended on one card. It turned out to be the ace of spades, and 1,200,000,000 fell into the account. In an instant, the hero became richer by 3 billion and a tail. The man was horrified. The enemy replied that he would not be the loser. The guys simply would not leave here alive. Xiaogei ordered the brothers to free Tiger and prepared for battle. A scuffle began. The guards had axes, but the brothers were quite capable of handling such a task. Xiaogei was with them. The brothers hurried him to come to the rescue, but the hero hesitated. The leopard fought back with all his might, trying to free the tiger. The boss was there just in time to save his subordinates from death. He liked to come to the rescue at the last moment. Literally, a few kicks were enough to clear some space around. Taking advantage of the break, the guys thanked Xiaogei, who gave them pills that increased strength and speed. At first, Leopard began to choke, but then Tiger literally tore the ropes apart and they rushed into battle. The stone dragon fought as effectively as he had never fought before in his life, the crowd of enemies growing literally before his eyes. The brothers were incredibly proud of themselves and grateful to the boss for giving them such amazing power. In response, Xiaogei took some pills himself and declared that it was now his turn to play a little. With one hand, the guy lifted the entire huge gaming table and was about to bring it down on his enemies. Someone squeaked for mercy. It was his birthday today. His plea was ignored. In one fell swoop, Xiaogei dealt with almost all of the guards. The man was shocked by his cruelty. Protected by the pitiful remnants of his bodyguards, the mustachioed man ran out of the room shouting that he urgently needed to go to the toilet. Xiaogei stood in his way, saying that he would not allow him to escape without paying the bills, and the brothers began to finish off the guards. The tiger and leopard seemed to have transformed into their totem animals. Little remained of the people in their appearance. Finally, the job was done, and the team, led by our hero, stood frozen in the middle of the room, waiting. The man had no intention of paying, and he had no intention of giving up. He said that he would now show his strength and threw a deck of cards at the hero's face. Then the brunette rose into the air and spun into a real whirlwind. It turned out that he could do something too. The cards, like sharp blades, flew at the enemies. The spectacle was so impressive that they did not try to dodge, but froze in surprise. Xiaogei, like Shiva with many arms, caught all the projectiles flying at him. Some cards even ended up in the hero's mouth without causing any damage. The man realized that he had no choice, but he didn't want to pay, so he shed a tear and told Mr. Xiao that he had made the biggest mistake of his life. He pleaded that he was sick and old, begging to be let go, and then offered the bar as collateral. The young man said that this was payback for all the people the scoundrel had cheated at the casino, after which the agreement was sealed with a fingerprint. The boss gave the stone dragon the right to own the bar and said that now they could earn their bread honestly. The brothers burst into tears of happiness. Xiaogei was walking down the street and was happy that he was able to thank his brothers for their help, when a couple of old acquaintances appeared in front of him. They mistook him for a security guard. The man shouted that this was someone else's area, his grandfather's territory, so the guy couldn't come here. The hero declared that this was a public area. As a pacifier, Xiaogei gave him a couple of slaps, and the young man threatened to pay for it and called security. A couple of seconds were enough to scatter everyone. The offender did not understand how Xiaogei managed to do this. Then a man jumped out of the casino with a slipper in his hand. It turned out that this was his grandfather. The relatives hugged each other and began to cry about how they had now become as poor as church mice. The next day, Mr. Fan, his son, and Zhao were waiting for Xiaogei to show up with the money. The appointed time had already arrived. But the guy was a little late. The woman spat poison, cursing him. But then a young man with his friends appeared and asked if she wanted to marry him. Zhao continued to taunt and throw mud at Xiaogei, but he simply asked Stone Dragon to open the case and take out the money. The total came to exactly 3 billion. The sister's cousin dropped her jaw in surprise and asked where he got the money. The father and son began to count the banknotes. It took them surprisingly little time. The total came to exactly 3 billion. Zhao said that she could offer more, and the old man doubted. The son began to persuade him to be a good salesman and not to betray Xiaogei, because he cured him. Fan Jr. insisted on his own, and the beauty turned around to leave empty-handed, threatening the guy with quick reprisals as she left. Soon all the necessary papers were signed, and Xiaogei took over not only the territory and buildings, but also all the shops located inside. At parting, Fan advised asking him about anything. Any help was guaranteed. Just at that moment, Jiaxin came in and asked to extend the lease. The old man said that he had sold the company's assets. Let him talk to the new boss. expecting to see his cousin. The girl looked into the office and saw Xiaogei at the window. She went out and closed the door. Her husband just took a drag on his cigar and coughed. He was thinking that he had never even thought about something like this. A beautiful secretary with green hair came in and said that there were people willing to extend the contract. The hero asked to postpone everything until tomorrow and asked her name. The beauty replied that her name was Dulala and said goodbye until tomorrow. Her working day was over for today. At this time, cousin Jiaxin was furious and trying to think of a way to make Xiaogei and his wife regret being born. Out of anger, the beauty kicked someone's car and howled in pain. Someone asked if Miss Zhao could help him. The woman barked out no, and Fang Ren nodded. He didn't expect anything else, so he went to Xiaogei's office. Before he could knock, our hero's voice came from behind the door, inviting the guy to come in. He was surprised and asked how he knew it was him. Xiaogei thought that he had eaten too many pills yesterday. So not only had he become stronger, but he also felt the energy of everyone in a special way. Wang Ren showed him the pendant. The guy said that he would not buy the jewelry. He did not like it. The old man's son threw the pendant on the table and said that it was a gift. He forgot to give it to him yesterday. The young man asked if the visitor was really from the Fan family and why the gift resembled broken glass. Wang Ren resentfully explained that it was a diamond worth 300 million. Fan Jr. asked why Xiaogei wasn't surprised. He replied that he was very surprised. Then the guy asked why he wasn't happy. Did he really not like the gift? The hero feigned delight. Wang Ren said that it was time for him to go and the Fan family was very grateful, and then clarified that the last phrase was purely a formality. The guy was looking at the pendant and wondering if his wife would like it. Fu Jiao appeared and asked if he was no longer angry about that stupid misunderstanding. The young man decided that there was no need to be angry. He needed to clear everything up. Xiaogei decided to go home, or rather, to the new villa he bought. And he got there in his new car so quickly that he didn't even expect it. Before opening the door, the hero sighed that he had forgotten to buy groceries again. But inside, a sumptuous dinner was waiting for him, and a smartly dressed Lillian invited him to the table. The young man automatically sat down at the table and caught himself thinking that the beauty reminded him of his wife, and she continued to put out more and more dishes. At some point, it started to irritate him. The hero thanked Miss Dao and added that he had a wife. Let him go home. The girl muttered resentfully that his wife was not here. Xiaogei asked him not to interfere in his family affairs. Lillian called him an idiot and went to the door, but twisted her ankle. The girl cried in pain and our hero rushed to her aid, but ran into resentment and insults. The young man apologized for being too rude and then noticed burns on the beauty's hand. Lillian explained that she had never cooked before and was too careless today. Xiaogei promised to help with the wound. While Lillian sat and waited, the guy turned to the rich woman for help, who said in a displeased tone that she was tired and wanted to rest. The hero asked if it was really so difficult to please him. And Miss Dao looked at him in bewilderment. Jiao reminded him that the girl could not see her, but she could hear Xiaogei's words. The guy began to beg for medicine. The rich woman explained that she knew all his emotions because she lived in his heart. Lillian asked again why he was talking to himself like he was crazy. Jiao said she was bored and was leaving. Xiaogei grabbed her tightly and began to persuade her. The woman reminded him that the account was 0, and if there were not enough feedback, he would disappear. But she still gave him the ointment. She was about to say something, but the guy had disappeared without a trace. He was with Miss Dao. The woman got really angry. A message appeared that the account was minus 10 million. The guy was shocked by the price, to which he received an offer not to anger her anymore. The burn disappeared in a matter of seconds, and Lillian was delighted. And our hero thought about whether the shopping center could generate an income of 10 million in a month. The beauty showed her perfectly smooth hands and asked if it was possible to apply the cream to other places. Having received an affirmative answer, she immediately went to the bathroom. There was a knock at the door. It was Jiaxin, who asked for permission to talk to clear up any misunderstandings between them. The girl explained that there was nothing between her and Liu Yuan. It was all gossip. He liked her, but she didn't like him. Xiaogei was only thinking about how the two beauties in his house wouldn't cross paths. Jiaxin explained that this was the idea of Sumin's classmate, and that she herself did not betray her husband and was always faithful to him. The hero thanked his wife and tried to send her home. She stood at the closed door and asked if he couldn't ask her and didn't want to see her anymore. Xiaogei opened the door again and said that he forgave her, but now he had things to do. Jiaxin happily exclaimed that this was wonderful and let her come to the meeting of the chairman tomorrow. But suddenly her face distorted with anger. The guy guessed and, without turning around, said that Lillian was just a friend. Jiaxin said that she hated him and kicked him with all her might. Xiaoge screamed in pain and bent over. Then he finally saw his guest in just a towel and realized how much he was in trouble. Lillian reasoned that maybe his wife really was faithful to him, and then said that her skin became softer from the cream. The guy thought only about how he would remember the blow for the rest of his life. The girl said something else, but the hero apologized and turned away. Then the beauty screamed that he always thinks about his wife, so she will talk to her herself. Miss Dao's car stopped near the bridge, and she told Jiaxin that finding her was easy. The wife asked what she was doing there, and Lillian said that when she divorced Xiaoge, she would immediately receive an answer. But for now, she should be sure that he was not cheating on her. Jiaxin shouted that she was not going to divorce him, to which Miss Dao advised her to treat him better in that case, otherwise she would take advantage of the situation. The next day, the young man went to the meeting of the chairman, but the secretary refused to say where it was being held. Xiaoge said that he was the chairman, which caused a fit of laughter. Angry, he decided to look for it himself. The ant called security. The head of security, Captain Hayes, came up and the guy asked if he knew him. The man replied that he was from the Zhao family. The guy hit the security guard in the face, shouting that if he knew who was in front of him, why didn't he accompany him to the meeting? When asked how he dared to hit him, Xiaoge replied that if he wanted, he could kill him. He was the boss here. After which he asked the patrolman who had arrived in time for the floor and headed to the elevator. The secretary couldn't believe that she was dealing with a new chairman. Hayes called Van and said that a stranger had broken through, and he called him an idiot. Everyone was waiting for our hero to appear, but he was still not there. The wife's parents kept suggesting that the meeting begin as soon as possible. The cousin suggested making Jiaxin the chairman and himself the deputy. All the relatives supported the guy. The cousin was still saying something about fighting for a bright future. But then Xiaoge appeared and asked if he was going to fight him, or what he was talking about. His wife's mother jumped up and shouted that he did not have the necessary skills and should give up the position to a more worthy person. Jiaxin stood up and shouted that now was not the time to compete. Daedong was running for the vice president position and they were gathered to vote. Each candidate received 2 votes, so it was announced that additional polls would be held. Jiaxin said that they had a problem with the contract renewal. Xiaoge knew that in fact it was no longer a problem, and confidently took his wife's hand. But then Daedong declared that he would take on this matter himself, which received the approval of our hero's wife's parents. The girl asked why her husband gave her cousin a chance. Wasn't he afraid that over time he would remove him from his position? Xiaoge tried to take her hand, but she pushed him away and told him to go to his girlfriend. The young man sighed, but promised to take care of the company. The hero went to the office and began to study the documents of the shopping center. The statistics were quite unprofitable. Apparently, the Fan family had another business. The secretary brought coffee. The girl added that a man came there regarding the extension of the contract with the clothing factory. Xiaoge ordered him to be driven away, which surprised the beauty very much. Daedong was sitting in the reception area, sprawled on the sofa. He asked where to go to see the boss, to which he received the answer that there would be no meeting. The girl called security, and the fat man was dragged by the white arms to the exit. He could not understand what he had done to deserve such treatment. Xiaoge looked out the window and wondered what Daedong would do if he knew whose shopping mall it was now. Then he saw his wife and Liu Yuan kneeling down in the window. The guy handed her a bouquet with a proposal to marry him. She recoiled and said that she already had a husband. Liu Yuan did not give up. He asked if this husband could make her happy, then opened the box and presented the girl with a necklace. He said that it was worth 30 million. Everyone around started making noise, that they had to accept the gift and say yes. The beauty refused. The gentleman continued to insist and offered to try on the jewelry, but then Xiaoge appeared and asked if he had heard his wife's refusal clearly. The guy grabbed his opponent by the collar of his shirt and he, almost stuttering, began to ask what the hero was doing here. The hero threw Liu aside, but he stood up and straightened his jacket, saying that the enemy might be stronger, but he was more worthy of a girl like his wife. Jiaxin replied that she still loved Xiaoge. Her husband replied that he also loved her and believed that she had not betrayed him. Yuan was almost torn to pieces with anger. The guy asked why Liu was sure that he was better than him. He answered that he was rich. Then the hero said that if it would be better for Jiaxin's happiness, he would leave, but not now. Then Yuan extended his hand with the decoration and reminded that he had an expensive gift for the future bride, something her current husband would not give her. Xiaoge remembered the diamond and immediately gave it to his wife. Everyone gasped. But then they started shouting that it was a fake. The original was worth more than 300 million. Jiaxin replied that it was a fake love diamond, Cleopatra's stone, and she was happy not with its price but with the romanticism of the idea. Liu Yan began to mock that the poor man had the audacity to give a fake. Our hero insisted that it was the original. The opponent said that his courage and impudence could only be envied. How would he prove that he was telling the truth? Xiao Ge asked if anyone had a glass bottle. Liu Yuan laughed that drinking water was not the best solution. But someone from the crowd still handed the guy a bottle of beer. The young man took the stone in his hand and looked closely to correctly calculate the trajectory of the blow to the neck. A moment later, he simply cut it off with a diamond. The crowd gasped. The stone really was original. The man thanked them for opening his beer, but Liu Yuan was unable to control himself and tried to find out where Xiao Ge got the diamond from. Our hero didn't want to hear anything. He barked in a menacing voice for the scoundrel to fall to his knees and apologize for his words. Liu Yuan followed the order. He couldn't even understand why he obeyed. Xiao Ge ordered not to disturb his wife anymore. Then the guy took the enemy's gift and asked how he, with so much money, had the sense to give the girl a glass bottle. The man laughed and said it was a lie. Then Xiao Ge took his diamond in one hand and Yuan's diamond in the other. Then clenched his fists, opening his palm. He showed that the opponent's stone had broken into pieces. In fact, the hero used Fu Jiaojiao's help to split the enemy's diamond. But the enemy didn't need to know about it. He was suffering from shame. Everyone in the crowd began to accuse the man of wanting to give the girl a glass with his wealth. Yuan could not understand how this happened. He was on his knees, admitting defeat, but then suddenly raised his head and said that there was another way to get closer to Jiaxin. Xiao Ge didn't understand what he was talking about. He asked him to get out of here quickly and hurried to put the pendant on his wife's neck. The girl said that the hero became very romantic. People around began to chant the word kiss, inviting the couple to kiss. Jiaxin blushed with shame. But Xiao Ge gently hugged her and kissed her in front of everyone, without embarrassing anyone. Time dragged on like rubber. The rival got into the car and threatened to take revenge. His subordinates were already rubbing their hands. Our hero continued to hug and kiss his wife tightly in public, and it finally began to bother her. There was a deafening scream from behind. It was the girl's mother, calling the couple shameless, engaging in debauchery in broad daylight. The young man did not pay attention to her, only asked how Dadong was doing. The woman was surprised how he knew about his nephew's failure. The retrial began, and cousin Jiaxin began to beat his chest with his fist, promising to solve the problem in the future. The girl was skeptical about his words, despite the fact that other relatives supported the guy. Xiaogi couldn't stand it any longer and told Dadong that he was doomed to fail. He should pack his things and go home, and they shushed him. The father asked to give his cousin a chance, but Jiaxin supported her husband, explaining that the company could not take such a risk. Then Jiaxin's father agreed that the girl was right, for which he received a slap from his wife, while Xiaoge suggested discussing plans for the future. The wife looked at him with some bewilderment. It seemed strange to her to change the topic of discussion so easily and quickly. Dadong shouted, "Xiaoge doesn't want to go to the shopping mall. No one will let him in there at all." The heroine's mother said that this is true, because the son-in-law is trash. The guy asked what he would get if he extended the contract. The cousin replied that then he would leave the Zhao group, because that would not happen anyway. The father-in-law asked the hero to behave more sensibly. His wife said that this was all just ridiculous, and Xiao Ge reached into his jacket pocket for a document. The young man put the contract on the table, and the faces of everyone present expressed complete bewilderment. There was not even joy on them yet. Jiaxin looked at the seal and reported that the contract had indeed been successfully extended. Dadong leaned back in his chair with a curse. He did not want to leave the company. The parents looked at each other, sighing that it was all in vain. Xiaoge opened the door and suggested that his cousin leave now. He replied that he had been invited to his aunt's company and that he would listen to her. Our hero asked if force was needed. Dadong asked his aunt for help, and she stood up, saying that she also didn't like who was in charge here now. Xiaoge sighed that he would have to resort to extreme measures and invited Mr. Wang in, who immediately yelled at his former subordinate. It turned out that he was fired from his company for bribery and corruption, and was also deprived of the right to work as a manager in the future. Our hero asked his wife's brother if he was ashamed to be there. He replied that he would take revenge, so Xiaoge should not be surprised if something happened to him or the company. The boy's patience snapped, and he gave Dadong a kick, shouting that it would be enough to just leave and take all his people. Our hero thanked Mr. Wang for his help, and he replied that he should be grateful for the opportunity to come here. Jiaxin asked what it was about, and the fat man bowed deeply to her and apologized for what he did in the past. and then placed an order for 10 million to compensate for his guilt. Wang bowed once more. He was glad that he was able to get close to Xiaogei before he became too big a fish, which was bound to happen. The men shook hands and got ready to start preparing the documents. And the hero's wife thought about how lately he had not ceased to surprise her. When the business was finished, Jiaxin stretched, then looked playfully at her husband and asked what his plans were for the evening. The guy looked at her hopefully, but then the girl added that she was very tired and just wanted to get some sleep. Then Xiaoge hugged her and reminded her that he had been patient for 3 years. Maybe it was time to change something. They were almost locked in a kiss when there was a knock at the door and an announcement that a visitor had arrived. The hero asked who it was and was told that it was Miss Dao. Jiaxing remembered that she had not received an explanation about that night. Her husband replied that he would tell her everything later. At that time, Lillian was waiting at the entrance. Dadong and the head of security were hiding in the bushes. The young man came out onto the street and greeted Miss Dao. He didn't look too happy, unlike her. The beauty said that it was her birthday. She added that she had a gift for the guy, but at that moment the sound of footsteps was heard, and the first attacker jumped out of the bushes. Shouting that Xiaogei was about to die, the guard struck him with a rubber baton, but Lillian noticed this and covered her friend with her body. The girl screamed in pain, and our hero, in anger, threw the man into the bushes with one kick. All the bandits who were watching the scene hid behind the rock and screamed in fear. Xiaogei took the beauty in his arms. Lillian replied that she was fine, but it was very painful. The guy had smashed the cobblestone behind which the enemies were hiding with his fist. The stone fragments flew in all directions, injuring Dadong and his henchmen. The sight was impressive. The young man could not stop and continued to beat his enemies, saying that he would now finish them all off. He stepped on his wife's cousin and said that now there wouldn't be a wet spot left of the dog, and he began to apologize and beg for mercy. But then the girl screamed. Dadong grabbed the hero by the leg and knocked him down, declaring that he would never truly apologize to him. The guard with the pistol was already preparing to smash Xiaogei's skull with the handle, but then a shot rang out. A neat round hole appeared right in the middle of the man's forehead, and the dumbfounded Xiaogei began to look around. It was a man in dark glasses. He aimed at the hero, but missed. The second shot went to Dadong. The bandit had problems with accuracy. Xiaogu rushed straight at the enemy to snatch the gun from him. He knew no fear at all. After the first blow, the guy jumped up, saving himself from the bullet. The man screamed that he could not escape from it. The enemy was too fast, so it was difficult to aim. Meanwhile, our hero appeared behind him and asked what happened. Maybe he ran out of ammo. While the bandit was reloading his gun, Xiaogei jumped up into the tree above his head and asked him how quickly he wanted to die. Then Jiaxin's voice was heard. She was calling her husband, and then she started screaming. Apparently, the bandit had grabbed the girl. Xiaogei shouted at him not to dare harm her and ordered her not to move. At this time, Lillian crept up from the bushes with a brick in her hand. The young man tried to stop the beauty before she could do something stupid, but he didn't have time. The brick was thrown away, and the second bandit grabbed her by the arm. Now both girls were in the hands of the enemies, and they happily asked what Xiaogei planned to do with it. If he tries to save one, the second will die. The guy thought about whether he should choose in such a situation. The bandit said that he would have to choose one, or go with them and subject himself to torture if he really wanted to sacrifice himself. Lillian shouted at the guy to save his wife. They love each other, so let them be happy. Jiaxin did not expect such kindness and shouted at him to save Miss Dao. The terrorists ordered both of them to shut up and began to rush the hero, who declared that he was quite capable of handling it. Xiaoge bought a clone from the Xin Hao system and could now attack both bandits at the same time. 2 shots rang out, but neither hit the target. But both beauties were now free. Xiaogu and his clone masterfully dealt with the men. Now there was no need to worry about the safety of the girls. The opponents lay down on the ground, and the wife and Lillian each thanked their savior. It was very touching. Here the girls looked at each other and began to get angry that each of them was being hugged by Xiaogei, or his clone. It was impossible to figure out. The hero was immediately given an ultimatum to choose one. It was impossible to continue without making a decision. They were both nervous, and then the guys pointed at each other and said that they were both clones and that they didn't know where the real one was. Then they started running around the girls to completely confuse them and hide from the need to choose. It was impossible to tell who saved whom, and Jiaxin and Lillian stood there, blinking their eyelashes in confusion. The young man was pleased with himself and proudly announced that now there was no choice. The beauties continued to sulk. In the midst of all this, they didn't notice how the police arrived and the female detective asked what had happened. Xiaoge replied that he didn't quite understand who attacked them. His wife suggested that it was Liu Yuan's people. Daedong said that he agreed. He was taken to the hospital. The wife's cousin added that he could testify that the dead man was shot by one of the bandits. The hero was surprised by his sudden honesty. 10 suddenly dropped into the count million, and the young man asked Zhao Jiao what the money was for. She explained that 1 was for Daedong and 9 for Yuan. They really got on her nerves. The policewoman asked Xiaoge for his mobile number, but he embarrassedly explained that he did not have a phone. The girl was embarrassed. But then Jiaxin called out to her husband, and at the same time, Lillian took out her mobile phone and handed it to the guy, saying that this was the promised gift. The wife gasped. The cost of the device exceeded 2,500,000. But Xiaoge ignored his friend and asked if he could give her his wife's number. She reached into her purse. She also wanted to give her husband a mobile phone, but now was not the time to do this. Miss Dao asked him to accept the gift for saving her. The hero thanked her and said that it was unnecessary. But the beauty insisted. The number was the same as her birthday. It was symbolic. She held out her mobile phone, but Jiaxin grabbed the beauty by the hand and sent her off to celebrate her birthday with someone other than her husband. Lillian cried out indignantly that she wanted to give her a gift from the bottom of her heart, but her rival agreed to accept it only if she named the price and paid the bill. The situation was getting tense, and our hero didn't know what to do so that no one would be offended, but he soon came up with an idea. Meanwhile, the policewoman was watching this soap opera while eating a watermelon. The girl forgot about her professional duties. Finally, Xiaoge decided to go all in and asked his wife to think carefully about her behavior. Was it bad to accept a gift as gratitude for saving her? He continued to talk about generosity and good manners, and Jiaxin covered her mouth with her hand in horror. Finally, the girl said that for the sake of good relations and according to etiquette, they accepted Lillian's gift. Everyone was surprised that the situation was resolved successfully. At that moment, claps were heard, and confetti and streamers were scattered all around. It seemed that someone knew about Lillian's birthday in advance. Everyone bowed in greeting and a huge blue cake appeared. Happy birthday wishes flew in from all sides. Xiaoju's assistants tried their best. Leopard was especially successful. The girl was happy, which cannot be said about the hero's wife. In the end, all the brothers bowed to the boss, and Jiaxin asked in confusion if they weren't Liu Yuan's people. The boys proudly said that they had repented and changed sides. They thanked Xiaoge as the best chef. Then Wei Yun appeared with his guards and asked what kind of noisy celebration was going on. Our hero looked around with displeasure and shouted that Mrs. Dao had an important event, and who dared to interfere with them? The leopard promised to sort it out. He rushed at his opponents, but a second later he flew back like a rocket. Having received a blow to the jaw, Xiaogu and Tiger ran towards him, and the man explained that everything happened so quickly that he didn't even understand. The tiger said that everything would be fine now and went there. But a second later he was lying not far from his brother. The stone dragon asked for permission to deal with this, and Xiaoge asked him to be careful. This time things went better, and both bodyguards were defeated almost immediately, leaving Wei Yun. He admitted that the enemy was strong, but the stone dragon was only interested in the purpose for which they attacked them. The enemy magically moved in space and attacked. Leopard's brother did not understand at all how it was possible to be so fast. The man revealed that he was Wei Yun, Gong Han's older brother, and he had come to take revenge. He said that for killing the young man, the stone dragon would pay with his life and the lives of his loved ones. At the last moment, Xiao Ge managed to pull the man out from under the foot raised for a fatal blow. He said that now these were his people, so he would fight. The guards stood up and asked who dared to speak to their boss like that. The stone dragon replied that it was his business and he would deal with it himself. Xiao Ge asked his friend to calm down and said that he wanted to play by himself. But Wei Yun turned out to be really strong. He mastered martial arts, saying that it was time for revenge and that they could not defeat him. The man simultaneously struck both opponents from behind. Xiao Gu reacted in time and extended his palms towards the enemy. Now they were face to face. Our hero turned out to be stronger, and soon Wei Yun broke through the wall. But it is worth noting that this was not easy for the enemy. The guy approached the enemy, who had already managed to get up and could not believe that someone had managed to win so quickly. Xiao Ge ordered to get out of here immediately. Tomorrow he would find this gang, and they would continue the conversation. But now they were having a holiday. The guy asked Tiger to find workers to replace the broken glass. Wei Yun left, showering him with threats. The stone dragon began to thank the boss and warned that tomorrow would be more difficult. Xiao Ge asked to explain better what had happened. Gunhan had arrived in the city not long ago and was leading a wild life. giving no peace to girls, one of whom was the brother's younger sister. She was killed with her own knife. The stone dragon could not contain his rage and beat the culprit to death on the same day. The event changed the family's life, their teacher became depressed, and the brothers themselves moved to another place. Xiaoge promised to finish it tomorrow. Then Jiaxin appeared and said that she had prepared noodles for everyone. The hero's wife asked him to be careful tomorrow. He thanked her, but expressed surprise that she did not forbid him to go to this dangerous meeting. In the morning, they arrived at the designated location. There was a traditional style house, and Leopard volunteered to survey the area to study the escape routes. Our hero noted that this was a fine idea but not today, and then simply pushed the guy into the gate, revealing an army of soldiers behind it. In a matter of seconds, they surrounded Xiaoge and his men. Now there was definitely no way back, just like there was no way forward. Wei Yun appeared and said that many wanted to meet his lord, Wan Shan, but first they had to go through them, and then gave the order to attack those who killed Gong Han. The stone dragon asked what they should do now. The chief replied that they came here to fight, so they will fight. To ensure that none of the brothers hesitated, Xiaoge encouraged them with a strong word, and the subordinates became much more determined. The soldiers were armed with clubs, and there were a lot of them, so it was not so easy to parry the blows and dodge them. The brothers asked for help. Xiaoge got the information. The battle was not chaotic, but had a clear organization. If you fight, you will lose. You need to catch the sequence. The young man immediately put his knowledge into practice and found a gap in the line of soldiers, after which he gave the command to his brothers to follow him. In a matter of seconds, the hero scattered the enemies who were in his way. It was not for nothing that he had calculated everything. The mountain of people reached the first floor of the house. Xiaoge ordered to immediately take him to Wan Shan. Wei Yun was upset and scared. He couldn't understand how these people managed to break their invincible formation, thought out over centuries of martial arts development. Soon the hero appeared before Gunwan Shan and Tan Bai. The men were surprised that the stranger passed the first test and got to them. Our hero turned to the elder. First of all, he identified himself, and then announced that he had discovered violations in the death of Gunhan and had come here for justice. The old man called him a daydreaming child and threw a cup of tea at him, saying that if he caught it, he would deserve more respect. The elders simply wanted the stranger to leave. Everyone knew that it was impossible to catch the tea. More precisely, it was almost impossible. Xiaoge succeeded. He took a small sip and praised the drink. Everyone was extremely surprised, and Wan Shan praised the hero, calling him his guest. The guy asked if they could talk now. The elder offered to follow the established rules. If the hero could stop 3 of his moves, the hatred towards his people would be forgotten. Xiaogu agreed, but the stone dragon and his brothers began to dissuade him. It was very dangerous, and the guys did not want to change the boss. The young man hissed that as their leader, he had to protect his people. They didn't want to all die together on the same day. Our hero took a lot of medicine and wanted to test the power of Wan Shan. In any case, there was nothing to lose. The old man stopped his fist with one movement of his palm. He was truly an unrivaled master. The counterpunch nearly knocked the guy off his feet, but he stood his ground and noted that he was definitely not going to give up just yet. Wan Shan warned that pride could kill him. If he died, it would be his own fault, after which he rushed to attack. The brothers froze in horror. At the last moment, Yu Jiao appeared in front of the old man, screaming for her grandfather not to kill Xiaoge. He was her boyfriend. This information shocked everyone present. Only Wei Yun muttered that he was going to ask for her hand. The girl replied that he was late, and besides, she never intended to become his wife. Wei Yun asked how he was worse than this punk. Wan Shan shouted that he had enough. He would just kill Xiaoge and be done with it. Yu Jiao said that this could not be done. The guy was an expert in martial arts and very talented. The elder replied that it was a matter of honor. It was necessary to avenge Gong Han. Our hero asked Yu Jiao to step aside. He did not intend to hide behind a woman. The beauty said that Xiaoge was a newbie, but she taught him martial arts. Wan Shan remarked that it was great, but he would kill him in one fell swoop. Yu Jiao once again said that the guy was talented. He could repeat his grandfather's style just by looking. Wan Shan replied that it was impossible, but he would show himself. The beauty said that she could show Tan Bao's style first, so as not to bother the old man, and the man almost choked on his tea. The girl reminded him that he had never managed to defeat her grandfather, so now was a great opportunity to have some fun with a new opponent. Tan Bao agreed. Wan Shan approached his friend and told him that he advised him to fight Xiaoge, who nodded and invited our hero to fight, promising to teach him the elder's best techniques. The men's gazes met. The elder felt threatened and asked if Taibao was making fun of him. He replied that he had already seen him happy. Yu Jiao looked at the scene with admiration. Xiaogei knelt down and asked the teacher to accept his respect and reverence. Taibao replied that it was not necessary to call him that, but he could still show him something. After which he explained the basics of the art and style of Wan Shan. Now it was time to put the theory into practice. The elder and our hero stood opposite each other, preparing for the duel. The signal to start the battle sounded, and everyone began to watch what was happening with interest. Yu Jiao and the brothers were very excited. Xiaoge jumped again with his fist extended forward. The old man muttered that he had not learned anything and was not developing at all. But, to his surprise, this time he was unable to block the guy's blow. He became much stronger, even stronger than Taibao. The man was pleasantly impressed. The elder's disciples were upset, and Xiaogei's subordinates were delighted. Wan Shan praised the hero's good looks. The old man added that now he would not give in to the enemy. Let him appreciate his greatness in full force. The guy didn't keep us waiting long and immediately attacked. He was so fast that his eyes lit up with fire. Wan Shan failed to block the opponent's blow. He was too strong. The old man realized that he had lost. Grandfather Yu Jiao was thrown aside like a rag doll. He had never encountered a person as strong as Xiaogei before. The hero calculated everything so that the elder landed straight in his wooden chair. It was a tribute to him. It was definitely a victory. Those present reacted to the situation in different ways, but no one was indifferent. Wan Shan stood up from his chair. It instantly fell apart. The old man solemnly said that he admitted defeat. Yu Jiao was overjoyed, while the elders discussed the fate of the hero. The old man declared that this guy would not stay here no matter how strong he was. Wan Shan reported that since Xiaoge had withstood his 3 blows, they would not avenge Gong Shan. The hero conveyed this to the stone dragon. The old man added that he had actually heard about Gong Shan's behavior and was going to teach him a lesson himself. The brothers had managed to do it literally a day earlier, so he was grateful to them. Wan Shan also noticed that Xiaoge and his granddaughter were good friends, but they should be careful that certain rumors would not spread. Taibao shouted that it was none of his business. The men began to argue about whether this would affect their granddaughter's reputation, and Xiaogei had to almost forcefully separate them. He knelt before the masters and began to thank both of them for the knowledge and experience he had received today. Taibei invited him to rise and noted that he did not dare call himself his master. The boy had already surpassed him in strength. The hero said that he wanted to study martial arts, but could not find a teacher. The elders suggested being smarter like them, because they were brothers, even though they had different last names. The first brother is the intersection of the branches of life and death. The second brother is the companion of these two opposites. Together they are one and invincible. This is what the teachers told. What followed was a beautiful legend, backed up by the burning of incense. But Xiaogei didn't understand anything at all. The ritual began, as a result of which our hero was counted among 3 brothers with different surnames who do not want to live on the same day and go the same way. The elders said that they were both 60 years old, after which they called Xiaogei their younger brother and forced him to bow. All 3 were happy. At this time, Liu Yuan arrived at the monastery. He received a message that his enemy was inside and wanted to see his death with his own eyes. Imagine the scoundrel's surprise when he heard that Wan Shan was inviting Xiaogei to come here more often and consider this place his second home. After all these events, our hero went home, where a surprise awaited him. Or rather, Jiak seen in an erotic outfit and with a ready-made dinner. He went out to his brothers to prevent them from entering the house and seeing his wife. The stone dragon suggested having dinner together, and Jiaxin invited everyone to the table. All the brothers pounced on the food. They were very hungry. Xiaogei sat puzzled. It turned out that he had simply imagined that his wife was dressed revealingly. The friends ate absolutely everything that was on the table in a matter of seconds, after which they hurried to take their leave. There was no normal food left for the hero. Jiaxin came to the rescue and said that she had saved all the best things for her hubby. The food looked strange, but the girl said that it would give him strength. Xiaogei said that he would need strength. Lillian asked to come to the ghost town and solve some problem. To his great surprise, his wife decided to keep him company, but the ghost town was truly scary. The couple went to the specified address. There was a costume party. A girl in a cat costume said that a Taoist priest had a prediction for them. Xiaogu is a black puma and Jiaxin is a snake. Their couple will never be together and chaos will reign in the family. The wife panicked and suggested a divorce as soon as possible. But the guy approached the cat girl and took off his mask, saying that Lillian was annoying and he wouldn't marry her anyway. A friend said that she was joking and gave the heroes masks for safety, saying that in this place there are fakes and there are incredible artifacts. You need to be careful. As an example, she showed antique porcelain and offered to roughly estimate how many millions it was worth. Jiaxin was delighted. The girl then showed a purple lantern and said that it was made by her grandfather, and the light came from a 1,000-year-old firefly that lived inside. The salesman in the pig mask quoted a price of 5 million, but added that if the girl was really from the Qin dynasty, it didn't matter. Xiao Ge was interested in the plates. He stated that they dated back to the 18th century and were definitely not worth 5 million. But he was willing to pay 500,000 so as not to disgrace the seller's name, and he agreed. The girls were delighted that the young man was so knowledgeable in art. Both were proud of Xiao Ge, and he thanked Jiao Jiao. The rich woman replied that she was happy to try, and Jiaxin kept trying to persuade her husband to return home, saying that they could return to the ghost town tomorrow. Lillian explained that everything would be closed tomorrow and asked not to leave. Xiao Jie's wife grabbed her head. That way they could spend everything. Creatures that were somewhat reminiscent of robots and insects doubted the value of the ball called the Black Heart. Then they asked Liu Xiao why he chose ancient machine suits for them today. They were very uncomfortable. He replied that there was no need to complain. Such were the rules. Then Xiao Ge came up and immediately bought the Black Heart for 800,000. The seller was pleased, saying that he had finally met a real connoisseur. Liu Xiao was accused of stealing the artifact from under their noses, and he replied that he didn't understand antiques that well, but he wasn't going to pay 800,000. Jiaxin and Lillian began to discuss whether it was really black wood, when suddenly Xiao Ge pressed something and the ball turned into a model of a temple. Inside was a glowing pearl of incredible beauty. Everyone gasped. A message appeared that 1 million had been credited to the system account. Our hero was so grateful to Fu Jiaojiao that he jokingly threatened to fall in love with her. Meanwhile, both of the hero's companions also did not fail to express their admiration to him. This was unexpected, but pleasant. The people in the old machine suits became interested in the young man's abilities and began discussing how Xiao Jie could be used for profit. They decided to observe what would interest the guy and then try to buy this thing first. Lillian asked why Xiao Ge was walking so strangely. He joked that he bowed his head before ancient artifacts. They just started to foist an ancient Buddhist object on them. The seller explained that this was unique gold, so the price was 30 million. The guy thought about it. At which time the attackers took advantage of the moment and said that they were buying it. The rich woman got angry and threatened our hero that he had to buy this thing at any price. He promised the seller 50 million. Then Liu Xiao said that he would buy this ancient golden Buddha statue for 80 million. His companions doubted whether he had such an amount, but remained silent. Xiao Ge said that he would pay 100 million. Then his opponent shouted that he was giving 1 billion. Our hero smiled and said that he no longer had any claims to the statue. The seller asked if the robot was really buying the item at that price. He could give him a discount. Liu Xiao took out a card and replied that there was no need for that. When the transaction took place, the buyer was happy, shouting that he had bought a priceless item. The seller's eye gleamed suspiciously. He jumped up and started dancing, shouting that he was now rich and did not need to work a single day in the world. And Liu Xiao's comrades noticed that something was wrong. Xiao Ge confirmed that this was true. The purchased item was not worth that much. The robot objected that he knew the nature of such people. He was humiliating him because he himself could not buy a Buddha. The people in the machine suits began to worry that the boss had gone bankrupt. Then Lillian came over and showed Liu Xiao the lantern, saying that it was ancient, although it had a modern design. Here, the robot handed her the purchased artifact and boasted about the antique. The girl noticed that it looked like modern handicraft. The mask fell off the guy from shock. It turned out to be Liu Yuan, who attacked Xiao Ge with a claim that he had set him up. The guy objected that he did not intend to do this. He simply asked the seller for the price. The robot people took off their helmets. It turned out to be Zhu Li with her boyfriend. It seemed there was no point in continuing the intrigue, and our hero also took off his mask. Liu Wen screamed in horror. He didn't expect this, and asked why the enemy came here. He replied that he was sure the police wouldn't figure it out, so he decided to do it himself. Xiao Ge said that he taught his opponent this lesson so that he would only blame himself if something happened to him. Liu Yuan and his henchmen began to think of a plan for revenge, but they could not offer anything. Even Wan Shan could not cope with our hero. Here they decided that they could get the pearl back, since they were the first to find it, and the lantern that Xiao Ge's companion was playing with looked like a pretty tempting trophy. Meanwhile, Xiao Ge and the girls got into the car. Jiaxin asked Lillian where to take her, to which she received the answer that she would spend the night at their villa. It was too late to go home. Our hero noticed his wife's displeasure and wanted to do something. But then their car, approaching the bridge, was cut off by a truck. Jiaxin screamed in fear, but the protagonist miraculously managed to notice the threat at the last moment. He turned the steering wheel and literally jumped out from under the wheels of the truck. Fortunately, his reaction was excellent. The acceleration was still working. True, there were consequences for the car, but what is a scratched side compared to a head-on collision? Lillian and his wife were delighted with Xiaogei's driving skills, and he said that he had always been good at this skill. Here, Miss Dao noticed 3 more trucks pursuing them. It turns out that this was not a coincidence, but an attack. 3 more trucks were approaching the car from behind. The guy took a sip of his drink and asked his beautiful companions if they were sure about him. Both girls assured that they completely and entirely trusted the young man, who finished his drink and took a firmer grip on the steering wheel. The can flew out the window, and Xiaogei got down to business with loud curses, thus setting himself up for the right vibe. A 2-wheeled car slipped through a narrow gap between trucks, which neither the passengers nor the truck drivers expected. The girls screamed in horror. The men burst into curses. Our hero held himself confidently in his chair. The same turn brought Xiaogei's car out of the encirclement and allowed the car to freely drive onto the road. His wife and girlfriend rejoiced. None of the girls had ever seen such driving skill, and the truck drivers were also amazed. They were a little distracted and rammed each other. Now there were 2 fewer pursuers. Xiaogu and the girls arrived home safely. It was already midnight and Lillian retired to the guest bedroom, wishing the couple good night. Jackson went to her room. Her husband promised to join her in a while. And he himself went to the living room, where Jiao Jiao was waiting for him, saying that she knew he would not be able to sleep. The woman said that she had already learned the guy's character, so she made coffee for him. Xiaogei took a sip and asked what she added to it. The beauty came closer and asked if the guy wanted to give her something, maybe jewelry or something like that. Xiaoge offered Xinhao 200 million points in exchange, and she got angry, shouting that the villa itself was already giving him feedback, so he shouldn't even think about asking her for money anymore. Jiao Jiao continued to be angry and insisted that he give the pearl back, and in the end she finally paid 200 million. After fiddling with the pendant, the guy made the rich woman disappear, and he called the jewelry store and placed an order for jadeds. In the morning, Xiaoge stood in front of the window and thought that it was time to deal with Liu Yuan. Now he couldn't escape. Jiaxin also woke up and stretched sweetly, declaring that now she is happy every morning because she sees her husband next to her. She remembered how stunned she was when she first saw her future husband. Even though they had conflicts, there was definitely love in this marriage. Xiaoge asked the beauty to quickly take a shower and get ready. Today, they would go to the jaded store. But the girl coquettishly lowered the strap of her dress. The happy moment has arrived. The rooster has crowed his morning song. And it seems that things have come to something more interesting than empty talk. Everything could have been fine, but they started pounding on the door so persistently that the guy almost fell out of bed in surprise. His wife threw a shirt over his shoulders, saying that they would continue later. The young man was breathing fire from rage. Lillian appeared behind the door and asked with a sweet smile why they hadn't opened the door for so long. Xiaoge asked why he suddenly had to run towards her. And such a sharp tone upset the girl. The hero asked her to stop crying, to which Miss Dao replied that he should stop hurting her. The guy felt ashamed and apologized. Lillian explained that she had received a message from her grandfather. Liu Yuan had hired 20 mercenaries to take revenge on him. Xiaoge had asked the girl to be careful too, and that was how they said goodbye. A little later, the guy brought his wife to the mall. Jiaxin asked why they were there, and he replied that he still had a debt to his wife. They approached the display case and Xiaoge asked his wife why she kept looking at one of the most expensive pieces of jewelry. The couple asked the consultant to show it to them. But the girl decided that she was dealing with poor people who would not be able to pay. The young man asked his wife not to be nervous and put his unlimited cards on the counter, asking if this would be enough to buy the most expensive brand. These Swiss bank cards were intended to store billions. So the girl immediately bowed and apologized. Xiaogu and his wife had chosen the decoration and were about to pay for it when someone's voice said who they were going to deceive here. It was Ju Li, who never gave up her habit of trying to annoy Jiaxin and her husband at any opportunity. The girl was indignant that this was slander, but there were not enough funds on the card, and the scoundrel, with a satisfied look, said that she was right. Julie said that the jewelry belonged to her boyfriend Yinxing Yuan. Jiaxin suggested choosing something else, and her husband chose the bracelet. The wife's classmate blurted out that they couldn't afford it, And then Xiaoge declared that he would buy all the jewelry on display in the window. Julie said that she counted 400 million. If this happens and the hero does pay, she will call the guy Big Josh. After which she laughed. The transaction was successful, and the consultant was amazed at how much money the hero had and how easily he spent it. Julie was horrified and asked where the young man had managed to get so much money. She still couldn't get it into her head that it was time to stop looking down on him. She immediately began to compliment the hero and chatter about how kind he was to his wife. Jiexin pushed the girl away in disgust. Xiaoju's wife asked him to leave quickly, but he replied that this was just the beginning and then called Mr. Yin. Then, Julie noticed a push-button telephone. She didn't know what its real cost was, so she started to laugh again, but the consultant was delighted. Then a classmate's boyfriend ran into the hall and asked what she was doing here. He looked worried. The girl explained that she sold all of Xiaoge's jewelry for 400 million. Now he must respect him, even though the guy is stupid. Yin Jingyuan's face turned cold. He hit his girlfriend in the face, shouting that she had set him up. Julie didn't understand what was wrong. She had made 400 million in profit. Xiaoge said that this was enough for Yin to go to prison. Then Mr. Yin, the owner of the business, appeared and called out to his nephew, and everyone realized that something was about to happen. Xiaogu and the boss started looking at the display cases, and the guy praised the quality of the jewelry, but noticed that for some reason the money went not to the store's account, but to Yin Xingyuan's account. Mr. Yin thanked our hero for the information, and his nephew screamed in horror that it was not true. A few blows from his uncle's cane under the knees made the screamer shut up and regret his actions and words. Xin Yuan felt no remorse for betraying Mr. Yin. He was haunted by the thought that in the future, all the wealth would go to his son-in-law and not to him. He was still saying something else about the greedy family. But another blow closed the impudent man's mouth completely. This time it was Xiaoge's leg. Then the hero used his fists, shouting that his son-in-law was quite capable of handling the matter and had nothing against his wife's parents. Apparently, he was projecting the situation onto himself. Having calmed down, our hero hugged his wife tightly, while Mr. Yin ordered his nephew to be taken to the police station. Julie knelt down and apologized for voicing a price of 400 million instead of 40 million. This mistake cost everyone dearly. Xiaoge replied that she did it on purpose. Jiexin said that she would no longer even greet the traitor, who muttered something about how she just wanted a better life. The girl asked her husband to leave. She remembered the past and could not understand why her friend had changed so much before she was so kind and so simple. Mr. Yin offered the guy another piece of jewelry as a gift, but the display cases were empty and the business would now fall apart. Xiaoge replied that he could return them back. True, the price will now be 600 million. The figure shocked the business owner, but he offered to negotiate. The guy decided that he was dealing with a wolf in sheep's clothing. He turned around and walked towards the exit. Then Yin shouted that he was ready to pay 800 million and buy everything. This surprised both the consultant and Zhu Li. Jiexin was delighted with her husband's intelligence and said that he was talented, to which he replied that he was not talented. He was a genius. Mr. Yin offered Jiexin to choose any of the offered decorations as a gift. The girl happily agreed. At that moment, her husband put a bracelet made of royal jade on her hand. No one present had ever seen a more expensive piece of jewelry in their lives. The couple went to a seaside restaurant to spend time together and celebrate the success of the deal. The wife was worried that Liu Yuan might harm them. Xiaoge assured Jiexin that he would fight the enemy no matter what. Just at that moment, his phone rang. The guy didn't answer, but he read the message, after which he apologized for not always being polite to her. The wife accepted the apology and said that she was ready to give birth to the hero's child. Several boats with mercenaries were approaching the restaurant, and Liu Yuan was standing in one of them with a menacing look. Xiaoge didn't expect the enemy to appear so quickly. He stood up from his seat and was immediately reproached for trying to escape. But he couldn't. Jiexin jumped up and asked what was the matter, calling Liu Yuan a moron. He replied that he was a moron. He loved her for so long, and the scumbag married a worthless man. Our hero asked not to involve the woman in male squabbles. The enemy said that he would kill him and take his wife by force and then sell her into slavery in Africa. Saying that it was time to answer for everything, the villain pointed the gun at Xiaoge and ordered the mercenaries to attack him. Then Lillian jumped out from somewhere, screaming that her cousin shouldn't dare kill the hero, but several explosions had already thundered. Xiaoge tried to cover the girl with his body, but he didn't have time. The bullet hit the brave Miss Dao right in the chest. The guy grabbed the beauty in his arms and asked why she was so stupid. The girl whispered that if she hadn't tried to save him, she would have regretted it all her life. She whispered that she was now satisfied and closed her eyes. The young man's cry was animal-like. He had never experienced such pain before. Jackson was shocked that Lillian was so kind and brave. Liu Yuan pounced on the mercenary, shouting that he did not allow him to shoot. The man tried to explain that he did not understand the order. The villain shot him and shouted to the others that now was the time to deal with Xiaogei. Let them do it immediately. The hero's wife cried out that she would obey the enemy if he left him alive. He replied that she would go with him anyway. So the decision remained unchanged. Too late. The young man did not let go of Lillian. He grieved over the loss. Shots rang out. But the heroes were covered by a shield. Yuan did not understand where it came from. He ordered the rocket to be launched. The rich woman warned that she would not last long, and Xiaogei stood up. He promised that the bandits would pay with blood. The young man's hair darkened. He looked like a demon and moved forward. Liu and the mercenaries were seriously scared. The shots did not hit the hero, who moved with lightning speed and in a second found himself right in front of the enemy. He destroyed the mercenaries with his fists. They shot but missed. The bandits' determination became less and less. Gradually, the guy turned completely black. His eyes were full of darkness, so he killed without a shadow of a doubt. He promised to show real hatred because this territory is forbidden to mercenaries and worthless killers. Liu Yuan froze in fear. He shouted at the guy not to dare come closer. Jiaxin could not understand why her husband was so angry. Here the bullet hit Xiaogei. He completely forgot that there were several more boats with people in the sea. The enemy was jubilant. The young man didn't pay attention to the wound. He rushed at the new arrivals, shouting that no one would survive. They continued to shoot, but they were no longer hitting. Xiaoge killed the mercenaries with his bare hands one after another, shouting that today he came in the role of death. Soon there was no one left, and the guy went at Liu Yuan again, and both the man and Jiaxin were terribly scared. Another boat approached, and Liu Yuan promised to pay 50 million for the hero's head. The mercenaries were inspired, but he dived under the water. The young man swam, determined to avenge Miss Dao, and it seemed as if there was nothing human left in him. Jiaxin screamed that she would follow her husband. Yuan grabbed her hand, yelling that he needed her alive. One of the soldiers thought he saw the enemy, and they started shooting, at which time Xiaogei emerged from behind them. Shouting that they were aiming at the wrong place, the hero launched their own bullets at the mercenaries. It seemed he had acquired an additional skill. The young man was like a demon and shouted that those who dared to underestimate him would definitely die. Yuan pointed a gun at the hero, saying that it was now his turn to go to hell. Xiaogei asked if he really thought he was so easy to kill. He easily managed to dodge several bullets. Liu shouted that this was a coward's behavior and continued shooting. Jiaxin begged him to stop. Instead, the bastard used a rocket. The flames engulfed the guy's figure, bewilderment frozen on his face. The enemy rejoiced and shouted that he had finally gotten rid of him. The hero's wife began to cry at first, but then jumped up with the determination to go after him. Liu Yuan tried to hold the girl back, explaining that he still loved her and would treat her well, but she stepped forward and jumped into the water that was burning like lava. Her face was full of love and selflessness. Only a loving heart could dare to do such a beautiful deed. Yuan was crushed. The man realized that he still loved her and thought that he should just leave. But now it was not so easy. Footsteps were heard behind him. It was Xiaogei. He was carrying his wife in his arms. His face was tired but determined. The guy reminded that he promised that all the enemies would die at his hands today. He gently put Jiaxin down and said that he loved her very much. But now he intended to avenge Miss Lillian Dao. Liu Yuan knelt down and began to beg for mercy, promising that he would not bother anyone anymore, saying that it was too late. The guy delivered a crushing kick. The enemy begged him to stop and not come closer, but Xiaogei attacked at the same moment, showing no mercy. He stepped aside a little, listening to Liu Yuan beg him to kill him, and declaring that he was completely sincere now. The hero returned and stood over him. The young man tied up the enemy and attached an explosive belt to him, which was activated by a phone call to Liu Yuan's mobile phone. After that, Xiaoge started the boat and headed straight out to the open sea, shouting for the bastard to enjoy the weather while waiting for death. A question was asked after him whether this meant that if no one called, he would not die. The hero nodded, and the police arrived at the scene. The young man, with Lillian on his shoulders and Jiaxin in his arms, moved across the rooftops in incredible leaps, away from trouble. The policewoman raised her weapon and ordered no one to move, but there were no volunteers anyway. Everyone was dead. The Red Shield team arrived to sort out the situation. They always intervened when it came to government mercenaries. The blonde said that it was a matter of national security. The policewoman objected that the safety of citizens was more important. The expert said that one person killed everyone. After examining the remaining bodies, the head of the Red Shield confirmed that the equipment matched, and that the police would not be able to catch this man without help. Then the woman looked through binoculars and reported that she saw a suspicious object in the sea. It was Liu Yuan's boat. The man was glad that Xiaogei didn't know his new mobile number, which meant no one would call and he would be picked up by some ship. Just at that moment, a voice message from Zhu Li appeared, followed by an incoming call. The explosives were activated, and the villain screamed. The explosion blew everything to hell. Only the mobile phone survived. Through the speaker, Zhu Li asked Liu Yuan to take her with him to Africa. The policewoman asked what happened, and the blonde said that the man they were looking for was worse than she thought. The next morning, Jiaxin was sleeping and the hero was leaning over Lillian. Jiao Jiao asked if he was sure that he didn't want to finish off Liu Yuan. If he didn't, there might be problems. The hero explained that he didn't just leave him like that. He gave him a chance. He wants him to pay for Miss Dao. Xiaogei didn't know about the explosion yet. The girl said that he spent 400 million on fighting the enemy yesterday. But he shouldn't worry. The system's feedback will be good. The young man fell to his knees in front of the rich woman and said that he really needed money to save Dao Lillian. Fu Jiao Jiao stopped counting and looked at the boy, then said that she couldn't do it. It was one thing to save the wounded, and quite another to resurrect the dead. The young man continued to beg and promised all the money, all the property, and the shopping center, even his life. The girl looked at him as if she had let it slip. The rich woman asked if he really wanted to swap lives with Lillian. It was a serious matter. Xiaogei replied that a person with a sense of guilt does not need life. As he was leaving, the hero told his wife that he was very sorry, and that he really hoped that she would be happy, if not in this life, then in the next. Fu Jiao Jiao had already reached for her staff. The woman summoned Gunala, the god of darkness, but explained to the boy that she had not used magic for a long time. Perhaps her abilities had become dull. The woman called out to the great god of darkness. Her appearance transformed and began to match the moment. She told Xiaogei that she was taking his life in order to present it to the Lord, and something strange began to happen to the guy. The hero reported that he felt empty inside. Jiao Jiao screamed that the blood flow was as full as never before. This is what she wanted all her life. There was a raging energy of darkness and blood around Xiaogei and Lillian. Both of them looked completely dead. Finally, the woman brought her staff closer to the girl and commanded her to enjoy the blood of darkness. The fate of death would be erased, and life would begin. Black streams of energy swirled around Lillian, and she suddenly rose up and opened her eyes wide. The girl sat up and grabbed her head, wondering what happened. She only remembers being shot at. Here she saw Xiaogei, who was kneeling and shouting not to be left behind. If that was possible, she should have said so from the very beginning. The rich woman sacrificed her own life instead of the guy's. Now she was dying, and asked not to forget her. Xiaogei insisted that he would be guilty all his life and loved her very much. The hero screamed in a voice that was not his own, that he couldn't live without Jiao Jiao. There had to be a way to revive her. He twirled the pendant in his hands. He was picked up by a stream of energy and carried inside the decoration. Something Xiaogei did not expect at all. The first thing he thought was that the place where the rich woman lived was terrible and simply frightening. Now the atmosphere was completely different than before. A skeleton with red glowing eyes came out to meet the guy. He didn't say anything to Xiaogei, only clicked his teeth ominously, and the young man recoiled. The system's voice invited the boy to enter the electronic ghost temple, and he saw the very throne on which Fu Jiao Jiao had previously sat. The hero bowed his head down and muttered that he had already missed his friend, when suddenly he heard a female voice humming a familiar melody. Xiaogu walked outside and found himself in a beautiful area, with a fountain and a garden. He walked towards the reeds where the sound came from. It was a little scary. In the waterfall, surrounded by thousands of butterflies, a girl was bathing, like two peas in a pod similar to Fu Jiao Jiao, only a little fresher and younger in appearance. The guy yelled that he was just happy that the rich woman hadn't died at all, and she exclaimed in fear that he was wrong, that she was her younger sister, Fu Meimei. Xiaogei suddenly realized that he didn't know the name of the woman from the system, and simply asked why she left him. The girl didn't understand what he was talking about. The hero cursed and went to the exit. At the villa, meanwhile, Jiaxin and Lillian were discussing what to do with the guy. He was kneeling and not reacting to anything. They decided that this was probably a reaction to stress. The wife explained that when Miss Dao was killed, Xiaogei was very sad, and then he became incredibly angry and killed everyone. Lillian was pleasantly surprised that the young man was not indifferent to her. His wife said that it would probably be better for her to leave. Dao grabbed the girl's hand and said that she couldn't leave. Then they both told each other that he couldn't live without her. The beauties decided that they had all grown up. When the guy wakes up, let him choose. He just opened his eye and thought that he woke up on time. Xiaoge hugged both of them and said that he had no choice. Wasn't it fair? Lillian smiled. His wife was less happy. Meanwhile, the blonde from the Red Shield visited warehouse number 1 and then went to the base to report to her superiors. She informed the chairman named Aotian Long that the killer had been found. But the most interesting thing was that he was an ordinary university student. The old man smiled. The woman continued that his name was Xiaoge, and he was the son-in-law of the Zhao family. Long took the photo and continued to laugh. He asked again if he was really a son-in-law. The blonde replied that status was not important. Then the chairman barked for her to begin performing her duties. Long added that they needed to keep an eye on this man, and if he really was their target, he should be killed on the spot. Xiaogu and his wife went to her parents' house. They invited the girl to dinner, and an unfamiliar expensive car was parked in front of the house. Jiaxin asked her mother if there were any guests in the house, and her mother suggested that she go and greet her cousin, Xiao Jiaren. The beauty said hello, and her husband thought that this man had not visited for more than 10 years. He always brings trouble. At that moment, the cat bit the guest. Xiao threw the animal away, shouting that no one dared to bite him. Xiao Gei picked up the cat and began to calm him down. He was usually affectionate. Cousin Jiaxin continued to yell and scream that the cat must be killed, and the girl's mother ordered the hero to get rid of the animal immediately. He continued to swear. Then his older sister appeared, the already familiar bitch with red hair and glasses. Jackson's mother continued to force the boy to kill the cat, and he called his mother-in-law a beast and said that he did not allow her to touch his pet. The woman muttered that somehow the coward had become fierce, and Jiren said that he was simply not familiar with the rules of the family. The screams continued, and this time, Jiaxin herself barked at the mother, adding that she could give her parents money or do a favor, but she would not allow them to touch the animal. The woman did not understand why her daughter had also become so brave. Meanwhile, the guest pulled himself together and smiled, reminding her that he was not here to quarrel, but to cooperate. Then, Jiaxin's father came out of her room with a contract in his hands and loudly announced that now his nephew only had to sign, complete with a seal and materials. The girl asked in horror if her father had really been looking for the company's seal in her room. He confirmed this, adding that his cousin wanted to invest $1 billion in their company and it would be stupid to refuse. After studying the document, the couple realized that they were being deceived. If Party B, a clothing company, failed to achieve a revenue of $100 million in a month, it would go to Jiren. They went to the parents and said that they could forget about the billion. It was impossible to fulfill the terms of the agreement. The cousin said with a smile that you need to be optimistic in running a business. He was sure that sales would skyrocket, and the parents picked up this song. The girl sadly asked why they did such a stupid thing, and her father noted that if Jiaxin did not agree, the contract could not be fulfilled. Jiren laughed happily and said that if they unilaterally canceled, the fine could be tenfold. If they were satisfied with that, the contract would be terminated. The cousin asked the girl's parents if they could pay the fine, and they, horrified, said that she wanted to embarrass them and did not respect the family. Both nephews stated that they knew nothing about any family and were only interested in observing the agreement. Here, Xiaogu reminded his relatives what position he and his wife held. The contract would never be valid without their signatures. The cousin said that the seal makes the document official. If someone is against it, they will go to court and the uncle will go to jail for illegal use of the seal. Everyone was shocked. The father bowed before Jiaxin and began to beg her not to sue him. He did not want to go to jail. The cousins laughed that this was the coolest drama. The princess is suing her father, and then went to the exit saying that the company would be transferred to them next month. The villains left, pleased with themselves. Xiaoge declared that he would simply kill them, and then there would be no problems. The hero's eyes turned blood red and demonic again, but his wife asked him not to do this. Then his gaze fell on the girl's parents, and it became clear that they were to blame for everything, or rather, their stupidity. Suddenly, Jiaxin's mother screamed that the cat was the cause of all the troubles. Her father began to look for the animal to kill. Zhao Ge called them worthless. The woman continued to scream about the cat, accusing her son-in-law of arrogance. His wife grabbed a glass and smashed it on the floor, screaming for her parents to shut up. The girl said that Xiao Ge was the smartest person in the family. She was born for him, married him, and was ready to die for him too, after which she went to the door. The father asked him not to leave, but the mother screamed that he should get out and not dare to come back. The woman was outraged that he did not support her and swung. Then her husband hit her in the face with all his might and said that he had had enough. Xiaoge stood by the car. He was waiting for his wife, and she finally came. It was nice. The spouses held hands. The girl hugged her husband and thanked him for his care. The guy raised his hand and swore that he would always take care of her. The beauty wanted to cuddle up to him, but there was a cat in his bosom, which made the scene even cuter. Then they saw that Xiaoge had a gap in the fur on his back. Someone dared to harm the animal. Xiaoge got angry. He said that no matter what family Jiren belonged to, he would make him pay for all the troubles he had caused them. The couple went to the office and started thinking about how to achieve sales of 100 million a month. Even if they increased production, it would not be realistic. Xiaoge took a sip of wine and said that he would solve everything. The girl said that she knew about his capital of 800 million. But they needed to figure out what to do with the company. Jiaxin said that at the moment the only way out was to sell the company. Her husband replied that this was not why they fought so hard for it, and that she should rely on him. The hero went to his shopping center. He thought that he didn't even know how many stores there were. Near the store with bags, it was suspiciously empty and quiet. All the visitors gathered at the display case of the new product that was presented at the show in Paris. Its price was 180,000, and Diaozhao muttered that it was expensive. Then Hao Mei Li came over and said that it was expensive for her, but not for other people. The girl with glasses said that Diao had a rich son-in-law, so he shouldn't make things up. The impudent woman said that he even studied at his wife's expense, so Diao should sit quietly and keep quiet. Xiaoge appeared and showed his card, saying that he was buying a bag, and as long as Diao liked it, he saw no reason to save. The girl thanked her son-in-law, and then a consultant appeared and said that he would process the purchase. But according to the rules of the shopping center, an additional fee of 50,000 would be charged. The young man asked in surprise what they were talking about, and Hao Mei called him stupid and poor, explaining that there was a fee for every purchase in the luxury segment at the shopping center. The hero asked the salesperson whether this applied to all the stores in the mall, and he confirmed that payment for sales services was charged in each of them. Xiaoge asked if he dared to put these amounts on the sales report. The consultant said that if the customer thought the price was too high, he should leave. Mendy volunteered to buy the bag. The girl humiliated Xiaoge and his wife's sister by saying that you shouldn't pretend to be rich when you can't afford to buy a normal accessory. Xiaoge declared that no one would be able to buy this bag today, and the salesman, Zhang Haiyang, would be leaving the department store today. He just laughed, thinking that these were empty threats. The seller's son-in-law, Huang, the manager of this shopping center, Diao asked the wife's husband to stop shaming them and leave. The hero called his secretary and asked her to send Huan to the bag store on the 5th floor. His son-in-law doubted that the threat was real. However, Huan appeared at the door and asked what was going on. Everyone was stunned. No one expected this. The consultant asked the man who Diao's son-in-law was to call the manager from the management committee here, and he replied that he had no idea and was just passing by. The girl started looking at Xiaoge like he was a loser again, and the salesman explained to his father-in-law that this man was very impudent and was threatening to remove him from his position. Huan started laughing and said that that was the best joke he had ever heard. How the nutcase got the idea that he could fire his son-in-law. Xiaoge asked if the manager knew about the extra fee, and if he was involved in it. The man said that the money went into his pocket, but it didn't apply to poor people like the guy. He ordered the hero to get lost before he could call security and sue him for slander. The consultant and Mendy laughed at what was happening. Secretary Du appeared and asked Huan if he knew who he had just offended, and the man's expression changed. The girl bowed to Xiaoge and said that he was the new chairman of the shopping mall. The news shocked everyone present. Dio was wondering how this was possible, and the manager started beating her son-in-law, shouting that he should apologize immediately. The boy ordered Du to call the police and an investigation team to investigate the crime, and Huang and his son-in-law tried to beg for forgiveness. The men begged the chairman not to destroy them, to which they received the answer that if they had committed a crime, they should be held accountable for it. The police overpowered the swindlers, and Mendy began to tear her hair out as she fought for the bag with the chairman in his own store. Xiaoge said that as he said, no one would buy this bag because it was for a special girl. Diao began to thank him and apologize for being rude to him, but the guy gave the bag to her classmate with glasses, which caused a new wave of insults from his wife's sister. The hero told her to go and choose the most expensive bag in the store. The lucky girl brought a Himalayan bag from a limited collection worth 8 million. Dio thought that her son-in-law would give it to her, but he put a backpack worth 800,000 on the girl's back and said that everything is relative, so she shouldn't get on her sister's nerves and study well. As soon as the guy left, the girls began to divide the bag given to the classmate with glasses, who resisted. Diao screamed that on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday the bag was hers, and on Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday it was her friend's. Then Mendy grabbed the thing and screamed that on Sundays the accessory was hers. It was Sunday, and her classmates set off after her. Meanwhile, Xiaoge thanked the secretary for her help and offered to give her a ride. He asked what the center's sales were. The girl replied that his wife's store was 10 million. The rest were about 20 million, and that was how they said goodbye, with Jiaxin watching behind the scenes. Xiaoge asked his wife how long she had been waiting. She replied that it had not been long, and asked who that beauty was with him. To avoid a scandal, the guy gave her a bag, and his wife's anger instantly changed to mercy. The young people went somewhere to have coffee, and both were now in a great mood. The car's path was blocked by manager Huang and a group of people who looked like fighters. Xiaoge stopped and asked his wife not to go outside. The hero asked why the man was free, whether he had set up his son-in-law, and he replied that he would pay with his life for ruining Xiaoge's career and ordered his brother Wei to break his arms and legs. The guy greeted Wei Yun, and his expression changed. He didn't immediately recognize who he would have to deal with. Xiaoge asked why the disciples did not greet the teacher. They fell to their knees and bowed their heads before him. Huang was torn apart by surprise and anger. Our hero announced that he was going out for coffee with his wife. So let them take care of this puffy man themselves. Wei struck the first blow. While they were waiting for the food, the couple were thinking about how to increase sales. They even thought about holding a fair, but it was not very profitable. Then some woman called out to Xiaoge. Zhu Zichen was with her, and he asked his friend if the son-in-law in front of them was the same one. Xiaoge asked if his classmate had changed her boyfriend again. His wife asked if they had studied together. Zichen was already looking at her pretty face, and his girlfriend at her bag. The guy asked why Xiaoge gave his wife a fake, and he calmly replied that he didn't doubt its originality for a second. Then a classmate showed her the same bag and explained that hers was the original, and there were differences. Zhu's family was very rich and would not have bought her a fake. She noted that it was not so easy to buy a bag for 8 million, and Jiaxin was pleasantly surprised that her husband gave her such an expensive gift. Zhu immediately started asking the girl's Instagram, saying that if he wanted the original, he should write to him in direct messages. She replied that she had a husband and was happy with everything. The guy grimaced and said that he didn't believe in love. Then Xiaoge pointed to his classmate's bag and said that the diamond on it was fake. He pressed his finger on it and easily broke it. The girl screamed in horror. She could not believe her eyes. The hero congratulated her on purchasing a fake, to which she screamed that it was he who broke the bag. When asked where she had seen diamonds that could be broken, the beauty did not find an answer. A crowd began to gather around, and Zhu was hit on the head with the bag he himself had given him. Such was the injustice. The girl ran away screaming that all men were bastards. Zichen threw the bag at Xiaoge, saying that he would deal with him later. Our hero held both accessories in his hands, and Jiaxin said that she would not be upset even if he gave her a fake. They hugged. Xiaogu asked his wife to return home. He would arrive soon, and he grabbed the phone. He needed to make a call. Juan spent time in the foot massage parlor. He felt calm and relaxed in this place. The girl was doing a great job, but then he stood up and said that he would order a special type of service, which scared the masseuse. But it turned out that he just wanted to massage her feet. It gives him a special thrill. Suddenly the doors swung open from the impact. It was a security guard who flew in. Xiaoge stood at the door and noticed that the manager really was a pervert. Let him explain what was wrong with those two bags. He objected that he no longer worked at the shopping center, so he didn't have to explain anything, and besides, he knew the local bosses. The hero asked if he meant the brothers, and they immediately appeared on the threshold of the room. Juan was horrified. Xiaoge told the guys that he was giving them half an hour for the manager to see the light, and they got down to business with enthusiasm. Finally, Huang appeared before our hero and explained that this was all the work of the Zhu family. They replace original goods with fakes during the sales season. The guy asked who else was involved. It turned out that the managers responsible for purchasing and logistics were involved. The profits were divided equally. Now the reason for the shopping center's unprofitability was clear. The last question was about where the fake factory was. The manager said he didn't know. Then Xiaoge asked how he knew that it was the work of the Zhu family. The man replied that they were being contacted by Zhu Zichen's bodyguard, nicknamed Bear, a renowned fighter. Huang presented Xiaoge with a watch, saying that he spent all his savings on it, and he begs him to accept the gift. The young man took the watch, saying that it had been confiscated, and then told Huan that he couldn't just leave, as the salon was short of staff. Now the shopping center manager will be taking up the position of massage therapist number 8. And it cannot be said that he is not happy about it. The first client asked the man not to talk so much. It was annoying. He apologized and continued the massage. Xiaoge called Secretary Du and asked if the papers were ready. The girl prepared an investment project for his university. The hero thanked her and headed towards the campus of his educational institution. He needed to talk to Yu Jiao. Just at that moment, the gentleman presented the beauty with a flower, saying that today was the 100th day since he fell in love with her. Then Zhu turned him away with a huge bouquet and said that such a girl deserved more than some stub. The bear grabbed his boss's opponent by the scruff of the neck, and he only squealed that only Xiaoge was missing for a complete set. After looking at the bodyguard's muscles, both of the purple suit guy's friends ran away at the speed of light. He cried about how terrible his life was, and Zhu proved to Yu Jiao that he was not like that pathetic loser. He knelt down in front of the girl and presented her with an incredibly expensive watch, very similar to the one our hero had just received, with candles burning around it. Yu Jiao glanced at the gift with admiration but tried not to show it, as the gentleman continued to press. He praised the stars, the moon, and Yu Jiao's beauty. But she hesitated. She really wanted to take the watch. Then, a guy with a fire extinguisher jumped out at them, shouting that the sky was dry and everything was dry and that they should be careful of lit candles. The whole area was filled with foam, and Xiaoge appeared with the police, and it seemed like the party was not destined to take place. He asked Zhu not to come here anymore. He recognized the son-in-law of the Zhao family and shouted that he didn't expect that he also wanted to get the student. Yu Jiao happily threw herself on the hero's neck, and he thought that he saw nothing wrong with these intentions. The guy in the purple suit was no less happy about the appearance of our hero. He threw himself at his feet and begged him to do something so that Yu Jiao would not be taken away. Zhu showed the guy a box with a watch and asked who could compete with him in gifts. Xiaoge asked him to look carefully and reached into the gift bag. Noticing that he was taking out a box with a watch, everyone began to laugh at the fact that the hero had bought a gift for a girl with his wife's money. Yu Jiao screamed that she didn't like expensive gifts, but when Xiaoge opened the box in front of her, the girl's eyes lit up. It wasn't just the beauty who gasped. Everyone gasped. These were the most expensive women's watches with diamonds in the world. The student felt uneasy about being given such a luxurious gift, but it was clear that she was happy. The suitor in purple called her a hypocrite. Yu Jiao tried to return Xiaoge's item under the pretext that it was too expensive, but the guy said that she deserved only the best. The girl blushed with embarrassment, but soon it became clear that there was another reason: anger. She asked her classmate to shut up because he was constantly whining. Putting the watch on her wrist, Yu Jiao cheerfully said that she not only liked it, but it also suited her. Zhu Zichen said that Xiaoge would pay for constantly ruining his plans. The bear stepped forward and announced that he was taking full responsibility. The master ordered him to give our hero a good dressing down. Then, two guys came out of the campus building and shouted that outsiders were not allowed here, and they were responsible for security. Fights were prohibited. Xiaoge thanked them, but the guys said that they were just doing their duty. Bear asked when they would start the fight. As if he hadn't heard anything, the guard launched a kick, shouting that he was the strongest. But Zhu's bodyguard simply caught him by the ankle. He broke the guy's hole with the edge of his palm. Everyone around froze in horror. It was very cruel and scary. Xiaoge muttered that even the beginning was very scary. At this time, the second of the guys rushed at the bear, attacking him with his fist. He hit him with all his might. But the man said that his opponent hadn't eaten enough porridge, and he didn't feel anything at all. The big guy grabbed the guy by the neck and twisted his arms, and blood spurted out. The students began to whisper that the guard would most likely die, and that they were lucky that they weren't in his place, since the guards took turns. At this point, Xiaoge's classmate jumped out and shouted for Zhao Xiong not to finish off her brother. Bear slowly turned his head. She attacked the brute with her fists, but he sent the girl flying to the side with one blow. Xiaoge caught her in his arms, preventing her from falling to the ground, but instead of gratitude, he received a punch to the face. Since the main complaint was that he immediately let her go, the guy simply let go of his hands and his classmate fell to the ground. Our hero went to meet the bear. The duty officer shouted that he was very strong and would kill him, but Yu Jiao said that she would not stop the guy, knowing his character. The girl added that she would fight with him before Xiaoge protected her, and now she protected him. The hero reminded that he was also a student, so they were protecting the campus. These words touched the beauty. Meanwhile, the guy approached the bear and noticed that he was very tall. He said that he was from the Caucasus and would now tear the hero to pieces like a real wild bear. Xiaoge stood calmly. He was confident in himself. His comrades tried to push the guy in the purple suit forward, but he was scared. It was no surprise because Zhu Zichen began to list all of his bodyguards' victories in the ring. The man clasped his hands, intending to hit our hero with a blow from above to the head, but he easily dodged. After that, Xiaoge dove closer to his opponent and delivered an incredibly powerful elbow strike to his stomach. The young man's eyes were burning with fire, but the bear's gaze expressed nothing at all. He staggered. The brute took a step back, then a few more steps back. His master yelled that he had not given the order to retreat. Suddenly, a stream of blood gushed from the big guy's mouth. This was something new. Could the internal injury really be that extensive? The bear fell to his knees. He could no longer stay on his feet, moreover. When he tried to get up, nothing worked either. The opponent looked at Xiaoge and thought that even though he looked very young, his strength was incredible. Zhu Zichen was yelling that the gold medalist of all possible competitions was about to stand up and kick the guy's ass. The fact that he was on his knees was just an accident. Instead, the thug fell face down on the asphalt, trying to explain that he had served and obeyed, but now he couldn't move. Xiaoge stood and calmly watched his enemy's hysteria. It seemed that he had failed to surpass him in either the gift or the fight. In anger, Zhu began to beat his faithful servant, shouting that he was just trash. Yu Jiao approached our hero and kissed him, saying that she loved him to death. Zichen promised to take revenge, asking to wait a little, then everyone will see who is the boss here. The red-haired girl continued to call someone to help her brother. Xiaoge walked over and assessed the nature of the injuries. Both had fractures, and he promised to help, grabbing the pendant. He was transported straight to the hall with the throne, and the hero asked his rich sister for help. She ordered him to kneel down. What kind of behavior is this, stranger? The guy asked if she was bored. For such behavior in the palace, the girl began to threaten him with death, but Xiaoge gently took her by the chin. The beauty asked what he was doing and said that she couldn't help him, but it was clear from his face that she liked the hero's impudence. The young man took a couple of bottles of the remedy for fractures and asked if this was definitely it. The girl replied that she was still waiting. The hero asked what she was waiting for, maybe a kiss. Without waiting for an answer, he implemented this idea. After which he heard that the rich woman was waiting for payment, money, but the kiss also turned out to be a suitable exchange for services. It was really good. The satisfied Xiaoge said goodbye and thanked for the medicine. The guy decided to try the remedy on his broken leg, so he treated this injury first. Everyone froze in anticipation. The hero explained that the medicine is called Black Jade. It is enough to apply it to the wound and wait until it is completely absorbed. The guy in the purple suit asked why he was using his hands to apply the product. Xiaoge didn't answer, but offered to break them so that there would be no unnecessary questions. Finally, the wound disappeared, and our hero ordered the guy to get up. He objected that there was no medicine that healed fractures so quickly. He could not get up. Then, Xiaoge lifted him up by the arm with force, and the attendant was surprised to realize that he could stand on his feet normally and that he was not in any pain at all. Everyone began to admire the effect, but then the second duty officer groaned that they had completely forgotten about it. The sister explained that it was her fault. Xiaoge would not help him. Meanwhile, the cured student began to ask the hero to take him as a student. The guy pushed him away, saying that he wouldn't help someone who bullied other students. Then, a red-haired classmate came up and asked him to help her brother. The young man gave the girl some medicine and explained that she needed to carefully apply it to the wound and wait. The girl thanked him and noted that he was surprisingly kind to her. Xiaoge explained that he didn't want anyone to suffer like he had. Xianjian began to treat her brother and reported that her classmate seemed to be in love with her. While they were discussing the situation, Zhu Zichen called Director Han and informed him that the person he wanted to get rid of was here. Yu Jiao told Xiaoge that the elder told her to call the hero the third grandfather, and the young and old generations should not intersect, because their communication would be at risk. The guy put his hand on her head and muttered that her little brain was constantly busy with some kind of nonsense. The beauty boiled over. Here the pendant became hot. The system reported that 2 Xinhao were spent on the medicine. 20 million were counted for use. The feedback was 800 million. The guy did not expect anything like this. Then some more points were added and a recalculation took place. The hero realized that he was now rich. The system notified that after reviewing the statistics on his account, Xiaoge staggered from shock. Yu Jiao asked what was wrong with him, and the guy replied that everything was fine. He was just choking on his saliva. The girl said that he looked like a child. The hero replied that she also looked cute, especially when she laughed. They would have kissed if it weren't for a man in glasses who came out of nowhere and shouted that it was forbidden. It was academic director Han who informed Xiaoge that he had been expelled from the university and therefore had no right to be here. Yu Jiao asked why. In response, the man explained that it was for skipping classes and ignoring the rules. The girl screamed that this cannot be done. It will ruin his fate. The students stood up for Xiaoge and started shouting that he couldn't be expelled. The principal yelled that if that was the case, they would also be expelled from the school. Our hero asked whether the director had really decided to expel him from the university, or whether he was doing so on the orders of Zhu Zichen. The question caught the man off guard, but then Zichen himself came up and said that it would happen anyway, so it made no difference. Yu Jiao exclaimed that he was terrible, to which the villain replied that he was not terrible, but simply from a rich family that sponsored the school. There was nothing wrong with that. The director asked Zhu to speak a little more quietly and tactfully, so as not to undermine his authority, but he barked that he was not going to do that. Han told Xiaoge that the documents for his expulsion had already been processed, so there was no way back. The guy replied that the director had greatly disappointed him. The man shouted that he couldn't disappoint such a wretched person. And then the university president came up and said that Xiaoge was one of the board members of the educational institution. Everyone was very surprised that President Kai was here. Han did not hear his words and continued to talk about how Xiaoge was a bad student. He made threats, to which Mr. Kai responded that this was gossip. Xiaoge was an excellent student and was also on the board in exchange for a contribution of 800 million to the university budget. Everyone was amazed. It turns out that their peer can be a very rich and influential person and hide it. Director Han threw himself at our hero's feet and began to apologize, saying that he was wrong. Xiaoge asked him to stand up and replied that it was normal to make mistakes. Professor Tsai took matters into his own hands and informed Han that an application would be filed to remove him from his duties. Our hero bowed gratefully to the university president and said that he was an extremely wise leader. In the future, he would like to invest more money into the university, so he would ask not to accept funding from the Zhu family and would turn to him if necessary. Xiaoge hugged Yu Jiao and said goodbye to everyone and suggested that they go to bed. But everyone took these words differently. Zichen also headed to his car and ordered the guards to find a quiet place and get rid of the bear. He asked not to do this. He could still be useful. There was no answer. Zhu got into the yellow car and drove away. Suddenly, a black Ferrari cut him off. The guy started to get angry. He didn't want anyone to scratch his car, and he was also afraid of getting hurt. It turned out that Xiaoge was driving the Ferrari, and he suggested that they drive around the city a bit to find out who was the better driver. Zichen was inspired. He won the city racing championship, so he announced that the winner would be the one who reached Phoenix Mountain first. His self-confidence was much less when the next moment the opponent's car took off sharply and overtook him on a turn. Xiaoge quickly took the lead, but Zhu did not give up, believing that an amateur could never defeat a professional. When it became obvious that he was wrong, the guy took out his phone and called the bandits to Mount Phoenix. Xiaoge predictably arrived there first and stopped near the monument to the victims of World War II. Yu Jiao felt very sick. She asked him to drive less harshly next time. The hero promised to be more careful. Finally, Zichen's yellow car arrived and he got out saying that Xiaoge had won the race but seemed to have lost his life. The villain snapped his fingers, summoning the assassins who were supposed to be hiding nearby. But nothing happened. After asking what was wrong with his face, Xiaoge suggested that he try it himself this time and snapped his fingers as well. Tiger and Leopard jumped from the roof of the memorial, looking extremely pleased with themselves. Zhu was horrified and asked where his men had gone, and when he noticed the blood on Tiger's sleeve, he became even more frightened. Xiaoge said that the villain would now turn into organic fertilizer. He shouted that he couldn't be killed. He had an old mother and a 3-year-old daughter. Our hero slapped him and ordered him to stop lying. His mother was only 17 years older than he was, and the scoundrel didn't have a wife, not even a girlfriend, so there was no way he could have a child. The guy started crying and said that he learned to lie from his father, after which he said that he was ready to fulfill any conditions. Xiaoge asked where the family fake factory was. He pretended not to understand what was being said. The hero kicked the liar and ordered his men to make him talk. Tiger and Leopard tied Zhu Zichen to a memorial column and began practicing boxing skills on the boy's body. Yu Jiao and Xiaoge went into the car so as not to shock the girl with the sight, but she asked to be careful with the enemy. After all, he was from an influential family. Our hero replied that this influential family, through corruption and fakes, brought an entire shopping center into disrepair and destroyed many store businesses. He got out of the car and asked how things were. The villain didn't crack. Then Xiaogei blindfolded him and said that he wanted to play. The hero started throwing sharp daggers at the tied-up guy, who shouted that he wouldn't tell anything and wouldn't let his family down. He wasn't some kind of spineless weakling. The young man said that now they had a great opportunity to check it out. Yu Jiao gasped. Zichen called him a poor, impudent fellow. The first dart, thrown blindly, hit the enemy's shoulder, but he continued to insist that he would not break and to shower him with threats. Then Xiaogei declared that he was now blind, not deaf, and then took out 5 more daggers. Zhu screamed in horror. Then Leopard's phone rang, and he said that his older brother had obtained information about the location of the fake factory. They no longer needed Zichen alive. He burst into tears. The heir of the Zhu family begged not to kill him, promised to tell him anything else, but Xiaogei was relentless and carried the matter almost to the end. Removing the blindfold, our hero muttered with satisfaction that none of the daggers had missed. Yu Jiao was horrified, assuming that the enemy was dead. The guy gave her a pill and said that he would be cured as soon as he took the medicine, but it would be better to shoot a special video. He ordered Tiger to strip Zhu down to his underwear and make him apologize on camera. The girl didn't like this idea at all, but Zichen still healed the wounds completely. Xiaogei ordered him to explain everything about the fake factory on camera, and at least pretend to repent. Everyone enjoyed filming so much that they recorded multiple takes, completely forgetting what the purpose of the video was. The hero spoke the text, the villain repeated it. The ideas became more and more interesting. As a reward, Xiaogei offered a piece of apple, provocatively peeling it with a dagger. Zichen gave it his all, rolled on the ground in shame, told all the details, asked people for forgiveness. After filming was over, Xiaogei presented him with a gold statuette, praising his acting, and then asked for his father's phone number. The video was immediately sent, and then the guy made a call saying that his son was being held hostage. When asked what he wanted, the boy asked to transfer the Zhu family's multinational company to him, and the balance of the Xinqiao system was replenished by 4 billion. Zhu Qian, the head of the Zhu family, asked not to harm his son and said that the documents were already being reissued, after which he hung up and thought. The man then threw aside an expensive antique vase and exclaimed that it was a scam, after which he called out Sui Wuchang. Sui Wuchang, nicknamed the Bronze Swordsman, flew into the office a few seconds later and bowed before the master. He ordered to go to Phoenix Mountain and take a couple of people with him for insurance. But before that, he had to go to his son's fake factory and burn it down. Somehow Yu Jiao guessed this move and warned Xiaogei. The girl explained that this would destroy evidence, and one video was not enough to bring charges. The guy praised her for her intelligence. The hero appreciated the advice and thought that if Yu Jiao were his military advisor, they would be invincible. Xiaogei called the board committee and reported the location of the counterfeit factory, adding that they were about to try to destroy it, so they had to hurry. The answer the committee gave him completely satisfied the guy. Meanwhile, Sui Wuchang was already getting into the car. He was not alone. The warrior gathered an entire army in order to eliminate evidence and enemies. The soldiers rushed forward like ninjas, and a tiger sat on a tree and whistled, warning of danger. The leopard heard the signal and informed the boss, who calmly replied that he would handle everything himself and that the guy should meet old Zhu. When Mr. Zhu approached Xiaogei, he lit a cigar and said that his name had been on everyone's lips for a long time and that he was glad to meet him. The man just chuckled, looking at Yu Jiao, then put down the suitcase and said that he had brought documents and wanted to know where his son was. Our hero ordered Zichen to be released, and he rushed to his father, telling how much he was mocked, how daggers were thrown at him, how he went through pain, blood, and tears. Mr. Zhu examined his completely intact body without a single scratch and assumed that his son was hallucinating. The man got angry and shouted that no one dares to intimidate his son to such a state that he is delirious. The guy pointed to his forehead and said that the knife was sticking out right from there. Saying that Xiaogei had acted in an unusual way, the man asked his son to leave and open the suitcase. The young man asked what the gift was. Inside was a laptop, on which a video started. Everyone started watching. It was about the demolition of a factory. Then Xiaogei replied that he also had a gift, and the news reported that the police had already begun an investigation to establish the identity of the owner of the fake production. The man shouted that the enemy was cunning, but soon he would have nothing to bargain with, after which he ordered the guards to grab his son and take him away as far as possible. The guy climbed a tree and no orders or persuasion could make him come down. Finally, he reached his goal and pulled out a dagger from the bark, saying that he was not hallucinating. Here was the proof. At that very moment, he was knocked down by the tiger. Both fell to the ground, and with the last of his strength, Tiger announced that the plan had failed and that the boss should start acting. Mr. Zhao ordered the soldiers to leave and said that no one would leave here alive. Xiaogei muttered that the enemy was strong, but that did not frighten him. The guy threw a pill to Leopard and ordered him to give it to his brother so that he could heal. At that moment, a glowing green sword fell from the sky on him. The hero released his daggers towards them, but they shattered into pieces. He was not prepared for such a turn of events. The weapon was too powerful and Yu Jiao needed to be removed from the range as quickly as possible. The leopard tried to cover the boss and at the same time avenge his brother. But the enemy was faster. He swung his sword and cut the guy's chest, saying that his magic sword would now restore order here. Xiaogei said that he would personally restore order here and threw a pill to Leopard so that he could heal and rest. Mr. Zhu stood next to his son and Sui Wuchang, saying that the price for kidnapping his offspring would be high, and he threatened our hero with death. The father shouted at him not to stick his head out, but then he hugged Zaichen and said that he was very glad that his madness had left him. Xiaogei stepped forward and said that they were celebrating too early. Asking for protection magic from a rich woman in the system, Zhu Sr. ordered Bronze Sword to attack. He rushed forward, but the guy raised his hands, clasped in a lock, and ordered him to watch carefully. Our hero bought a great 40-meter machete from the system and brought it down on the enemy. Everyone's mouths opened in amazement. Li Wuchang gasped at the sight of the dragon weapon, calling Xiaogei a guru, but then noticed that our hero had fallen to his knees and was clutching his head. The guy was yelling that a weapon for 1 billion was too much for him. Let Fu start the return procedure. The system reported that the product was exclusive, so it couldn't be returned. The Zhu family was jubilant, thinking that victory was theirs. But Xiaogei was even more angry because he had spent so much money on them. It was a death sentence. He summoned the flying dragon sword again and swung it several times with precision, sending out sparks and streams of energy. In a few seconds, Bronze Sword was disarmed and defeated. Although alive, everyone was terrified by Xiaogei's power. Looking at the split in the rocks left by the new weapon, the guy calmed down a little. After all, the sword was worth its money. He took it in his hands and asked Zhu if they wanted to continue the negotiations. And they hugged each other in fear and agreed. The transfer agreement for their international company was signed, and Xiaogei asked how profitable it was. He had already spent too much money. Mr. Zhu assured that the company was very successful and put a seal on it. The guy said that he would now take revenge on such lying scammers. But he still gave the video. The hero and his company got into the car and Zhu wished him to be careful on the road. Then the father noticed that Zaichen didn't have an old scar on his back. He asked if he remembered how a boar in the mountains left a scar on his back. The guy nodded. The man yelled, "Where is that scar in that case and who was palmed off on him instead of a son?" Zaichen shouted that he was his son. His father ordered the guards to beat the nonsense out of him, and he himself began to think about what this could mean. A few hours later, people from the Red Committee arrived at the scene and were impressed by the split in Phoenix Mountain left by Xiaogei. The secretary suggested arresting the hero. He is strong and dangerous. The girl objected that this time he did not kill anyone, only wounded. This is different from the situation on the coast. A month later, members of the Zhou family gathered at the Xinshin garment factory to negotiate the fulfillment of the signed contract. Jiaxin asked for a monthly sales report, and the secretary reported that it had doubled to 20 million, and her parents cried out that it was just a pittance. Kuzina stated that the other party did not fulfill the terms of the agreement. Therefore, the company became her property. The mother asked if it could be postponed, but Xiao Jiren said that since the conditions had not been met, he was going to court. Jiaxin's father fell to his knees and began to beg. The girl shouted at him to stop humiliating himself and get up. They would handle the situation. The beauty was about to sign the contract for the transfer of ownership. Her father was lamenting that it was all because of him, and her mother suddenly remembered Xiaogei and asked where he was hanging out. The cousin said that his 80 million would not have affected anything, so even if he came, it would not help. The girl sighed. It was true. Just at this time, our hero entered the negotiation room and asked his wife to wait before signing the document. The hero put a contract for the purchase of a shopping center on the table, and accordingly, all sales in total go to Zinshin, and these are much more solid figures. The mother screamed that he was a swindler, but the cousin confirmed that the shopping center belonged to the hero. She had checked everything a long time ago, but the amount from sales of all the stores was still less than 100,000. Xiao Jiren laughed and thanked his son-in-law for buying another company for him. Xiaogei reached for other documents and explained that this was not all. These were the title deeds of PP Shrimp, the Zhu family's international company, and everyone froze in disbelief. Xiao Ge introduced himself to everyone as a king scattering wealth around. Jiaxin exclaimed that she was in love with the hero. Now the profit of all the companies owned by the guy was much more than what was written in the contract. He asked if this was enough and the cousins nodded. Xiao Jiren admitted that he had lost and asked what he should do, since he simply did not have the promised billion. Xiao Ge said that he would help him find a place in this life. At this point, police officers entered the room and announced to Jiaxin's cousins that they were under arrest for fraud. They began to beg our hero not to ruin X. The guy pointed to the papers and said that 2 signatures were missing. It was a contract to transfer the rights to 10% of the Zhao family's assets to Xiao Ge. He poked his cousin to sign. The policewoman said that she blinked, so she didn't see it. Our hero slapped him and asked if there would be a signature or not. The guy agreed. He had no choice. The profit from Zhao Group was 80 billion, so 10% was excellent money. Jiaxin almost danced with joy. She loved her husband very much. At this point, her cousin fixed her hair and walked up to Xiao Ge, coquettishly telling him that she was in a great mood for negotiations today. She bowed to Jiaxin's father and informed him that he was Zhao's 3rd son, but he was being invited into the family nest to be made the head of the family. Xiao Ge hugged his wife. She asked him to forgive her for all the mistakes. The guy smiled and hugged her, saying that he had made no less of them, but now everything was fine. He remembered how her parents, having had a taste of power, started yelling at the beauty to drive Xiao Ge away. Her grandfather had died, and they were doing stupid things. Back then, the hero had to go through a lot of humiliation. But now everything is really completely different. The couple's love was strong and aroused envy. The girl's parents called their kiss an abomination. When the young people arrived at their villa, they continued without prying eyes. This time, no one was supposed to interfere, and yet it happened. Miss Dao called and said that she had an urgent matter. She needed to meet right now. Xiao Ge said that she was at a bad time and that he was busy, after which he threw the phone far away and returned to his wife. Lillian did not expect this. A surprise awaited the young man in the bedroom. Jiaxin was once again wearing her red wedding dress. The wife suggested repeating their first wedding night. This time, according to all the rules, Xiao Ge fixed the girl's hair and said that he really liked both the idea and the outfit. Then his phone rang again. Jiaxi winked playfully, and the hero simply threw his mobile phone out the window. Returning to the beauty's embrace, Xiao Ge whispered that none of them would sleep for a minute today. He kept this promise and regretted his words the next morning when, completely sleepy, he was looking for his phone in the grass. The device rang and made the search easier, and from the speaker came the cries of Miss Dao, who was indignant that her calls were being ignored. After some time, the young man was already sitting in the car and listening to how his help was needed. The company's new product had disfigured the client's face. The guy looked like a zombie, and Lillian asked him if he had slept at all today. He lied that he had. Soon they arrived at the office center of the Dao Cosmetics Corporation, and the beauty asked to give the client the same drug that healed her scars. Xiao Ge agreed. The client, Mrs. Gao, screamed that she didn't need monetary compensation. She needed to return her former blooming face. The woman threatened to kill. Yunqing Chen, the president of Allure International Corporation, asked the woman to calm down, but she threatened to scratch her face. Here the woman saw Lillian and apologized that she could not receive her now. She urgently needed to resolve an important matter. Miss Dao smiled and said that she understood everything. The girl said that she had brought a person who could help solve this problem, and Yunqing Chen was surprised that he was so young. The client asked if the hero was a doctor and where he studied. Xiao Ge answered that he was not, but he had a medicine that would help her. The woman did not want to listen to anything. Lillian said that she could vouch for the guy. He saved her, and the drug was really very good. The president of the corporation sighed that she was too simple-minded. The woman continued that men now take advantage of the naivety of young girls. But it doesn't matter. She has already invited a cool doctor. He is an outstanding expert biologist and brought the drug from Europe. Xiao Ge hiccuped at these words. The legend was very familiar. Indeed, Dr. Chiang entered the room and said that everything would be fine in a few minutes. The doctor took the syringe and began to praise European technology. Mrs. Gao was ready to give the injection right there and then. Xiao Ge stepped aside, but still looked back at what was happening. Yunqing Chen called out his name and asked him not to peek. Lillian looked at the doctor and recognized him, and he in turn heard the name Xiao Ge and trembled with fear. The hero waved his hand at him, and the doctor shouted that this was some kind of curse. What did he do to him? The man grabbed his head. The guy asked not to misunderstand him. It was an accident. Chow fell to his knees in front of him and said that if Xiaogei himself was here, then there was no need for him to carry out treatment. At this point, Lillian intervened, pointing her finger at the doctor and declaring that he was the liar who almost killed her. The situation was getting interesting. The first to react was the corporation's owner, Mrs. Gao, thought for a moment, and then began to beg Dr. Xiao to heal her. Yunqing Chen began to make elaborate apologies and asked the hero not to leave. He replied that he would not have left even if he wanted to, because he could not. The client grabbed his leg. Xiaoge took off the doctor's white coat and ordered everyone to follow him, remove the gauze bandage and see how things were. The woman warned that the sight was terrifying. Dr. Chang began to tell that he and Xiao had seen worse. The hostess asked to wait a minute. She quickly handed out baskets of garbage bags to everyone, and only then announced that everyone was ready. The preparation really did not go amiss. The client's face really did look like a meat pie. Mrs. Gao began to cry, as she knew there was no help to be had, and screamed that she did not want to live. Xiaogei promised that his remedy would help. The woman turned around to take the bottle, but she was met with a kick. The guy could not stand this sight again. He threw the bottle to Dr. Chiang and said that now it was his turn to work. Let him apply it, and in 10 minutes his face would return to normal. The man hesitated for a long time to enter the room where Mrs. Gao had run, and when he finally opened the door, she literally pounced on him, telling him to hurry up. The doctor screamed, but did his job. Yunqing Chen explained that Mrs. Gao's husband was a very influential person. If the medicine didn't work, Allure International would be finished. Lillian said that everything would be fine. The woman did not believe that the product could restore the skin to order in 10 minutes. This was an empty deception and bragging. After the specified time, the doors swung open and a gorgeous beauty came out of the room. The head of the corporation shouted at her to get out of the way. She needed to find out where Mrs. Gao was. The beautiful nymph announced that she was Mrs. Gao. Even Xiaogei and Lillian were surprised. And Dr. Chang proudly announced that this time he had definitely done everything as needed. The women began to chatter that it was magic. She seemed to have become 10 years younger. Yunqing Chen hurried to apologize to the hero once again, and Mrs. Gao said that she was joining in. The guy waved his hand, saying it wasn't worth the gratitude, but he took the reward. It was 10 million for medical services and 10 million as a token of gratitude. The prices were suggested by Miss Dao. The money warmed her hands pleasantly, but then the client said that she wanted to be forever young, so she was ready to pay 30 million for 3 more bottles of the product. The happy woman said goodbye and left, and our hero thought that today it was easy to earn money. Qing Chen opened the wine. They celebrated their success. Xiaoge took a sip of wine and remarked that it was very good. It seemed that the head of Allure International wanted to tell him something. The woman suggested setting up a joint business selling this wonderful cosmetic product, and the guy easily agreed. He raised his glass and suggested calling the elixir the Charm of Love. After a while, a man burst into the room and shouted that they could not sign the contract. It was Lu Yixi, the vice president of Allure Corporation. Qing Chen reported that he was late. The contract had already been signed. He began to loudly complain. The woman explained that she was afraid of missing out on such a lucrative opportunity. Lillian and Xiaogei walked to the car. The girl was happy that they had exchanged 10 bottles for 49% of the shares. The hero laughed that it was not he who would get rich from this. But Qing Chen, the vice president, shouted that the company was growing on the stock exchange. 10 bottles would be 100 million, and 49% of the shares would be billions. He reproached the woman that her decision was rash. She objected that she would turn the cosmetics market upside down and make them rich. They will be at the very top, Yunqing Chen promised. Lu Yixi asked if the elixir was really that good. She nodded. Qing Chen selected 4 bottles to conduct thorough research. If you can't find out the formula, you can dilute it with water to the maximum working concentration. The remaining 5 would be passed on to the marketing department to develop an advertising plan. The vice president pointed out that there was one left, and the beauty laughed that it was for her. 3 days later, the woman was enjoying her morning newspaper when Lu Isa burst into the room shouting that it was simply unbelievable. The concentration of 10,000 to 1 is completely equivalent to the original elixir. A weaker one is able to remove stretch marks on the skin and wrinkles in 10 minutes. Qing Chen realized that this was it. With the help of this product, they would completely rewrite the history of the beauty industry. At Xiaogei's house, everything was going on as usual. Jiaxin was watching a TV series and was so engrossed that she didn't even come down to dinner when he arrived. The hero released the cat and joined her, asking what he was watching. The advertisement worked. Jiaxin reported about the elixir of charm of love and said that she wanted it for herself. Xiaoge sighed. There are only 10 bottles. How is she going to get one? The girl replied that there are more, and the concentration is different. She wants 1 out of 10,000. Jiaxin didn't have time to buy the remedy. Her husband asked her not to worry, but he himself thought that Qing Chen turned out to be smart. She guessed to dilute the elixir with water, and it would turn out to be a lot. He called his wife to dinner, and she continued to mutter that there was such a rush that she simply didn't have time to pay for the purchase before it disappeared from sale. Jiaxin stroked the cat and was surprised that the fur grew back so quickly. She didn't know that instead of the hospital, the guy used that very product. His wife kept pressing him to see if he would be able to obtain the charm of love. And Xiaoge decided to use the Xin Hao system. The rich woman was offended by the hero. When she needed help, he ran to her as fast as he could, but now he completely forgot. She decided not to answer the call or give in to the influence of the owner, but to ignore and get rid of him. Then a guy appeared and raised his hand in greeting. The girl said that she had a music class. He would like it. The hero liked the music and liked the dance that followed even more. Fu was very beautiful and graceful. She moved like a real goddess, swaying her luxurious hair. When she stopped, she asked Xiaoge's opinion, and he began to praise both the music and the dance from the bottom of his heart. The girl got angry and said that there was no need to flatter, but then the hero came closer and began to praise her appearance. She rolled her eyes and took out an abacus. The rich woman said that the market price of a lure was 25 billion, and the profit was 5 billion. The guy was inspired by these figures. She also calculated the feedback on the company received from the Zhu family. The figures were slightly different. It came out to about 1 billion. The beauty playfully stroked Xiaogu with her foot and said that if he did not forget about her, he would always be in profit. The girl promised to give him an elixir too. A message appeared that the system calculation was completed and Xin Hao had 9 billion in his account. And a gift appeared as a sign of congratulations on the round figure. Having unwrapped the package, the hero saw the Book of the Dead there. He had never received such a gift in his life. The guy also asked for 13 more bottles of the elixir. The beauty said that she was going to prepare it, and the sly guy decided to spy on the recipe. The girl went to the same waterfall with butterflies that Xiaoge had already seen. It seemed to be just water. She washed her feet with it using a huge ladle, and everything that ran down ended up in little bottles. Here the rich woman heard the hero muttering that it was unthinkable to sell water for 10 million, and called the bone guards. A skeleton with a scythe appeared instantly. He shouted that no one would harm his mistress. Xiaoge tried to fight back with the dragon sword, but the gatekeeper was very strong. When asked where the strength came from, the skeleton said that the son of darkness was stupid. The hero was surprised that he was called that. The girl explained that the one who accepted the system becomes the successor of the god of darkness, the sun. Xiaoge decided to get down to business and asked for a discount on the elixir. Otherwise, the water for washing feet was getting a bit expensive. The woman explained that this was not water for washing feet, but water for taking a bath. For such an occasion, she would give a 50% discount. The guy grabbed the remedy. Now he is rich. The system wrote off 64,000 for 13 bottles. The girl said that there is a nuance. The water is created by a palace and the composition is unknown. At home, Xiaoge gave one of the bottles to his wife. She had never seen such packaging, so she went into the bathroom and poured it all over herself at once, and she came out a different person. The husband picked her up in his arms and declared that he had never seen anyone more beautiful in his life. Jiaxin laughed. She was pleased. The next day, all the relatives arrived at the house of the head of the Zhao family, but no one met them at the gate. Then Uncle Fu came out to them and asked them what their purpose was for visiting Zhao Jia's estate. Upon hearing the answer, he had difficulty remembering Zhao's third son, Jiaxin's father. Since the lady was unwell, it was decided that she would receive the relatives later, and while they waited, the girl's mother behaved completely unbearably. Then the fourth young master Jia Ren came out and Fu asked where to take the guests. The guy replied that any small room would do. The man led the family to some terrace littered with rubbish and said that they would spend the night there, which did not suit anyone. Jiaxin's mother started yelling and threatening to kill him, so Uncle Fu called the guards and ordered them to take action. Xiaoge took the man aside and gave him a bottle of diluted elixir, the kind advertised in the advert, which you couldn't get for money. Uncle immediately called the servants and ordered them to clean up the hall of the blossoming plum tree and then escort this beautiful family there. The place was luxurious and incredibly spacious, an option that even the hero's nasty mother-in-law liked, but not his wife. She sadly stated that, judging by the way they were being greeted, There was nothing but contempt to expect in the future. Xiaogei promised that a feast would be thrown in their honor today. Father Jiaxin explained that grandfather ran away from his wife, and he was born from another woman. So old lady Zhao was afraid of his appearance, fearing the division of the inheritance. The man became inspired and shouted that he would fight for his rights. His wife poked him in the stomach and asked him not to shout, but rather to bring her some tea. They started fighting and Xiaogei decided to go for a walk. He thought that his wife deserved better. Zhao Jiali, the eldest son, asked Uncle Fu how everything went, and he reported that he had placed the third son in the room promised to the fourth, the Plum Blossom Hall. The gentleman told the gatekeeper that he had tried well, and he tried to give him the elixir, but was advised to give it to Jia Ren. The elder brother asked what Dr. Bai's prognosis was, and the gatekeeper replied that it was not encouraging. A maple leaf fell on the man's palm. He was thinking about how to remove the successor. Uncle Fu asked what their future plans were and was hit in the face. The gentleman asked what about the butler's direct duties. They went to the peony hall where the old lady was lying. Next to her were the head of the Zhao Lin family and Dr. Bao. When asked if it was possible to save the grandmother, the doctor replied that there was no hope, and he himself whispered to the old woman that her grandson was useless. Mrs. Zhao replied that before she died, she wanted to gather all four families at one table, and then the fourth heir entered with the brilliant Dr. Xia. Dr. Bao greeted his teacher and bowed. The fourth son told the first that he would save his grandmother, unlike him. The new doctor knelt down in front of the old lady and began to listen to her pulse. Lin Zhao impatiently asking if there was any hope. She said that the prognosis was not optimistic. He had a pill that could prolong a woman's life for 3 or 5 days, no more. Everyone gasped that it was so little. Then the doctor suggested the Great Return pill, so the old lady would last until spring. Everyone fell to their knees and began to ask for this pill. It turned out that not everything was so simple. The recipe was lost a long time ago. It was more of a legend than a real remedy. Then Xiaogei appeared and said that he could help. Zhao Lin angrily asked to introduce himself. When the hero explained that he was Sanfang Jiaxing's son-in-law, he was yelled at that it was not even appropriate for a son-in-law to enter here. Security was immediately called. Then the young man put the Great Return pill on the nightstand and said that he was leaving already. He just didn't want the lady to die. He spent only 3,500,000 on the purchase, even less than for the elixir. But Zhao Si continued to insult the guy, so his mood was not the best. Then the old woman got worse, and Dr. Xia reported that necrosis had begun. Lin Zhao began to beg to save her. The doctor wanted to use his small return pill, but the lady showed no signs of life, and the pill was of an impressive size. She won't be able to swallow a big pill anymore. The head of the family asked to leave him alone with his grandmother. The eldest son thought that in such a situation it was worth taking a risk. He took Xiaogei's pill and showed it to the doctors, who assumed it was fake because the ancient recipe had been lost and the best monks had been trying to recreate it for years. The fourth heir asked if he was crazy to trust his son-in-law. Zhao Jiali replied that his grandmother did not have the ability to return from the other world, so he would take the risk. Zhao Li, without thinking twice, took the Great Resurrection pill and simply shoved it into the old lady's mouth, saying that it definitely couldn't get any worse. The doctors just shook their heads. Everyone froze. Only the fourth heir continued to mock his son-in-law and his pill, suggesting that everyone prepare for the funeral. At these words, he received a blow to the back and turned around in anger. But it turned out that it was his grandmother. She beat her grandson with a stick, shouting that he would pay for his stupid tongue. Everyone present decided that a miracle had happened, and that the son-in-law's pill had turned out to be real. Meanwhile, our hero returned to the hall of the blossoming plum tree, and his mother-in-law immediately gave him the task of sweeping the floor. Jiaxin said that she would sweep herself. Her husband was tired from driving. Her mother screamed that it was his job and she couldn't handle it. Then she said that she was hungry. Xiaoge said that there was no need to cook today. The Zhao family would organize a gala dinner in their honor, and his relatives called him a liar. Diao Jiaxin offered to cook for her son-in-law if he bought her an Hermes bag. But he ignored her, and his mother-in-law continued to throw mud at the hero. Jiaxin, sweeping the floor, declared that she believed him, and her mother pounced on her, shouting that she was the only one who believed in this worthless thing. At this point, Zhao Lin entered the Plum Blossom Hall, and his mother-in-law yelled at Xiaogei to get up from the sofa and bow to the head of the family. Instead, Zhao Lin bowed to our hero and thanked him for saving his grandmother, and he demanded that the fourth son bow as well. Lin forced his brother to apologize with a kick in the ass, and he obediently began to apologize to the young man. Xiaoge asked if that was all. The head of the family said that a banquet would be held in his honor that evening. The hero said that his wife was the president of the company and should not run the household. Realizing that they had been assigned a servant, Jiaxin's parents were delighted. Zhao warned them that the old lady would be at the banquet, so they should not be late. When Zhao Ren walked out of the Plum Blossom Hall, he saw the butler, and this was the last straw for his patience. The guy started beating the house manager for daring to give away his quarters, and he said that Xiaogei had forced him to do so. As an apology, Fu handed the bottle to his fourth son, who was surprised that the thing was expensive and could not only be given to the bride, but also used to humiliate relatives at the banquet. In the evening, everyone gathered at the table, and the old lady declared that her son-in-law had no right to sit there. But he saved her, so an exception was made. The hero thought that if it weren't for his wife, he would have preferred to dine somewhere else. Jiaxin gently took his hand, and then another person entered the hall. Aunt Su Rushi, Zhao Lin's wife, apologized for being late and suggested calling her Aunt Ru. She was very beautiful. They had recently gotten married, so the girl decided to tell something about herself. But the grandmother asked her grandson to seat his wife at the table. Zhao Lin said that in addition to Xiaoge saving the old lady, there was another reason to gather. This was the entry into the right of inheritance and the restoration of the rights of the head of the third family. The family will receive monthly payments, and Jiaxin, who owns 10% of the company's shares, must prove her abilities by becoming the head of Lin Long Real Estate. Zhao Ren explained that the company's value was 1 billion, equivalent to 10%, but a lot depended on its financial well-being. Jiaxin had to try hard. Xiaojie asked his wife's opinion. The girl replied that she wanted to prove that she was capable of a lot. An agreement was reached and everyone raised their glasses. While pouring wine, the butler quietly put something into Xiaojie's wife's handbag, and no one noticed. Then the fourth son shouted that the legendary bottle bought for the bride had disappeared. Zhu giggled that 5 million of these had been produced. Zranya. And they began to search the servants. The butler reported that nothing was found on the servants. Then Lin declared that they would search the others too. No one had left the premises. He would not tolerate a thief. Everyone suggested starting with Jiaxin's bag, but the girl was indignant about this. Then she looked inside in horror and saw a bottle there. The girl quietly showed it to her husband and assured him that she had not stolen the bottle. Xiaogei asked him not to worry. He would solve this problem. Zhao Ren insisted that Jiaxin was hiding something and couldn't get rid of her bag. Auntie Zhu tried to turn it into a joke to save the family's face. Noticing that the colors were getting darker, our hero decided to resort to the help of the Xin Hao system, and he managed to do so just in time. The guy pushed the fourth son's hand away and said that they had nothing to hide, so now he would demonstrate everything himself. There was nothing inside the bottle. Then Zhao Ren shouted that there was another inner pocket. Xiaogei took out a bottle of love charm from there, saying that they didn't need any other bottles. Everyone gasped. It was not easy to get such a unique thing. The cost on the black market sometimes reached 100 million. The entire Jiaxin family was puzzled. Having the charm of love, there was no point in hunting for someone else's bottle. But where did Xiaogei get such money and connections? Zhao Li, the first son, suggested searching everyone else's bags so that everyone would experience equal humiliation. And Auntie Zhu volunteered to show hers too. To the girl's surprise, inside was the very bottle that the fourth heir had spoken about. The girl said, puzzled, that she had not bought one. Everyone pounced on the fourth brother, asking what was going on. Whether he meant to say that his aunt was stealing his things, he began to assure that he himself gave it to the girl and completely forgot about it. Then Xiaogei reminded that he had previously promised the bottle to his bride. Could it really be about Zhu? Zhao Lin was quick to punish and chased away his brother and then his wife, slapping them both in the face. Returning to the Plum Blossom Hall, the relatives began to discuss the latest events. They were genuinely happy. The father and mother argued about whose merit was in their prosperity. Xiaogei and his wife decided to spare themselves from this spectacle. The girl asked the hero what kind of trick it was with the bottle. He smiled and replied that it was just a little magic. The beauty said that she was terribly scared. Xiaogei promised that as long as he was alive, no one would hurt her. The couple began to be affectionate and fool around, but Jiaxin remembered in time that she still had things to do today. The girl showed the invitation to the auction that she had received from Miss Dao, offering to go and have a good time that evening. In the parking lot, a passerby in a cap pushed a girl so hard that her handbag flew out of her hands. Things were scattered, the beauty fell. While Xiaogei was helping her up, the stranger put everything in the bag, saying that he didn't do it on purpose. He bowed several times and apologized. Our hero asked to be more attentive next time. At the entrance, a security guard stopped them and asked them to show an invitation. These were the rules of the auction. The girl started rummaging through her purse, but Xiaogei said that she didn't need to look. The man who crashed into her in the parking lot stole it. Jackson was upset and asked what they should do. The hero asked them to wait and stepped aside to make a call. While the girl was waiting, the fourth son appeared with her cousin Karina. They greeted her and asked why she didn't come in. Jackson smiled that she was waiting for her husband. Her cousin extended an invitation and said that she could share. There was one extra. The beauty began to thank him and extended her hand to take the card, but Karina suddenly declared that if she wanted to take it, she had to beg. Zhaoren ordered to stop teasing the girl. They found the invitation in the parking lot anyway. Let the sister give it back. Jiaxin was glad that she lost it there. Saying that this was a vile lie and that people like her were not invited here, Karina tore up the piece of paper. Jiaxin tried to pick up the scraps of invitation from the ground. But then Xiaogei came and asked her not to do so. He said that he had seen everything, and now he would order the music personally. Soon the auction began, and the hall was full. Blade came on stage and told the guests that the first lot would appear after another guest arrived. They had to wait for the VIP guest. Everyone started whispering. Finally, the guest arrived and the servants lined up to greet him. Everyone froze to finally find out who this important person was that had arrived. Xiaogu and his wife entered the hall, and her relatives almost fainted from surprise. They were in shock. Karina quickly pulled herself together and called Jiaxin to sit next to them. There were just some empty seats. But the girl whispered to her husband that she wouldn't go there. Blade said that there were seats for simpletons, and they were VIPs, so they shouldn't make things up and should go to the front row. Lillian came on stage and presented the first lot, an antique vase. The girl was somehow especially beautiful. Seeing her husband look at the beauty, Jiaxin smiled a little tensely, but remained silent. Zhaoren jumped up from his chair. He was in love at first sight and couldn't control his emotions when he saw such beauty. The initial price of the unique porcelain was 10 million, but offers to buy it for 20 and even 30 million immediately appeared. The fourth son announced the sum of 50 million and began to praise Lillian. He was asked to sit down. Jiaxin whispered to her husband that the idiot should not pursue the girl. He should be stopped. Miss Dao could stand up for herself and ordered the guy to pull himself together or leave the room. He said that he understood everything and was calm as a boa constrictor. Bao offered 60 million. Zhaoren bid 80, and Blade announced that the lot was going to him, after which he congratulated number 17. The next lot, a bowler hat, also went to him. This went on for some time. The fourth son bought everything in a row to attract Lillian's attention. Everyone began to get irritated. Karina tried to bring him to his senses. A stone head of Buddha had just been put up for auction with a starting price of 8 million. Everyone decided that it was of no particular value, at least certainly not worth 8 million. Even Bao decided not to participate in the bidding. No one raised the signs, and Blade thought that the lot would remain with them again. For the third time, there were no people willing to buy it. Then, Xiaoge picked up the sign and said that he wanted to get this Buddha head. Even his wife was surprised by this decision, let alone the others. She whispered that he didn't even believe in Buddha. Why did he need this useless stone? The relatives also began to throw mud at the hero for his stupidity. Lillian just thought about it. The guy raised the price to 10 million, and Karina hissed that if there wasn't that kind of money, it was impossible to voice the bet who let the redneck into the hall in the first place. Xiaoge doubled his bid, and Lillian yelled at him to think twice, and Blade hurried to end the bidding before his friend wasted any more money. Mr. Bao asked why the hero bought this lot, since he is an expert. Karina began to rant about the high and low classes, as well as the trash that goes to the mongrel. Xiaoge replied that the value of the lot was visible even to the naked eye, and his words made everyone indignant. Saying that we'll now see who's from the upper classes, the hero began to remove the top layer of stone with just his hand. The ancient legendary jade head of a Buddha statue, considered a myth, was displayed before the astonished public. Mr. Bao asked in surprise if the ancient legends were really true, and Xiaoge assured him that they were true. Unfortunately, they only had a head in front of them. During the Tang Dynasty, a plague broke out and all the sick were gathered in the Hall of Earth and Water near the statue, where they simply waited to die, since there was no cure for the disease. One day, Buddha's head cracked and a sprout of a large and beautiful healing plant emerged from it. The monks decided to make a decoction from it and stopped the epidemic. As a sign of gratitude, the stone Buddha was replaced with a jade Buddha, a very expensive sculpture. Everyone appreciated Xiaoge's insight and deep knowledge of art, and he himself was proud of it. Even without taking into account the historical and artistic value, the stone is about 100 times more expensive than the original price, and people immediately appeared who wanted to buy it. It wasn't hard to figure out that it was more than 2 billion. A system message appeared stating that this was exactly how much the feedback amounted to. Xiaoge asked his relatives what they would say now. They became depressed, confirming that they had behaved disgustingly. Zhaoren whispered to his sister that Xiao was just lucky. Here, Lillian announced that the last lot of the auction would now be presented. The elixir of charm of love. The starting price was 10 million. The hall was in a frenzy. Everyone dreamed of getting their hands on the unique product of the legendary Qing Chen, and bets poured in one after another. The wives terrorized their husbands. The price rose. Xiaoge raised the sign, shouting that he would buy the lot for 100 million. Blade asked who was willing to pay more, and Zhaoren offered 150 million. Karina asked him to come to his senses, but it didn't work. The man wanted to get Lillian and was ready to spend any money for this purpose. He fell in love at first sight. However, he had a competitor. Xiaoge outbid him, offering 200 million for the bottle, which was unexpected, considering that his wife already had the elixir. The fourth son doubled the bet, and Jiaxin whispered that there was no need to do anything stupid. Her husband should stop. Our hero followed her advice and announced with a smile that he would no longer participate in the bidding. Zhaoren scratched his head with a puzzled look. He felt that there was some kind of catch here, but he couldn't figure out what exactly it was. Finally, the guy decided to cast aside his doubts and achieve his goal. He straightened his tie and headed towards Lillian. He began by saying that the girl was the most beautiful in the north of the country, to which she remarked that she belonged to the south. Not too embarrassed, the fourth began to extol every possible quality of Miss Dao and beg him to accept his gift as a token of love at first sight. The beauty said that she had a boyfriend, but this did not bother Zhao. He began to insist that the guy could not give her a bottle for 400 million. Lillian opened her purse and said with a smile that the guy had already given her the elixir of charm of love, which was a complete failure. When saying goodbye, Lillian thanked her for advertising this cosmetic product, and the crushed young man asked her to name the guy. Xiaoge tensed up. Jackson also nervously clenched her fists. At that moment, Karina approached them and began to rub something. No one listened to her, and then they just pushed her away. It was Lillian who came to thank Xiaoge for participating in the auction. The girl kissed the hero. Blade covered his face with his hand, unable to believe his eyes. And Karina suddenly thought with horror that the beauty's boyfriend might turn out to be her cousin's husband. In shock, Zhaoren dropped the bottle he had just bought in his hand, 400 million spilling out onto the floor. He started screaming and tearing his hair out at the thought that there was absolutely no justice in this world, and that he was so unlucky today. The man hated Yao Ge, but he consoled himself with the thought that an unpleasant surprise awaited him at Lin Log Real Estate. This would be their revenge. The next morning, the couple arrived to take possession of their property. Jiaxin went to the hall, and Xiao Ge decided to park the car himself. Inside sat Sumin Ah, an acquaintance of the heroine, who did not recognize her and asked how to get to the office of the head of the HR department. The girl jumped up and asked why Jiaxin had come here. Was she really looking for a job? She thought that was partly true, but kept silent. Meanwhile, Sumin Ah said that she worked as a deputy head, so she could hire her as a cleaner. The salary was just right. Jiaxin thanked her and said that she was not interested in this job. Her friend offered to become a receptionist, but here too she was refused. She got angry. The girl explained that she came here as the chairman, and Sumin A couldn't help but laugh, saying that someone born to crawl can't fly. What nonsense. She called security and ordered them to throw this crazy woman out of there. The men who worked in the company in this position were simply disgusting. Soon, their faces became even more ugly as they came into contact with the soul of Xiao Ge's boot, who arrived just in time. Sumin Ah yelled that she would call the police. How dare they cause trouble in the company? Jiaxin took out the papers and repeated that she had come to take the position of chairperson. The husband did not allow her to give such important documents into the hands of the offender, and ordered her to call the chief manager to greet them. Then, Chao Junce entered the hall and asked who was making such a noise, whether it was the little chairman, and whether the guests were sure they were worthy of a greeting. He was the CEO of the company, and also the brother-in-law of the head of the Zhao house, so he behaved very impudently, which earned him a slap in the face from Xiao Ge. The guy started yelling that no one dared treat him like that, to which he received the answer to shut up and get lost along with his connections. Then Zhao Li came up and asked him to be calm. Then he asked his son-in-law what happened and he started yelling that he had been beaten. Chao Junsuya couldn't calm down, so he received a slap from the eldest son of the Zhao family. When asked why, the man replied that it was for disrespecting the company's chairman and that Jiaxing also owned 10% of the shares of their main corporation, and she was from the Zhao family. He added that disrespecting Jiaxing would be seen as disrespecting the Zhao family, and everyone gasped when they realized that she was the new chairperson. The people bowed and asked for forgiveness for their behavior, and the girl let everyone go except Su Min-a. Xiaoju's wife said that she uses a special approach for her former classmate, which she truly deserves. She offered a choice of positions as a cleaner and an administrator. And when Su Min-a was indignant, the security simply dragged her out of the building, shouting that this was a cesspool, not a company. Xiao Ge asked Zhao Li what these words meant. The man replied that it was nothing. They just owed some money, after which he ran off to do some business. Suddenly, a group of people entered the hall, including a lawyer and a financier, and they announced that if they did not receive the debt today, they would take over the company. Jiaxin asked how much the company owed. Hearing the amount of 2 billion, she almost collapsed. Xiao Ge said that they had just taken office. Let them give it some time to sort it out. The man pounced, shouting that it was disrespectful not to trust. But the hero stamped his foot, energy flared up, and with a shout that he would have 3 hours, the visitor jumped aside. In the conference room, the heroes asked where the debt came from. It turned out that it was taken as an interim means, and the profit had not yet been received, so the debt turned out to be true. The CEO handed Xiao Ge the documents that confirmed this. Jiaxin asked how much was in the account now. No one knew the numbers. The girl fell into despair. Our hero looked at the documents and discovered that the creditor was Allure International. This changed everything. The guy said that he would not be out for long. He called Yun and suggested meeting. She happily agreed, and when they met, she began to thank him for helping her sell the bottle for 400 million. Xiao Ge thanked her and asked to see the contract. The girl was surprised to see the amount of 2 billion. She had accurately calculated that the debt was 1 billion. Someone was doing dirty deeds. Xiao Ge asked if there could be a delay. Yun said that she would pay off the debt for 20 bottles, and she would figure out the rat herself. Then a guy with a flower came up. The gentleman knelt down and asked to accept this unique double lotus, which occurs once in 1,000 years, as a sign of his great love. Qingchen said she had a boyfriend, and the admirer threw a gift at her and said that she shouldn't joke around with him like that. Xiao Ge took the lotus and realized that it was an artifact that had been stolen from the temple recently. The guy in front of him was simply a thief. He asked what kind of teaching the gentleman practiced in the temple, and he began babbling something about monkeys. Xiao Ge proposed to enter into a competition with him. Whoever could sit in the lotus position the longest. The loser would leave Yun alone and not approach her. While his body was frozen in competition with his opponent, the hero went to the rich woman, who was sleeping, apparently a little carried away by the wine during dinner. Xiao Ge took the 2 antique vases and headed towards the waterfall, determined to fill them to the brim, where a skeleton was waiting. He complained of osteochondrosis and explained that he had gone into the water to treat his bones, and that Xiao Ge should not tell the lady about it. The guy asked to fill the vases for him in exchange. The gatekeeper liked this trick and praised the hero for his intelligence. The young man also showed him a trick with flying, and the skeleton was filled with even more respect for him. Xiao Ge laughed. That was just his character, let him forgive him. After thinking for a bit, the gatekeeper agreed. He touched the guy's forehead with his fingers and passed on his secret knowledge and skills to him. It looked a little creepy. The skeleton explained that he had inherited these skills 800 years ago. Let him use them with honor. The young man thanked him and said goodbye. Xiao Ge had not yet returned to his body when 2 hours passed and none of the opponents moved. Yun was impressed. 2 men in dark glasses with weapons entered the hall. They asked what Yun Qingchen was doing here, and the gentleman shouted loudly that it was definitely not him. 2 shots rang out. The girl hid behind the bed, and those who entered continued to shoot at the 2 guys in the lotus position. Finally, the gentleman took to his heels, and our hero continued to sit with a completely calm face. The lady ordered everyone to save themselves, and the killers arrived. The bullets whistled, smashing everything around, but Xiao Ge continued to remain motionless. His eyes were closed. No one understood why, but the guy was simply not there. Those present decided that he had decided to sacrifice his life for the sake of great love, and this struck them to the depths of their souls. They pointed a gun at the hero and asked where Qingchen was, but he showed no signs of life and did not say a word. The bandit continued to insist, and the girl's heart sank. She decided that she had to influence the situation. She slowly rose from her hiding place and was about to introduce herself to save Xiaoge. But it wasn't that easy to muster up the courage. Now the gun was pointed at her. Tears started flowing from the beauty's eyes. She didn't want to die, but she still gave her name. The killer said who ordered the murder and got ready to shoot. Suddenly, Xiaoge came to his senses and would have cut them apart with his sword in a matter of seconds if he wanted to. He returned to his body just in time. Before falling apart, the men's eyes widened in surprise. The hero declared that they were lousy killers. The young man swung the blade a few more times and the hired killers began to run away, dropping their slippers. The main thing is that they had already blurted out the customer's name. The guy put his sword back in its sheath. Yoon approached him and thanked him for his help. Her boyfriend also thanked the guy and admitted his defeat. He took out a card and said that he would not compete with Xiaoge. He admired his strength and wanted to be his friend, so he was ready to provide any service. The beauty asked where the sword had gone. The hero replied that it had disappeared. It was magic, she laughed. But he pulled 2 jugs of elixir out of the air with a cry of surprise. Now she believed. Meanwhile, the creditors came and told Jiaxin that time was almost up. If she didn't have any money, she should sign a contract to transfer the ownership of the company to their boss. The girl asked to wait. Then a group of people appeared and said that it was not at all necessary to wait for her husband. These were relatives who reported that the son-in-law only needed the family's money. And now that she was in debt, her husband had run away. The head of the family immediately began to accuse the girl of not being able to manage the company. It was so absurd that she couldn't find anything to say in response. She only asked for a little more time, for which she received a threat to meet in court. Such behavior was even more frightening. Jiren told his father that he could handle the situation, and his father said that in that case, the position of chairman would go to him. Everyone started to mock Jiaxin that she was the fastest chairman in the history of the company. It turned out that Ximing A was the 4th son's fiancé. Xiaoju's wife realized that a real conspiracy had been organized against her, and her relatives declared that she was free and could go. Then our hero appeared and announced that someone else would have to leave. Mrs. Yeon was with him. Everyone tensed up. The hero told his wife, the chairman of Jiaxin, that he had paid the dog. His companion confirmed that this was indeed the case. He had paid 1 billion. The head of the family asked why 1 billion and not 2. Xiaoge explained that it was a fraudulent contract and the second part of the money was supposed to go into Zhao Ren's pocket. The latter received a powerful blow to the face from the head of the family and instructions to never deceive Lin Zhao. The manager realized that Lin Long was mired in debt due to the machinations of the 4th and his gang. The son-in-law shifted the blame to Fei Huang from the construction company, to whom he owed 800 million. The son suggested that the solution to this issue should be placed on Jiaxin's shoulders. He did not consider himself guilty at all. Xiaoge thought that these were petty tricks. The uncle said that she had 3 days to solve the problem. If she couldn't handle it, she would be removed from management. The girl's husband insisted that if she could handle it, they should stop interfering in their affairs. The men came to an agreement and Jiaxin looked at what was happening with apprehension. The task was not an easy one. Later, the girl explained to Xiaoge that, judging by the expressions on Zhao Lin and his son's faces, it would not be so easy to deal with Fei Huang. And the situation with Qing Chen was not completely clear. The husband hugged her tenderly and asked her not to worry. She could completely rely on him in this matter. The guy imagined that he was driving a bus to a kindergarten and the kids were asking for an urgent stop. A strange fantasy. He shouted to the children that the door was welded shut and there was no way out. He could have exploded with laughter, but before that they had been talking about business matters. 2 hours later, Jiaxin suggested setting an alarm and getting some sleep. She had absolutely no strength left. Meanwhile, the rich woman found out that our hero had stolen water from the spring while she was sleeping after drinking, and the skeleton was in trouble. He tried to explain that the guy simply didn't want to wake her up, but the blows kept coming one after another until the beauty decided to watch the recording. Seeing that they were talking about stealing 2 whole jugs, Fu became furious and declared that she would go collect debts today. Xiaoge owed her a fair amount. Meanwhile, our hero went outside, but his phone rang and his sister asked him to come to the supercar club. She was in trouble. The guy whistled for a taxi. A crowd of guys led by Hong Tai gathered near the car, all of them hostile towards Diao and each other. Hong offered the girl to spend a few days alone with him for daring to scratch his car. Diao threatened that her son-in-law would arrive soon. Seeing our hero arrive in a taxi, Hong Tai laughed that he was a nobody and would make a great side dish for his noodles. Diao ran out to meet him and shouted that he had disgraced her. Why didn't he come in his own luxury car? The guy replied that he would show off later. The guy said that the paint for the car costs 5,000, and he doubts that his son-in-law has that kind of money. Xiaogei asked how much the car costs. Hong Tai replied that it was 2,500,000. Our hero called someone and ordered them to bring 5 million in cash to the specified address. Everyone froze in surprise. 30 minutes later, a luxurious Ferrari from a limited collection, belonging to our hero, drove up. The guys opened their mouths. They had never seen such a car before. A bear in an expensive suit emerged from the car, carrying leather bags filled with banknotes. Xiaogei said that he was buying the guy's car and he still couldn't believe that he had such a car, a bodyguard, and a lot of money. Then our hero simply lifted one of the suitcases above his head and showered the stunned teenager with banknotes. While he was shouting that he could now afford a Ferrari 488 and kissing the money, Xiaogei ordered Bear to smash the scratched car. Hong Tai, clutching the money to his chest, ran to the showroom to buy a new car. Diao called her son-in-law an idiot. He spent so much in vain. He said that if he was going to show off, he should do it in style. After which he brought the girl to the same showroom where the red Ferrari 488 was. This is exactly what the offender was going to buy. But Xiaogei showed him his credit card and said that he had his eye on this car for his wife's sister. Hong Tai said that he was unlucky. He knows the owner. At that moment, Blade appeared and said that not today, Diao's son-in-law is his VIP client. He handed our hero the keys, saying that the toy was quite good, but they could have chosen something better. The guys gasped that such a luxurious car was called a toy. Xiaogei handed the keys to Diao and the girl almost jumped up with joy, after which she kissed her son-in-law. Jumping into the car, she screamed that she was going to have a blast today, and our hero thought that she had already grown up completely. Hong Tai was beside himself with anger. He was humiliated and did not want to just swallow the insult. But then he received a preventive blow to the face. Xiaogu advised him to learn to bow down to pure evil like himself. The boy tried to threaten that his father was an influential person, but then he looked at Bear and fell silent. Hong Tai thought that sooner or later he would take revenge for the humiliation. Meanwhile, our hero said goodbye, but promised that they would see each other again soon. Getting into the car, the guy asked the bear how Long Hu Bao's preparations were going, and he replied that everything was ready and they were just waiting for orders. The young man walked up to the luxurious palace and knocked. He always thought that the rich community was a joke nickname, but it turned out to be the name. Inside was Yu Jiao. The beauty said that she did not expect to see the hero in such a place, but was glad to see him because she missed him. Then, Sei Zhourong, the girl's cousin, appeared and shouted loudly and angrily that this was all he needed. He was not only a relative, but also the little girl's fiancé, and realizing that the person in front of him was Xiaogei, for whom Yu Jiao had a crush, he decided to act. He pointed to the bar and asked what the girl would like to drink. She replied that she didn't drink, to which Zhourong replied that it didn't matter. Soon this whole house would belong to her. He declared that he was the heir to the Xu Group, a company worth hundreds of billions, and no one would refuse him. In order to humiliate Xiaogei, cousin Yu Jiao said that he would buy this luxurious mansion right away. The young man only smiled in response. Yu Jiao asked him not to get involved with the Ce family, and this puzzled the hero a little, but not too much. Sei Zhourong continued to show off. Then the young man thought that he could easily wipe his nose if he bought out all the real estate in the area, which he quickly announced. Here, Xiaogei took out a credit card, and it became clear that he was not joking. The surprise on the faces of those present became more and more obvious. The secretary announced that the total price of 120 mansions was 9,200 million, and with a discount it would be exactly 9 billion. Xiaogei was ready to make a deal. The operation was successful. The hero enjoyed the effect produced. The system reported that Xin Hao's balance was 0. Yu Jiao kissed the guy and said that he was very attractive. The hero offered to choose any house to his taste. Everyone around laughed that this was called bribery. The secretary asked to wait a little. According to the rules, during large transactions the boss takes a photo with the client. The guy replied that he would contact him personally. Xiaogei suggested that Yu Qiao wait outside while he settled the matter, but the girl wanted to join him. Inside the chairman's office, Leopard's brothers were sitting with him and playing cards. The secretary screamed in horror and asked where the boss was. One of them stood up and pulled back the curtain. Behind it was Feng Fei Huang, tied up, his mouth gagged. The woman rushed to call security. The bear blocked her way. Meanwhile, our hero crouched over the fat man and said that he was a thief. His construction company had seized the sales department of Lin Long. The man asked who he was talking to. Xiaogei introduced himself by petting the cat. The bandit smiled slyly, thinking that he was talking to serious people. But it was only the son-in-law of the Zhao family. Fei Huang voiced his thought and received a blow from the stone dragon. It did not frighten him. Rather, it made him laugh. The brothers got angry. Xiaogu said that they were not collecting debts, but proving their case, 1,800 million was paid for the construction of the mansions, while the actual expenses were 800 million. The man owed Lin Long 1 billion. The man hinted that it wasn't that simple, but the hero said that his secretary had helped him with the documents and that he had just transferred 9 billion to the account, so now Huan owed him 10. Then, Hong Tao jumped at the door, shouting that he had met some idiot and that he had given him 5 million. When he saw Xiaoge, he screamed, "With Lovami!" The boy arrived just in time. They took his suitcase with money and tied him up. The father was eventually released so that he could go get the money. Yu Jiao said that it was dangerous and he couldn't be trusted. But the boy noted that this way they would figure out the rat. Tiger and Hong Tao gave the order for everyone to vacate the mansion. The boy was very worried. When asked what would happen if the father did not pay, the answer was that he would die. The brothers took out their knuckle dusters. Then, a lot of cars drove up to the mansion. It was obvious that this did not bode well for the hero. From one of them, Huang came out with an army of soldiers, shouting that he would pay 10 million for Xiaoge's head. Saying that the bastard would die today, Huan headed inside. The guy stroked the cat and prepared his dragon sword. Our hero, together with his men, waited in Huan's office for those who would risk going inside. It seemed that the owner of the office was not one of them. The bandits began to come in one after another, and one after another fell from the blows of the brothers and the bear. They moved quickly, like wild animals. And it was not for nothing that they received their strange nicknames. The stone dragon was also at his best. And it turned out that among the ordinary mercenaries there were also worthy, strong opponents. These fell into the hands of the bear. He knew well what to do. In difficult situations, the tiger gave the order to use a group attack. It was impossible to resist them then. When everything died down, Huang entered the office. Everything was strewn with defeated mercenaries. He muttered that Xiaoge and his men were just monsters. The man turned around and ran out the door, shouting that he would still take revenge. Jiaxin advised him to catch up with him, but our hero was in no hurry. Huang realized that he was not being pursued and was glad that he could once again hire assassins for Xiaoge. He didn't know that the hero had a sword that could grow to a length of 40 meters. Nor did he know that it had already been used. The blade caught the swindler almost in mid-jump, and he fell to the ground like a sack of potatoes. Xiaoge came over and said that if he didn't get his money right away, someone would be left without a head. Huan was already barely alive. He had no strength left to resist. The man simply handed over the credit card and said that all the family's funds were in it. There was not a cent more. The young man replied that this was not enough. So let him share the information. Huang said that he was hired by his older brother, Zhao Li. Yu Jiao took Xiaoge's hand and volunteered to help unravel the conspiracy that was brewing in the Zhao family. The girl said that it seemed that Jiaxin was brought into this case only to cover up his own machinations. And in the family, the confrontation between the relatives reached its peak. Xiaoge replied that they needed to be careful to save the company and save face while avoiding being drawn into family intrigues. Yu Jiao praised the plan, but she added that as long as he is Jiaxin's husband, one must be constantly on guard, because the better the wife is doing, the bigger a target she is for relatives. The girl added that Xiaoge himself had become a prominent figure, and it would be better for him to get a divorce. Then he would be able to remain neutral. The advice was ignored. The young man said that it was time to get out of here as soon as possible. The heroes moved to the courtyard of Lin Huang's office and sat down at the table to have lunch, saying that no one would leave here sober. After some time, the wine ran out, and the stone dragon offered to bring it. But the boss said that he would go himself. The bear shed a few tears. He had never had such a kind boss before. Meanwhile, the hero went to the bar. He ordered 3 bottles of the most expensive wine, but then a bearded man came up and asked if the boy could afford such luxury. The man dumped stacks of banknotes on the table and said that he was taking the wine for himself. Xiaoge noticed that this was a rash decision and showed him a suitcase with money. The bartender promised to deliver the wine to his address, and the hero went out into the hall, pleased with himself. Something strange was happening near the elevator. A dead drunk Qing Chen was escorted to the elevator by the vice president of her company, who pressed the 8th floor instead of taking the girl home as he had promised. Xiaoge rushed up the stairs. He realized that a crime was happening. Meanwhile, the video camera in the room had already been turned on. The 4th son and his friend were planning to have some fun, and then blackmail Mrs. Yun with the video to take Allure away. When everything was ready for filming, Xiaogui burst into the room, kicked down the door, and attacked the villains. Both Vice President Allura and his accomplice, the fourth head Jiao, had a hard time. The guy's fist knew no mercy. The bodyguards, having looked at what was happening, simply disappeared. Our hero headed towards the girl on the bed. He took off his shirt and covered Qing Chen, then picked up the beauty in his arms and carefully carried her out of the hotel room. Before getting into the car, Xiaogui had the foresight to take out the memory card from the camera. Now he had evidence. In the car, he began to give Qing Chen water to drink, and she gratefully asked why he was doing this to her. The girl started crying. She decided that the hero wanted to have fun with her. He tried to explain that she had misunderstood everything. To prove that the accusations were groundless, Xiaogui handed the beauty a memory card. She was horrified that he had managed to film a candid video and hit him on the hand. Qing Chen burst into tears and Xiaogui got out of the car, beside himself with anger, feeling like a fool. Meanwhile, Zhaoren crawled to his mobile phone and called the bearded man from the bar. It was his bodyguard. He asked him to kill Xiaogui at any cost. The hero had just joined his friends and continued drinking wine, shouting that Qing Chen was an ungrateful bitch. Yu Zhao liked this assessment from her rival. Then, the click of a revolver was heard and someone's voice asked if it was Xiaogui who had come here. The guys turned around, and the guy confirmed that it was his name. He asked why he was being called, but the bearded man from the bar simply pointed his gun at the hero and said that he was going to die now. A shot rang out, but Yu Zhao, who realized what was happening before anyone else, covered Xiaogui with her body. The brothers threw down the wine and rushed in pursuit of the killer, who threw away the revolver. Our hero picked up the girl in his arms. He almost cried and kept calling Yu Zhao a fool. She whispered that she made this choice consciously. Let her not say that. The girl was afraid that she would die, but Xiaogui promised that he would not allow this to happen. The brothers returned and also wiped away tears. Even Bear was not ashamed to cry. Here, the hero declared that enough of the lyrics, it was time to act. And a few minutes later, they reached the city hospital. Bursting into the emergency room with Yu Zhao in his arms, Xiaogui shouted that they needed to save the girl, and the nurses began to fuss. The doctor on duty at this time had just finished treating the fourth heir of Zhao and Vice President Allura. Hearing Xiaogui's voice, the villains decided that this was a great opportunity to take revenge on the enemy right here and now. The young man continued to hold Yu Zhao and convince her that everything would be fine, but the doctor was still not there. The bear said that he would quickly restore order here and found the duty officer, but he was in no hurry to help, saying that he was very tired. Zhao's money was doing its job. Xiaogui asked to prepare the operating room as soon as possible and remove the bullet. Otherwise, he would have used the pill. The doctor said that there were no free operating rooms. The guy gave him some money and asked him to look better. The scoundrel's face lit up with joy, but he still didn't start moving. Then a bear came forward and began to threaten that if the girl was not helped, he would destroy everything here. The doctor called out to the guards. The bodyguard knocked him out with one blow and only scratched his head when the stone dragon asked who should operate on their friend now. Xiaogui carried Yu Zhao to the exit, saying that they would go to another hospital. The guards were right there and the brothers realized that they were about to flex their fists. The head physician, Dr. Xia, came out to the reception room and asked what was going on. The duty officer reported that Xiaogui had attacked him. He pointed at the guy and said that the girl had a gunshot, that no statement had been filed with the police, and that the scoundrel had hit him as soon as he went out to see the patient. Dr. Xia recognized our hero and bowed before him, saying that he was ready to provide any assistance to the luminary of world medicine. The doctors were taken aback. Xiaogui said that there was no time to help. They were going to another hospital. The head doctor said that there was no need, and the operating room was already ready. The duty officer tried to object, but received a punch in the face and a reminder that a doctor's job is to provide medical care to those in need under any conditions. The operation was entrusted to the head of surgery, Leng Qing-shui. The hero carried Yu Zhao after her. He tried to give an elixir so that the beauty's recovery would go faster, but the doctor refused. She said that she doesn't take bribes, and I had to explain that it was a gift. And the second bottle was for a patient. The doctor decided that it was a fake, but took it so as not to waste time. Dr. Xia began to apologize for the incident and promised to improve the situation with medical ethics at the hospital. The young man replied that it was nothing. Everything was fine, but the doctor fell to his knees in front of him and continued to apologize. The guy realized that they wanted something from him and asked the question directly. Dr. Xia explained that he needed the Great Return pill, just one. He promised that if he got it, He would serve Xiaogei for the rest of his life. The guy's eyes lit up with fire, and he reminded that the old man didn't have much time left. The head doctor muttered that he hoped for at least a couple more years, and Xiaogei took pity, taking out a box of pills. In gratitude, she made the hero the head of the city hospital, and the guy asked him to prepare the best ward for his girlfriend. He was there the next morning when Yu Jiao came to her senses. The hero was already quite tired of looking out the window. The girl was delighted. Thanks to the elixir, there were no more scars. Xiaogei advised her to thank Dr. Leng Qingxue for the well-performed operation. The hero playfully stuck his hand under her clothes to feel the scar, and was glad that it was really gone. At first, Yu Jiao was indignant, but then she looked at the young man with a loving gaze. The next second the couple kissed. What they had experienced that night brought the heroes closer. The girl remembered what happened. Xiaogei said that the attacker was a man from the bar with whom they had a fight over wine. But the beauty replied that in that case he would not have asked Xiaogei's name. The guy promised to take revenge. Yu Jiao replied that it was difficult to find out who exactly. It was definitely a contract killing. Then the young man had an idea. He dialed Zhao Xi's number and left the room so as not to disturb the girl with conversation. A mobile phone signal sounded from behind the door of the neighboring VIP room. What an incredible coincidence, isn't it? Inside, the fourth heir pestered Dr. Leng Qingxue, who asked her to treat him more politely and threatened to call the police. The man started to hit her, and the girl hit him. Then his friend joined in and said that she would answer for this. They are influential people. The doctor headed for the exit, but her path was blocked. The girl held out her hand with a syringe. It didn't help. Vice President Allura didn't give up his intention to get what he wanted and grabbed her hand. Zhang Ren was right there. Suddenly, he screamed in pain. The syringe needle pierced his neck so deeply that it almost took his life. Xiaogei took out and threw away the syringe and asked what was going on here. The doctor was surprised why he was here, and Zhao Xi shouted that he would be held accountable for this. Then the young man kicked the henchman who had crept up behind him and threatened Zhao Ren himself more seriously, who hissed that he would take revenge. The stool came into play. With its help, the balance of power in the ward changed somewhat. The doctor was still trying to get out the door. Our hero advised her not to hesitate and to do it anyway, because his intentions towards the two villains were obvious. The girl was afraid of trouble from the Zhao family, but Xiaogei decided that it was time for the fourth to answer for everything. He said that he would teach the scoundrel respect. The enemy cried and promised to tell everything. Lu hired the killer, and he knows nothing more. Vice President Allura raised his hands and shouted that Zhuo Lu lived in Building 28 of Dongtiao Hutong. This did not save him from being hit with a stool, but our hero did not continue to beat Zhao Ren, saying that, no matter what, he was his brother-in-law. Xiaogei washed his hands and declared that he would let him live today, but it would be the last time. Let him not blame him later if he had to break the law. The man lay on the floor and swore that this was the last time. The brothers asked what they should do. The hero ordered to take the brother-in-law to the family estate and let Qing Chen decide the issue with the second one. He is her subordinate, so let her figure it out herself. In the hall, Leng Qingxue bowed to the young man and thanked him. He invited her on a date, and then laughed and added that he was in a hurry, probably next time. Enjoying the effect, he told the boys that he was going to have lunch. He was terribly hungry. There was some excellent ramen being served nearby, and Xiaogei happily tucked into one serving and asked for a second one as a luxurious purple convertible sped past. At the wheel was a young man with a completely crazy face, his hair fluttering in the wind and his eyes bulging. The policewoman we already knew tried to stop a car that almost hit her at a crosswalk. The girl was angry. The impudent man continued driving, shouting that ordinary people don't drive Bentley Continentals, and that he should get out of the way or he'll regret it. There was a screeching sound of brakes, and the people in the cafe tensed up because the situation looked unusual. The purple car's path was blocked by Xiaogei's car, who came to the policewoman's aid and did it very effectively. Pushing the girl aside, the offender opened the car door, and our hero did the same, asking if the beauty was hurt. They recognized each other and both became embarrassed. The policewoman explained that she had been transferred to another position and was no longer working as a detective. Then, the Bentley driver appeared and began to threaten the girl who dared to ask him for her documents. No one had ever allowed themselves to do that. He raised his hand to hit the policewoman, shouting that there was only one law in the city, his family's money. But Xiaogei did not let that happen. The hero pushed the guy away and he fell, after which he began to threaten violence, saying that he was very influential. A phone immediately appeared, and the offender stepped aside to call for help. Xiaogei examined the policewoman's legs, which were caught by the car. The abrasions were serious, and he offered to apply medicine. The girl replied that she could handle it herself, but her hands were also damaged. When the young man took out the charm of love, the policewoman shouted that it was not worth wasting such an expensive elixir on her. She was very embarrassed. It was too late to object. The product had already been poured out of the bottle. The girl said that he would definitely regret using it on his feet. The beauty was afraid that she wouldn't be able to pay. The hero assured her that such legs were priceless and no payment was needed. Then a hooligan came up and said that he had seen a bunch of liars. But this was too much. He said that the buyers of the elixir are known by name. They are from the elite, and Xiaoge is not among them. He smears a fake. He offered to come and see the effect. The offender was amazed to see that the bruises had disappeared, but then he was glad that the evidence against him had been destroyed and shouted that he would deal with them in no time. Several black cars pulled up. Everyone started guessing who had come, and a woman's leg appeared from one of them. The bully, whose name was Yu Qingzhou, shouted that his sister should destroy Xiaoge, who broke his arm. The sister turned out to be Qing Chen, and the guards came out with her. The girl took off her glasses and asked who dared to touch him. Xiaoge smiled and said that it was not on purpose. The girl looked at him in shock. The beauty tried to smooth things over, insisting that there was a misunderstanding between the heroes. The guy said that her brother had broken the law and he had broken his wrist. Yun Qingzhou started whining that he didn't care what kind of relationship his sister had with Xiaoge. Let her throw him in jail. The policewoman screamed that she would sue him for attacking a law enforcement officer. Qing Chen asked where the evidence of the attack was, and her brother continued to insult the girl without fear. The young man showed the bottle and said that he had used the elixir. She should be well aware of its properties. The girl screamed that she had watched the video and was not angry, but this was too much. The brother started yelling that it was enough to talk and that he should give the order to the guards to break Xiaoge's legs. He immediately attacked him. Qing Chen begged him not to do anything stupid. Nobody listened to her. The hero gave the brat a good thrashing. The policewoman admired that he was not afraid of influential people at all. The girl asked Xiaoge to stop. Bodyguards gathered around. Our hero replied that it was only because of her presence that the boy had not yet become a corpse. He continued to beat up Yun Qingzhou, shouting that he had gone completely mad, attacking the police in the middle of the street, and Mrs. Yun begged him to stop, saying that a man like this deserved to have his legs broken. The hero carried out his threat. The guy lit a cigar and said that now that he had calmed down, they could close this matter, after which he called the policewoman to follow him. They came up and stood in front of the guards. The policewoman was afraid that they would not leave alive, but Qing Chen gave the order not to touch anyone. Let them leave. Xiaogu and his companion got into his car, and within a few seconds they were gone without a trace. There was nothing to do here. The brother was indignant. Would Mrs. Yun not do anything? She replied that anyone in the city could be touched, but not this man. He was untouchable. After the incident, the girl went to the city hospital. She had business with the fourth heir of Zhao and her subordinate, but only one of them was there. Vice President Allura reported that Zhao Ren had gone to the villa and was begging for forgiveness. The girl gave the order to the guards to work quietly but efficiently, and then left. Ms. Yun had all the evidence against the fourth and was going to make him regret going against her, and she had a man who could help with this, and the beauty went to him. She didn't want to waste time. The guy, who was young Huang Kui, said that what could happen was horrific but would not affect the relationship between their families. He reported the incident to the leader, who ordered them to find out the truth, promising to cancel Jia Ren's wedding with Zi Mei and terminate the agreements on the Xishan project, ending all business with the Zhao family. The grandson asked the old man to watch the video. It seems that the hero who prevented the crime is somehow related to the Jade King they are looking for. Huang Tianchen asked to rewind to the right place, and was surprised to find that it was his little friend in the video. At that time, Xiaogo and the policewoman were driving through the city. The girl asked why they were let go. The hero explained that Mrs. Yun was ambitious, and he controlled her ambitions. He showed a bottle of the elixir and gave it to the policewoman. She screamed that it was very expensive, but the guy insisted, with her profession, wounds were inevitable. The beauty was shocked that she was given a product worth hundreds of millions and even invited the hero to visit. Xiaoge asked why she was transferred to traffic inspector. The girl explained that Zhao Jia went to complain about her to the management. The guy abruptly turned the car around, saying that he would fix everything now. The girl objected that she was already tired of seeing the faces of her former bosses. They both got out of the car. Our hero whistled and Leopard jumped down from the roof of the villa, explaining that the alarm was on and if they entered, they would be noticed. Xiaogu said that if it was difficult to get inside, they could put on a show. He asked to prepare an incendiary mixture and climbed onto the roof like a ninja. Inside was the same bearded man who had first quarreled over wine and then shot Yu Jiao. He did not expect the attack. When the explosions went off, he grabbed his weapon and tried to jump out, wondering who dared to attack. A lasso was thrown over his hands and the revolver flew to the ground. This was already something new. The leopard and the tiger held the rope tightly, and the bear promised that now the bandit would feel all his power. He jumped straight onto the bearded man's back, guaranteed to break his spine. Xiaogei explained that this was his gift to the police, a rank A criminal nicknamed Revolver. Zuo Lun was a famous killer who had taken many lives. The girl was delighted. Xiaogei asked if this was enough to return her to the detective department. At the station, the gift was received with enthusiasm, and the chief informed the girl that it was not for nothing that he did not want to fire her. The beauty was appointed captain of the forensics department. Although she tried to explain that the merit in catching the bandit was small, she thought that she owed Xiaogei even more. At the end of the workday, Leng Qingshui took off her uniform in the women's locker room, and one of her colleagues saw a bottle of elixir. The girl, dumbfounded, asked where she got the elixir for 400 million. The surgeon was surprised. She didn't know that it was such a valuable gift. The doctor was amazed beyond measure. She held the bottle up to her face several times to make sure it wasn't a fake. The colleague assumed that it was a gift from her boyfriend. The beauty realized that she could not keep the product to herself. She needed to find the hero's phone number. For this, she had to contact the hospital administrator. Finally, the required number was obtained, and the girl called Xiaogei to return the gift. A meeting was scheduled at the nearest cafe. The young man arrived on time and asked what she didn't like. Leng Qingshui replied that according to the hospital regulations, she had no right to take such an expensive drug. The hero said that he would not take the gifts back, but would change the regulations. Then the beauty's friends, Chen Xiang and Liu Feifei, noticed them. Feifei happily exclaimed that Len had finally found a boyfriend, and then handed her classmate an invitation to the alumni reunion. The girl tried to refuse, but the guys asked her not to show off and to come to the meeting with the guy and have a good time. They said goodbye and left. It was obvious from their faces that Chen Xiang had a special attitude towards Leng, and Feifei was trying not to notice it. After a few minutes, the girl's patience snapped. She screamed that she would not allow him to be sad about the princess he once dated. Today, she would humiliate her. Xiaogei noticed that the doctor was embarrassed and didn't know how to ask him for a favor, so he took the initiative. He said he was hungry and wouldn't mind going to a class reunion and having a big meal. Len was surprised. At the club where the meeting was taking place, everyone was gathered, only the surgeon and her companion were late. Her classmates thought that she could not come in, since this was an establishment with membership access. Yan Shujai suggested going to another establishment, so there would be no problems. But Feifei wanted Leng to ask her for help to get in. Finally, Xiaogei and the girl arrived at the address. They were told that it was a closed club, and the doctor wanted to call someone. But the hero advised not to do this. He showed his card, and the servants bowed, greeting such important guests. His classmate did not expect this. At this time, the hostess was already rushing to the boss's office to report that there was an important person in the establishment today. He looked at the monitor and saw that it was Xiaogei. They were going to look for him. But the guy came to Huang Kui himself. The owner ordered to serve the best wine. To the administrator's surprise, Huan explained that only the Jade King was worthy of such a drink. While the classmates greeted the couple, everyone rushed to meet Len, nicknamed Coldflower. They were eager to see who she came with. Not everyone was happy, but the young people were invited to sit at the table, and they promised to look for free seats. The funniest thing is that the seats were distributed according to the cost of the car. Xiaogei didn't lose face when he said that his car cost 20 million. One of his classmates doubted this, saying that the hero was holding a key to a toy that was half the price. The young people sat down, and Len tried to apologize to Xiaogei and explain everything to those present. But he again asked her not to do this. The people present were eager for details, and the hero said that he had a small business in Haicheng. Then someone asked if he knew the Dao family. The guy replied that the surname sounded suspiciously familiar. Then Chen Xiang said that this was the most influential family. He could not be familiar with them. He came closer and said that Coldflower rides a bicycle to work. Why not call Dao and order her a car? If she needs a number, she can tell her. He called Dao and introduced himself, saying that a person wanted a luxury car, but they told him that they didn't remember such a client and that he should contact the store. He was embarrassed, but said that the elite often forgets everything. That was Xiao Dao's character. Then Xiaogei suggested calling again. He took out his mobile phone, and everyone was horrified by its cost. It seemed that today anyone would be humiliated, but not Len. The hero dialed the number and was immediately assured that the car would be delivered to the address within the next 15 minutes. Dao asked Xiaogo to look after Lillian. She was also somewhere nearby. He thanked him and promised to fulfill the request. Immediately, people appeared who wanted to know whether Xiaoge was familiar with representatives of the Yun, Si, Huang, and Gao families. And it seemed that their impudence was growing with each passing minute. Then the manager came up and said that there was a special wine for the guest. Yan Shuji replied that it was not worth going to such trouble for him. His words were ignored. The man bowed to Xiaoge and offered to fill his glass, promising that the owner of the establishment himself would soon come down to him. Everyone thought that the administrator had simply made a mistake and began to congratulate Jai on his promotion and success. It seemed that he would now be told good news. At this point, Len's nerves gave out, and she noticed that the manager had actually addressed Xiaoge and had poured the wine specifically for him. Everyone laughed. The bottle cost 5 million. No one could believe that the guy could be awarded such an honor. Someone even doubted that Xiaoge was worthy of the right to be a guest in the Huang house. But then the owner of the establishment appeared and said that he was definitely worthy. Yang Ji tried to go over to say hello, but the guard stopped him. Kui Huang went to Xiaoge and hurried to welcome the guest to the city. 2 more glasses of wine appeared, and Huan announced that by pure chance he had learned the real name of the Jade King and was very flattered by his presence here. The young man stopped his hand with the glass and said that he was not his friend, but if he wanted to become one, then he should drink differently. He said that if the owner of the establishment drank 3 glasses, they would be able to have a heart-to-heart talk. Those present tried to hint that such an expensive drink required respect. Kui Huang shouted for everyone to be quiet and began to drink. Thinking that his grandfather was talking about the gift of foresight of this difficult man, blood suddenly flowed from the man's mouth. He wheezed. There was something wrong with this wine. Let Xiaoge put his glass aside. Our hero stated that the problem was not in the wine, but in the bracelet on the club owner's hand. It was made of radioactive metal, and if he didn't take it off, all his organs would fail. Huan thanked the young man in fear for saving him, wondering what might have happened if they hadn't met today. Len took a piece in her hand, but Xiaoge took it away with a napkin, saying that it was dangerous. The administrator offered to take the boss to the hospital, but the guy handed over a pill. He added that he should just take the medicine, after which they could finally drink. Yang Jie tried to say something, but was hit in the face. Everyone sat down at the table. The wine poured into the glasses again. Huang declared that Xiaoge was a real genius and he respected him very much. The guy muttered that it was easy to say. Yang Jai asked the manager to pour him a glass too, but the man looked at him with such a heavy gaze that the boy closed his mouth. Fei Fei screamed that they wanted to humiliate Cold Flower and her boyfriend, and now they themselves are standing there like orphans. She rushed to Lin and began to tell her how much she missed her. Yang Ji got into the car and offered the girl a ride home. Fei Feng had already run to the car when a much more luxurious Ferrari parked next to them, and a Dao man got out of it. He handed the keys to Xiao Jie, saying that the ordered car was at his complete disposal. The hero handed the keys to Len. The girl said that she couldn't accept another gift. Then the guy suggested giving it to her classmate. The doctor took the keys shyly. The young man went to his car, and it turned out to be so luxurious that Len's classmates almost licked the hood. Amidst gasps of astonishment, Xiao Ge opened the door and got behind the wheel, declaring that being rich wasn't so bad. At the Huang family residence, the young master asked Grandpa not to be angry. Jie Jiuxi was hired by Zhang Yan, so he was harmless and had a good relationship with him. The old man replied that Junior Si would indeed not harm them, but Zijiu Rong, the head of the family, intended to seize power in the area. Kui Huang said that compared to the younger generations of the 4 powerful families, he was just an innocent baby. Qing Cheng Yang had trusted him in vain, but Xiao Ge could save everyone. The old man began to stroke his beard, thinking about the prospects when a girl entered the room and said that she had already returned. It was Huang Zimei, the same bride of Zhaoren. She was dressed revealingly and her relatives did not like it. Her grandfather shouted for her to change her clothes immediately. Here, Kui Huang had an idea. In order to get him on their side, they needed to facilitate a marriage with his sister, or at least an affair. The guy clearly often changes beauties. She heard their conversation and came closer, happy that her marriage with the 4th Zhao was cancelled. She didn't like him. The brother reported that he had met a man with unusual abilities and he was in demand by women. The beauty was immediately inspired. She began to beg Kui Huang to introduce them and immediately asked how many cubes Xiao Ge had. Meanwhile, in the conference room, Zhaolin was attacking Jiaxin for being incapable of management, and Fei Huang left the sales department. The girl asked to wait for Xiaoge. There were still 3 days. Li yelled that her husband had beaten the fourth and did not answer for it. If she did not give up the rights to Lin Long, she would be removed from the Zhao family. Then, his eldest son came up and asked not to complicate things. They were their relatives. Junjie would become the chairman, and Jiaxin would be his deputy. He would work like a donkey for them. The girl was ready to cry. She was so proud of her intelligence and abilities, but without her husband, she could not resolve the problems. Could he really have abandoned her? Then our hero appeared and handed her a handkerchief, asking who dared to offend his wife. They had not seen each other for only a few days. Lin yelled that he would put him in jail. Jiaxin asked him to leave. Xiaoge said there was no need to rush. Lin asked why Zhao Shan hadn't taught him manners, and the girl's father pounced on him, demanding an apology. The guy grabbed his hand and reminded him to whom his father-in-law owed his wealth. And then a stretcher with Zhao Ren was brought in. Everyone started asking who did this to him. Li promised to take revenge. Xiaoge hissed that if he kept quiet, he would survive. The fourth one understood everything and started shouting that Xiaoge had nothing to do with it. He hit the wall himself. Jiaxin's parents smiled happily. Our hero was also pleased. Lai reported that Jiaxin had to resign from her position in any case. Hong Fei Huang had already returned to the sales department, and Xiaoge reported that the property where he was located was empty. When asked what he was talking about, the young man said that all the mansions were now his and Lin Long's, empty, and if he wanted, he could take them. At that moment, the manager came running in and said that they had problems. The Huang family had withdrawn the marriage agreement with the fourth and had also stopped participating in the General Xishan project. He added that the people from the Yun family also stopped their cooperation and closed Allure. Zhaolin felt bad. The eldest son rushed to him. The younger one lay and groaned. Their father declared that the Zhao family had come to an end. He pounced on Zhao Ren, asking what he had done. Xiaoge advised him to cool down and think about what to do. Li suggested going around to everyone with apologies and generous gifts. The father told his eldest son that even if he resigned, the Xishan project would not be stopped. And insulting the Huang family was the same as digging his own grave. In the evening, Zhao Lin and Li went to the Huang estate, but they were not allowed inside, and both returned home empty-handed. Meanwhile, at the villa, Xiaoge went to take a shower and hummed something about good news while his wife put on her makeup. The girl sprayed perfume on herself, but smelled someone else's perfume, wondering who it could be. She felt someone's presence and was afraid of ghosts. Then there was a knock on the door, and Jiaxin was called to an urgent family meeting. The beauty put on a dress and headed towards the door. She couldn't shake the feeling that there was someone else in the bedroom. Xiaoge stepped out of the shower and reached for the light switch when he suddenly received a hard blow from a whip. He grabbed it, expecting to see his wife, but instead of her, a woman from the Xin Hao system, seething with rage, was approaching the hero. The hero instantly twirled her in his arms. All the anger evaporated in that moment. How can you be angry at such a handsome man? The old head of the family stood up and said that it was too late to blame Jia Ren. They needed to think about how to restore the family's reputation. Grandmother, as always, entrusted the solution of the problem to her eldest grandson. The father promised him every assistance, and Li squeezed the cup tightly out of anger. The guy asked for 10% of all the shares. The old woman screamed that the puppy of a lousy bitch showed its teeth. And the guy was indignant that his mother was a true aristocrat, the eldest daughter of the Z family, not like them. The father hit him in the face, shouting at him to shut up immediately. They hated both this woman and her son. The grandmother muttered to an impressive end. She said that in that case, it doesn't matter who heads the Xishan project. That person will get 10%. Everyone is free. The meeting is over. Jiaxin went to Xiaoge's bedroom. She wanted to rest and tell her husband the news. He should like it. But the door was locked from the inside. The girl knocked, but no one opened. She decided that it was already late, and there was no point in waking up a sleeping person, so she went to her room. But Xiaoge was not sleeping. Meanwhile, Li's maternal cousin Ziju Rong was also awake. They met at the Nain Club, famous for its masseuses. He asked his cousin to calm down, drink some wine, and tell him what had happened. He said that the rich quarter was in the hands of his son-in-law, and that his Hong Fei Huang was an unreliable man. He took a sip of wine and replied that everything would be fine, even though Xiaoge had billions in his hands now. It was all temporary. As for Hong Huang and his grandfather, there are no problems with that at all. Everything has already been decided. Li asked what was going on with the Xishan project. He explained that he had made a strong friendship with the younger Huang and would go to him tomorrow. It was not for nothing that he had promised his cousin that he would lead the Zhao family. In the morning, Xiaoge noticed strange blue stains on the sheet and put it in the washing machine, after which he began to brush his teeth. He walked out into the hall and noticed a pile of peeled boiled eggs and joked about whether they all had to be eaten for breakfast. The eggs were needed to apply to the bruises and bumps of Jiaxin's father and uncle, who, instead of 10% of the shares, received a fine beating. The aunt noticed that their fourth attempt to get close to the Huang family had failed, and the fourth bandits they hired had their legs broken. Xiaogu asked what he had missed, and his wife told him that his grandmother had promised 10% of all shares to the one who saved the Xi'an project, and his mother had yelled at him not to blab too much. The girl once again tried to explain to her parents that her husband was not a slacker, but a real savior. Everything she had was made by him. They objected that all this was thanks to her money, so she shouldn't try to defend the trash she married. The woman said that she would only believe this if he became the leader of Xi'an and received her youngest daughter as a reward. It seemed that she had no moral principles at all. Jiaxin stepped forward and said that this would not happen. Diao Diao suggested that she go Google today's horoscope. Here, Xiaoge was urgently called to help Li. He ran to the car. The guy barely survived after a visit to the Huang house, where they promised to break his legs next time. Xia Qiurong was also there, who had also come here to assist Li. And upon first sight of Jiaxin, he was struck by her natural beauty. The man started complimenting the girl. She said that she was married. Xiaoge came up, and it was a surprise to his friend that he was the same son-in-law of the Zhao family who had annoyed everyone. Qiurong pointed at the hero and asked if his wife knew about his love affairs. She replied that she knew everything. It seemed that Lillian had already dropped out. Xiaoge laughed awkwardly, and Jiaxin explained that her husband was a great man and she didn't want to get on his nerves anymore. Qiurong decided that the beauty was the ideal woman. The man offered to take them inside, since Huan Jr. was a good friend of his, and Li said that he wanted to too, but they simply pushed him away. Jiaxin gently pressed herself against Xiaoge and thanked her, but refused. Her husband would take her. Why complicate things? Sei began to mock our hero, saying that he was certainly no slouch, but he shouldn't even dream of such a thing. When the doors swung open and security came out, everyone lined up and Kui Huang himself came out to greet the guests. Qiurong was proud, deciding that it was for him. He stepped forward and began to thank him for the fact that the owner of the house personally welcomed them as guests. But the owner silently walked past. Instead, Huang walked up to Xiaoge and hugged him like a brother, exclaiming that he had been waiting for a long time for his best friend to visit. Everyone began to greet our hero and his wife, inviting them into the house. Zhao Li and Xie remained standing outside. Just at this moment, Qiurong's men came over and reported that they knew why the assassins failed with Qing Chen. Zhao's elder brother told his maternal cousin that he wanted to get the Zhishan project. What about their plan now? Xi shouted that to hell with the plan, he only wanted to kill Xiaoge. Meanwhile, the young man and his wife sat down on a comfortable sofa. Kui Huang said that he knew about Jiaxin's intentions to cooperate and had nothing against it. He asked not to rejoice prematurely. There is a condition. Xishan must become part of Li Long. The company must not belong to the Zhao family. The girl said that she must consult. Xiaoge wanted to go with her, but Huang asked the guy to stay behind. He wanted to show him a unique treasure. They entered a smaller room, and the boy asked where the mentioned treasure was, and the sound of heels was heard. The sister came out to them, swaying her hips, her revealing outfit and jewelry highlighting her luxurious figure. Kuai introduced the beauty, and Xiaoge couldn't wait to finally have a heart-to-heart talk with her. He reached for her neck, and the girl was about to slap her, but suddenly she realized that Xiaoge was interested in her necklace. He said that he had already seen this jade. Kuya's sister was offended that he was admiring the decoration. The guy thought that he was so excited that he almost got caught. The head of the family came out and said that this jade made them friends. Here, the guy realized that they were talking about fragments of the imperial stone and asked if he was right. The old man smiled that not everyone could call the imperial jade a stone. Xiaoge laughed. The head of the family, Huan, introduced his granddaughter to our hero, saying that they were both young and should have fun. The Zhao family gathered again for a meeting. Karina and Jiarong were confident that the decision had been made. Lin told Jiaxin that if she didn't bring any news, she should keep a low profile. The girl reported Huan's proposal. Everyone was shocked. But they asked the opinion of the eldest head of the family. She asked them to think about it. The cousin stood up and said that Xishan Company was not only the profit, but also the reputation of the Zhao family. So he invited the old lady and Zhao Lin to talk in private. He believed that he should listen to Kui Huang. This was the only option, although it would not be without manipulation. He proposed to remove Jiaxin from the position of Chairman Lin Long, and Lin proposed his candidacy. The young man, who, as we remember, no longer had any shares in the company, announced that he was giving up his position to his older brother. His relatives were surprised that he had finally become smarter. They went out to the others and Jiarong congratulated Jiaxin on the fact that she was now rich. The girl clarified what he meant. Zhao Lin reported that the girl had been promoted and would now become the vice chairman of Zhao Group, and Zhao Li had been appointed to replace Lin Long as the head. The beauty asked what would happen if she did not agree. The old woman screamed that then she would be left without a position, money, and would be thrown out of the family in disgrace along with her parents and husband. The parents were pressuring her, and the girl remembered her husband's words about the Zhaos being ungrateful people. So she agreed, but asked for 10% of the shares as compensation. The old woman said that this would not happen. The girl sighed that she was not competent enough for the position of deputy chairperson, let them think carefully about the decision, and left. When the second heir told the first that he was now Chairman Li Long, he was very surprised, but did not forget to thank him. The fourth was left out of work. Meanwhile, Zhao Li's son-in-law, Cao Kunji, and his friend were happy about the appointment and were already choosing a house in the rich area. But before that, they had to go and sign for their brother-in-law. Xiao Gui and Huang were having a good time with their sister. The secretary announced that the person to sign the contract had arrived. It was Chao Junjie. Our hero was indignant and declared that only Jiaxin had the right to sign. Huang declared that if they sent the wrong one again, their legs would be broken. Karina came to the fourth and said that Huang threw Chao Junji out of the house and at the same time fired him from Tianshan Group. What should they do? There weren't many options. Xiao Ge had already established relationships with the Dao family and the Yun family, and he also helped many companies and institutions, including the university. Zhao Ren yelled that he should have reported it earlier. Then the girl remembered that our hero also had half of Allure's shares. This information shocked the fourth. He gave up all hope that he would be able to get rid of the annoying son-in-law. Karina said that since their enemy is now rich and famous, they need to be careful not to run into revenge. It's time for more subtle manipulations. Li's son-in-law came to the family with news. The old woman said that if they wanted to save their reputation, they should listen to Kui Huang. Lin was hesitant. The meeting was interrupted by the fourth brother, who proposed to hold a banquet in honor of Jiaxin and name her the main heir. And when the situation stabilized to deprive her of her rights again, Lin and Grandma agreed. Li thought that his brother had decided to team up with Xiao Ge to remove him from his position. The second heir decided that he could apologize to the girl over the phone, but she rejected the call, so he decided to call Xiao Ge. The hero was just drinking wine with Huan's sister and announced to the family that the old lady should personally apologize to his wife. He hung up and ignored further calls because Kuya's sister had decided to abruptly reduce the distance. The girl was already openly flirting, not noticing that Xiao Ge was starting to get a little angry. But when the guy picked up the phone, he smiled, and his wife said that she had left the Zhao family just as he had said, and was now terribly hungry and wanted spicy noodles. Xiao Ge didn't think for long. He apologized to the Huang family and said that an urgent matter had come up. They looked a little puzzled. Sister Kuya was angry that her divine figure was left without attention. Meanwhile, the couple had already ordered food. They were eagerly attacking the spicy ramen when suddenly an expensive car pulled up to the restaurant. In the car was that same classmate Jiaxin with a new boyfriend. She decided to show off again. The couple approached our heroes and introduced the future head of the Gao family, known as Gao Jiangfu. Xiao Ge asked the guy if he was happy with his choice while his girlfriend insulted Jiaxin, reminding her that she was thrown out by Zhao. Our hero reminded that not long ago, Minna was dating someone else, and the new boyfriend proudly announced that she had turned everything down for him. Jiaxin asked her husband not to be angry and wiped his face with a napkin. The new acquaintance decided that the acquaintance could be profitable, so he decided to show off and, saying that his girlfriend had a wound, he took out the pink bottle that we were already familiar with. Xiao Ge asked his wife to rub her hands after eating, and she took out the same bottle of love charm, and the couple cried out in surprise. Then, Jiaxin took out a few more bottles and asked her husband if he remembered which one he had opened. Gao Jiangfu was offended by such bragging. That's why he said that it was time for them to go and tried to brag about the expensive car, not suspecting that Xiao Ge had beaten him to it here too. Our hero got behind the wheel. not even suspecting that his new acquaintance had decided to take revenge and was following them. Xiaoge brought his wife to the luxury mansion area and said that they would not go to Zhao's today, but would spend the night in one of his houses. Gao Xiao and Ming walked to his villa number 7. The girl whispered that he was an unrivaled gentleman. Jiaxin liked his house. Xiaoge asked him what he thought of palace number 1. The guy replied admiringly that the palace cost 1 billion and was decorated with frescoes by European artists. The guy silently went to unlock the gates of the villa, and indignant shouts came from behind him, saying that the guards would shoot them all now. The wife also asked not to break into someone else's territory. People in uniform were approaching the gate. Everyone stopped in front of Xiaoge, and the maid greeted the master and his wife, informing them that the house was completely ready for their arrival. The young man told Jiaxin that this was their new home in their hometown. Ming A and her boyfriend continued to stare at all this, not believing their eyes. Her classmate locked the gate right in front of the beauty's nose, telling her not to even think about approaching her husband. She grabbed the fence and wondered when Jiaxin had become so farsighted. Xiaoge really was the ideal man. Gao invited her to go to his place, but the girl pulled his hand away, saying that he should earn more and that they would no longer be acquainted. Crossing the threshold of the house, Jiaxin was completely delighted. She had never seen such luxury and beauty. The husband solemnly handed her the keys to the house, and the girl beamed, saying that she had married the best man on earth. Xiaoge decided not to put off the question of gratitude for long, which greatly surprised his wife because the servants were nearby. The maid immediately kicked everyone out and slammed the door. The only problem was that Mr. Xiao's phone rang. A moment later, his wife's cell phone started ringing too, and Jiaxin accepted the call, even though she was busy with something else. It was Lillian, who asked how long she would have to stay at the hotel. Maybe they had a more comfortable place. The couple giggled. The young men said that they would come up with something soon, and Miss Dao got angry because she was already tired of making do with little. The next day, Xiaoge and his wife finally visited the Zhao family estate, but the relatives were not in a good mood. They said that they could have arrived earlier, and immediately after these words, the second one got hit in the jaw, and our hero reminded that the old lady should apologize. Xiaoge reminded Lin that until that happened, he wouldn't talk to them, and without the Shishanzhao project, he was nothing. Jiaxin's parents decided that they would simply be killed for their son-in-law's behavior, so they rushed out with their things. To their horror, the old woman appeared before they could leave, but she was not interested in their parents. She was interested in Jiaxin. Suddenly, the grandmother smiled and said that as people get older, they become more forgetful, and she had nothing against the girl. She added that Lin Long would be separated from Zhao Group and transferred to the ownership of Xiaoge and his wife. The hero asked if that was all, and old Zhao added that there would be a banquet held in honor of Jiaxin's birthday, where the transfer of 10% of the shares would be announced. She bowed and said that she apologized, after which she promised to pay for everything. Xiaoge promised that from now on everything would be fine. The father-in-law and mother-in-law radically changed their behavior towards the hero, which caused him to become paranoid. The guy reminded him of Diao Diao, and his wife almost hit him with a broom, and her mother screamed as before. Everything finally fell into place. She said let him pay 10 billion. Jiaxin suggested 100 billion. Xiaoge covered himself with a pillow and explained that he was just joking. A day later, the agreement with Huang was signed, and Jiaxin gave an interview to the press as the new head of Lin Long. Afterwards, she went to check the project and suggested to her husband that he take a rest. Perhaps it was time to settle Miss Dao in normal conditions. Meanwhile, the second heir was plotting to kill our hero, so that all the property would go to Jiaxin. When he arrived at the house, he found not the killers there, but Dr. Len. The girl said that she wanted to return something. As if from under the ground, the beauty's classmates appeared and started yelling that they knew she had borrowed everything from the rich fool. Xiaoge hugged Leng around the waist and said that he had never met such annoying women as her friend. Perhaps it would be better for them to leave. A classmate joined in and said that if Xiaoge wanted to rent a house for the girl, but there wasn't enough money, she should move in with him to Villa 37. Everyone gasped, because giving such a house was much cooler than buying a car. We were talking about huge amounts of money. Xiaoge handed the beauty the key to his Villa number 1 and said that he had to leave later, but would be back soon. And for now, he invited everyone inside. Everyone happily agreed. Only Dr. Len thought with horror that she didn't live here and would have to pretend. Everyone was delighted with the exterior, but the guys had doubts that the key was real. They just couldn't believe that someone could be so rich. Xiaoge suggested that Leng use the key to unlock the door. The inside of the villa was even more beautiful than the outside. Everyone sat down at the table, the doctor even brought tea. Classmates began to ask if they could stay there for a few days, and when they refused, they called her a cheapskate. One of the guys asked why no one was buying Villa 4. Leng said she liked it, and Xiaogei explained that there was a river running through it, which wasn't quite in line with feng shui. Chen Xiang said that the young man simply didn't have enough money to buy another villa, which was stupid but offensive. Xiaogei raised his hand and said that he asked for it himself, so don't blame him now. No one understood what he was talking about. Then a whole mountain of keys to villas in special red folders with documents was dumped on the table. Everyone was stunned. It is not surprising that the guests immediately decided to clear out Dr. Len declared that she no longer wanted to take part in this performance. Xiaogei replied that if all this was true, then she would not have to resist, and then kissed the girl, thinking that he was not such a simple person. The beauty realized that she wanted this, and the next moment her arms were already hugging the hero under the envious glances of her friends from the university. And not only that, Lillian just drove up to the villa, but her anger did not last long. The girl noticed the killer. The girl shouted at Xiaogei, but he didn't hear. Her foot pressed on the gas to somehow help the guy. The bandit screamed that he would die today, and the young man thought only that he would never again allow the girl to shield him from a bullet. The killer shouted that these were just words. Now he would destroy both of them. It would be revenge for the brothers. The guy didn't have time to pull the trigger. He was thrown up by the impact with the hood of Miss Dao's car. Xiaogei finished the job by promising to break the bastard's ribs if he didn't tell who hired him. He carried out his threat, and Lillian, who got out of the car, could not stand the sight she saw. But Dr. Len was a surgeon, so she reacted more calmly. She said that human ribs were very strong. Miss Dao thought that she was not ready to hear about it now. Jiaxin was at the construction site. The engineer reported that there were differences between the plan and the actual design, after which he climbed up and the structure began to collapse right before everyone's eyes. The piles fell like rain, but the girl was covered by a shield with an image of her husband. Where he came from was unclear. It turned out that the shield was picked up by Bear in time. He said that it was a durable titanium alloy. Xiaogei has his own plan. The one who pretended to be an engineer shouted at the mercenaries to kill Jiaxin. They must get the money at any cost. But then Tiger and Leopard appeared. A fight broke out, but not a single hair fell from Xiaogei's wife's head. The hero's friends selflessly protected her. They used a combination attack that scared even the girl herself who tried to run away. But this was no longer necessary. The enemies were neutralized, and the brothers and the bear bowed before the lady. They escorted Jiaxin to the car. She asked what would happen to the leader. The guys explained that they would take him to the embankment. Xiaogei had a plan. The young man was just fishing. Yujiao was nearby. A car drove up, and the traitor was thrown out of it. The brothers called out to the boss, who was happily spinning a spinning rod. He caught a turtle and was enjoying a delicious soup for dinner. The hero asked if everything was okay with his wife. Tiger nodded, after which the boss's fist almost greeted the face of the traitorous leader, but hit the rock, breaking it into pieces. The villain said with admiration that everyone thought the guy was a useless son-in-law. No one even suspected that he was a master. Xiaogei asked what else he would tell him. The man screamed that he had killed his brother, Hong Fei Huang, and the hero replied that his boss had eliminated him, realizing that the guy was useless and ordering Bear to clarify. Here, Yu Jiao gave a sign to take it slow and said that she wanted to try something. The girl showed the bandit her phone, and he shouted that he would tell her everything. There was a schoolgirl on the screen, and the girl said that there were more effective methods of threats, and then suggested that the second heir of the Zhao family was behind the assassination attempt. And so it turned out. The villain explained that he owed Zhao Zhirang a lot of money for the gambling business, so he took on the order under the guise of revenge for his brother. Xiaogei ordered his brothers to get ready. The battle would be interesting, but Yu Jiao noticed that they were talking about his wife's relative. There was another way. They would not kill him, but punish him. The girl ordered to call the police. The bandit shouted that he was even ready to be a witness, thinking to himself that she was just a monster. Meanwhile, at Zhao's residence, things were already tough for the second one. Brother Li didn't like it when his people were dragged into trouble, and the murdered Hong Fei Huang was his man. The old woman intervened and said that now was not the time for a fight. Li countered that Xiaogei had uncovered Jiaxin's assassination attempt and already knew who was behind it. Then the manager ran into the hall shouting that everything was lost. The police had arrived. Li swore and explained that his son-in-law had apparently decided to pull this trick. The second one begged to save him. The old woman also cursed and said that she had to call Xiaogei. The guy did not pick up the phone right away. Meanwhile, the policewoman was at the door of Zhao's estate, but they wouldn't let her in. So the girl called her boss and reported this, adding that Zhao Jia had hired a killer. The chief ordered to enter at any cost. He would take the consequences upon himself. The police began the assault. The first to run was the girl we already knew, while the old woman hung up and promised the second that she wouldn't let anyone hurt him. It was at this point that they were shown an arrest warrant and told that the young man should proceed to the station. As Zhao Jia was led down the corridor in handcuffs, Li promised to support him but reminded him to think about his family, and he gave his brother an apple to bite into while he testified. The second asked the elder to avenge him. The apple remained on the table. The fly that landed on the bite site fell dead. Xiao Gu and his wife watched what was happening. The guy noticed blood on his wife's cousin's face and became wary. He told Jiaxin that Li was much more dangerous, even more cruel than he was, and that the girl's parents should move to their villa. The hero tried to explain the situation, but they didn't want to listen to him. Then the old woman called out to her father, Zhao Shan, and ordered him to come to her. The old woman screamed in a voice that was not her own, that they were all to blame, not just Xiaogei, that they were all a real disgrace to the family. She said that she was expelling them all from the Zhao clan, and Jiaxin exclaimed that it was unfair. Li said that they called the police. Jia Zhang was arrested and he committed suicide. Xiaoge said that he was the one who called the police, and the family did not know anything, just as he himself did not know that the person who ordered Jiaxin's murder was Jia Zhang. Lin was surprised. The eldest son reported that the second hated the girl because she took everything from him. The father slapped him and shouted that the eldest brother should watch the affairs of others. Jiaxin said that since the family did not accept her, she would leave. Lin cried and said that it was the family's fault, not her, and asked her to stay. Li rushed after his father and asked if he should call a doctor. The fourth and Karina were just waiting for the elders to die, and they would take everything into their own hands. The girl pretended that she felt dizzy, and Jiren asked the hero to help her get to the sofa. The beauty sat down on the bed in the guest room and said that she had a leg cramp and needed to stretch it. The young man started to help, but then he realized that they were trying to lure him into a trap. He knew how it worked. There was a noise, and Diao Diao entered the room. She had just taken a shower and decided to take a rest here. He asked the girl not to make noise. His wife should not know what was going on here. The girl was indignant. Karina said that she didn't mind playing pranks, which made her cousin even more angry, and she shouted that Xiaogei wasn't worthy of Jiaxin. The young man stood up to go out and explain everything, but his pants fell down. Karina playfully twirled the belt in her hands. To keep Diao Diao quiet, the woman gave her a bag worth several million from the latest collection, and she happily ran away. Xiaoge suddenly grimaced and said that feet should be washed at least sometimes. They smelled terrible. Karina blushed. She tried to sniff the foot. It was not so easy. Xiaogei took advantage of the trick and ran out the door. Li went to the 9 Club and told everything. The guy standing behind him said that the sacred beasts and the demon Xiaogei were stronger than he thought. Li asked why they destroyed Jia Rang. The blonde turned and asked if he wanted revenge. The eldest heir said that he wanted the truth. He was asked to answer whether he would risk going against him. Jie Zhurong asked his cousin if he wanted to become the head of the Zhao family. If so, then they couldn't do it without his help. He hired 3 great warriors who were definitely capable of destroying Xiaogei: the old man, the girl, and the masked man. The warriors immediately demonstrated their abilities to Li, and he was amazed, especially by the skill of the cute little girl, who turned out to be a killing machine. The masked man stood aside, and the eldest heir asked about his skills. He unbuttoned his shirt and showed a terrible scar on his stomach, saying that he had fought with Xiaogei and that he had done it with a simple knife. Therefore, one should not underestimate the enemy. Ziju Rong agreed with this, stating that the best sniper in the city had failed. They would also need Li's assistance. Meanwhile, Xiaogei warned his wife to stay as far away from her relatives as possible, especially her grandmother. She had to be careful. Jiaxin was about to kiss him, but first she decided to go into the hall. To their surprise, there were a bunch of beauties sitting at the tables. Lillian explained that they were all looking for Xiaogei and were bored. She suggested a game. The hero's wife was horrified. Jiaxin knew about the betrayals, but did not expect that there were so many mistresses. She ran out of the house in tears and got into the car. The guy looked after her and thought that he had never had a better woman than Jiaxin. He needed to somehow make amends. He bought some wine and sat on the shore thinking about what to do. The system reported that Xinhao's balance had reached 53 billion. A rich woman appeared and the guy asked where she got so much money from. She began to list all her sources of income. He said that the beauty treated him too well, She said that she would be away for a while. She needed to report to the Dark Lord. Let him be careful during his absence, otherwise he would fail. The girl asked him to dance with her, and the guy agreed. Len was walking nearby and decided that the hero was very lonely since he was dancing alone. Since she hadn't seen Fu, Jiaxin went to the office and asked for all the documents on Sishan. Li came in and asked for help with Zhirang's funeral. His father had no time for that. He was sick. The girl became sad and went to bring her cousin some water, but he was preparing to attack, reassuring himself that it was necessary for the sake of the family. He covered his cousin's nose and mouth with a handkerchief soaked in sleeping pills, saying that family values should not be underestimated. The secretary entered the office and saw that something had happened there. She immediately wrote to Xiaogei, but he thought that she had gone crazy. The guy rushed to the car. Even if it was a trap, he would come. The woman from the system reminded that she could not help. Let him be careful. A fiery chariot flew after her, and Fu rushed in it faster than the hero's car could go. The guy drove up to the indicated place. It was a gazebo in the park. Jiaxin was hanging there by her hands, and there were people standing around. Xiaoge shouted to let his wife go if they had problems with him. She shouted not to go up to her. There was an ambush. Li thought that her son-in-law loved Jiaxin very much. He shouted that if the hero came, he must cut off his own hand. Otherwise, he would cut his cousin's throat. The girl begged him not to do it, but Xiaogei followed the instructions. The old warrior said that he was a real man. The hero asked if he could get up now, and Li replied that he could. But a crowd of mercenaries ambushed the young man. He summoned his sword and declared that he hadn't had fun in a long time. The first attackers flew to the sides, knocking down the rest. Xiaoge chopped up the enemies like cabbage. It seemed like there was no force that could stop him, but only at first glance. Jackson screamed that someone was attacking from above. It was the masked man, but the hero parried his attack. The next moment, he destroyed the enemy and leaned on his sword to rest. The loss of blood was taking its toll. If Fu had been here, the wound wouldn't have been a problem at all, but she wasn't. An old man with a sword was already rushing up from above. He hit the guy. He barely stayed on his feet, but the wonderful sword did not allow him to inflict serious wounds. The warrior shouted that Xiaogei was good, but today he would die at his hands. He objected that he did not buy weapons for several billion for this. With a cry that he would now demonstrate the power of money, our hero killed the second warrior with one blow of his sword. Now there were only a few meters left to his wife, and the young man resolutely walked forward. The girl begged Li not to kill him. She would give up everything she had. Xiaoge replied that there was no need for that, and that he would now deal with the eldest heir. But then his eyes turned glassy and the girl attacked from behind with a spear. She said that it was mean to wait until everyone was defeated to receive the award. But it was always easier for the young to come to terms with their conscience. The guy was bleeding, but he did not give up hope of saving his wife. He said that he did not spend a fortune on a sword just to die like this. The enemy attacked with a spear, and this time the weapon failed the hero. He did not expect this at all. The opponent pressed on and on, explaining that she had a golden magic spear, one of the 10 magical Chinese items, the same as his sword, invincible. Xiaoju's last words were his wife's name, and it was with that on his lips that he flew from a height into the sea. The hero was drowning and thought that he couldn't die now. His wife, if she survived, would marry again, and he still hadn't managed to spend his 53 billion. It was absolutely not the time to die. His desire for life was so great that his brain and body began to transform, and Xiaogei was enveloped in an orange glow. Li tried to console his sister, promising that she would marry young Bao and be bathed in money. The girl took out a knife and promised that her cousin would die today. The girl put a spear to her chest, and the wife mentally addressed Xiaogei that after death she would find him and they would be together again. Then a demon rose from the waves, somewhat reminiscent of her husband, but it was not quite him. Everyone froze. The demon summoned a magical trident and rushed to attack those who dared to harm his body and soul. The girl easily parried his blow and began to mock, but there was no point in jumping to such conclusions. Xiaogu waited until she showed all her tricks and figured out the weak point. After that, defeating the enemy was not difficult. The baby fell to the ground, and our hero went to Li, who asked if he was a man or a ghost. Xiaogei replied that it didn't matter now. He pointed a spear at the eldest heir and asked why he went against him, when in fact he was an excellent candidate for the title of head of the family. Li replied that if Xiaogei had not threatened Zhao, they could have become friends. But now that would not happen, and the Z family would destroy the enemy. The guy said that he would be the one to destroy Xia. Zhao Li saw that in that case it was a matter of honor for him to sacrifice himself for all the evil he had done. So he drew his sword and struck. The eldest heir of the family flew into the sea, and Xiaogei opened his demonic book and addressed the Lord of Darkness, saying that the doors of hell were open, let him return. Then the guy looked at the spear and decided that it would come in handy, and together with the book, the weapon went into the pendant. And the hero took his wife in his arms, saying that he promised to save her. They got into the car and Jiaxin asked if he was really her husband. Xiaogei laughed and offered to demonstrate his signature one-handed driving. The girl said that he had scared her a lot, and that he should not joke like that again. The hero nodded and said that in that case he would have to stop the car. The beauty replied that she would never leave him again. He was as beautiful as a flower on the mountain slopes. The guy responded with a compliment in return. A Red Shield team descended from a helicopter to the gazebo where the incident occurred. But they were too late. After examining the scene, the blonde was brought a golden magical spear and a silver sword. It turns out that their owners died. The detectives told the legend of the invincible girl with the royal spear. The woman sighed that even if the little girl defeated all the enemies, now she would not help them. Xiaoge woke up in his luxurious villa and stretched sweetly. He felt surprisingly good. He went downstairs and saw that Jiaxin had prepared a sumptuous breakfast. The happy days had returned. The girl began to say that she wanted to speed up the construction of Zishan. But then Lillian flew down the stairs screaming that she was terribly hungry, and she was also invited to the table. The food was incredibly delicious. Miss Dao thanked him and asked permission to go with Xiaogei to heal someone, so they could earn a lot of money. The wife was surprised that the guy knew how to heal and was upset that she still didn't know much about him. He started joking about it. Jiaxin said that she would go to the office and let them finish eating and do their own thing. For some reason, she felt awkward. Xiaoge noticed that his wife was upset, but he didn't focus on it and asked who he should treat. And it turned out to be Mrs. Gao's husband, whom he helped last time. The guy scratched his girlfriend's nose and said that she seemed to be leaving something out. Lillian became embarrassed and replied that she was, stood up and left. Xiaogu asked the secretary at the company to give someone a surprise birthday present. He had money, so it had to be something special. Now the secretary continued to work for the hero privately. Meanwhile, Jiaxin met with the fourth heir. They went to Dobu Gao. He promised to help her with money. 1 billion could easily be allocated for his beloved sister. Meanwhile, Mina was looking at other men near the pool of her boyfriend's villa. When Jiren and Jackson approached them, the girl couldn't help but exclaim in surprise that she didn't expect her friend to need money. She overheard the conversation. Mrs. Gao told Xiaogei that her husband was paralyzed and nothing could help. The diagnostic showed nothing, but he fell on her bed and was still lying there. Lillian whispered that the woman had used the absolute love Qingchen, and the guy had given her some pills that would help fix the situation. The conversation turned to money, and the woman laughed that it was not a problem. Miss Dao announced the price of 100 million. Mrs. Gao agreed, but then her adopted son came into the room and said that they were dealing with a charlatan and that no medicine was worth that much. The guy replied that he didn't believe it. The mother asked him not to exaggerate, but he said that he had brought an excellent doctor of traditional medicine. The adopted son was rude to Xiaogei and went to take Dr. Xia to his father. The old man replied that his job was to heal the sick. The owners of the house began to bow before the doctor and ask him for the legendary pill that had cured old Zhao. But he only chuckled and said that the problem with the head of the Gao family was in his lungs. The woman offered 200 million and even 500 million, but Dr. Xia replied that this pill was the master's reward. He could not use it so easily, but he still did a good deed. Then Xiaoge came out and said that if the pill was not absorbed, it would kill the man. The adopted son was indignant, and Dr. Xia knelt down and bowed to the master. Everyone was amazed. The doctor began to apologize for not asking how to use the pill. Our hero explained that he managed to intervene in time. He advised to first use a silver needle to check the Fenchi points. The manipulation was carried out immediately. Dr. Xia realized that the man's paralysis was caused by poisoning. Xiaogei confirmed that this was indeed the case. Mr. Gao was poisoned with thallium. The doctor explained to those present that such poisoning goes practically unnoticed, and the only symptom is paralysis. He added that if it weren't for Xiaogei, the head of the family would have definitely died. Let his relatives bow to the master and thank him. Mrs. Gao asked Xiaogei to give her husband the medicine he needed, and suddenly a fourth man ran into the room out of breath and asked the hero to save Jiaxin. They ran. Jiren explained that he saw the hero's car and realized that he was here. The girl was drowning in the pool. Xiaoge dived and pulled her out of the water with one jerk. but someone was trying to pull the beauty down by the leg. Stopping at the edge of the pool with his wife in his arms, the guy asked her to calm down. Everything was fine. She was saved. The guy Ming A started yelling at them that Xiao Ge had secretly sent his wife to ask him for money. She explained that Li Long was bankrupt and Xishan needed to be expanded. The guy asked why she decided to ask this particular person for money, and the fourth one explained that it was his idea. The blonde guy continued to yell and threaten, but then his mother appeared. Gao Jr. screamed that he had fallen in love with Jiaxin. Mrs. Gao begged him to shut up. He would ruin them all. Xiao Ge asked the Dark Lord to freeze the pool. The water turned to ice. Everyone screamed in horror. Our hero with his sword approached the offender with confident steps. He tried to apologize. The mother began to beg for mercy for her son. Xiao Ge took out a pill and showed it to the woman. He ordered Mrs. Gao to choose who would live, her husband or her son, and if he couldn't, he would do it for her. The guards rushed towards Xiao Ge, thinking that he was just some crazy guy with a sword. They didn't know who they were dealing with yet. The guy thought it would be really shameful to use a strong attack against innocent people and simply cast ice spikes so that they couldn't get close to him. Mrs. Gao screamed that she was choosing a husband, but was ready to die for her son and rushed to the guy who continued to insult our hero, who noticed that the bastard had a good mother. He swung his sword but did not kill the impudent fellow, but rather scratched his chest, and Gao Jr. screamed hysterically. Xiao Ge gave his mother a pill for her husband and told him that he had changed his mind. She replied that she would pay any amount and received a bill for 100 million. The young man approached his wife and explained that making money was a piece of cake for him, and that he should not think of borrowing from anyone again, after which he gave Jiaxin a check for 3 billion. Ming'a almost burst with envy. Xiao Ge covered his wife's shoulders with a towel and asked her to go home, after which he picked her up in his arms. Mrs. Gao ordered the guards to immediately take her son to the hospital, but he continued to scream hysterically. The woman went to her husband and gave him a pill. The adopted son continued to be indignant, but Dr. Zia quickly explained to him who was the master here. The man sat up and asked for water. The medicine worked. He said that although he was in a coma, he heard everything that was happening around him. Gao told his stepson that the last meal he ate was organized by him. He began to make excuses that it was a coincidence, and his stepfather ordered him to stop whining. He sent his adopted son to do some business, and behind the door he hissed that he wanted to poison people and then save them in order to increase his influence, and Xiao Ge would answer for interfering. At home, Jiaxin cried that she was simply worthless. Lillian dried her hair with a hairdryer and tried to calm her down. The girl complained that she had disappointed her husband and asked if Miss Dao had seen him. She replied that Xiao Ge was beating the fourth downstairs. After finishing the conversation with Jiren, our hero made sure that this would not happen again. Xinhao's balance increased by 10 billion. The guy thought that Fu should have returned by now. The fourth invited them to the Zhao family for the new year. Xiao Ge replied that he would think about it, but there would definitely be fireworks. Nevertheless, the young man decided to spend New Year's Eve at the villa. Fireworks sparkled in the sky. The invited girls and his wife and Lillian were delighted. Among the fireworks, the guy noticed a rich woman's fiery carriage in the sky, and saying that he would be back soon, he ran towards her. Len thought that such a rush was not a good sign, but Xiao Ge was already on his way to Xinhao's palace. It was not possible to go inside. The gatekeeper blocked the way, saying that the bone bag was too boring. The hero looked inside. Fu was treating the priest at the table. She offered him a drink, but the guest refused, citing the fact that he had overindulged last time. The girl offered him a gift so that he would forget about past misunderstandings. The priest said that she had so many debts that it would be difficult to pay off the temple even with gifts. The beauty offered him special pills. The man shouted that he didn't come for that. He needed her to dance and please his male ego in every possible way. The priest didn't have time to finish speaking before Xiao Ge appeared out of nowhere and pierced him with a spear that he had hidden in his pendant. The man shouted that it was impossible to kill a priest, just like a god, and the young man would greatly regret his rash act. The priest shouted that the stupid mortal would be punished, and Xiao Ge realized that he couldn't move. He couldn't use his power anymore either. A rich woman hit her opponent with her magic staff. He did not expect such a trick. The girl said that it was her personal choice. She called her battle gatekeeper, and the skeleton immediately carried out the queen's orders and attacked the priest. It was a failure. The bones crumbled. The enemy released wings and moved towards Xiao Ge to finish what he started, saying that it was impossible to kill him. Our hero claimed that his book said the opposite and used the dark spell Spiritual Banner. With a cry that he would now experience the power of knowledge, The guy read another spell so as not to die. The priest tried to fly up and escape. The rich woman screamed that she couldn't let him go. The revenge would be terrible. Xiaogei threw the book and simply knocked the priest down. When he found himself on the ground, the young man declared that it was stupid to consider himself an angel, being such a bastard, and began to tear off his wings. Saying that he should now try to fly, our hero threw his opponent up into the air, and he fell to the ground. Xiao Gu noticed that it was magnificent. The spirit of the priest left his dead body, threatening revenge. The skeleton and Fu began to be drawn into the book, as did the priest. The guy had to ask the dark god to moderate his ardor. The enemy had already been eliminated. The book calmed down. The fragments of the priest's soul flew in all directions, and finally the dark god decided to blow it into pieces. Xiao Ge noticed that the fragments hit the wall. The girl explained that it separated this place from his world. The hero decided to smash it into pieces. The beauty stopped him with the words that the protective field would destroy him. But the priest should be killed completely. Soon he would collect the fragments of his soul into a hole and return in anger. The guy asked if the legends were true. Fu explained that the earth and the sun exist, and there are also blue-blooded people like her and the priest who rule the universe. They were divided into servants of light and darkness. But the god of darkness cannot be killed. Then there will be no light. He was imprisoned in a book, and its keeper is the Xinhao system and the son of the god of darkness. The hero realized that he was now the son of the god of darkness and received an affirmative answer and clarification that finances were very helpful in this matter. The girl explained that with the help of the staff and its medallion, one can move through space and time. Only people of blue blood can do this. Then the guy remembered the blue spots on the sheet and realized that that night he was not with his wife but with a goddess. He was horrified. The girl decided to change the subject and suggested giving him wings so that he could fly freely. These are angel wings. They can be hidden in the back when not needed. Xiaogei asked how they could take root on him and received the answer that he was also half blue blood. As a great descendant of darkness, Xiaogei can fly, but he needs to flap his wings instead of his arms. The next moment the young man soared into the air, his face showing an expression of uncontrollable happiness and delight. He rose too high and ran into a protective shield. The goddess explained that it was not worth flying wherever you wanted. You should also stay away from the water. The guy kissed the beauty and suggested swimming together. A few days later, Diao Diao was having fun at the club when Qing Chen's younger brother showed up and said that if things went on like this, she would be accepted into the elite circle. All that is required is to drink another glass or two, and then he will introduce the girl to his friends. The beauty felt dizzy, and he offered to take her to rest. But then his cousin appeared and told Qing Zhou that he was taking his sister home. It was already too late. He received a blow to the face and began to look for someone to call for help. It was impossible to allow trouble to happen. Qing Zhou brought the little girl to his place and declared that there was no such thing as a free lunch, and now she would repay the favor. Diao Diao threw up right on his chest, and it became clear that these plans would have to be put on hold. The young man went to take a shower. When he came out, he was already looking forward to the entertainment, but there was no one in the bedroom, so he had to pull back the curtain to look. The villain was in for a surprise. Cousin Diao Diao and Xiaogei. Junior Yun screamed in horror. He expected to find a girl in the room, not enemies. Screaming that he would not allow anyone to touch his wife's sister, our hero punched the scoundrel in the face. He screamed that he didn't know that she was his relative and begged her to forgive him for this offense. But the beating continued until it became difficult to speak. Xiaogo picked up Diao Diao and headed for the exit. Qingzhou begged him not to say anything to his sister and not to ruin her reputation. No one listened to him. When everyone left, there was another knock on the door. Junior Yun opened it, and Aunt Ju was standing on the threshold, who had shot the boy in the forehead. The gun had a silencer, and after making sure there were no witnesses, she headed back to the car. Having reported that the task was completed, the beauty waited for some kind of reaction from the man who was waiting in the car. It was Junior Z who declared that now that the second heir had been eliminated and Xiao Gei would be arrested, all that was left was to wait for Zhao Ling to die, and then he would marry her. The fourth one is not a contender for the position of the head of the family at all. Aunt Ju asked if he really loved her and would close his eyes that she was in the Zhao family. He assured her of this. Meanwhile, Xiao Ge and his cousin brought Diao Diao to her room. The girl was dirty and uncomfortable, so she began to take off her clothes. Just when the stuck t-shirt was finally pulled up, Jiaxin and his parents entered the room, and a scandal erupted. Diao Diao whispered something about Xiao Ge not being to blame, but his wife jumped up and slapped him in the face. The situation was just wild. The young man looked at Jiaxin and asked if she really had such a low opinion of her husband. The girl was taken aback. She felt that she had done wrong. The beauty's parents yelled at him to get out of the house, and Xiaoge replied that he would listen to the advice. Without him, they were all worthless. He was so angry that he could no longer control his emotions. His relatives were scared, his wife was crying, Yeroi had almost left, but Aunt Ju came to him and began to beg him to save her husband. Lin had fallen ill and was seriously ill. The girl begged and pressed herself against him. It was unpleasant, but the hero decided that the fourth was not the best candidate for the position of head of the family, so Zhao Lin must survive. Walking up to Xiaoge's bed, he noticed that the man looked completely exhausted, and his wife hinted that they had gone a bit overboard in bed. The guy gave her a pill and advised her to dilute it with water for Lin to drink, after which he would fully recover. The beauty completed the task and returned to her husband. Our hero touched his cheek and thought that he would never forgive Jiaxin. For some reason, the head of the family did not want to accept the treatment. He was too weak, and Ju began to worry that she would not be able to carry out her intentions. Finally, she managed to give the medicine, and the woman went to get water. Lin thanked Xiaoge and even said that he would be glad to have such a son. The young man advised him not to take advantage of the fact that he was sick. But then Zhao Lin bent over and began to cough up blood. The man realized that he had been poisoned, but he blamed his wife for it, not Xiaoge's pill, apparently suspecting something. The police arrived immediately. Our hero was led to the car in handcuffs. The policewoman asked why he did this. The guy replied that he didn't do it. Then the law enforcement officer showed evidence that he also killed Qing Chen's brother. Meanwhile, Jackson talked to Diao and realized that her husband was not guilty of anything. The girl said that he saved her and brought her home. She described in detail everything she remembered, although she only remembered some fragments, and not even completely. Jackson realized how much she had screwed up, and a maid came into the room and said that the police were taking Xiaoge away. The beauty jumped out and began to beg to let her husband go. He was not guilty of anything. He was a good man. The wife cried and asked Xiaoge for forgiveness, saying that she would simply die without him, but the guy pushed her away and said that then let her die. Diao and his cousin tried to explain to the police officer that the young man was not guilty, but she said that teenagers could not testify, and besides, the girl was drunk and did not remember everything. All hope was on Diao's brother, but at the last moment he became embarrassed and also did not tell all the details. The policewoman ordered the hero to get into the car. The wife grabbed him again, but received a kick and a remark that she shouldn't interfere with the actions of law enforcement officers. Jiaxin cried bitterly, and Xiaoge walked confidently as far away from her and this family as possible. In the car, the policewoman asked him if he was really innocent, and the guy said that he should investigate. Suju was definitely involved, and he was slandered. The girl agreed to take care of this matter first, and then their car was cut off by a black car. A blonde woman from the Red Committee came out and ordered that Xiaoge be given to them. Then, Officer Fan would remain alive. The policewoman replied that she would not allow the arrested person to be kidnapped and took out her weapon. A gun was also pointed at her face. She screamed that she would not do what they wanted without orders from her superiors. But then the head of the department called and the appropriate instructions were received. The policewoman apologized to Xiaoge and allowed the committee people to take him away, and the guy assured his friend that she had done everything she could. Xiaoge was given a bag over his head and taken to a warehouse, where an elderly man with a dumbbell appeared, and the hero was surprised. The man replied that his name was Long, and he didn't expect them to meet so soon. Xiaoge was a law-abiding citizen, so he wouldn't harm the guy, but a favor was required of him. He ordered the guy to be taken off the handles and explained that he worked for the National Security Service. They needed people who could fight as well as the hero. Lun offered to join the Red Shield, dedicating his life to serving the good of the homeland. The guy asked if there were any other options, and the guards immediately pointed their guns at him. Then Xiaoge took an oath to serve his country and, if necessary, give his life for it. The hero reminded him that he had 2 murder charges under his belt. The old man promised that the investigation would be very thorough and the charges would be dropped, after which he gave the first task. Xiaoge assured that he would do his best, after which Long ordered the blonde, Leng Yue, to show the young man the headquarters. The first thing the girl did was introduce our hero to an archer nicknamed Sokol. He was one of the best in the country. Xiaoge noticed, not without pleasure, that the guy didn't have any special talent and he could easily surpass his skills. Then Sokol said that he would shoot first. If the young man was really as good as he said, then he would call him Big Brother. Xiaoge didn't keep him waiting long and even blindfolded himself so that no one would have any doubts about his skill. The arrow hit the bull's eye. Leng Yue and Falcon couldn't believe that such a shot could be repeated blindly. A sniper, deputy captain of the rapid response squad named Xiong Hai, came to the noise and said that he also wanted to compete with the hero. The targets were placed at a distance of 800 meters and he hit the target without difficulty. Not surprising, since the soldier was considered one of the best shooters in the world. Xiaogu took the rifle, but asked that the targets be set at a distance of 1,800 meters. Everyone laughed that it was impossible to shoot accurately at such a distance. The hero replied that he could. He was the best sniper and could hit at 2.5 kilometers. Zhang Hai went to the targets to follow the shot. Xiaogu fired and lit a cigar. Leng Yue looked through the binoculars and said that he missed. The guy asked to give the bullet time. A rich woman from the Xin Hao system came to his aid and redirected the bullet to the target. Xiong Hai was surprised by the strange trajectory of the shot, but he was forced to acknowledge the fact that Xiao Ge had hit the target. The next type of competition was freestyle wrestling. This time, the red committee was represented by the same blonde. Our hero had never fought a girl before, so he missed the first few blows, trying to get ready for the fight. Soon he was lying on his shoulder blades, and Leng Yue was twisting his arm. It seemed like it was time to show what he was capable of. Xiaogu pushed away the blonde's deadlock and turned her over, pinning her to the ground. No one understood how he managed to wriggle free. The girl asked in surprise where he learned to do this. The young man said that he simply had a special talent, asking if she gave up. A few days later, a unique patent in the field of medicine was presented at auction. Its development took 7 years and completely changed surgical methods. Leng asked Dr. Xia if the technology was really that advanced. The man bet 5 million, saying he was taking 1 billion with him. Qing Chen offered 10 million. Dr. Len asked if it was just surgery. Xiao replied that any appearance defect could be corrected. So the beauty industry was also applying for a patent. The next bid was 20 million. Ms. Yun offered 60. Len thought that the bidding would be very hot today. The auctioneer began preparing to sell the lot. But then Aisha, a representative of the Atlantic Group in China, offered 100 millions. Qing Chen immediately doubled her bet. The pink-haired girl tripled it. And finally, both of them simultaneously announced a price of 1 billion. The manager suggested watching the recording to find out which of the girls was first. Then young Mr. Sai named the price of 20 billion. Everyone froze. The audience began to whisper that no one in the audience had much money. The Z family was very rich and was in the top 10. They probably used the patent in the field of national defense. The manager began to announce the sale of the lot, when suddenly Xiao Ge raised the sign and shouted that he would pay 30 billion. It was a shock. Everyone thought that the hero was in prison and they would never see him. Leng Yue pinched the hero so that he would not show himself to the public. But it was too late. The girl reminded them that they were given a budget of 10 billion, where he would get another 20. The guy replied that this was the first task and he had to complete it. Young Sai raised the bid to 40 billion, saying that Xiao Ge would never surpass him. Our hero announced the price of 50 billion. Leng Yue was in despair. She pinched Xiao again. Dr. Len thought that another beauty was hanging around the hero. Aisha became interested in the new man. His capital seemed to be huge. C got nervous and asked the secretary to see how much money he could get by selling the securities. She replied that 10 billion was not enough, and the guy became furious. Then, Qing Chen came up and suggested that they team up. She could lend 10 billion without interest. Z thought that she had fallen into a trap, and that he would kill 2 birds with 1 stone. They shook hands, although the young man mentally called the girl a stupid fool, after which he raised a sign with a price of 60 billion. He stood up and spread his arms, shouting at Xiao Ge that a mere son-in-law of Zhao's shouldn't stand in the way of the Z family. Our hero remained calm. Leng Yue screamed at him to stop this circus. There was no money. The guy replied that if he completed this task, she would teach him jujitsu. The beauty noted that he was already strong. Xiaogu held up a sign and said that he would pay 70 billion, a turn of events that no one expected at all. C shouted that the guy was a fool. He didn't have that kind of money. He didn't sell any real estate or business. His people checked everything. Our hero replied that he wasn't a crook. Aisha raised her hand and said that someone was causing trouble here. She was asking the auction to check the equipment. Leng Yue realized that this was exactly what the hero was aiming for. We said that he understood everything. He was deliberately misled. The manager approached Xiao Ge and asked him to pay. Leng Yu asked where to put the money that she didn't have. She thought that if the guy screwed up, the reporters would immediately spread the news. But if he paid, he would become a king. The payment was successful. Everyone's mouths dropped open in amazement. A message from the system appeared that Xin Hao's balance was 0. C exclaimed that it was impossible to get so much money. Could the young man really have robbed a bank? He smiled. Where had he seen such sums in a bank? Leng Yu happily hugged Xiaoge. She couldn't believe that the task was completed. The hero asked to show this technique a couple more times later. Dr. Len wanted to say hello to him, but the guy just walked past. Not noticing her in the crowd, the beauty decided that he had forgotten about her long ago. But she was pleased to see that the hero was okay. The moment of technology transfer had arrived. Several scientists in white coats had gathered. The president of the medical university, Li Ju, introduced the nanoscalpel technology they developed to Mr. Xiaoge. He asked to take care of the patent. This is an unprecedented breakthrough in medicine. All the information was in a protective cube. It can be exported to a computer using a cable. The guy was also told that he was now the honorary president of the university and had received his own nano-laboratory. For some reason, Xiaoge did not feel any reverence, which surprised everyone. He showed contempt in every possible way, and Li Ju ordered that heart pills be brought to him. And those present felt Spanish shame. Aisha couldn't figure out how to react to this behavior. Dr. Leng didn't either. Someone pushed her from behind to approach Xiaoge. The girl lost her balance and fell, but the hero did not help her. Thinking that if their relationship came to light, the beauty could get hurt. Yun extended his hand to help the girl up, causing Xiaoge to fly into a rage. But the secretary asked the boss not to humiliate himself. He had already lost face. Aisha noticed how Dr. Len was looking after the young man and her companion. So she decided to intervene in what was happening, but later, Xiaoge and Leng Yue got into the car. The guy said that the task of protecting the technology was easy. The beauty asked him not to rush to conclusions and asked where he would get 70 billion. The guy asked what to do with the cube. The blonde answered that Lun thought that since he spent his money, he could do with it himself. The hero said that he would give it to the military. Leng Yu saluted him and congratulated Agent 9527 on successfully passing the internship and officially becoming an agent of the Red Shield. This was a test. They were driving across the bridge when another van appeared next to them, in which sat a disguised attacker with a machine gun. In fact, an entire army of mercenaries led by Baron Tulip, on Aisha's orders, were already preparing to intercept Xiaoge and seize the valuable patent. There was an explosion and the bandits ran towards the van, having received orders to kill everyone after they took the cube. Even a helicopter was used. Suddenly, another explosion thundered. It turned out that the pursuers had attacked a fake van with explosives, and the order was given to retreat. They were being hunted from above by Falcon, Xianghai, and other Red Shield guys, and the situation was at a stalemate. However, Baron Tulip remained calm. He had another trump card hidden up his sleeve. The man jumped over the bridge and began to transform. His face lost its meaningful expression for a moment, after which his appearance became wolfish. Having assessed the speed of the werewolf, Zhonghai said that they would have a hard time. This creature would not be so easy to defeat. Meanwhile, at the medical school, Director Meng assured Mrs. Liu that there were only 3 samples left, and if she wanted more, she should motivate him properly. The girl covered the table with stacks of banknotes and said that she was ready to try. The man opened the safe and asked how many more blood samples she needed. There was a knock on the door. Len came in and said she wanted to use the lab. Liu yelled at the director that the doors needed to be locked. Len asked what Feng Fei was doing here. She dropped the test tubes out of fear, and the doctor bent down to hand them to her. Here the beauty realized that her friend was trying to take something out of the lab. Liu turned to the professor with a question about motivation. Here it is. The director stated that the lab was small, and if Dr. Lan hadn't seen anything, he could continue his project and use it. The girl sighed, but decided to be honest before the law, stating that they had violated state secrets and would be held accountable for it. Liu started screaming that she just wanted to earn some extra money. The director added that she was only taking the leftovers that no one needed. There was nothing criminal about it. Len said that it was a lie and that she would immediately call the police. And her classmate had no choice but to point a gun at the girl. A shot rang out. The bullet hit the wall. The villainess promised that she would finish off her rival next. She asked to calm down. The girl thought that she needed to stall for time. Then Liu's muscles would get tired and she would react slowly if she was attacked. She rushed forward but slipped and fell. Liu pointed the gun at her, saying that Leng Qingxue should go to hell. Then the weapon flew out of her hand and Xiaoge stood at the threshold, giving the doctor a rose and apologizing for being late. He leaned over to Len and explained that he had to ignore her to avoid getting caught. And the girl almost burst into tears. The beauty rushed to Xiaoge with hugs and explained that she thought he hated her. Then showed the hero the blood samples that they wanted to steal. He asked who might need it, and it turned out that the beauty industry was interested in good results, while bad ones could be used to develop viruses against the Chinese. Xiaogu rushed to Liu and grabbed her by the hair to beat out the information. She replied that she would not tell him anything. Then, Dr. Leng took over the matter. She took off her latest model watch. The girl immediately sold out. The director pretended that he needed to go to school to pick up the child and tried to slip away, waving goodbye to the boss. Xiaogi asked if he really thought he could get away with it, and the director promised to help Len advance his career and allowed him to use the lab. The girl proved to be principled and refused, declaring that she would report it to the police. The director threatened to ruin her medical career. He continued to make threats, but then Xiaoga simply said that this man had just lost his position. Then colleagues came in and said that Xiaoge was now the head of the institute, and his orders were law. The director's man would be handed over to the security service. He no longer worked here. The young man showed Dr. Len the key. She said that she already had a villa. It seemed like the key to the laboratory. The beauty almost cried from happiness. The hero wanted to invite Len to dinner, but she kissed him and told him that she loved him very much. After all the events, Aisha went to the office. There was a party going on. The girl poured the contents of the flask on Baron Tulip's head. She screamed that it was stupid to have fun after the mission had failed. Then the guy showed her the samples of Chinese blood he had obtained. Aisha said that he was only creating trouble where the samples came from. It turned out that everything is available for money in China. The beauties were outraged that the girl simply laid eyes on their jazz. She took out a gun, and explosions thundered. Soon, everyone except the blonde was dead. Aisha sternly ordered him not to turn off the music for cover. The Red Shield squad immediately appeared. Leng Yue shouted that he was arrested based on Liu Fei's testimony. The boss, the werewolf, had just escaped. There was no response. When the music stopped, the order was given to begin clearing the building. Xiaoge was asked to simply watch. The special agents ran up to the entrance. This did not go unnoticed by their enemy. It was unclear who would outplay whom. On the count of 3, Len threw a grenade, but the enemy threw it back. An explosion occurred, and a werewolf was waiting for the guests behind the doors. He broke the arrows flying at him. His claws looked like sabers. Many of the special agents were terrified by his speed. The attacks did not reach their target. The monster was even faster than Xianghai's rifle bullets. The squad leader decided to engage in hand-to-hand combat. She managed to throw the enemy outside the room. He was lying on the ground, giving the girl the opportunity to get closer. It was a trap. Jumping up abruptly, the tulip almost broke Leng Yue's neck. Her head started spinning, and the beauty didn't have time to defend herself. The enemy instantly knocked her to the ground. Claws flashed. The only way out was to detonate the grenade and die, along with the enemy. Just when the ring was already torn out, Xiaoge appeared. Armed with his magic spear, he pierced the monster. He jumped back at incredible speed. Drops of blood flew in all directions. It seemed that no one could defeat the werewolf. No one but our hero. He made another incredible blow, and the monster died right in the jump. The Baron took on a human form, and it became obvious that the enemy had been defeated. His colleagues greeted Xiaoge, noting that he was much stronger and more skilled than expected. Then Len came up and said that the operation had been successful, and now all special agents should move away. The grenade would soon explode. The girl explained that they wouldn't have time to abandon her, because she would die. Everyone obeyed. Only our hero disobeyed the order. He approached the girl and said that he could not let her die. She objected that if he did not leave, they would both die. Saying that he wanted to enjoy a kiss before he died, the guy pressed his lips to hers. It was the beauty's first kiss. Then she asked him to leave. Xiaoge replied that there was absolutely no need for that. He had defused the grenade by turning it into a piece of ice. There was nothing to be afraid of. Shouting that he had deceived her, the beauty slapped Xiaoge in the face without listening to his explanation that this idea had just occurred to him. A sample of Baron Tulip's blood was examined by Dr. Len, who reported that he was not a werewolf, but that a beast gene had been added to his human DNA. The young man began to admire the girl's intelligence, but she became embarrassed. She was not used to such treatment. Xiaoge asked her to close the curtains and turn off the cameras. He has another surprise for the beauty. The hero put the very same cube with the patent for the nanoscalpel on the table, saying that he wanted to give it to the doctor. She said that she couldn't accept the gift. Then the guy explained that he was giving her the real cube for safekeeping and research, and was using the fake one with the camera as bait. Xiaogu explained that the data was copied by the military. Now she can use it at her own discretion. Len sighed that she didn't even know how to thank him. The young man replied that this was not at all necessary. after which he tenderly hugged the girl and pulled her towards him. The next moment, the beauty was already rushing to the computer, screaming that soon their medicine would become the best in the world. Having received nothing, Xiaoge went to a local bar, where he got completely drunk. The waiter refused to bring him another glass. He was walking down the street and heard cries for help. A group of men attacked Aisha, saying that she was a little unlucky today. The hooligans smirked that no one would come to their aid. But then our hero appeared, and although he was drunk, he still fought well. He dealt the last blow with a fake cube, after which he began to pick up his things that had fallen out of his pockets during the fight. The girl was taken aback that it was possible to hit someone with something worth 70 billion. Xiaoge leaned against a column and muttered something about divorce. Aisha decided that he was drunk, and this was her chance, so she took the guy to her hotel. She laid the hero on the bed, saying that he was as heavy as an elephant and as strong as a lion, and then began rummaging through her bag in search of the cube, which was a mistake. The next morning, the beauty slipped out of the room and flew to Europe. Xiaoge took the pendant on his neck in his hand and muttered that he would not forget her, and she would not forget him either. In Turin, Italy, the Norman family gathered at the family estate for an important meeting. The head of the family said that his granddaughter Aisha did not let him down and got hold of the latest technology to prove it. He invited Prince Goth. They will soon get married. Right today, everyone present will witness this great event, a wedding that will bring glory to the family. Prince Goth pushed the bride towards the screen, saying that he was proud of her and that the girl had to connect the cube to the computer. The subtitles were in Chinese. What they saw made the audience scream in horror and indignation. The girl did not know where to hide from shame. It was a recording of a night in a hotel with Xiaoge. The head of the family became ill. They called for a doctor. Prince Goth shouted that they dared to humiliate the royal family and would pay dearly for it. Aisha was cursing and threatening Xiaoge as the hero entered the Xinhao System's conference room. The rich woman noticed that their relationship had become much closer lately, after which she began to count. For all his good deeds for the country and humanity, he received a feedback of 140 billion. And upon hearing this, the guy shouted Fu that he loved her. The young man now lived in Villa 2 in a wealthy area. Returning home, he found a box with a gift. There was a dress in it. Then Lillian came in with some fruit and offered to have something to eat. When she saw the gorgeous outfit, the girl was delighted, deciding that it was for her. She immediately tried on the dress. Xiaoge was delighted. Miss Dao looked simply incredible. The hero decided to check how well the clothes fit. There were scratches from the glitter on his hand. Lillian was afraid that the guy got hurt. He just laughed. Xiaoge sat down and began to eat the treat, saying that he would live here for a while. All the girls rejected him, and he would never set foot in the Zhao family's house again. Lillian said that the Xingshun project was successfully completed, but Jiaxin worked very hard, and after he was arrested, she never smiled. At first, the hero was angry that he blamed everything on his wife, but then he decided that it served her right, and to improve her mood, he invited Lillian to a restaurant. There they encountered Zizhou Rong, who tried to give flowers to his wife, but Jiaxin claimed that she had a husband. Seeing Xiaoge, the girl happily rushed towards him, but the young man asked if they knew each other. The stunned wife replied that they were married, to which Xiaoge snapped that he wasn't sure if they were married. They hadn't been issued a marriage certificate, and in any case, that wasn't the case now. Zizhou Rong told her that it was time to forget Xiaoge, but the beauty replied that even if she became the head of the Zhao family, she would only think about him. The man hired Tu Qianli to kidnap policewoman Fang. Then he would deal with our hero once and for all. Sometime later, Lillian wanted to order an amazingly expensive fish. So expensive that the waiter warned that it was not sold in parts, and the price for the whole was 5 million. Xiaoge was outraged by the price and suggested eating sori, but the girl noted that the taste of this fish was incredible, and its healing properties were excellent. Then, the young man ordered to prepare the swim bladder now, and to wrap up everything else with him. But Suju appeared with young Gao and declared that it was their fish. Seeing Xiaoge, the beauty assumed that he had escaped from prison, to which the hero replied that an investigation was underway, but there was no evidence against him. But she didn't even put on mourning for her husband. The woman shouted that it was her business and now she just wanted fish. Miss Dao was indignant that she had already made an order and this fish would be her lunch. The girls began to argue, each promising to double the amount for the fish. When the bets reached 50 million, Gao shouted that he was not going to pay such a bill. Zhu pounced on him. Then the owner of the establishment appeared. He was a Buddhist and declared that he would never sell fish for 50 million and was also always glad to see Gao in the establishment. Lillian asked Xiaoge to leave, but he smiled because he also knew the owner. Zhu praised Gao and did not suspect it. The owner, who was Xie Zhurong's younger brother, gave orders to cook the fish and feed Xiaoge and his girlfriend well. Zhu froze in place. Meanwhile, Junior Z threw himself at the hero's feet, shouting that he was his fan. Gao stated that senior brother Z was Xiaoge's sworn enemy. How could he worship him? He tried to get the guy to his feet, cursing indignantly, but Z said that he was him, and his brother was his brother. There was no point in comparing them. Zhu decided to call the police. She thought Xiaoge had escaped. Policewoman Fan appeared and asked the woman's name, then put handcuffs on her. This was too much. When the suspect in her husband's murder was almost put in a car, a couple of people showed up and brought charges against Fan for corruption, and $1 million was found in her house. She called the boss and said that it was a setup. He promised to sort it out, but it would take time. Zhu was jubilant. She told Xiaoge that it would not be so easy to put her behind bars. But then the guy had an idea and headed towards Fan. To the girl's surprise, the hero said that the $1 million he found on her was his money, which was the bride ransom. Then he showed the employees some kind of card. They saluted and went away. To say that everyone was surprised is to say nothing. Zhu hissed that it was unbelievable. It looked like she was going to be arrested after all. Gao was shocked, because he knew that Fan was about to be kidnapped. The policewoman turned to Xiaoge and asked what he showed them. The guy replied that it was a business card. She clarified that it was for the bride price. The hero explained that he was divorced, so why not? He invited Fan to have lunch with him tomorrow, but she said she was busy. And from the car, the girl shouted that she was free on Sunday. The owner of the establishment invited the young man and Lillian to the table. Gao immediately called his brother and said that Zhu had been arrested. And what's more, Fan was free. He ordered to take action, and Gao said that Xiaoge came with a beautiful girl. He would try to kidnap her. Xie Zhurong praised his accomplice for his enterprise and promised to make him the head of the Gao family. It seemed like he used the same tricks on everyone. The guy agreed, and Xie called him an idiot when he hung up, after which he gave the order to destroy everyone, both the girl and the policewoman. Fan and Zhu were driving to the police station when they suddenly noticed that some human-like creature had overtaken their car at high speed. It was Tu Qianli, a subordinate of elder brother Z, who blocked the car's path, warning Fang to be careful and not get out. The policemen and parts of the car flew in different directions. The girls were pretty scared, and the other policemen too. Fan tried to lead Suju away, thinking that the villain was hunting her, but the girl ran away reluctantly. The policewoman shot back. But Tu Qianli was so fast that he simply dodged the bullets, and suddenly Auntie Zhu decided to run up to him. She screamed that Z really loved her very much, since he sent a warrior here to save her. He said that he was indeed sent by Zhu Rong, but in order to kill her, his hand squeezed the beauty's neck, after which she collapsed to the ground, apparently dead. Xiaoge and Lillian were enjoying their meal. Our hero asked the owner why he was there, since he was an actor, and he said that he had found good corals and a lot of fish, so he opened restaurants and the business was flourishing. Our hero's phone rang. Fan called him for help. He left, asking Z to look after Miss Dao. If something happens to her, the Fan will regret the consequences. A servant girl entered the hall and asked the owner to go up to the upper hall. There was a fight there. He left Lillian to enjoy the food, saying that he would return soon. They filled her glass. They put something in there, and the beauty passed out. The girls in uniform carried her out of the hall. When Z returned, he simply panicked at the thought that he would have to explain her disappearance to Xiaoge. Xiaoge arrived at the scene and rushed to Fang, who whispered that he should be careful. The villain, dressed as a policeman, attacked from behind. He was very fast, but our hero reacted lightning fast. Even Fan managed to move. The killer was very surprised and asked how he knew he wasn't a policeman. The guy replied that he knew because of his short pants. The villain sighed and took off his uniform, saying that there was no point in pretending then. They needed to fight one-on-one. They rushed towards each other. Their fists touched, sparks flew, the opponent's strength turned out to be approximately equal. They bounced in different directions. Xiaoge didn't expect that there was anyone else in the world who would use the tiger's power like him. The man also realized that his martial arts had met a worthy opponent, promising to fight later. He declared that he would not kill the guy today, and then ran away. The hero was dumbfounded. Fan explained that it should have been the orc Tu Qianli. He was on the Interpol list, one of the 9 fanatics, participated in the massacre of 1,000 miles. He was left in the forest. When he was a child, there were tigers and leopards around, but someone saved the child from the animals and gave him their abilities. When Tu grew up, he was cruel to tigers and wolves. Xiao Ge thought that the man had the strength of a tiger for a reason. He killed for food. The policewoman said that since he could hit him, the hero was very strong. At this time, the orc was hiding. He realized that the enemy was stronger. It was not reasonable to fight. Lillian was brought to the warehouse in the meantime. Gao was approaching her. He showed the girl a dress and said that he was going to make a movie. She would be the main character after school, the beauty cried. She hoped that Xiao Ge would save her. Gao tried to take off his dress, but there were wounds on his hand. The man did not understand what kind of splinters they were. The pain grew. He realized that there was poison in the wounds and shouted to one of the bandits to quickly cut off his hand before it was too late. His request was granted, after which Gao received a huge dose of painkillers. Lillian thought that Xiao Ge was very caring. He gave clothes that protect. The bandits shouted at her to take off her dress immediately, otherwise she would say goodbye to her life. Gao took out his pistol, and the others did not lag behind. Several bullets flew at Miss Dao at once. She was thrown back with such force that the girl began to fall. The villain thought that Xiao Ge would be crushed upon learning that the beauty was killed. Lillian turned out to be more alive than all the living. Not a single shot harmed her. All the bullets bounced off the dress. The bandits were simply dumbfounded. Then a dark silhouette appeared in the doorway, and someone's voice ordered them to immediately leave the girl alone. Otherwise, they would be in trouble. It was Zheju Si. Gao started laughing and asked, "Since when did the kid become a superhero who saved beauties?" He replied that Xiao Ge had instructed him to take care of Miss Dao's safety. Gao thought he could kill 2 birds with 1 stone and ordered his men to attack the guy, who said they would regret it, and separated the beads of his bracelet. He launched them at his opponents, and they worked no worse than firearms. It turned out that Si had trained quite a bit in martial arts. The kidnapper ran away, and the young man asked Lillian not to tell Xiao Ge anything. She replied that she was very grateful to him for saving her and would remain silent as a fish. But as soon as our hero returned to the restaurant, the girl threw herself on his neck and told him about the kidnapping, about the dress, and about Si. He got hit in the face and was very offended, because she had promised. Meanwhile, at the Zhao family mansion, the police arrived to a call about the murder or suicide of Zhao Jiaqiyang, Jiaxin's youngest cousin. The butler called the elder Zi and told him what had happened. He replied that the kid was just a pawn, and then asked the orc why he had run away. He lied that the police had arrived. Orc said that when he was in Central Asia, he met a ranger nicknamed Lone Wolf. He is skilled with pistols. With his support, they will destroy Xiao Ge. But before that, he sent a mercenary to Gao's villa to help him deal with matters of prime importance. The adopted son had already managed to shoot the guards and was now walking towards the room of his adoptive mother and half-brother. They froze in fear. The head of the family was ready to defend himself. The villain asked not to be angry. The family wealth is very tempting. Mrs. Gao said that all property after their death will go to charity. The boy laughed that he would leave her alive. They would get along well. The father rushed at him with a poker, shouting that he should have been left to die in infancy. The orc bent the improvised weapon and hit the man in the face. The adopted son declared that once he got rid of his father, elder brother Zi would help him become the head of the Gao family. The father called him a monster and shouted that his son was not worthy of entering the family temple of his ancestors, after which he received another blow. The little bastard laughed. The adopted son intended to do something so vile that there is no point in even describing it. His stepbrother attacked him with his fists, shouting that he shouldn't dare touch his mother. Unfortunately, he was too fond of alcohol and had no fighting skills. Right in the middle of all this hell, but before the irreparable happened, Xiao Ge appeared and calmly lit a cigar. Everyone stared at him in a daze. Gao told him that he knew about the hero's fighting skills, but now he met the orc Tu Jianli, and the guy would be beaten like a stray dog. While the boss was yelling and bragging, the orc, thinking that his wound from the last fight had not yet healed, simply ran away, which caused a real panic. He jumped out the window, telling Gao Xiao to take care of it himself. Xiao Ge asked what other surprises there were, and the enemy replied that there were 20 mercenaries around the house and he wouldn't leave alive. Xiao Ge clapped his hands and the body of one of these mercenaries flew into the hall. The leopard brothers appeared. It became clear that the threat was unfounded. They said that the trash outside had been cleaned up. Gao fell to his knees and promised to serve Xiao Ge faithfully, like a loyal dog. Then his brother asked not to shoot. He wanted to punish him himself. Our hero kicked the villain and pushed the gun to Gao Jr. He was a little confused but still took the weapon. Xiao Ge thought that the kid had grown up. At gunpoint, the traitor tried to justify himself and again promised mountains of gold and the position of head of the family. But his words made no sense, and a shot rang out. When it was all over, the Gao family knelt before the young man. They thanked him for saving them and promised all the family's assistance, 20 billion worth of securities, and he happily agreed. While the orc reported the situation to Z, the boss slammed his fist on the table and shouted that there was only one option left: to unite with the Yoon family, who were just gathering thugs from all over the world to kill the guy. The bear ran to a point where it would be convenient to set up an ambush on Xiaogei's way from Gao's house to his own. And his boss called Qing Chen. The bridge the car was driving on was blocked. Xiaogei came out to meet the girl and once again reminded her that he did not kill her brother. She replied that this made her hate him even more. Qing Chen gave the order to kill the young man. Then he summoned his magic spear and said that it was her own fault, so he shouldn't blame her for being rude later. Then a warning shot rang out in the air. The police appeared, and Fan announced that Xiaogei really did not kill his brother. There was evidence. The girl gave Qing Chen a photo of the murder and its perpetrator, Su Jie, she cried. The guy asked where it was from. It turned out there was a hidden camera in the room. Xiaogei couldn't figure out what the motive was, but Miss Yoon explained that she was beginning to guess that Xie Zhirong was behind all of this. She dated Z before marrying Zhao Lin. They were called the Golden Boy and the Jade Girl. All subsequent events were the result of a huge conspiracy, and his goal is to become the most influential in the city. Xiaogei rushed to kill Zhirong. The girl said that he is very rich and famous. We must act more cunningly. Policewoman Fan confirmed that they would do everything according to the law and asked them not to plot any crimes behind her back. Everyone laughed. Xiaogei took the beauty's hands in his and asked if she would punish him with these hands. Qing Chen became sad and apologized to the hero for her stupidity. Our hero replied that he was sorry for her loss, but that was a poor excuse, and then invited Officer Fan to have a drink with him that evening. They went to a bar, and the guy hugged the policewoman, saying that he was very lonely right now. She ordered him to take his hands off. This was unacceptable. The young man put his arm around her waist and brought his face closer to hers. The beauty couldn't decide whether to hit him or kiss him. The hero kept leaning over and over, and the agony of choice became more and more excruciating. At the last moment, the girl simply pushed Xiaogei away. It turned out that her phone rang. They were reporting a murder in the Lijing district, and the guy volunteered to drive her to the crime scene in his car. When the police arrived, they found the 35-year-old taxi driver dead in the bathtub. Someone had thrown a hairdryer plugged into the socket into the water. Fan asked why the fuse had not worked, since there had been a short circuit, and she was told that the murdered man had just recently applied for its repair. Xiaogei found a photo of the murdered man with his wife on the fireplace. She looked gorgeous. The guy said that it was not that simple. She asked him not to interfere with the investigation and not to touch anything with his hands. The young man did not listen. He asked to give him 2 minutes, and he would solve this case, after which he went into the hall. Fan told her colleagues that she would take full responsibility, and the hero opened his satanic book. The hero turned to the god of darkness and asked him to tell him about what happened and to give him the ability to see the past and the future. Those same 2 minutes later, Xiaogei approached the murdered man's wife and said that he was very sorry that her life was like hell. The woman looked broken. She began to cry, covering her face with her hands, and then said that she simply could not live like this any longer, after which she confessed to the murder. Xiaogei kept his promise, receiving the gratitude of the police. Fan noticed that he was a subtle psychological expert. She also suspected his wife, but she could not crack her. The girl was most alarmed by the broken things in the house and the couple's lack of children. Clearly not everything was smooth in the family. The hero praised his friend for her insight. She asked how he had guessed it, and the young man lied that he had simply been carefully looking at the faces of the husband and wife. Fan stayed at the crime scene to fill out the paperwork, and Xiaogei got into the car, thinking that the fun was about to begin. He already knew who the taxi driver had been driving not long ago. All the Zhao gathered in the conference room. It was necessary to decide who would now take the position of the head of the family. Jia Ren declared that what was there to talk about? It had to be him. Xie Zhirong said that it was a bad idea because he had a bad relationship with the Yun and Huang families. The old woman agreed. The young man noted that Xiaogei was okay with them. He noticed that in that case the post should be taken by someone from the third family, Jiaxin, or her uncle and father. The girl's face darkened. Seeing how the relatives raised a cry that everyone was worthy of being a patriarch, the old woman stood up from her seat and banged her fist on the table, asking for silence. She said that Jiaxin should take the place of the head of the family. She is competent enough and can pull them out of the crisis. Other families treat them well thanks to Xiaogei. C, oddly enough, supported this idea. Karina and the fourth understood that when things got better, he would simply get rid of the girl. The voting began, and the entire family was unanimous in the decision that Jiaxin should become the patriarch, the only condition being that Xiaoge be abandoned. The girl stood up and declared that they were husband and wife. She was ready to give up her post to be with him. The grandmother reminded that the hero had filed for divorce. Then a young man entered the hall and said that he was now the head of the family, and everyone decided that this was Lin's eldest son, Zhao Li. The young man replied that he was not Li, but Zhao Jiaxing. He lived in Europe, studied and worked there, then received a letter from his father and came. The old woman took the papers. The handwriting was Lin's. The newcomer said that 50% of the shares had been transferred to him, and he was also competent enough with his 2 higher educations, so if everyone agreed, he would be the patriarch. C asked what to do about Jiaxin. The man replied that Xiaoge was taking care of her. Then he was suspected of being Li. How could the other brother know about her husband if he had been absent for 10 years? Jiaxing explained that he had been in touch with his father all this time. Jiaxing greeted him and said that she was glad to meet him, and he thanked her for her work for the good of the family. When Zi and Jiaxing were alone, the latter warned his cousin not to cross the line. His birthday was coming up soon. He should better get busy with preparations. In the corridor, Zi met Xiaoge and said that they had problems. Jolly returned, after which he suggested that they join forces for a while. The hero replied that he would not cooperate with him. The guy entered the hall. Jiaxing greeted him, saying that he needed his son-in-law's help, after which he introduced himself. Xiaoge thought that he owed him a favor, whoever it was. The head of the family promised that he would not offend Jiaxing. Our hero said goodbye and went, waiting for Jia Li's revenge. Meanwhile, Jiaxing called him a murderer of gods. In a whisper, it was strange. Xiaoge got into the car, and the secretary informed him that the company's president had not yet been chosen, and his wife was demonstrating incredible abilities in business management. And they sped through the city. They were heading to the racetrack, where Yun Chuiki, a financial expert and a real queen of the courts with an annual income of about 50 million, was studying. She resigned from Cao Zirui's company, but he continued to maintain friendly relations with the girl in the hope that she would return to the post of president of his company. Then our hero appeared and offered to work for him, voicing the most favorable conditions. The beauty thought about it. The Cao family was the most powerful in the neighboring province, so such impudence was perceived accordingly. The secretary was frightened, but Xiaoge did not lose face. Young Master Cao continued to rage, and in order to defend the honor of the family, he challenged his opponent to a duel. They made a bet in the financial sphere, initiated by Yun Chuiki, who declared that she would personally supervise this interesting undertaking. Xiao Gu read the conditions and said that he would complete this task in half an hour, which was definitely not what anyone expected. Chao said that he would increase the price of Zhao Group's shares in half an hour, and when that happened, the secretary would have to buy them for him. Xiao Gu was doing a similar process, but in the opposite direction. His assistant doubted that they would get around the enemy, but he had a great plan. Logging into the system using his password, the secretary noticed that the stock price was rapidly falling. It seemed that this plan was working perfectly. The girl got excited and decided to give it her all, threatening to crush her opponent. Our hero was pleasantly surprised by her enthusiasm. Xiaoge said that he would leave them and go for a horse ride. Yun Chuiki said that the stock would peak in 5 minutes. Tao proudly said that this was how his family's connections worked. The girl decided that our hero gave up too easily, only pretending to be tough. Tao prepared to celebrate his victory and opened the champagne. When the time was up, Xiaoge's secretary prepared to start the hunt, while his opponent was already relaxing, counting the profits. He started calling and giving out instructions to buy, involving all his acquaintances, and suddenly Chuiki reported billions of losses. Cao began to panic. He managed to buy shares but was unable to hold them. The girl said that the bet was lost. When Xiaoge returned to them, the secretary reported that 12 billion had been cashed out. Cao sadly asked him to behave decently, although he himself was just sitting and getting drunk. The hero laughed. This was the last straw. The enemy ran to the car. The girl thanked Xiaoge for showing Cao's true nature and offered to drink to their cooperation. A message appeared from the Xin Hao system about the crediting of feedback in the amount of 120 billion. The balance was 172 billion. The guy almost choked on his wine. The secretary asked what had happened, to which Xiaoge laughed and replied that signing the contract was worth the effort and thanked the beauty. Then a fancy red car pulled up, and Liu Ting was sitting there, and she was very surprised to see Du in such a place. The girl said that she came to the equestrian club to relax, wanted to spend the weekend in a special way, so she suggested spending time together since they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The company moved to a restaurant. The beauty ordered sari, scallops, turtle soup, a bunch of delicacies, and the best wine. Xiaoge and Du felt a little stupid. Saying that she wasn't going to overeat, her classmate asked to bring only what she ordered, because she would also be paying. While they were waiting for the food, Liu Ting asked several times what Du did for a living. And when she heard that he was a secretary, she was very surprised, given her knowledge and education. She spoke about herself with delight, constantly complaining that her boss was so rich that hundreds of millions passed through her hands every day. After the meal, the impudent woman lit a cigarette and again sympathized with Xiaoge's secretary, hinting that her boss was poor and his name was unknown to anyone. The truth came out when it was time to pay for the food. The girl's card did not have enough funds. She theatrically screamed that it was impossible. She had 800,000 yuan. The waitress said that the bill was 1,800,000. And this despite the fact that there was a 1 million discount on wine, so they were still very lucky. The girl was indignant. She asked what kind of water it was for 200,000. Was it magic or something? The waitress explained that it was special meltwater. And no, it was impossible to deduct it from the bill. Xiaoju's patience snapped, and he said that he would pay the bill. Everything would be free for the girl. The restaurant worker thanked the hero, calling him by name. For a while, Liu Ting tried to explain that she had taken the wrong card, but then she admitted that her experience on Wall Street had been good for Du. She could have been a waitress instead of a secretary. The girl objected that she was satisfied with her job. Xiaoge offered her a small starting capital to demonstrate skills that she had not known about until that moment. Liu Ting shouted that it looked like it was just pennies and that he should stop pretending to be rich. Du thanked him and promised that she wouldn't let the boss down. Xiaoge said that there were 100 billion on the card. The beauty laughed and said that she wanted to check what the balance really was. Our hero allowed her to look, although Du was ashamed of her friend's behavior. When her classmate realized that there really was 100 billion on the balance, she almost had a heart attack. The girl realized that she had made a clown of herself, but instead of apologizing, she began to attack Du this time, shouting that she was too naive and that no one knew her boss. Then Huan Jr. appeared and Liu Ting began to be nice to him. That was who her boss was. As it turned out, the young man said hello, but instead of talking to his subordinate, he walked up to Xiaoge and warmly hugged him, saying that he was very glad to meet him. The owner of the establishment immediately came up and greeted his friends. All three sat down at the table and were clearly happy to see each other. The beauty couldn't believe her eyes. Young Huang and young Shi were being nice to their friend's boss. She should put in a good word for her to the boss. The girl refused, saying that Xiaoge was already too kind. Moreover, Xi handed his friends an invitation to his father's anniversary. Juan said he was busy and promised to pass it on to his sister, and our hero promised that he would. They discussed the gifts for a few more minutes, and Kun said that the head of the family was simply obsessed with health. When the day of the event arrived, Xiaoge met with Huang's sister in advance. They got out of the car together and immediately saw Jiaxin. The wife came with Lillian, who was also invited. Both were left without a greeting from the hero. The host asked Mr. Xiao to wait a little. Ming A, this time with Cao, began to sneer that the young man would not be able to get inside due to the feud with Xi's eldest son. Xiaoju's companion couldn't stand the laughter and immediately slapped the impudent woman across the cheeks, declaring that she wouldn't tolerate such filth nearby. The beauties clashed, and the guy thought that Kui Huang's sister was quite cute. Not only was she beautiful, but she also had character. Cao barely pulled his friend away. Meanwhile, the servants lined up and Xiaoge and his beautiful companion were invited into the courtyard to the sound of fireworks. Cao and Ming A hinted that they wanted to go there too, but they were ignored. This place is only for their own. Sister Huang quickly walked up to the table and sat down at the empty seat. Our hero hesitated. Jiexing and Lillian were there too, but the younger Z waved his hand and invited him to this table. At first, everyone sat in tense silence. Then Qing Chen told how she was wrong about Xiaoge when the story with her brother happened. Everyone laughed. The hero's wife was surprised. The hero's companion pounced on her with accusations that she knew absolutely nothing about her own husband and was always pretending to be a saint, and was not with him herself and did not allow others to be with him. Having declared that they would soon get married and then Xiaoge would have a happy marriage, Huang's sister clung to him. The hero was taken aback, and Jiaxin tried to grab her rival's hands. Soon, Miss Dao joined the fight, who also did not like the behavior of the younger Huang, as if she had the right to Xiaogei, as if the guy asked everyone to calm down. They were at an anniversary, so the right to present gifts was given first to Mr. Sai's sons. The eldest presented a jade peach. He talked for a long time about how much effort and money he spent to get such a valuable stone. It is believed that it gives immortality. The younger Z smiled. The Buddhist prepared a special bird in a cage for his father, not knowing that the orc had received orders to kill it unnoticed. The older brother did not miss an opportunity to spite him. When the younger one bowed and removed the cover from the cage, the bird was not there, and C was amazed. The elder brother asked the mercenary why the corpse was not in the cage. He threw up his hands. The father asked what the gift meant. The son could think of nothing better to say than that. Knowing about Mr. Sai's love for birds, he had prepared a very valuable antique gold cage for them as a gift. Recently, Mr. Z has been sick a lot and feels unwell, and the eldest son said that this is why he invited Dr. Bao to the celebration. Then, Xiaoge appeared with a beautiful box. When he opened it, everyone saw a pill. The guy explained that thanks to it, there would be no need to worry about health. Dr. Bao fell to his knees and explained that it was the great healing pill. Z Jr. almost fell over in surprise. His father said that he couldn't buy it even for 500 million. Bao continued to admire, and the head of the family called his youngest son, saying that he must have gone through a lot to give him such a valuable thing. The father said that he would give him 30% of the family's shares in the jewelry business. The eldest son was indignant that Xie Jusi did not have enough experience. This was the family's most profitable business. Senior Z barked at him not to act smart. He had only brought losses over the years. Zijiu Rong turned to Xiaogei and looked at him with a hateful gaze. Meanwhile, Qingchen was tired of the girls' endless quarrels, and she only thought about where Xiaogei had disappeared to. The boy helped the younger Z with the cage, taking out the dead bird, and now he accepted the most grateful hugs from him, explaining that living creatures are not a gift. He admitted that he hadn't thought about it, and thanked him again. The hero nodded and went to Mrs. Yun, who had also gone outside. They looked at Z's youngest son and decided to join forces against his brother. The main thing was that the teenager did not reconsider his views on the world. To relieve stress, Xiaoge went to Xin Hao's palace. The rich woman was the best at this. She said that she was terribly bored. When he complained that he was tired of the constant quarrels, the beauty simply asked him to admit that she was better than any of the girls. It was true, and the guy confirmed it. At parting, the beauty warned him that she felt the energy of the priest in the city. He was here. But let the hero keep quiet about it for now. In Zhao's house, everything went on as usual. Uncle and Aunt Jiaxin discussed the likelihood of them remaining in money and power. The man pinned his hopes on Jiaxin and blamed Xieju Hong for all the troubles. He had wound his wife up so much that the decision was made to immediately return home in order to sleep peacefully at night. As soon as the couple rushed to the door, Zhao Jiaxing appeared at the threshold, saying that it was already too late. Where were they going? Repeating that it was too late, the man placed his hands on his aunt and uncle's heads and drained every last drop of their energy, his eyes glowing red. The monster thought that this body could not withstand another such delicious dinner. But the body of the deicide was much stronger. It was necessary to obtain it. In the morning, the manager informed everyone about the death of the spouses. Meanwhile, the orc brought the owner to the lone wolf, who looked simply depressing. But according to the warrior, he was very good in martial arts. The man began to show off his pistols, but the boss simply offered to kill Xiaogei for him, without any additional special effects. Before leaving for work, the man asked to be fed. He had not eaten for several days. The request was granted. Xieju Hong watched with disgust as Orc and Lone Wolf chirped sweetly. He did not believe in the success of the operation. In the villa, Xiaogei's close friends and his team were gathered alone at the table. They discussed Jiaxin's upcoming birthday. The hero replied that he had already chosen a gift. But how the holiday would go, he still needed to think about. Tiger and Leopard gave him a couple of ideas. Lillian noted that giving away an entire company was very generous. Xiaoge remained silent. His wife began to talk about the successes of the family firm under her leadership. For some time, the girls chatted sweetly, and it turned out that both were doing great business and had already saved up a decent amount of capital. There was a noise in the street, and the Leopard's brothers went outside to find out what was going on, while the rest remained at the table. Soon, Xiaoge realized that he could not do without him and ordered the girls to stay in the house. And on the street, he saw the defeated bodyguards. The orc struck him with his clasped hands, and a shot rang out immediately. The opponents were very fast. The first few bullets were dodged, but Lone Wolf was shooting like he was cursed. It was unclear when he even had time to reload. In front of the astonished girls looking out the window, the young man fell to the ground, having received several wounds. Lillian immediately took off her dress, which made Jiaxin suspicious, and he had to explain that it was bulletproof and would be useful to Xiaojie. The beauty hit her with the edge of her palm and was very surprised that the trick from the movie didn't work. She wanted to take the armored dress to her husband herself so that Lillian wouldn't risk it. So the girl grabbed her clothes and rushed out into the street with the thought that she was ready to die for her beloved. But she was not ready to lose her friend. Seeing Jiaxin with a dress in her hands, Lone Wolf was surprised. He did not plan to kill the girl, so he shot her in the leg so that she would not interfere. She managed to throw the dress to her husband. Zhao Ge tore the material into shreds, and it immediately gathered around his body, turning into an armor suit or something like that. The guy went towards the enemies. They were a little confused. The bullets bounced off the young man's chest. Then, the Lone Wolf took a bazooka. The shell came closer, and now the guy is all ablaze with fire, accompanied by the enthusiastic cries of the mercenaries, pleased with the effect. They didn't know that they had gotten involved with the Son of Darkness. Xiaojie had taken on his demonic form. Now the enemies had little chance of survival. The hero armed himself with his magic spear and rushed towards the target. The Lone Wolf and the orc screamed in a bad voice. As soon as they were finished, Lillian ran up to the guy and hugged him tightly. She was very worried. Tiger and his brothers were alive. And after a brief but warm hug, the heroes took Jiaxin to the hospital. Dr. Lang did her best to operate on Xiaogei's wife as best as possible, and the girl felt like her leg was about to be cut off. Strange things were happening in the morgue where Lone Wolf was brought. His eyes suddenly opened. Light poured out of them. Someone was approaching along the corridor. It was Zhao Jiaxing who informed him that from now on, he would be his subordinate, and in the morning, Xiaogei took care of business. He decided to consult with both financiers about how much money would be needed to completely destroy the business of the Z family. Yunchuki replied that it was 150 billion, but there was no need to do that. So, as not to harm the head of the family and the younger brother, the easiest way was to just buy the bank. With a market value of several billion, Tiandi Bank was originally the largest in the country, but did not survive the crisis. The debt is 8 billion. This will help to sue Xieju Rong. Aisha also had plans for the bank. In order to restore the family's position, the girl hired the Soul Hunter Lo and the Bird King Jace, the most wanted criminals. They entered the bank building, and inside the skyscraper they unexpectedly found a traditional Chinese courtyard. Chairman Ai Wang, the head of the bank, greeted Aisha and asked how many people came with her. The beauty was surprised and began to describe her advantageous offer. The man replied that all potential buyers were offering similar conditions, pointing to Xiaogei sitting in a chair. The girl's nerves gave out, and she ordered the bandits to sort things out. The Chinese man asked to control himself and said that he would sell the bank to anyone who would find and bring here his favorite bird, which had disappeared several days ago in the mountains. Both Xiaoge and Aisha replied that they were quite capable of helping him. Each one was confident that the bank would go to him. They left Ai Wang's abode together. They needed to get to the place of the disappearance faster than the competitor. The head of the bank warned that the younger Cao had also received the task. He took a lot of personnel and many drones with him on the operation to catch the Minna bird. It seemed that victory was near. The only problem was that the bird was nowhere to be found. The suitor flirted with the beauty in his free time. She played hard to get, hinting at a wedding. The girl decided to go away and take a walk, and that same bird was sitting on a branch of one of the trees. But at first, Mina did not pay attention to it. But when the eagle attacked her, it became impossible to ignore it. Drones immediately buzzed nearby to help the girl and capture the target. At first, nature won over technology. The bird turned out to be very strong and skillful. Cao and Ming-A were surprised. Just at that moment, Aisha and Xiaogei appeared. They thanked the guy for finding the missing item for them. Now, all that was left was to catch it. Cao shouted that they had no right to encroach on his achievements, but Aisha and especially Xiaogei did not consider him as a possible rival at all. Then, the competitor yelled that now they would fully experience the power of money and technology. With the help of the latest technology, he would easily get the bird and the bank. A few minutes later, drones and ground vehicles surrounded the target and threw a special net over the missing eagle. The job was done. Aisha had a different opinion and ordered her subordinate, the Birdman, to sort out this misunderstanding. He transformed and soared into the sky. The goal was to free the eagle and hand it over to his mistress. Everyone froze in surprise. They had never seen anything like this before. Xiaogo declared that they could come up with whatever they wanted, but this bird would go to him and only him. He pressed a few buttons on the monitor, and several projectiles flew at the bird King James, who began to fall. Everyone shouted that there was no chance of catching the eagle now, but our hero spread his wings and was preparing to soar into the sky. People knelt down in horror. They decided that they had seen an angel. The young man tamed the eagle in a couple of seconds. With him on his shoulder, he descended to the ground. Mina began to fawn again. Aisha and Cao did not believe that all this was real. When it came time to sign the sale of the bank to our hero for 160 billion, something went wrong. Aisha gave Mr. Bao King Louis's watch. The man expressed delight and refused to sell the bank to Xiaoge. He shouted that he had always dreamed of such a watch. Something was wrong. The guy reminded him of his favorite bird, but the head of the bank shouted that he hated animals. But an item belonging to the king suited him just fine. Aisha said that he who laughs last laughs best, and submitted her own contract for signature. Bao Wang was jubilant. He was ready to simply exchange the bank for a watch without money. Everyone froze. The inevitable was about to happen. But Xiaoge realized that they were deceived right before his eyes using hypnosis. So he decided to play along. This problem could be solved by using the Book of Darkness, Soul Hunter. Lo grabbed his head. The villain fell to the ground, and the head of the bank saw the light. He asked where these papers came from. He does not understand English. Then he saw the bird he had beaten and began to cry. He couldn't believe that he wanted to exchange the bank for a watch and chased away the scammers. After which he thanked Xiaoge. The contract was signed. Our hero promised to turn the bank into a money empire. Now he could relax. But not for long. Du came and said that, having learned about the change of owner, people began to withdraw all their money from their accounts. The bank was threatened with bankruptcy. The hero asked where Yun Chunzi was. The secretary explained that she had gone to the shift group to use their finances. The guy asked how much was needed. It turned out to be 100 billions. Then Xiaoge ordered her to hire several trucks, and he would get the money. He had to ask for help from the Xinhao system. Then Aisha entered the office and the plans changed somewhat. The girl offered the hero cooperation. He replied that he had no intention of doing business with her, but the beauty began to offer 100 and even 160 billion in exchange for half of the bank's shares. Xiaoge pretended that he was not interested in money, hinting that he wanted to get special favors from the girl. Then they could continue the conversation. After thinking for a bit, Aisha agreed and began to unbutton her blouse. She felt humiliated as never before. Soon the girl began to dress, saying that she would send the contract today. The young man said that he would not sign anything because she had started the news about the change of ownership. The fraudster was thrown out of the office by security, and she kept crying about how all Chinese are so cunning. She wants to go home. Meanwhile, Xiaoge went to Sifu's palace. She was very happy to see him, saying that she missed him very much. He had not visited for a long time. The guy complained that he felt depressed. He became very angry. The beauty explained that it was because of the Book of Darkness there was only one option, to also get the Book of Light. The thing is that creatures with blue blood are very unrestrained in their desires. That is why the second book was invented. The guy said that he really wanted it for himself. The beauty hinted that this would require abilities of a certain nature from him. And soon she was already gently stroking his chest. Xiaoge asked when to expect feedback for buying the bank. After looking at the stats, Sifu replied that the transaction was not completed. There was an additional task, to protect national wealth. The hero realized that he would have to work hard, got dressed, and declared that he would do it right now. There was no point in putting it off. The girl said that they need to spend more time together, then important nuances become known immediately. The guy promised to improve. Shifu asked if it was true. Xiaoge replied that of course he didn't have any money yet. At the exit, the skeleton gatekeeper offered the guy to buy some discs. The range of products was so strange and the technology itself outdated that the young man thanked them but refused. Then the skeleton began to make strange hints about the hidden power there. Xiaoge handed him the money, but he said that they would pay in another way and later. Meanwhile, in the Red Shield, Mr. Liu scolded Leng Yue for hiring Cao to buy out the bank. He doesn't care about the national interest. The special drone was lost. The goal was not achieved. If the bank ends up in the hands of foreign agents, the country's economy will collapse. The blonde was removed from her position and made an ordinary agent. Having declared that the decision would not be changed, the director turned away. The beauty could not understand what exactly had angered him so much. Then Xiaoge came in. But the boss said that he was in a bad mood. Let him come back later. The hero said that he wanted to talk about Tiandi Bank. The guy promised to solve this problem. Lo doubted that he had enough resources, but the hero said that he was ready to defend the country by any means necessary. Immediately, everyone started talking about how they saw 2 bird people and a bunch of equipment. Money alone is not enough to cope with such a task. Xiao Ge ignored this and approached Leng Yue, saying that if he completed the task, she would have to fulfill his wish. The girl was embarrassed, but agreed. Having heard about this, our hero put the agreement for the purchase of the bank in front of the director and reported that the mission had been completed. It turned out to be the fastest mission in the history of the organization. Admiration and praise poured over the young man, who importantly reminded him that the director should restrain his emotions for the sake of his image. The hero received the position of head of the operational department. Len will be responsible for the special forces. The hero approached the girl and said that now she must obey him. She hit the impudent fellow in the stomach. The director immediately reminded her that she couldn't treat her boss like that and let him accompany him to the medical center. The girl was doing strange manipulations, spreading cream for bruises. Even Lo became interested in the process. The guy was given a personalized weapon and other equipment and regalia. He was overjoyed. The system received a message about the receipt of a double reward, 260 billion. Xiao Ge lost control from happiness and pointed the gun at Leng, after which he kissed Lei. Everyone thought that this was too much. The girl almost vomited from disgust. She bent over in half. The hero pushed away from her back and ran out of the office screaming that he had absolutely no control over his emotions and needed to take a walk. Colleagues could not understand why the presentation of the pistol had such an effect. A crowd of people wishing to withdraw money had gathered outside the bank. Yun Chuiki announced through a megaphone that the funds had already been distributed to the branches. Let them use the ATMs. But then Cao appeared with Ming A and said that this was a scam. There was no money. He began to incite the crowd to rob the vault, which contained only gold, in order to somehow compensate for the damage. Yun Chuiki tried to explain that it was a crime, but the heated people did not listen to her until a gunshot rang out. It was Xiao Ge. He hid the weapon and said that today everyone who wanted to could take their money. Cao yelled that it was impossible. The bank owed his family 40 billion. Xiao Ge replied that he had much more capital. If he was right, then let Gao buy the oil on his terms. But if not, then shut his mouth. Chuiki did not understand where the money came from. 100 billion would arrive here any minute. The first trucks with cash appeared. The crowd began to buzz. The enemy and Mina were also extremely surprised. The secretary opened the door. Chuiki thought that her services were simply insignificant against this background. Xiao Ge ordered those who wanted to withdraw funds to line up. The people obediently moved forward, but there were so many of them that it was difficult to organize the process. During the process, many changed their minds about withdrawing money. Realizing that everything was fine with the bank and the interest rates were favorable, Cao was indignant, not so much because of the bank, but because Ming A immediately began to hang around Xiao Ge, trying to gain his favor. However, in vain. Our hero reminded him of the bet. Now the competitor must buy oil on his terms. He gave the order to the secretary. In fact, Tao was trying to trick Xiao Ge again, but Xiao Ge pretended not to notice. It was time to fill the storage with money. The beauties looked on with admiration as their boss personally closed the heavy door. It was very strange to watch. He showed them the key and asked who he should give it to. Both girls began to list their achievements and skills in the field of finance. The choice was not easy. To resolve the issue, the hero suggested that they play rock, paper, scissors, which was even stranger, but both agreed. That same night, Aisha hired safecrackers to rob the vault. She understood that they might not have had time to set up proper security. Lo and Jace were also there. The girl gave the robbers stockings from Balenciaga. She didn't have any others. They had never gone to work in such clothes before. The villains blew up the door and entered the bank premises. But what they saw at the entrance to the vault was not quite what they expected. There was a beautiful table set, and the people from the Red Shield greeted the European bandits and declared that the treat was not for them. Leng Yue arrested the robbers in a matter of seconds, and everyone sat down at the table to celebrate. But Xiao Ge was still somewhere. The colleagues devoured the treats with gusto and praised the food, and the blonde continued to maintain her reputation. When it became apparent that the Chinese intelligence services had thwarted the robbery, Lo and Jace knew it was time to leave. But Aisha was not in the car. They decided to leave her and fly away. Meanwhile, our hero talked to the girl, who managed to tie her up and take her to the office. For the fact that she has once again encroached on his money and reputation, the beauty must be punished. The guy used a belt. He told the beauty that he hated her, but had a good evening, while Cao was happy that he had successfully fooled Xiaoge and made money on oil. He was already looking forward to going to the bank and telling his opponent about his success. But then the secretary reported that their affairs were bad. The purchased shares began to fall rapidly in price. A little more and the company would suffer huge losses. Cao asked how much they owed, and when he heard the answer that the cost of buying shares was 40 billion and the loss was another 80, he almost howled. Now Cao had another reason to hate our hero. His position in the family became unenviable. This meant only one thing: he would take revenge. A day later, guests were already arriving at the party pavilion to celebrate Jiaxin's birthday, and the gifts were generous. Mr. Cao and the heroine's classmate appeared nearby and headed towards the entrance, which was very unexpected. The couple also intended to go inside, but the girl said that she would be more happy to seat migrant workers from a construction company at the table than them. Minga said that they were not here for her. They came to meet the Lao family, the most influential in the China Sea. Just let him look at the cars. Jiaxin was accused of setting everything up. Her birthday was last month, and she was celebrating right here and now. The beauty explained that she was treating an injury. Then the representatives of the Zhao family appeared. Everyone froze, trying to understand whether they had come to celebrate with a relative or with the Lao family. It turned out that Zhao Jiaxing had come to his sister, declaring that he chose her, and not some Lao family. This outraged the representatives of this clan, and they came out to meet him. Cao tried to congratulate the girl on the holiday, but Lao Meng said that he had lost hundreds of billions, set up the head of his family, and was now asking for cooperation just to survive. The guy promised that he would do everything to cheer her up. The beauty said that it was not he who was to blame, but Jiaxin. She would make it so that the Zhao family would not dare to raise their heads. Lao's guests began to arrive. Their cars were luxurious, and the price of the gifts was simply dizzying. It was dizzying to realize what positions these people held. It seemed that Lao Ming was a prominent figure not only at the national level, but even at the global level. When she was presented with 60 selected pearls, Miss Dao and Jiaxin became noticeably sad. Xiaogei's wife was not given such a gift. Suddenly, a huge yacht arrived. Neither of the two birthday girls expected this. Both Cao and Lao Meng gasped. The gift was for Jiaxing from Kui Huang. Then a box for Miss Lao landed on a drone. Cao reported that he had already provided for everything. The young man presented the girl with a pink diamond of incredible purity, and she simply gasped. The stone was so beautiful and expensive. Ming Ah giggled that the Zhao family could never compare to the Lao family, to which Ming asked her to stay away from her. Just as a helicopter appeared and began to descend, it was Zi who presented Jiaxin with a red beryl, which is much more valuable than diamonds. And everyone simply gasped. Seeing that the stone was bigger than the one given to her, Lao threw the jewelry. Cao panicked. It was worth $1 million. We asked to accept a piece of his heart. The girl replied that unfortunately there was no room in it. Then Zhu Rong asked where her beloved was on such an important day. Lao pointed out that the young man kneeling was rich and powerful. Why not accept the gift? But Jiaxin replied that they had been through ups and downs with Xiaogei. She would wait. Then our hero rode up on a bicycle, asking for forgiveness for being late. The car had broken down on the way. Everyone thought he was crazy. Only his wife and Miss Dao were happy. The second girl, who was celebrating her birthday, wondered what was so good about him. Si said that he would not back down. He was challenging Xiaogei. The plan for the new city of Biancon had already been approved. All that was left was to get the signatures of the board of directors. Jiaxin was outraged that the location of the new settlement was in a protected area, and also posed a threat to Zishan, and Xiaogei declared that Zi's project would be rejected. He began to make threats, boasting about his power, and his younger brother came up and said that he had taken the place of chairman of the board of directors because Zhu Rong was incompetent. The brother was indignant. Since when did he have such authority? He explained that the Tiati Bank collected 80 billion in debt from the elder. He said, what does this have to do with it? Having learned that Xiaogei owed, he screamed. Our hero explained that he had bought the bank, and as a result of the debt for equity swap, he now owned 30% of the shares of the Z family. Being the main shareholder, the papers confirmed this. He reproached Zhu Si for trading his brother for a stranger, and he replied that he was only thinking about the threat his elder brother posed to the family. The stone dragon wanted to follow and add acceleration, but Xiaogei did not let him, saying that it was enough as it was. Cao did not expect that Mr. C would be defeated so easily. He said that our hero was cunning. He thanked him for the compliment. It turned out that these words were not a compliment. The competition with gifts continued. Xiao Ge presented his wife with a stock package worth several billion, so that her business would flourish in a new industry. She was simply beaming with happiness. Cao was banging his forehead on the ground. The couple hugged, and the girl asked if her husband had forgiven her. He replied that he had forgiven her long ago, but had one request. Jealousy makes people ugly, and he wants to see her beautiful. Jiaxin understood everything and nodded. They kissed. Min A immediately began to force herself to be his mistress. The heroine asked her husband to have fun with anyone but this horrible woman. He laughed and said that she was not his type at all. The young men were about to enter the pavilion, but Lao Meng stood in their way, declaring that the competition was not over yet. Xiao Ge gave her a lollipop. The little girl tried to explain that she was not interested, but a second later her mouth was already occupied with the candy, and Jiaxin and her husband were going up to the hall. Meanwhile, Senior Z was getting completely drunk in the club, with some woman next to him whom he called Jiaxin when he was drunk. Suddenly, for a moment, he realized that this was not his beloved and hit his companion in the face, driving her away from him. She called the bandits. The tough guys started beating Mr. Z, saying that now that his family had abandoned him and he was a nobody, they would take revenge for his arrogance and meanness. Leaving Jurong lying on the floor, the girl and her company went into another room. Z wanted to light a cigarette, but there was no lighter. Then Aisha came up and gave him fire. He said that he had lost everything and could not be of use to her. But the girl still insisted on cooperating. C asked why and was told that they had one common enemy, Xiao Ge, and as long as he was alive, they had to stick together. The man almost cried, but he was too drunk, so he promised the beauty that he would follow her wherever she went. Before leaving, Aisha ordered her warriors to beat up the bandits who dared to raise their hand against their comrade. C thought that being a scoundrel was cool. The beaten hooligans went out into the street and, to their misfortune, ran into Zhao Juxing, who was looking for something to eat. He drank their energy to the last drop. Life is much more unpredictable than we are used to thinking. Saying that he would soon get used to the new body and would not need to drink the blood of living people, the priest remembered how he found Li's body. When Xiao Ge shattered his soul, the last fragment used the Book of Light and escaped. In the water, he saw the dying Li Jiao and possessed him. Both hated our hero. Meanwhile, he himself decided to celebrate his reconciliation with his wife. They were in the bedroom. Then Jiaxin screamed that her stomach hurt. Lillian came running. The girl was writhing on the bed, screaming that there was a bug in her stomach. Len arrived and said that an urgent operation was needed. It was a dangerous parasite. Xiao Ge said that he would not take the risk of taking his wife to the hospital, but would try to solve the problem himself. And the Book of Darkness came into play again. The girl was not in pain. She calmed down. Blood appeared on her stomach, and then the parasite itself crawled out. The sight was not for the faint of heart. Xiao Ge asked if the girl had eaten something strange. Len noted that it couldn't be a coincidence. Someone had definitely put the larva in the food or drink, Jiaxin remembered Lao Meng. At the banquet, she tried her best to befriend the heroine and treated her to drinks and food several times. Xiao Ge said that he would go and sort things out. He had barely left the door when Lillian received a call saying that her grandfather had become ill and had been hospitalized. The boy rushed to the hospital, and Len said that she would soon catch up with him and Lillian. They entered the room. Blade was already there. The news did not bode well. Grandfather was in a coma. No one knew anything about the reasons yet. Blade noted that the main thing now was not to know why this happened, and not to let the old man die. Len entered with her brother, a luminary of medicine in the field of cardiology. Dr. Hao used his state-of-the-art equipment to shock his grandfather back to consciousness. After the first try, nothing happened, and Brother Len decided to increase the power. Blade and Lillian were worried. Xiao Ge asked him to stop roasting Mr. Dao. He would do it himself now, and then began to roll up his sleeves. The hero used a book. It said that it was necessary to unblock the point responsible for the desire to die, then the person would wake up. Dr. Hao was skeptical about the idea. When the boy took the needle, the ridicule came one after another. The doctor considered traditional Chinese medicine to be quackery. Xiao Ge did what was required. Hao asked why the patient had not woken up. The young man asked why he thought so and asked Mr. Dao to stop pretending. Everyone was delighted. The doctor mumbled something again. The hero poked him with a needle into a point on his neck, after which his speech became incoherent. Hao was comically indignant for a while, and then he rushed out of the room. Lian laughed. Xiao Ge asked Grandpa to tell him what happened. The man replied that he was very ashamed and did not want to live. He lost the Lao Meng car dealership. It was Lillian's dowry. He was very ashamed. Then the culprit of the incident appeared, showing the contract and shouting that she was going to receive the winnings right now. Lillian tried to protest, but Cao joined in. Xiaoge asked how much the salon cost. Cao said that he definitely couldn't afford it. He had already paid 100 billion for the bank. Lao Meng replied that it was definitely worth several hundred billion. Since it was the largest in the region, Lillian was nervous, but the hero assured her that he was ready to pay that kind of money for her. The girl from the Lao family said that she was not interested in money. Couldn't you see that she was not poor? She wanted to play. She asked the guy to guess where the ball was. Everyone started to dissuade Xiaoge. That's how Blade lost the position, and Mr. Dao Salon. But the guy was determined. Simply put, he was interested. With absolutely no doubt in his decision, the young man said that he couldn't wait to start the game and find out how good his opponent was. She was delighted and carried out the operation, with the help of which he had already made a lot of money, asking what Xiaoge would bet. He answered that the bank, grandfather, Lillian and even Len tried to influence his decision. But the young man used special vision. He clearly saw under which cup the ball was. To everyone's surprise, they were not there when Dao picked up the vessel. Everything was not so simple, and the guy began to understand what was what. He offered to show if there were balls under the second cup, because he was sure that he had made the right choice. Meng lifted the vessel and the balls were in place. It seemed like she had won this time. Xiaoge decided to use the help of the Xinhao system more skillfully. The hero suggested playing again. Meng asked what he would bet. The salon and the bank had already been lost. The hero answered that he would bet his life, but then corrected himself and said that he would bet his services. The girl put one ball down and poked it with some strange needle, after which she started a new rate of the game. Xiaoge watched intently. He pointed at one of the vessels with such confidence that Chao and Lao Meng began to simply sparkle with happiness, both knowing that it was impossible to win against her. But this time Xiaoge guessed correctly. It was unexpected and pleasant. Everyone around was jubilant. Only Cao and Meng were stunned. The guy asked the scammer how long she had been using Tao Xun's technique, and once again thanked Sifu for her help, whispering that he loved her. When asked how he managed to guess, Xiaoge explained that the girl was using illusion magic. It was impossible to win. She admitted that she had met an expert and expressed her respect to him. Lao Meng was about to take her leave, but our hero reminded her that she had not yet answered for what she had done to his wife, who declared that there was no point in drinking fine wine. The guy's fingers tightened on her neck, and the swindler had no choice but to call her warriors Batu and Baru. They were huge, but huge does not mean the strongest. In a matter of seconds, our hero dealt with both of them. They were very slow, but when the guy decided to finish and hit two at once, they used special force. Their figures were enveloped in a glow. The blow was so powerful that the hero was thrown back, and he admitted that he had jumped to conclusions. Lao Meng turned around and said that he couldn't handle her. Xiaoge saved the Dao family today, but whether he could save the entire city was a big question. Everyone became worried, some about the city, some about the hero. He decided to start with healing himself and took out a pill. The next day, the villainess visited the Huang family. She offered the old man to buy a bronze mask, a rare specimen, only 1 billion, and it is yours. The buyer asked if everything was clean. The girl told a legend about how many checks this thing had passed. Kui Huang's sister, when she was sent to the accounting department, called Xiaoge. Tired of waiting, Meng began to accuse the old man. Then Zi Mei appeared with our hero. The grandfather was surprised, and the guy asked the young guest not to deceive the old man. Chao tried to argue that it was none of his business, but Mr. Huang replied that the man in front of them was an antiques expert and his good friend, and he had the right to voice his opinion. The boy expressed concern that it was a fake. The old man asked him to help him check. Xiaoge used supervision. It turned out that the mask was real. The young man apologized, and Chao laughed as if he had never seen anything funnier. The treasure was placed behind bulletproof glass and security was increased. Lao Meng said goodbye and left first. She was offered to stay and have dinner, but the girl refused. Mei announced that she had prepared soup in a pumpkin. Lao Meng got into the car with the same candy and declared that making money was boring, but playing games was much more fun. She called the National Security Service and reported that the private Huang Museum had recently stolen a bronze mask of the Shu King. The girl said that she needed to get rid of the 4 main families of the city before her father's business entered here. She promised to make Cao the head of the Cao family if he helped her. Meanwhile, Xiaoge was having dinner with the Huang siblings and their grandfather. The atmosphere was more than friendly. Suddenly, a security guard came in and announced that the police had arrived and were demanding to be allowed into a private museum. When they arrived, Officer Fang Yanan was looking at the treasure, and when asked what happened, she showed the hero an article about the missing mask. Hearing that such a crime was punishable by life imprisonment or the death penalty, Old Man Huan clutched his heart and began to fall to the floor. Kui Huang said let them arrest him. He was the one who bought the thing. They put the handcuffs on immediately. The sister did not want to let this happen. The beauty began to beg the guy to save her grandfather and brother. The young man promised that he would try. Fang asked Xiao Ge not to interfere, but he decided to go all in and demanded that the cultural relics be authenticated on the spot. Mr. Bao soon arrived on the scene. His opinion was indisputable in such matters. Sister Huan was still worried, but the young man assured her that everything would end well, and the expert got to work. He examined the mask and found a machine stamp on the back side. It was a new product, albeit a very high-quality one. Kuya's handcuffs were removed, and he began to threaten that he could sue the policewoman for arresting him without evidence. But she apologized. Xiao Ge asked not to harm her. The guy quickly calmed down, but our hero wondered where the original mask was. The same thoughts visited Old Huan, although he thanked the young man for saving their family. He began to suspect that he had stolen the original. The boy noticed how nervous and fake Mr. Huan's laughter was, but he didn't know how to explain to him that he hadn't lied to this family. Xiao Gu received a message demanding that he urgently come to the Red Shield base. The entire team was already there. It looked like a war was starting, but it turned out that they were looking for Shu's mask. Leng gave orders to Xiong to go to the police and get all the information they knew, and to Sokol to study the museum. Xiao Ge asked about him. Having received the answer that he was the boss and therefore remained in the office, the hero became despondent. Lo invited him to his place for tea, but the guy replied that he was not in the mood. He had plans to visit Si Fu. The gatekeeper was also happy to meet him, as he had ordered something from the young man, who handed him a box. The hero entered the palace and was met there by King Shu, or rather a rich woman who put on his mask to intimidate him. Xiao Ge grabbed the relic and realized that it was real, so he didn't find the joke funny. How could he play with such a thing? The girl explained that she was going to play and return the mask. She made a fake when she needed to help Huan out, and took the original here. The hero replied that he was taking it. Because he was behaving so strictly, the beauty pretended to cry. But then with a smile, she said that she missed him very much and had prepared a sumptuous dinner for them. The young people spent a very productive time at the table, after which they went to the waterfall to relax. The girl said that she could enjoy life with Xiao Ge for eternity. The guy thought that after some time their children would disturb this idol. Sifu became serious and said that she felt the presence of a priest in the city, and he was getting stronger. They needed to be careful. Meanwhile, the director of the Red Shield was scolding his subordinates who had failed to find out anything. Leng Yue suggested that they should go to the Huang house. Sokol reported that the surveillance cameras did not record anyone approaching the mask in the museum. The police had no versions. The boss started yelling that they needed to try harder. It seemed like he was about to have a stroke. Someone's voice advised him to take care of his health. It was Xiao Ge in that very mask. He asked why the humans didn't fall to their knees when they saw the king, and everyone except Lan immediately corrected themselves, even the boss. The man pompously declared that he would accept the artifact on his knees, and then began to thank Xiao Ge for his work, setting him up as an example to the others. The next task was in the police forensics department. The guy volunteered to take it, hoping to meet Fan, but Leng Yue also wanted to correct her mistakes. In the forensics office, Fan proved the connection between a series of murders, all of which were carried out in the same way and occurred on the 15th lunar day of each month. Today is just such a day. At midnight, an ambush will be organized to catch this creature, be it a vampire, a human, or someone else. While everything was quiet, the policewoman offered to eat instant noodles. The hero said that he hadn't eaten anything like that for a long time and began to theatrically praise the food. Here, Len noticed movement on the roof of the house, saying that this time she came prepared. The girl took up a position and pressed her sight to the sight. The shot hit the creature in the chest and it fell down. Fan radioed a squad nearby to the crash site. Half a minute later, they asked for reinforcements. The shot villain turned out to be armed and had already wounded several officers. Saying that they should eat for now, the blonde from the Red Shield attached a carabiner to a rope and rushed over the street straight to the scene of the events. Fan thought that she was far from that level. The beauty took aim again. Now it was clear that it was the lone wolf, who had escaped from the morgue and was now looking for a victim to feed on. The shot pierced his heart again, but instead of falling dead, the boy fired back. bullets whistling around Lan. At the last moment, Xiaoge flew in and caught one of them, which almost hit her heart with his hand, and the girl thanked him in bewilderment. She then set off in pursuit of the bandit, but he noticed the pursuit and declared that he would not give up so easily. The words were empty. The next shot from Leng Yue pierced his skull. The bullet passed right through. Our heroes gathered around the lone wolf lying on the ground. Everyone had something to think about. But before that, the beauty made a control shot to the head. Xiaoge said that he knew who it was, that it was a mercenary from the Golden Triangle. The girl replied that it didn't matter. The main thing was that the killer was found and neutralized. The guy felt that something was wrong, so he invited Leng to have a drink at the bar. Zhao Zixing was hiding around the corner. His plans were again interrupted by Xiaoge. He was very hungry and needed to kill to do so. Lone Wolf was a good cover. The doctor said he had 3 fatal wounds, but the blood was starting to clot. Here the monster's eyes flashed. This doctor could not say anything more. Meanwhile, the young people were dancing in the club. The atmosphere was quite intimate, and the guy decisively kissed the beauty. She was embarrassed. He did it too confidently and habitually. Suddenly, Xiaoge remembered something and asked if Leng's first shot hit Lone Wolf. She strained her memory and replied that yes, definitely. The guy rushed towards the exit. He was late. Many of the policemen in the station had already been killed or seriously injured, and there was little point in asking what had happened. The Lone Wolf lifted Fan. His face was satisfied. Apparently, he had managed to satisfy his hunger to the fullest extent. Xiaoge took out his pistol and fired several shots almost point blank. The enemy did not even bat an eyelid. It seemed he was invulnerable. The young man decided that he needed to take his soul with the help of the Book of Darkness. But this trick didn't work either. The hero recited the spell, but the tome flew back at him, hitting him with such force that his heart almost stopped. The enemy prepared a counter-magic projectile. If the rich woman with the shield hadn't appeared, Xiaoge's story would have been over. The beauty explained that this entity has no soul. It was created by a priest, the blood of a black dog will help, or the blood of a hero. He got angry, but used this method. The bullet wound on his arm caused Lone Wolf's face to literally melt, and he was soon completely destroyed. Zhao Zixing looked up at the sky and cursed Xiaoge once again, threatening to take revenge, while the boy rushed towards Fan. He cried and scattered the healing pills instead of giving one to the policewoman. The rich woman had to intervene this time too. The girl woke up saying that he had saved her again. Fu collected the scattered pills and hissed that they did not appreciate her work at all. She gave one to the policeman. He came to his senses. Xiaoge handed the rest of the pills to the girl and sent her to heal her colleagues. Then it dawned on him. He decided to order armored clothing, like Lillian's, for all his lovers and himself. That's exactly 7 pairs. The rich woman asked if he was sure, and then snapped her fingers, and money began to be debited from Xinhao's account, 10 billion for each set. Xiaoge was crying. He didn't expect that the beauty would be offended and take revenge. His account was rapidly emptying. Fu said that it was because he had absolutely no conscience. Fan came back and he gave her an armor dress. The girl asked if there was a prettier one. This was literally the last straw. Immediately, system messages appeared that you can get feedback for certain tasks. Then, the balance will be 135 billion. The guy's face became a little less tense. Fan asked him several times what was wrong. Xiaoge didn't answer. Then the beauty whispered that she would wear an armor dress under all her clothes, instead of underwear. They kissed, but suddenly thought that it was inappropriate. There were a lot of people around. Someone coughed meaningfully. The chief thanked General Red Shield by shaking his hand, and then declared that Fan was very lucky and he was giving her 3 days off. Xiaoge immediately lifted the girl onto his shoulder, saying that he had long wanted to show her his luxurious villa. The first thing the hero did was put the beauty on the bed and ordered her to take off her shirt immediately. There was an urgent matter. She was a little embarrassed, but fulfilled the request. The guy put his hand on his back, and as it turned out, part of the priest's soul remained there. After a few minutes, she was able to extract it. The girl was very surprised by the procedure. She thought Xiaoge would pester her. The beauty remained to wait, and our hero went into the next room, and then into Xinhao's palace. The rich woman was surprised by the find. The guy wanted to destroy this fragment of the soul, but the beauty said that it could be used to track the priest himself. She would do this soon, but for now, they would play. Games of a certain nature were implied, and the young man simply could not refuse such a luxurious girl. Meanwhile, his body was lying quietly on the sofa in the villa. Fan walked over and kissed Xiaoge on the forehead, telling him that he was a true gentleman. The young people went to the Italian restaurant Sauvignon for breakfast. Xiaoge was wearing shorts and flip-flops, saying that it was more comfortable. At the next table, Wu Yan was taking a photo with the manager of a large hotel, Cao Bin, and Officer Fan visibly tensed up. They were acquainted, and not in the best way. Wu Yan walked up to Fan Yanan and said that the manager was her boyfriend. They wanted to say hello, but they didn't expect someone to be wearing flip-flops. The woman recalled that if Fan had not seen her working at the club, she would not have been kicked out of the police academy. Now she intended to ruin the young men's breakfast by shouting that visiting the restaurant without formal attire was prohibited. Xiaoge asked if the tie was enough, then bought one from a foreigner at the next table for a huge amount of money. The man said that he had one more, but the hero said that one was enough, after which he asked Wu Yan to calm down and let them eat in peace. The woman replied that they could not stay in the establishment even in that state because they were behaving insolently, so she asked the manager to throw Fan and her boyfriend out. Wu Yan got excited and pointed to the door. The policewoman stood up and decided to leave so as not to suffer humiliation. Xiaoge held her hand. It only took one call to Du's secretary and information about the name of the hotel for the situation to change radically. The smug manager's mobile phone also rang. He accepted the call and turned white as a sheet. After this, the man apologized to Xiaoge and Fan, hitting his companion in the face with all his strength and calling her abusive names. She asked why, and the manager yelled that he lost his job because of her. They were trying to drive the owner out of the restaurant. The man began to beg her to forgive him for his recklessness and impudence. He would never have behaved like that if his girlfriend had not incited him. Xiaoge stood up and accepted the apology, telling the man that he had been demoted to a simple manager. But if he tried hard enough, he would be able to resume his previous position. Wu Yan couldn't stand this. She took off her shoe and was about to attack Fan with her heel. Our hero was faster and grabbed the scoundrel by the hand, after which she received her second blow to the teeth that day. Xiaoge asked how long the manager had been with the woman. He replied that it had been a month. The hero explained that she was 3 months pregnant. This information shocked and angered the manager, and Xiaoge himself thought that the Book of Darkness was sometimes very useful. When the couple left the restaurant, Fang Yanan thought that our hero was a very influential person, and also cared about her. Gao's office received a warning that the Lao were hunting the city's big families, and he ordered security to be strengthened. Just at that moment, Batu and Baru burst into the office and started beating him. The secretary hid behind the door in panic. Gao followed them in and took the company's seal, announcing that he was buying out the Zhao group from Xiaoge and was now becoming the chairman, with Lao Meng with him. Gao was thrown out into the street and went to our hero for help, who promised to sort it out. Fan came out of the shower and asked what happened, and Z Jr. and Qing Chen immediately ran in. Both of them were excited. The young man received a call from someone who allegedly came from the police and was told that his account had been seized for money laundering. He had transferred 10 billion to an officer. When asked which one, it turned out that he didn't know, but Fan Yanan had called him. The girl said that she had never called him and that they were scammers. C said the police station called and said Fang Yanan was working on his case, and then began begging them not to arrest him. The girl had to repeat 3 times that she had nothing to do with it, and then it dawned on the guy that he had been scammed out of 10 billion. Qing Chen asked where Officer Fang was yesterday, and she replied that she had 3 days off. Xiaoge confirmed. C remembered that he had a recording of the call, and the voice and music in the background seemed a little familiar to everyone. Xiaoge told his panicked friends that they had been deceived by Lao Meng and Cao, but he could deal with it. Hearing this, Gao rushed to the younger Z with hugs and tears, explaining that he too had suffered at the hands of the Lao family. Qing Chen reported that she had also suffered, having been robbed of her goods after they had been shipped. And this was done in a horrible way. The man with golden skin stopped the car by punching his hand through the hood. There was security, but they were unable to protect the cargo. The kidnapper was so strong that he killed with literally one blow, as if he were not human at all. Qing Chen explained that billions of dollars worth of supplies had been disrupted, and if the goods were not found, Allure would go bankrupt. Fang wanted to raise the police, but Xiaoge said that he would solve the problem himself. The girl went to the crime scene anyway, where she ran into our hero. The meeting surprised both of them, and finally the guy found what he was looking for. He sent the found fragment for examination, and it really turned out to be gold with an admixture of chromium and bronze for strength. Fan didn't want him to get involved, but Xiaoge was determined. The girl asked him to be careful. The enemy was very dangerous. Qing Chen reported that the message about the cargo transportation had been spread. The guy said that he would ride inside the van. The beauty volunteered to accompany him. At first, the hero did not want to drag her into trouble, But in the end, he simply gave in under the girl's pressure. In the van, Mrs. Yun was acting quite casually, hinting at shortening the distance. It seemed like she still wanted something from the young man. At about the same place as last time, the truck's path was blocked by a golden man, and the car stopped. Xiaoge and Qingchen jumped out of it. The guy yelled that now the bandits would find out what it meant to stand in the way of an educated person. He used acid, directing a stream at the attacker. A chemical reaction was triggered and the enemy was defeated. The second one was dealt with in exactly the same way, plus Mrs. N added a little from her pistol, shouting that no one dares to rob her company. 2 golden shells were spreading on the asphalt. Our hero took a piece of paper and said that their main target was Lao Meng. They were just puppets. Qingchen thanked her for her help and said that she had a lot of work to do. She needed to replenish the goods stolen last time. The hero promised to help. They went to the production facility. There was a titanium door, and security, and a crystal that imitated the creation of the elixir of love's charm. Everything looked very serious. Xiaoge thought that it was a bit too much pathos for ordinary bathing water, and then ordered all the containers in the warehouse to be prepared. He would fill them now. The beauty began to interrogate him for the formula. The hero immediately understood why she was so sweet and playful with him. The girl realized that she had been caught. The young man used the pendant and moved to Xinhao's palace. The gatekeeper reported that the lady was temporarily absent. This was good news, and the boy thanked the skeleton for the information, after which he asked him to lie that it was very hot, and all the water had evaporated. He used a pipe to pump out almost the entire source. And the gatekeeper was very nervous because he would be the one responsible for this, not Xiaoge. When all the barrels in the production were filled, the hero decided to use a little more. He knew how he would make amends for his guilt later. Just in case, the guy exchanged a few words with the gatekeeper, suggesting that he not steam himself, but rather have a good rest in a chaise lounge, and at the same time learned how to fight dark forces. All that was needed was to obtain a phoenix feather. There just happened to be one living in the forest near the palace. Xiaoge asked how he could get the feather. The bird was strong and unyielding. The gatekeeper simply pushed him forward. Seeing the young man, the phoenix pushed him away with its paws. The flapping of its wings raised a wind. This was a diversionary maneuver. The gatekeeper intended to approach from behind and pull out the feather. But this plan quickly failed. The skeleton crumbled into bones from the flapping of the wing, and Xiaoge barely managed to piece it back together. Getting the feather seemed impossible. Quite unexpectedly, the guy noticed that one had fallen out of the tail, and happily, he returned to production, where he was met by Qingchen. The girl couldn't believe that absolutely all the barrels were filled with the magic elixir, and she kissed Xiaoge with happiness, beaming with happiness. It turned out that this was not quite what he wanted from her. Having received it from her, the guy left the factory and began calling the team. A meeting was scheduled at the Blue Estate. Friends were waiting in front of the entrance. They said that they had come to help him. They were joined by the hypnotist Akash, the woodcutter, and the old man Water and Fire, enemies of Lao Meng. Having discussed the details, the company moved inside. The interior of the palace was luxurious, but a little old-fashioned. There were 3 doors ahead. The hypnotist volunteered to choose the right path according to her. Death was hidden behind 2 doors and only one was safe. But the woman was wrong. Darts flew at the heroes. A woodcutter came forward and solved the problem with an axe and a shield, and the old man praised his strength and power. A gate with a padlock appeared ahead, and the man did not have enough strength to cope with it. So the ancient sage stepped forward. He united fire and water. The bell rang. The doors did not need to be broken down, because the key appeared. Finding himself in front of Lao Meng, our hero asked what to do now that all her enemies had overcome the obstacles. She replied that she had not played enough yet. Let them develop new skills. A huge warrior in armor appeared in front of Xiaoge, and Lao controlled him like a puppet. The woodcutter fought like a lion, but his axe did not cause any damage to the golden warrior, and his muscles could not withstand the enemy's power. The golden sword turned out to be so heavy that it was impossible to even simply hold back the enemy's blows. The Elder of Water and Fire rushed to help, using a combat spell. But for some reason, the protection did not work. Deciding that the puppet was made of paper, he attacked with fire. But the golden warrior not only was not harmed, but also seemed to increase in size. Lao Meng giggled that gold was not afraid of fire. Then the hypnotist stepped forward and said that she would destroy this illusion in a couple of seconds. Meng blew into her black egg with holes, and all 3 warriors who intended to kill her fell to their knees before the golden guard and asked for death. The girl promised to fulfill their request. Xiaoge began to worry. But then he simply decided to act on his own and cut the warrior down with a phoenix feather. Lao Ming blew into the egg again and sent many poisonous snakes at him and his comrades, still confident in her own power. The young man destroyed the bastards in a jump using the same feather. The villainess gasped. She thought that no weapon would work against dark forces and illusions. She blew again and appeared naked before the young man, surrounded by fruits, asking what he would like to eat first. Xiaogi already knew that he couldn't trust his eyes. He simply spanked the impudent girl, sparing no effort. She screamed in indignation and pain. In tears, Ming asked why he could ignore her illusions. The hero replied that he simply had a special gift and gave her a few more slaps. Showing that this could not go on any longer, the girl said that she would give in and return the seals of the 4 families. But let Xiao Ge be wary of Cao. He threatened to press on his weaknesses. The young man's weaknesses were women, and his wife was just on her way to the hotel to meet her boss, to whom Min A was accompanying her. In the room, Cao was sitting in a chair. Xiao Ge's wife realized that she had been lured into a trap. She wanted to turn around and leave, but her former classmate blocked her path. Ming Ah screamed that they would now film a special video and then post it on social media and give it to Xiao Ge. Then he would immediately get a divorce. Unable to catch Jiaxin Cao, she stated that she may have been too kind to others, but she was never too stupid. At that moment, Leopard and his brothers entered the door, reporting that the guards had been neutralized, leaving only Cao and Ming A. They asked Mrs. Xiao to come out. There was going to be a bloody massacre, but she said that she wanted to see everything with her own eyes. Ming Ah started whining about being more merciful. Jiaxin responded that some people just don't deserve it. Even at school, Min Ah spread dirty gossip about her classmate, which made her life quite miserable. If it weren't for Xiao Ge bringing her food and taking care of her, Jiaxin would have committed suicide long ago back then. Remembering this, the girl ordered the scoundrels to be thrown out of the hotel. But then our hero appeared and said that they would not leave alive. Cao jumped up and began to threaten with the power of his family. It did not even occur to him that the young man did not care about all the possible consequences. The enemy, as if mockingly, shouted that he should just try to kill him. Xiao Ge tried and did it. Mina screamed that she didn't need to be killed. She admitted her guilt. Jiaxin stood up for her classmate and stopped her husband, grabbing his hand, explaining that she realized her mistakes, and she did not want to live with self-hatred. Then the hero asked which of his men was without a girl now. It turned out that all of them. But Min A chose Bear as the strongest. He willingly put her on his shoulder and carried her home. The couple looked after them and assumed that they would soon be invited to the wedding. Sometime later, the friends gathered at the table to celebrate the victory. They thanked Xiao Ge for the seals and everything else, after which they all drank to his health. Huang proposed to unite into a friendly alliance, and everyone was in favor. They started to come up with a name. There were ideas like annihilation of Haidong and the like. Lillian noted that for this it was necessary to destroy the Lao family. The Xinhao system reported various feedback. The hero received 50 billion for annihilating Haidong. He whistled so loudly that he scared all his friends. At the Haidong Club, the aforementioned family, the Blue Peacock Club vice president, the president Long Sihai, and Cao Renshual had just gathered. Meng reported that they failed to capture the city. Xiao Ge was the reason for that. He is really strong. The Blue Peacock asked why the girl did nothing, to which she explained that our hero could resist her illusions. The grandfather and uncle began to talk. Then Meng Longyang's cousin appeared and told his father that Xiao Ge had formed a group called Haidong Annihilation, and he yelled that it was time to kill the hero. Meanwhile, Xiao Ge was returning home with his wife and Lillian. The girls barely managed to drag the drunk hero home. Jiaxin remembered her promise not to be jealous, and when the young man complimented Lillian, she simply pushed the beauty into his arms. She began to regret her actions at that very second, but it was too late. Miss Dao was in Xiao Ge's bedroom. To distract herself, Jiaxin turned on the TV. There was some stupid movie on that was simply impossible to watch. The girl threw the remote at the screen and decided that work would help much better. She would prepare for the upcoming land auction. Before leaving for the office, the beauty asked the maid where the gentleman was. It turned out that he still hadn't left the bedroom. In the evening, Jiaxin decided to cook dinner. But Xiao Ge only ordered oysters, so there was no need for culinary masterpieces. The next evening, it turned out that our hero again left the bedroom only for papers. This was too much. The young people really needed the papers. Lillian looked at the map and said that the eastern valley of Jiangchen was an excellent place for future construction. On the third morning, the tailor came and brought the clothes ordered by his second wife, Miss Dao. Jiaxin thought that the girl now had no respect for her at all. The stone dragon came and invited the lady into the car. It was time for them to go to the land auction. Friends were already sitting in the hall. They pointed out Aisha and Zijurong to Jiaxin. The girl asked who this hot-tempered beauty was, and upon receiving the answer, she frowned. The first lot was Jianan Manor. Everyone started to bid. Xiaogei's wife thought that if Aisha came forward, they would be left out in the cold. Soon, two groups of land rivalries emerged. Xie and his friend and Jiaxin and company. The amounts exceeded hundreds of millions. Aisha said that Xiaogei had spoiled his wife and named a bet of 100 billion, thus immediately reducing the competitors' chances to zero. Qingqi reminded the heroine that it was time to forget about ambitions and listen to the voice of reason. The estate was not worth that much. Lot number 70 was bought by Z Jr., who said that he was going to expand his business with Yun. Jackson thought that it would not hurt to have her husband present. The last lot was the East Valley with the lake. The starting price was 2 billion. Annihilation stood up straight. This land should not go to anyone else. Jiaxin raised the bid to 3 billion. Long Yang offered 10 billion, while appreciating the beauty of Xiaogei's wife. It is no wonder that she left no one indifferent. He turned to Mrs. Zhao and said that the amount he had prepared would surprise her. So wouldn't it be better to reveal all his cards right away? Here our hero entered the auction hall with Lillian. He was smoking a cigar and looked very self-confident. He offered 20 billion for the valley. Yang was indignant that bets without a number were not accepted, to which the manager stated that Mr. Xiao's bets were always accepted. About the amount of 10 billion more, when it reached 40, Long Yang declared that the estate was not worth that much and congratulated our hero on the acquisition of bad land. He thought that, unlike his more conservative elders, this young gentleman preferred reason to ambition. Everyone began to express their thoughts about the Eastern Valley. Some thought it was too far away. Others thought it was a gold mine. Aisha approached Xiaogei and threatened to kill him again. The wife congratulated her on the purchase. The guy asked her to be careful in business, especially in business related to this territory. Junior Shai expressed the hope that they would discuss the purchase one-on-one. But the guy's phone rang. It was the Red Shield. The helicopter was already there. Xiaogei apologized and flew away. The committee meeting discussed Aisha Norman, a suspect in industrial espionage and a particularly dangerous criminal. With the assistance of Xie Zhuhong, the foreigner began construction of a technology center in the estate, and a scientific and industrial complex in Asia is also planned there. Xiaoge raised his hand and said that for the sake of international security this should be prevented. And the director supported the idea, noting that there was also an ornithological organization. The hero promised to take on the problem by improving the indicators and the number of birds with which to conduct reconnaissance. The guy promised to get hundreds of birds within 3 days. The director asked him not to throw words to the wind, but promised support. Ornithologists offered to help, but none of them knew the habits and behavior of the phoenix. Our hero said that he could handle it himself. In fact, he was going to seek help from the palace gatekeeper Xin Hao. But Sister Fu reported that she had killed and buried the skeleton for its indecent behavior. The young man rushed to the grave and began to cry about the fact that he had not had time to call the gatekeeper a master. But he had taught him a lot, to shoot accurately, and to get a phoenix feather. Hearing that they wanted to call him a master, the skeleton dug himself out and asked to do it now. The rich woman ordered to immediately bury himself back. It took Xiaoge a lot of effort to persuade her to at least talk. Both of them lit cigars, and the gatekeeper said that the phoenix could not summon 100 birds. Fu replied that it was not necessary. The skeleton was again ordered to lie down in the grave, and his mistress and our hero moved to a more intimate level of conversation. The guy took the girl in his arms and offered to take a bath. She agreed, but noticed that the source had not yet fully recovered. The rich woman gave the hero a bell that summoned the phoenix. It took almost a day of pleasing her. Xiaoge hoped it was worth it. The phoenix flew in. At first it was huge, but then it shrank to a size that allowed it to sit on the guy's shoulder. Xiaoge had not eaten, drunk, or left his office for several days. Time was running out and his colleagues were worried. They knocked down the door and saw a phoenix. Aisha and C also called ornithologists. Everyone was concerned that birds had not been seen in these parts for a long time. The delegation concluded that the conditions were too harsh. Through binoculars, they saw Xiaoge and Leng Yue. The girl just asked how the hero would lure the birds. He answered that the Highlanders have their own secrets. The hero released the phoenix and it flew into the sky. The girl was indescribably delighted. The bird sang its song, attracting other relatives of rare species to places they had long abandoned. Bai was playing with his favorite eagle again. and it forgave its owner for clouding his mind under hypnosis. But suddenly it soared up and left him. Aisha watched through her binoculars as the colorful clouds approached. Only then did it dawn on her that they were a multitude of birds flying toward the estate. The ornithologist froze in bewilderment. There were even black European kites and white herons, and the phoenix was faithfully fulfilling its mission. The commission decided that construction could not be carried out here. It was a protected ornithological zone. Xiaogei once again destroyed the villain's plans. At this point, the men from the Lao family approached. Long Yang suggested that they join forces since they all hated the same person, Xiaogei. They all wanted to kill him as soon as possible, and they did not put off the operation to destroy the enemy, scheduling it for the next day. At the base, our hero received praise from the director, who asked him to continue in the same spirit since he might soon take his position. As a reward, the young man asked Len to dress up in a maid's costume. The girl was indignant, but everyone shouted that they had long dreamed of this. At home, Xiaogei was also greeted by smiles and good mood, and Jiaxin and Lillian's business flourished and expanded. The girls kissed him and thanked him for the 40 billion he gave them. Now the company's value has risen to 400 billion. Isn't that a miracle? Feedback poured into the account. Now there were 600 billion. The guy said that he was now the richest. Lillian objected that the richest was the invisible man. The girl started telling him that in eastern China, there are companies with trillion-dollar capital, and the guy said that he urgently needed to go there on a business trip. But first, he needs to get some rest at home. The girl he catches will have to spend the night in his bedroom. They started playing, but luck turned away from our hero that day. He caught not Jiaxin or Lillian, but a bear. The bodyguard said that some guest was looking for the boss. She was very beautiful. The guy, without thinking, decided to go and see. Suddenly something urgent. It turned out to be Aisha. She brought plane tickets and suggested that Xiaogei fly to Europe and get married there, so he would avoid death and become the richest in the world. The young man replied that he was not going to fly away anywhere and that he was far from poor and could stand up for himself. The beauty tried to assure him that the danger was very high. He could find nothing better to do than calm her down with a kiss, and this time the girl not only did not resist, but was also happy about it. Some time later, the whole company arrived at the Eastern Valley. There were Xiaogei and his wife and the brothers and Lillian. They wanted to burn incense near the golden statue. As the head of the family, our hero volunteered to do this. But one of the incense sticks was broken, which was a bad sign. No one was sad. Everyone congratulated Xiaogei on becoming the most important person in the city. Other families were not fit to hold a candle. Then Yang Long appeared with his henchmen. Along with Aisha and the Lao family, the 5th and 6th numbers on the religious fanatic list, Fuhu, King Kong, and Dragon Arhat, came to worship the statue. Long Yang said that Xiaogei was worthless and had become so influential by mistake. Z confirmed that he had taken his place. Leopard was indignant, but the hero stopped him. The young man declared that he was ready to put the enemies in their place single-handedly. Aisha muttered that now she had no choice, and ordered the assassins to attack. Birdman and Soul Hunter rushed forward, determined to deal with our hero. But Xiaogei was no slouch either. He literally grabbed the attackers in a second and announced that death awaited them. The rest of the enemies froze in surprise. Tu Qianli also rushed to attack. And from behind, shouting that he shouldn't be underestimated, Xiaogei killed the orc with one blow. He was very good. Then Long Yang stepped forward again and said that against brute force there is always a more subtle weapon. The man next to him played the flute. The guy was confused. Lanzia Lance, Lao Meng's brother, continued to play. The hypnotist screamed for everyone to cover their ears. The music was dangerous, but it was too late. The woodcutter attacked her from behind, and then attacked the old man who cast the spell. It seemed as if someone was controlling the people like puppets. All the villains watched with satisfaction what was happening. They felt powerful as never before. Xiaogei realized with horror that his comrades were fighting among themselves. Even his brothers and his wife and Lillian were fighting among themselves. The hypnotist and the woodcutter fell dead, and the old sorcerer decided to personally deal with Lanzia Lance, shouting that he would not forgive him for the death of his colleagues. The man used his flute again, and in contrast, the mage fired a fire blast at the enemy, and the music stopped for a while. With the help of protection, the flame was thrown back. In addition, all the life force of the old man left the body. The opponent was a more powerful sorcerer. Xiaogei rushed to his dying comrade, but he said that he wanted to die in battle. Giving the hero a blessing to take revenge, Lanzia Lance prepared to attack the hero with his magic fan. But the young man easily repelled the attack. He had a magical spear, a priceless artifact that was immune to various types of magic. Besides this, he had a sword that cost 4 billion, a powerful weapon that brother Lao Meng was not so strong against. Unfortunately, a second spellcaster came to his aid, stopping Xiao Gei's sword strike and immobilizing the hero by freezing him. Everyone gasped. It seemed the battle was lost. The guy turned to the rich woman for help, but she was apparently busy. Thinking that this is how it usually happens, the hero turned to the god of darkness and, with the help of the book, summoned the power of fire upon himself. In a few seconds, he got rid of the icy shackles and grabbed the enemy tightly by the throat. Now the situation was exactly the opposite. The old man wanted to come to his master's aid. He was sure that Xiao Gei's fire was just an illusion and not the true flame. It turned out that this was not the case, and the magician was defeated, refusing to believe until the very end that such a thing could happen. Sei called the 5th and 6th from the list to join the battle. They looked menacingly at the Leopard brothers, deciding to start with them. It turned out that our hero's friends were not at all afraid of these two big guys, their bronze armor and inhuman religious power. The brothers easily dodged the first attack with some bronze daggers, which only angered the enemies even more. Xiao Ge threw his sword to Tiger and asked him to use such a powerful weapon with the utmost care and efficiency. It turned out that with the sword, Tiger can resist both physical damage and the spells of opponents, their martial arts. The Buddhist shouted that they were messing with the wrong person. His powerful spiritual practices allow him to defeat any enemy, and he confirmed these words with action by launching red magic bullets. Tiger repelled almost everything with his sword, while Stone Dragon began to duel the second Buddhist. Armed with Xiao Gei's spear, not even a minute passed before the enemy was defeated. It seems that the forces in this battle were far from equal thanks to the power of our hero. He rose to the heights with Lanjia lance in his hand and declared that now, Lao Meng must promise that she would leave the city forever and never return here, and that he would kill the family. The girl started crying and asking not to kill her brother. In exchange, she was ready to do anything. The guy offered to become his slave, and she agreed. Our hero let go of the enemy's neck and let him fall to the ground. He cursed his sister and declared that she had disgraced them, and now he could forget about family ties. Xiao Ge jumped down. He was very exhausted, although he didn't show it. The stone dragon helped him stay on his feet. The elder one stepped forward and started shouting that he had been the king of the city even when the boy was still using the potty. The hero's spear quickly closed the impudent man's mouth. The others also held their tongues. Aisha cried that she didn't want to die. Xiao Ge let her go on the condition that he would never see her again. This was perceived by Yang Long as weakness, so he decided to cheat and said that he was actually a woman, or rather, a hermaphrodite. This gave us the opportunity to distract our hero so that the old mage could attack from behind again with his ice strike. Xiao Gu used the spear, but it froze again. The sorcerer shouted that he was still too young to fight for real. At this time, Yang Long attacked with a fire projectile. But one should not forget that the young man had already taken care of his defense long ago. His armor was thin but very strong, protecting him from any damage. The guy said that now it was his turn to attack. Long Yang fired a signal flare, and warriors from the Almond Gang, the largest in the neighboring province, led by Du Qing and Huan Tiamba, descended into the valley. Fortunately, Yu Zhao also brought reinforcements. Tan Bao and Wan Shan with their disciples were ready to fight on Xiao Gei's side. Two armies of warriors lined up opposite each other, ready to begin the battle at any moment, waiting only for the command of the leader. They had been opposing each other since time immemorial, each guarding its own bank of the river. It would have been unwise to enter into battle after centuries of truce. Long Yang consulted with Du Qin and decided that their strength was not enough to resist the enemy army. Xiao Ge saw that he was hesitating and shouted at him to either accept the fight or get out and never come back. Admitting defeat, after assessing the situation, Long Yang again showed wisdom and agreed to leave in order to save the lives of the warriors. Xiao Gu was triumphant. The enemies turned to leave, but then an arrow cut short the life of his enemy, meanly and unpredictably. Everyone screamed in surprise. The army commanders stared at our hero, not understanding how it was possible to kill someone who had surrendered. He tried to explain that he had nothing to do with it. It turned out that the priest in Zhao Li's body decided to spite our hero, after which he hid his face under a mask, becoming unrecognizable. Long Yang's comrades could not forgive the murder of their leader. They prepared for an attack and the challenge was accepted. The two armies clashed in a battle to the death, each wanting to defend their honor and dignity, wiping the enemy's nose. The training of the warriors and their weapons turned out to be so different that it soon became completely clear what the outcome of the battle would be. But the dead were replaced by their brothers. This time, no one was going to surrender. Each master tried to maintain the morale of the fighters. Xiaoge was amazed by the skills of the warriors from the neighboring province. He noticed that they knew their business well. Wan Shan advised to close the doors and kill the dog. Meanwhile, the priest enjoyed the energy of death. At first, it was the woodcutter and the hypnotist. He became stronger and stronger. Then Buddhist monks came into play. Their souls turned out to be even more nourishing and powerful. The priest rejoiced. The orc also turned out to be tasty. Finally, he could eat his fill, absorbing the energy of not only the dead, but also the wounded. Saying that God was definitely on his side today and that soon mortals would feel all the divine power, he began to perform the ritual. Saying that he now had enough energy to deploy at full power, the priest finished the spell. Immediately, the life energy began to leave the bodies of the fighting warriors. They all screamed in pain, not understanding what was happening. Everything around was covered in a red fog. Everything began to explode. Wan Shan was horrified as he thought about what it could be. Xiaoge said that this was a blood-absorbing pentagram. Let him quickly take all the survivors away from here. He would deal with the problem himself. The girls couldn't understand why they had to leave. Maybe because of the clothes, but they didn't argue. Our hero went to the priest and said that it was time to draw a line under his lack of principles. But he only laughed. He was feeding on the energy of 9 warriors, so he believed that the young man would not be able to cope with his power. But the boy turned out to be more cunning than the priest thought. He broke the circle of the spell, dripping the blood of the son of the Lord of Darkness onto it. The spell stopped working. The soldiers regained the ability to breathe. They did not understand what had happened to them. But now they were free. Everyone began to flee. Even the masters decided that it was not worth delaying the retreat, promising never to enter the territory of the neighboring province again. Lao Meng noticed the changes too. Meanwhile, Xiaoge was approaching the priest to finally destroy him. The priest shouted that for the sake of the supreme justice of the Temple of Light, he would punish the Son of Darkness. The hero prepared to attack him with a spear. He was not afraid at all. Little Sister Fu appeared and made the priest unable to move, shouting that Xiaoge should pierce his head with a spear. Our hero failed to do this. He hit the chest. The enemy managed to throw back both the rich woman and him, after which he disappeared. The beauty reported that the enemy was wounded and would probably kill someone, and in order to replenish his strength, he needed to be stopped. Xiaogu asked how they would find the priest. His friend explained that the phoenix belonged to the Temple of Light, and they would definitely want to return it to its owner. The guy suggested turning the bird into a sparrow, but the idea was not approved. They decided to just fly after him. The young man released his wings and soared into the air, looking down at the area below, with Fu sitting on his back. They flew up to Zhao's garden. It seemed that the priest in Zhao Li's body had already managed to have a real rampage there. Uncle Jiaxin was lying dead in the courtyard. The priest stood on the balcony drinking the energy of the manager. He shouted that he did not expect our hero to appear. He ordered Zhao Li to stop pretending. He said that he didn't know who Zhao Li was, but that he had just had a pretty good meal with his family. Karina jumped out and ordered her brother to stop. The priest said that he would stop only after he had fed on her energy and blood. The girl was lifted into the air, but Xiaoge managed to jump up in time and repel the enemy's attack, covering Karen with himself, after which he ordered her to stay away. He shouted that in order to fully recover, the priest would need to drink 2 more people, but he would not give him that opportunity. Then Jiaxin's parents showed up and began to chase their son-in-law out of the house in their usual manner, humiliating him in every possible way. He tried to explain that they should hide. Nobody wanted to listen to what the young man was saying. His father-in-law and mother-in-law continued to throw mud at the hero. Xiaoge shouted one last time for them to run away. Karen thought it was very noble of him. The priest laughed and began the ritual. The last thing his wife's mother said was for the bastard to take his hands off. He was ruining her hair. And her father was shouting something about a new Maybach. Xiaoge felt sick. He already imagined how Jiaxin would grieve over the loss. She just appeared in the courtyard. The young man rushed to the girl and tried to console her, explaining that he had done everything he could. Karen confirmed that this was true. The hero promised to take revenge, but the priest said that he had fully recovered and was well armed. So what kind of revenge could we even talk about? Xiaoge laughed. What about the most beautiful revenge? The enemy is full of human blood, but does not know that rejection can occur. Blue streams flowed from the priest's mouth. The fact is that when Jiaxin's mother was hospitalized 3 years ago and needed an urgent blood transfusion, the girl's husband acted as a donor. The woman not only forgot to thank her son-in-law, but also suggested that he earn money by selling blood and other biomaterials. Jackson tried to stand up for the guy who helped his mother-in-law without thinking, but it was useless. But now the priest suffered from the fact that the blood of the Son of Darkness flowed in his veins. It was necessary to quickly complete his destruction. Xiaogu attacked. The soul left Zhao Li's body, but the priest continued to shout that the guy had sinned for 10 lifetimes ahead. Words had no effect. The spear struck one after another. Soon everything was over, but before his death the priest managed to curse the hero. After the soul finally dissolved into the chaos of the universe, the Book of Light fell to the earth. To complete the process, it was necessary to read the spell of darkness. Having first called one of the priests as a witness with the help of a book, after all this, Xiaogu asked Fu if it was possible to combine light and darkness, since he was already tired of figuring out where what was. She suggested practicing. The Zhao family buried the dead as expected, but the girls did not know how to live on, so our hero promised to take everything upon himself. Meanwhile, Lanjia Lance returned to eastern China and appeared before his parents, telling them what had happened. Their anger was so strong that the walls shook, and Lao Meng's fate was especially shameful, although her brother tried to explain that this was how she tried to save him. Father said that this Xiaoge is not so simple. He wants to personally destroy him in order to protect the name from shame. The head of the family supported this decision. Longyang opened his eyes in the hospital, a doctor leaning over him, telling him that the boy survived only thanks to his efforts. It turned out that he was in a veterinary clinic near the eastern lake. The arrow did not hit the brain, but got stuck in the skull bone. It was just a miracle. The man ordered his colleague to bring the goose they wanted to make into soup. Longyang thought it was the code to call Xiaoge. He took a knife and snuck up on the vet from behind, ending the man's life even though he just wanted some soup. He came up to deal with his colleague when suddenly he saw that she was really messing around with the goose, which was unexpected. The girl intended to kill the bird, but ended up running into the knife herself. Yang didn't need any extra witnesses. After leaving the veterinary clinic, he raised his face to the moon and promised that he would take revenge on Xiaoge no matter what it cost him. The guy who bought wine for dinner with the broth also didn't come back. No one was supposed to know that Lao survived. Our hero woke up in bed with his wife, but he didn't like that the slave was sleeping and he threw a slipper at Dao Meng. The girl apologized and helped him get dressed, saying that Fan Yanan had come to the villa and had urgent news. He asked what he owed him at such an early hour and received the answer that Long Yang was alive. They had to be careful. He might come and take revenge. The officer offered to provide security, but the hero refused, saying that he could protect himself. Then Gunwan Shan ran in and said that Yu Jiao had disappeared. The beauty went out for a jog. Some woman with a child said that she was feeling unwell and asked to walk her home. Yu Jiao happily agreed, asking where they lived, and being told that they lived in the 5th villa, she noted that it was very close. The girl looked into the stroller and reported that the child looked nervous. The companion reported that it was hereditary. The heroine pushed the stroller down the stairs. The killer Rose prepared a dagger and asked how she figured them out so quickly. The girl fought off the attack and said that the killer was some kind of weakling. He couldn't even attack properly. At this time, a partner nicknamed Subhuman because he looked like a child, attacked from behind, but quickly flew to the side. Yu Jiao mentally thanked Xiaoge for the armor and dealt with the assassins with several powerful kicks. They fled the scene because the beauty lost control of herself in her anger. Then Wan Shan came running with Xiaoge and Yu Jiao explained that they were killers. They said that they settled in the 5th villa, but this was the house of Officer Fan, so she saw through them. The young man put his girlfriend on a bicycle and took her home. On the way, they bought ice cream to relieve stress. The girl was a little worried about what would happen if Jiaxian found out that he was giving her rides and treats. Xiaoge frowned. They drove on and Yu Jiao kept repeating that he had a good wife and she was afraid of upsetting her. The hero began to boil. They finally arrived at Villa number 1 where they were met by the other girls. Everyone was very happy that Yu Jiao was okay, but they had to keep the others safe. After counting the beauties, Xiaoge realized that one was missing. Dr. Leng had not yet returned from her shift. He went to the hospital, asking everyone to be careful. The assassins returned to Lao's house, and the old man began to scold them for failing such a simple task. Lanjia Lance asked if he could return to the neighboring city and attack Xiaoge again, but that was out of the question. Then Long Yang appeared. Everyone was surprised that he was alive, but the main news was a little different. The villain kidnapped Dr. Len, telling his uncle and brother that she was one of our hero's women. It was a commendable deed. The old man thanked his nephew for the success. Now their plans were destined to come true. From now on, he intended to do everything himself. In the bedroom, the villain first called our hero and said that he had to come to their club. He knew the address. Otherwise, the beauty would suffer. The head of the family ate a pill to increase his strength and endurance to fight the enemy. But before that, he had some fun with Len. Having touched the beauty, he pulled his hands away in horror. They began to hurt like hell and turn black. It seemed that our hero's gift was doing an excellent job of protecting him. The old man screamed in pain. He thought that the girl was poisonous, but he didn't know what to do. The blackness continued to spread along with the hellish pain. Uncle was lying dead on the floor when Rose entered the room. She screamed and called for help. The others came to the call and began to question Len about what she had done and how she had killed the enemy while tied up. Long Si-hai wanted to forcefully extract the information, but as soon as he touched Ling, he was forced to pull his hand back, screaming in pain. His wife tried to come to his aid, hitting the limb with the edge of her palm to stop the spread of the blackness. Her hand began to hurt too, and the elder magician Ram Wuzi, the elder of Haidong, came to the rescue and used a spell. The hand regained its original appearance. The man began to thank for the help, receiving the answer that he had been a patron of the temple for years. It would be stupid not to intervene. The whole family began to thank the elder, after which they asked why the girl was poisonous. The elder promised that they would find out now. Under the clothes, there was armor that not only protected but also defended itself. Long Yang thought that it was only by luck that he did not pester the girl. Otherwise, he would have died. Everyone laughed, but soon they were no longer laughing. Xiaogei arrived. The order was given to take positions. Men came out to meet the hero. Our hero said that he would exchange Lao Ming for the kidnapped girl, to which Long Si-hai objected that she was no longer part of the family, so the exchange was impossible. The guy replied that in that case he would have to master the skills of Haidong in order to free Len. The head of the Lao family offered to go through 3 obstacle tests. Even Lao Meng tried to warn him against this step. No one had ever returned alive, but Xiaogei was determined, so he went inside. Behind the door there was a small room. Someone was sleeping in a baby's crib. The young man patted the child and realized that he was dead. The hero panicked, but remembered that he had pills for resurrecting people. He couldn't let the baby die. Then a woman jumped out with another child in her arms, shouting for him to hold the older one. She would check on the younger one. She rushed to the crib. Rose was amazed when she realized that the baby had come back to life. The guy tried to explain that he had not killed anyone. She screamed that he would die anyway. The subhuman killer jumped out with a knife. Xiaogei realized that this was just an attack scheme, a trick. The hero parried the blow and showed his own dagger. The killer did not expect that he would be exposed so easily. This was his last thought. The woman lunged at Xiaogei with a knife, but he grabbed her hand and then asked if the child was hers. The slut screamed that it was just some newborn kid stolen from the hospital, saying that in that case she wouldn't make him an orphan. The guy killed Rose. The first test was passed. The Lo family discussed that our hero turned out to be not bad, but he definitely won't pass the second test. Everyone dies at this stage. The second room turned out to be the Hall of Ancestors, a home temple. Some woman in a white cloak bowed in prayer. Raised in a traditional manner, the young man burned incense out of respect for the house. She whispered that she had been standing there for so long that she couldn't get up on her own. Her knees were numb. Xiaogei volunteered to help. The lady turned out to be a beauty. The girl said that she prays here in memory of her deceased parents. The hero's heart sank. He remembered his own. The guy tried to hug her sympathetically, but he could tell from her face that the stranger wanted to get to know her better. Women had always been his weakness, so Xiaogei took off his shirt without wasting any time, which caused surprise. The girl did not expect that everything would be so simple. At the last moment, she slipped out of his embrace, luring the hero into a trap. He was no longer in control of himself. The beauty flirted, beckoned, and then dodged and slipped away. The young man completely forgot about caution. Only at the last moment did he realize that he was under the guillotine. The beauty pulled the cord and the blade flew down to cut off the guy's head. If the rich woman hadn't come to his aid, Xiaogei's story would have ended there, and he instantly regained his sanity. The guy got really angry, asking how the girl could take advantage of his weakness. Blue Peacock said that it was her job. Xiaogei grabbed the guillotine and threw it at her without thinking for a second. For some reason, upon contact with the deceiver, the blade caused an explosion. It turned out that Blue Peacock stole the young man's armor. If it weren't for that, she would have died. But she managed to escape. The young man was in despair. Now he was no longer confident of further success. Fu muttered that he needed to think with his head. Long Yang was dissatisfied with what kind of people his brother hired. He didn't understand why they couldn't handle Xiaogei and why Blue Peacock was naked. Xiao Ge was informed that the second test had been passed and he could take his time to complete the next task. The hero chuckled. He entered the third room. There was the same monk he had already met in the Eastern Valley. Now he was playing with the wind. The young man asked to raise his hand in greeting. The elder fulfilled the request, but only in order to attack. A hurricane of incredible force fell upon Xiao Ge. He barely managed to stay on his feet, appreciating the magician's martial art. The hero found himself behind the doors of the room again. But with all due respect to the elder, he could not allow him to remain alive, so he summoned his spear and tried again to enter. The attack was swift, because there was no time to hesitate with such an opponent. He really was a danger, and besides, he was considered immortal. A crack appeared on the floor, and the Lo family once again noted with surprise the fact that their enemy was not only powerful, but also fearless. Xiao Ge broke through and stopped in front of the magician. He said that he was not going to retreat, and although he respected him, it was not so strong that he would leave him alive. Ram Wuzi also thought that he had to find a worthy response to this impudent boy, who had set his sights on his immortal soul. And a confrontation began. The sorcerer put up a shield that prevented the spear from penetrating. But under the pressure of our hero, it began to crack little by little. Xiao Ge realized that he couldn't cope, so he asked the Lord of Darkness to grant him all his strength and power. Not forever, just for now. Hellfire engulfed everything around. The spear did its job, and the old man flew back. Bewilderment was visible in his gaze. Energy was leaving his body. But he was still alive. The guy approached with a spear at the ready. He wanted to see the matter through to the end, no matter how sad it was. Out of respect, the hero promised the magician that death would be easy and painless. The elder thanked him and closed his eyes, admitting defeat. But just as Xiao Ge raised his spear to strike, the Lao family members rushed into the room and began to beg for mercy. The wife of the head of the family said that this old man is the pearl of the region. He should not die. The guy replied that death would be natural. They asked to talk. The young man passed the tests and can already be considered a member of the Haidong Club. There was just a vacancy in the Great Three. Why not join them? Xiao Ge asked in surprise. Since when did they become so friendly? He doesn't believe that an alliance is possible. They can't sincerely want it. He was assured otherwise. The elder reminded that the one who passed all 3 tests has a legitimate claim to the place of the ruler. The guy was invited to take the corresponding chair. The young man walked up to the chair in the center and confidently sat down in it, looking at those present with a confident gaze, as if asking how they felt about it. Long Yang shouted that he should have sat in the center, but the head of the family said with a smile that he would gladly give up his seat to the young hero. Everyone reacted differently. Some were thinking about revenge, some were simply expressing dissatisfaction. Only Lao Mei was happy. The servants were told that in 3 days there would be a meeting of the club members. Let them prepare a banquet, and the transfer of all affairs and powers of the deceased old man Xiao Ge would also be announced. Everyone was inspired. Now their trio was simply invincible. The head's wife noticed that the guy was thinking about something completely different, it turned out, about the age of her daughter. This, and the memories of the scene with the blue peacock, made the woman scream. The guy explained that he just wanted to ask. Lao Meng led the hero to the room where Len was being held, telling him that she was poisonous and therefore remained unharmed. He entered and Lanja Lance declared that he would become just as cool. The girl asked him to speak more quietly because the hero might hear. He became embarrassed and noted that he did not see anything bad in this. The brother tried to find out if Xiao Ge had harassed her. The girl accused him of having dirty thoughts. Meanwhile, the guy freed Len. The beauty cried and hugged him. Our hero promised that everything would be fine now, after which he invited him to dinner. The doctor asked what date it was and replied that she had a medical conference in Xiaochen. The most amazing thing is that Dr. Len even made it to this conference on time. The administrator registered her without any problems. Suddenly, someone pounced on Xiao Ge from behind, and he automatically struck, only later realizing that it was not an attack. It was Yang Mingao, who also came to the medical summit. After all, he was a doctor. He was just happy to meet. Now he specialized in dermatology. Meanwhile, Len was approached by her brother, who also came to Xiaochen on the orders of the boss. And the girl asked which boss exactly they were talking about. He explained that he was now Mr. Du's personal doctor, earned about $1 million a year, and even bought a premium car. For some reason, the girl was not too surprised. The brother decided to show off to the fullest in order to achieve the desired effect. So he asked what Len's annual salary was, and she modestly answered that she didn't earn much. The guy invited her to visit him in his new apartment of 200 square meters. Waving the car keys, The girl asked him to stop joking. Len's nerves gave out, and she showed the keys to her car, after which she said that she lived in a villa in a wealthy area, information that struck the careless relative right in the heart. The brother started shouting that he didn't believe her, after which he grabbed her hand and demanded that she admit that it was a lie. The girl replied that the guy was simply concerned about her well-being and loved her very much. Just then, Xiao Ge appeared and ordered to immediately release Leng. What's the problem with relatives? All they can do is bark. The brother shouted that he had not yet forgiven the bastard for depriving him of speech for a week. The sister said that Xiao Ge was her boyfriend. Let him ask her if he really wanted to. The villain began to mock the hero. He did not believe that he could have money because he considered him an ordinary clinic worker. Then Dr. Jian, the chief engineer of the construction assembly, appeared, and everyone's attention turned to him. Jian smiled and gave Brother Leng and the others a chance to greet him, then said that Xiao Ge's income was hundreds of billions. He heard the conversation. The man added that the young man was not only a luminary of medicine, but also a talented banker who owned Tiandi, which had a turnover of 200 billion. To prove his words, Jian showed the stock exchange ratings. Brother Leng's face lengthened. He almost cried. The doctor couldn't tell whether Xiao Ge was pleased with how he had introduced himself or not, but the guy decided to finish the presentation himself by announcing the 600 billion in the account. He straightened his tie, thinking that being rich was very nice. Then the girl suddenly realized that the men were just teasing her brother. He decided to show off in a different way and shouted that Xiao Ge was not qualified enough for the medical summit. The hero replied that the only one who should not be here was himself. Then Jian came out and said that Mr. Xiao was too noble to compete with some brat, but he could certainly demonstrate his skills. Both prepared to demonstrate their surgical skills on bananas. Brother Len was visibly nervous. Jian, who was studying cytology, was no less nervous. He just hit it a little better. When the time was up, it turned out that my brother's result was significantly better. His cut and seam were almost perfect. Xiao Ge said that it was not worth buying porcelain without diamonds. Now the enemy might well fight him himself. They decided to make the task more difficult. Now they used grapes instead of bananas. And the brother asked Len to dissuade the guy from the competition so that he wouldn't embarrass himself. The girl replied that the guy had a nano-scalpel, which he gave her, so there was no doubt about victory. The enemy stated that even the best scalpel in the world could not compare to his skills. He was more confident in his skills than ever. While he was working, Xiao Ge controlled the nano-scalpel from the tablet. It was very convenient. You could give tasks on the monitor, and the knife would follow the instructions down to the millimeter. Science and technology have proven to be more advanced than the deft hands of a living doctor, no matter how hard he tries. The judge declared the operation to be flawless, even though it had only taken 12 seconds, and Brother Len was stunned. The opponent put down the scalpel and admitted that he had lost, after which he suddenly muttered that it was stupid to tease the poor young people. Xiao Ge clarified whether this was a threat. Then, the world-famous Professor Peter entered and declared that even such technology is sometimes powerless, because inoperable cases occur in medicine. Aisha sat in a wheelchair. The professor announced that he hoped for help from his best students. They began to discuss technology, while downplaying the role of traditional Chinese medicine, which seriously angered our hero. The professor said that here is a living example. A girl suffers from spinal muscular atrophy. She will soon be paralyzed, but he has developed a drug that gives a chance of survival. He showed the guy the package and asked if he had an alternative option. From traditional medicine, of course. Xiao Ge knelt down in front of Aisha and took her hands, promising that he would cure her. Everyone froze in bewilderment. Even Len had doubts. He asked how the injury happened, and the girl explained that she had made many enemies in China, and her family was against her. Someone had timed it and hit her from behind. The hero simply let her cry and hugged her tightly. The audience decided that this was part of the treatment. Contempt and mockery appeared on their faces. Len realized what was really going on. Her boyfriend was trying to pick up another hottie. She moved forward with the thought that her career could wait. Xiao Ge went to the rich woman's palace, and she told him that the injury was serious and he would have to really work hard. It is necessary to restore the QE energy in the body, then the regeneration process will start. The recipe was complicated. The hero did not really remember why he got a slap in the face. Then Fu just spat and decided to make the potion herself using her alchemy skills. Xiao Ge continued to sit, leaning over the wheelchair. Now absolutely everyone, including the patient herself, were skeptical. Len and her brother just waited. Finally, the guy woke up and showed the beauty the pill, saying that she would be healed as soon as she ate it. The girl began to resist. She did not believe in traditional medicine and was afraid that she would simply be poisoned. But the hero shoved a pill into her mouth and forced her to swallow it. Aisha began to get angry and scream. Even jumping to her feet in anger, Dr. Peter and those present gasped. Only the girl herself did not understand that she was already completely healthy. She continued to yell at Xiaogei, taking step by step forward. This was an unequivocal victory for traditional medicine. Dr. Peter began to tear his hair out. Now he will have to radically reconsider his views on the secrets of Eastern medicine. Only then did Aisha realize that Xiaogei had cured her, and she looked at him with a gaze full of gratitude and love. Then the guards appeared and told Miss Norman that Prince Goth was waiting for him. The hero asked who it was. The beauty answered that she was getting married. The guy dialed someone's number and asked for help. At that moment, Professor Peter came up and started asking about the pill. The man asked to buy several of these pills. The young man announced the price of 10 million for each. Peter smiled that money was not a problem and was extremely pleased. The professor raved about Xiaogei's incredible success and offered Leng the position of his assistant, with an annual income of 5 million and world-class opportunities. The girl sighed that she had to refuse. The doctor increased the salary, but the beauty explained that she did not want to leave China. She would serve her country and develop medicine here. Then, his brother joined the conversation, saying that it was a great stupidity to stay in a small town and give up the great opportunities in Europe. Xiaogei asked what was wrong with him. Then, the former head doctor of the hospital and the director of the university showed up and said that they had proudly handed over their post to Len, so she was far from an ordinary doctor. In addition, the girl is a shareholder of the university, so her income grows along with the development of the educational institution. Information shocked everyone. Professor Peter suggested that due to administrative work, such a valuable research worker simply does not have time to do research. The university director informed her that Len had the best laboratory in the country, which she could use at any time, and that the latest equipment was constantly being delivered. The girl turned to Xiaogei and asked how he came up with the idea of calling the university director and the head doctor. He replied that he wanted to show everyone how smart and beautiful she was. Meanwhile, things were not so wonderful for Aisha. The guards pushed her into a car, shouting that she was a disgrace to the family and would answer for it. They said they had been ordered to kill the beauty, but before that happened, they would have a little fun. Aisha tried to break free and run away, but all attempts were unsuccessful. The men were stronger. Suddenly, the girl realized that someone had pushed her out of the car. The doors had closed, and something strange had started to happen inside. Then, Lao Meng appeared and said that she saved Aisha on Xiaogei's orders. She created an illusion in which both bodyguards are now located. Meanwhile, Dr. Len was presenting to the public the very same nanoscalpel, which had already proven itself in action. In the evening, they arrived at Xiaogei's home, where the table was already set for dinner. Lao Meng was greeting the gentleman and his companion. He was also met by Aisha, who never ceased to thank him for her miraculous healing and subsequent salvation. She said that she cooked all the food herself, as she now considers it her responsibility. Xiaogei noted that everything was very tasty. The girl continued to rant about how grateful she was to him, and that now she would follow the hero everywhere. But in reality, she was just pretending, hatching a plan for revenge. Len and Lao Meng noticed how fake the beauty was, but they were also tormented by jealousy, so the girls did not say anything. Looking at what was happening, Len decided to talk without witnesses and asked the guy to go to her room for an important matter. Aisha prepared a glass of poisoned wine and invited the hero to continue drinking. But he left anyway, and the poison was poured into a flower pot. It immediately withered, and the beauty thought that she would take revenge later. Meanwhile, Len, with a huge syringe, suggested that Xiaogei had a fever and a temperature. She simply had no other explanation for his blindness and stupid behavior. The girl began to approach him threateningly to give him an injection. She raised the syringe up. But the young man explained that he understood everything, admitted his guilt, and would not be so stupid again. When he left Len's room, Aisha was waiting at the door. She had a plan to lure the young man into her bedroom. But not for fun, but for the purpose of murder. The beauty prepared a dagger. She was determined. Xiaogei literally burst into the room, almost hitting Aisha with the door, and started looking for her. The first time the girl stabbed him with a knife, but missed. The young man leaned over just in time to look behind the curtain. He continued to look around, and then Aisha attacked from behind, stabbing Xiaogei's knife right into his back. He finally noticed her. The villainess continued to strike again and again, but her dagger simply wore off on the armor. The guy grabbed the killer by the hand and asked what was going on. In the morning, the three of them got ready to go shopping. It turned out that the girls were not jealous at all anymore. It seemed that Xiaoge had figured out how to calm them both down. Aisha decided that now all the attention would go to her, but the hero tenderly hugged Len. It seemed that a real family idol had unfolded here. The girls looked at the bags with admiration. Len thought that she had not allowed herself such luxury for a long time. Then the doctor appeared again and offered to use his card to pay for the purchase. Apparently her boyfriend was a cheapskate. The girl agreed and told the seller that she was buying everything. The discounted price was 18 billion. The doctor backed down, saying that he was joking. Then Xiaoge, who had not been allowed to say a word until now, paid for the purchase and with a smile invited the beauties to continue shopping. He patted his colleague Len on the shoulder and wished him luck, and also asked him to be careful on the way home. The heroes approached a luxurious boutique. The doctor called its owner and said that he had lured two incredible beauties. It was revenge. Xiao Fu was watching what was happening in the fitting rooms on the monitor. He had long since established the process of kidnapping people. After choosing their outfits, the girls headed to the fitting room. Xiaoge was not allowed in. He was a little puzzled, but agreed to wait. Len was a little puzzled that the fitting rooms were in the hallway, but Aisha said that there was nothing strange about it. Sometimes it happens. The doctor noticed a camera in the booth. At first she thought it was a fire alarm, but she was already starting to worry. She shouted at Aisha not to undress. There were hidden cameras in the fitting rooms. They had to leave. But Xiao Fu decided that he would not let the girls escape so easily. He pressed a few buttons and both girls began to fall down some kind of pipe. There were special sliding hatches in the floor. Each of the beauties rushed down the pipe. Both were mortally scared and did not know what awaited them below. And below, there was a huge pink podium, to which they were immediately attached by their wrists and ankles. The shop owner, Xiao Fu, welcomed the beauties into his kingdom of beauty and announced that he intended to have a wonderful time in their company today. He decided that he liked Len more. The girl promised that her boyfriend would not leave it just like that. Her boyfriend is an influential person, Xiaoge. The man took out a chainsaw and said that even if this young man looked in here, he would receive a warm welcome. Our hero was just thinking that the girls had not been seen for a long time, when he suddenly heard muffled screams from underground. The voices seemed familiar. The hero jumped out of the store and stopped in that very corridor, asking the consultant where his companions were. She replied that she had been with him all the time, so she had no idea. The guy wasn't satisfied with this answer, and he got the information he needed using brute force. The doctor was peeping from around the corner. Xiaoge was so angry that he couldn't hold back his emotions and used his fist without thinking about the possible consequences. The wall was broken through. Having discovered the pipes through which people were kidnapped from the fitting rooms, Xiaoge stopped. Hearing the noise, Xiao Fu prepared to meet the enemy at the exit of the pipe with a chainsaw. The beauties screamed for Xiaoge not to come down, otherwise they would die. But their voices were drowned out by the saw. The maniac cut the man to pieces without even thinking whether it was worth doing. He clearly got pleasure from the bloody murder. Both Len and Aisha asked to be killed next in order to accompany Xiaoge to heaven. The maniac laughed that before that, he would cut off their beautiful limbs for a collection. Suddenly, someone kicked the store owner with all his might, kicked him so hard that he dropped the gun. The girls saw Xiaoge and asked how he could have survived. The hero explained that he had thrown the saleswoman who dared to deceive him down the drain instead of himself. The maniac grabbed the saw again, but the young man stopped it with one movement of his hand, saying that it wasn't funny at all. Once the villain was neutralized and tied up, it was time to take revenge on him for the horror and humiliation that the girls had endured. At first, Aisha wielded the whip, then Xiaoge took over. They intended to make Xiao Fu's death as slow and painful as possible. Then an old man with a beard, Du Kanyue, the father of the villain whom the doctor had called, entered the room, and he had security with him. The Lao family's warlord apologized to Xiaoge for his son's actions, hinting that his woman was not harmed, so there was no need to kill Xiao Fu. The hero exclaimed that his woman was safe, but what about the other women killed and tortured here? The crime could not be left unpunished? The old man replied that he would punish his son himself. He took the sword and cut off the villain's hand, after which he asked the guards to take him to the hospital. He shouted that he had to kill Xiaoge. The man muttered that there was no point. He would die tomorrow anyway. Our hero thought that there was too much information to think about, after which he waved his hand to the doctor and told the bandits that it was he who showed the way to the pipe. On the street, the girls asked what would happen next. Our hero said that revenge would come next, after which he activated the dragon's flame. The maniac burned with red flames in terrible agony, cursing Xiaoge in every possible way. The sight was not for the faint of heart. The old father shouted that he would not leave the murder of his offspring unavenged, and, raising his hand, ordered the soldiers to kill our hero. The warriors attacked, but the second commander cooled his colleague's ardor, saying that his son deserved to die for his crimes, but Xiaogei would die tomorrow anyway. There was no point in doing it now. Du Kanyue apologized for being emotional. Indeed, rushing and putting Yang Long's plan at risk was foolish. Xiaogei guessed that they were plotting something against him. Otherwise, the military leader would not have left his son's death unavenged. Well, he had to prepare for tomorrow's banquet. The head of the family declared the banquet open, remarking that it was a fine day to welcome Xiaogei to the Haidong Club. The military leader asked to tell Long Yang to light the fireworks. Lance asked to pass him a lighter. The future president of the club should be greeted well. Long Yang reached into his jacket pocket. Instead of a lighter, a gun appeared from there, and bullets riddled young Lao, who never understood why he was dying. The soldiers also riddled the young master's guards with bullets, after which Long Yang ordered the death of Xiaogei and the entire Lao family. Lance did not die. He tried to get up and exclaimed in horror that his friend had turned out to be a traitor who, without looking back, shot the guy in the head. At the table, our hero noticed that the sounds of fireworks outside were strange. Lance's mother became worried and said that she thought so too. Long Sihai said that these were shots. He declared that it was time for the three giants of eastern China to change, and the Lao family was no longer one of them. The woman screamed that they would destroy Haidong. She added that she would not participate in this, and their family left the club. Then Yang Long appeared and said that no one would let them leave. Lao Meng asked where her brother and cousin reported that he had died, then shot the soldier to show how exactly Lance had died. The girl wanted to rush at the enemy and take revenge, but Xiaogei held her back. Blue Peacock asked what Long Sihai wanted, and he replied that she should marry his son. Peacock was indignant that she was older, to which Long Yang replied that she was only 2 gold bars older, and that after her sister's death she raised her children well, but did not age. Long Sihai stepped forward and said that if she didn't want to marry her son, then she should marry him. He was in excellent shape. This was beyond all understanding, shouting that such an impudent creature had no business trampling this land. The nephew fired at the Blue Peacock. Xiaogei jumped and covered the girl with his body, after which he told Yang Long that there was no need to drag women into this. Let him fight him. The villain asked if the hero could defend other girls just as bravely. He replied that if he didn't try, he wouldn't know, and the order was given to shoot. The bullets whistled like a whirlwind. Len was wearing protective armor, and Xiaogei covered the others with a magic spear, deflecting the shots with it. To cover her friend's retreat, Peacock took out her pistols and began shooting at the enemies. But she did not leave with the rest of the girls, deciding to support our hero. He fought back with his spear, and they stood back to back to fend off the attacks of Long Yang's soldiers and himself. Fortunately, both of them were wearing armor. Long Yang realized that he had to shoot at their heads, and his opponent realized that his armor would soon be unable to withstand such pressure and that he had to flee. He ordered Lao to hold on tight and soared into the air with her using his angel wings. So the young people managed to escape from the killers, but they needed to find temporary shelter. Blue Peacock suggested going to the elder. All the other girls were already there. Xiaogei greeted the magician and briefly told him what was going on. The young man said that he was wounded and needed some time to recover. The elder promised to try. Peacock asked to protect them. The hero passed out and Peacock decided that he was dead. Len explained that this was the turtle's method of restoration. The sorcerer thought that now it was clear why the guy was so strong. There was a knock at the door, and Sihai Long ordered the guest to be handed over. But the elder declared that the children of the Lao family were under protection in his house, and then cast a spell. Meanwhile, our hero asked a rich woman for help, and she asked in horror where such injuries came from and offered to remove the armor. Fu said that in order to recover, you need to soak in a healing spring for 3 days, and the armor cannot be restored so easily. The guy asked if there was another way. The girl thought that for everything to go well, there could only be one option. She really hoped that the Lord of Darkness would not find out about it. His son turned to the Book of Light and used one of the spells of the priest from the opposite side of the force, while the elder fought selflessly. But what can one person, even a skilled magician, do against a crowd with machine guns? The situation was getting worse with every minute. The elder hid behind the statue of the god. Yang Long was more and more surprised by its power with each passing minute. The block moved from its place. On the other side of the same monument, military leaders approached. They also mastered martial arts, shouting that they had always dreamed of fighting him. They attacked the magician. He could have fought for a long time, but suddenly he fell to the ground poisoned. The vile Si Hai Long had poisoned the old man beforehand. The passage to the temple was open. Suddenly, there was an explosion, and everything around was covered in purple fog. This was the land girls entering the battle. The soldiers with Yang Long advanced forward. A blooming peach orchard appeared around them, the wonderful aroma calming their fighting spirit. At that very moment, bullets from Peacock's pistols rained down on the bandits, and she lured the enemies into an ambush. Only Yang Long survived. He rushed to his father, but he ordered him to calm down. He prepared for this too, hiring Jue Xiang, a magician capable of resisting illusions. She was trained in the same mountain temple as Peacock herself and her sister, who was killed by a priest for disobedience. The girls came face to face, and Jue Xianggu quickly found her opponent's weak spot. She missed her sister too much, so she couldn't control her emotions, and yet she managed to repel the main attack and even turn it against the enemy. But it was obvious that she was no match for her. Jianggu raised the bowl that absorbed illusions and declared that the Lao women must be held accountable for all their sins. The blue peacock could not tolerate such an insult. She snatched a dagger and rushed at the priestess, who in response drew her sword from its sheath. It seemed that everything could go as expected, but Xianggu threw a golden magic cup at the girl's chest, and she flew back. The enemy raised her sword and declared that it was time to pay with her life. Then snakes crawled towards her from all sides. It was Lao Meng defending her aunt. She screamed for the girl to run away quickly. The little girl did not stop blowing her magic whistle, but explained that even if she did not win, she would not abandon Peacock in trouble. Xianggu replied that children are also responsible for their parents. The magic cup rose into the air and life energy began to flow out of Lao Meng's mouth. Peacock screamed. To protect their friends, Dr. Len and Aisha jumped out. They were going to hit the magician with a fire extinguisher, but she simply lifted the girls into the air, making them completely helpless. But before the sword could finally pierce Peacock, a boot flew into the priestess's head. Thus, Xiaogei drew attention to himself. He couldn't think of a better way. The woman screamed that she would kill him. No one dared throw shoes at her. The cup darted towards the hero. The hero asked where she was going in such a hurry and twirled the cup on his finger. The sorceress gasped, saying that this universe weighed as much as 10,000 halls. He really was strong. With a cry that it was time to see what Xiaogei was capable of, Xianggu charged forward, her sword thrust forward, meeting the tip of the spear. The hero was very strong, and he also boasted that no one had ever defeated him, and the girl began to retreat. The next moment, she fell to the ground and began to cry bitterly because she lost in the very first round. It was such a shame. The young man said that there was no need to blame yourself, that it was not shameful to lose to the strongest man in the world, after which he handed the beauty a napkin. Yang Long didn't expect Xianggu to be defeated, but he managed to defeat the Lao family soldiers, and now he and his warriors rushed to attack. The girls were terrified. Xiaogei asked a rich woman for a weapon of mass destruction. She offered him a Ming Dynasty cannon, but the guy replied that it was too old and might explode. Then the beauty gave him her own invention, a golden machine gun, on loan. And now the hero felt on top of things. The enemies fell one after another. Peacock and Man froze. They could not understand where their comrade got such ideas from. The guy was shooting. War is an expensive business. Billions were flying out of his account. 80 billion for the rental of weapons, 10,000 for each bullet, 10 million for 3 new sets of armor. But the result was worth it. Soon the floor opposite was strewn with corpses of soldiers, and the entire ground around Xiaogei was covered with golden bullet casings. The battle was over. Yang Long was the last to fall. His father and the military leaders, who had been hiding in the shelter until then, rushed to him, and our hero reported that someone should have died yesterday. With these words, he pierced one of them. The second began to swear eternal loyalty, but followed his comrade. Si Hai Long suddenly burst out laughing. He said that he belonged to the Qin family from the neighboring province. They were so powerful that he was not fit to hold a candle to them. His son would be avenged. The guy listened to his threats and began to worry, not so much for himself, but for the city and the Lao girls, who would have to reap the benefits. Then Lance appeared and reported that the messenger was killed. Long shouted that he was seeing a ghost, but it turned out that this was not so. It's just that the guy used a puppet instead of himself most of the time, saying that the young people outplayed him. Si Hai took out his sword and finished his story. Xiaogei looked at him and thought that it would be quite an effort to die so senselessly, after which he went to the hut to heal the elder. Len reported that the old man was poisoned and could not be saved. Fu said the same. But the hero began the purification ritual from the Book of Light, which delighted Lance. The girls again started to repeat that it was impossible to cure the elder, but after the purification the hero used wound healing. The elder opened his eyes and said that he didn't think he would survive. Everyone agreed that the guy had performed a miracle. The magician thanked him for his care. Peacock approached the hero and said that his medical skills led her to believe that he could heal her wound too, shouting that they needed to find a more secluded place for this, since the injury was in the décolleté area. Xiaogei dragged her off to the side. They returned a few minutes later, and the girl reported that everything went well. There wasn't even a scar left. Everyone started looking at the cleavage. Everything was really intact. Only a lot of bruises decorated the body of the beauty. She was embarrassed. The guy asked to take him home. Peacock asked to wait, because they had not decided what the plan was regarding the Dunhan Club, to which the hero replied that they had no need to rush. They would talk later. The Lau family became tense. The next day, the hero asked Ming for milk tea. She brought the drink, but then took off her stocking. The girl poured tea through it, which caused the guy to feel disgust and not at all interested, as was expected. He forced the little girl to drink the drink herself, after which he sent her away, saying that she shouldn't overdo it. Lance, citing the fact that he was a man and the Xiaogei only liked women, refused to participate in this venture, so Peacock volunteered. The girl dressed very brightly and extravagantly, and the erotic dance would drive anyone crazy. Not just such a lover of female beauty as our hero. He enjoyed the show and was ready to do anything, just so the beauty would not stop dancing. Peacock leaned towards him and asked who the president of the Dunhan Club was. The boy replied that he was, but a quiet whisper assured him that the answer was wrong. Then he said that the president was Blue Peacock. This time, the beauty was completely satisfied with what she heard. She continued dancing for some time, and Xiaogei was forced to slap himself on the cheeks several times to keep from completely losing his mind. And that was how they said goodbye. 3 months later, a ceremonial meeting of the club was called. Peacock took her seat. The rest of the members assembled. 2 of the 3 main chairs were empty. Everyone started asking who they were waiting for. Peacock replied that the king of Eastern China could wait a little. A private jet had just arrived. Even the airport workers didn't know who was on board, but it was clearly an important person. Xiaogei was inside with Leng. He asked what kind of patient she had in Lundu. The girl replied that it was not an easy one. The hero reminded her that she needed to put on protective armor. The girl thanked him for letting her borrow the plane. Otherwise, she would have definitely been late. He said that she was becoming more and more feminine and beautiful. The plane flew back, and the hero got into the car, saying that before going to the meeting, he needed to pick up his wife. They raced through the city at such a terrifying speed that even the traffic police, who stop all violators, were forced to break their principles. To tell the truth, otherwise they simply would not have survived, dying under the wheels of the car of the King of the East Sea. Xiaogei and Jiaxin entered the hall, where they were greeted with joyful cheers and thunderous applause. Then, the bear's former owner came out to meet him and began to throw mud at the hero in every possible way, asking who let him in here. Everyone listened silently to the insults and mockery, which intensified after the bodyguard announced that Xiaogei was the king of the Eastern Sea. When everyone present stood up and bowed after these words, it dawned on the offender that he was now risking his life, and the guy apologized. Several pistols were pointed at the idiot's head, but our hero gave the signal not to dirty the carpet and not to kill the moron. He sat down in his seat and announced that the Dunhan Club would cease to exist from now on. Only the Chamber of Commerce would remain, and the elder would retain his position. Peacock was appointed president of the Chamber of Commerce. The girl smiled and began to accept congratulations. Jiaxin takes over as head of the board of directors, which slightly offended Blue Peacock, as she realized that she would not be the most important person in the institution. Xiaogei asked if it was really hard for her to come to terms with this, and the beauty replied that she was ready to support his decision, and everyone else also said that they had nothing against it. The bear's former owner continued to show off and throw mud at our hero and his wife, and finally, Qin Chen came up and asked him to hold his tongue if he wasn't tired of living. Realizing that he had already disgraced himself to the maximum and there was no way back, the guy continued to insult Zhao Jiaxin's family, and the girl's patience also snapped. She looked at her husband and he understood everything. It was enough to just put his hand on the impudent man's shoulder for the energy to leave his mortal body. Xiaogei waved his hand and a wave of dark energy flew out of the hall. He asked if anyone else wanted to speak. Everyone shook their heads. Devushka asked if he himself was sure of this appointment. The husband answered that her task was simply to trust. Peacock envied Jiaxin. One could only dream of such a husband. Thus, the East China Sea Chamber of Commerce was formed, and our hero gave an inspiring speech, after which more specific instructions followed. Aisha met with Prince Goth and apologized for her offensive behavior. The man replied that this small mistake was not a hindrance to their marriage. The girl asked in surprise if it was true, to which she received the answer that she needed to get Xiaogei's secret key to the Red Shield documents and other state secrets of China, or kill the hero. The beauty replied that she would not betray Xiaogei, to which Goth replied that this was not betrayal, this was service for the good of his country. Aisha promised to think about it, drank some wine and left. A phrase about healthy ambitions was said to her after she left, and the girl thought that this was the only thing that was left to her after being expelled from her family. Meanwhile, Xiaogei was relaxing in the pool with his beauties. Diao was constantly blocking his view, so the guy was a little angry. Suddenly, Karina came up to him and asked, "How about a new car?" He also asked her to step aside. His gaze was riveted on Peacock. Karina pretended to lose consciousness due to the heat, and her son-in-law had no choice but to pick up the woman in his arms. Finally, Peacock lost her nerve, came over and drank the hero's orange juice, after which she ordered him to immediately follow her into the house. They entered the office and exchanged passionate glances. The hugs were more than warm. But then someone coughed. The guy asked his friend to be quiet, but then Aisha stood up from the table saying that they had not chosen the best place for hugging. Peacock ran away almost in tears, and Xiaogei began to ask the girl what she was doing on his computer. She said that she was leaving China because she wanted to copy their shared photos as a keepsake. The hero said that she had been gone for 3 days, and he already missed her. There was no need to leave. The beauty replied that she would think about it, after which she adjusted her stockings and took the flash drive, putting it in her purse. She hadn't even had time to leave the mansion when Leng Yue and her team showed up. Guns pointed at Aisha, and she was accused of spying. Xiaogei stepped forward and declared that the beauty was not guilty. And besides, as long as she was in this house, no one would dare to arrest her. The blonde had other arguments. She found a flash drive in her purse and said that it contained data of national importance. In fact, there really were photos on the flash drive, but Leng continued to consider Aisha a spy, even though this could not be proven. Leng screamed that she would arrest the girl anyway, but Xiaogei replied that she was now his woman, so he couldn't allow this. As the boss, he ordered her to leave his house. The colleagues left, and the guy took the dagger that fell out of Aisha's purse and asked if she really wanted to kill him. He explained that one should aim not at the heart, but at a special point where all the energy flows converge. The beauty knelt down and began to cry bitterly. After some time, she came to Goth and threw him a bag with something round and a flash drive. He praised Norman for her efforts, but asked if she was really that naive. A shot rang out, and the girl fell to the floor. The villains revealed the information she had brought them, but Xiaogei appeared on the screen. The villain untied the bag, but there was a watermelon and ketchup in it, and the hero himself, together with his guards, was already walking towards his table. The bandits tried to defend themselves, but it was useless compared to the skills of the Red Shield soldiers. They were mere amateurs. From the voice of Aisha, who turned out to be alive, she realized that it was not Prince Goth in front of them. Leng pulled off her mask and everyone saw Chao, who continued to curse. They dragged him into the car, but the guy shouted that the real Prince Goth was already preparing an attack in Turin. Leng Yue asked why Xiaogei didn't say that Aisha was his informant. The girl will have to complete the next task on her own. The hero was worried, and asked her to be sure to wear armor and be careful. They kissed, and the beauty said that she was not used to seeing a guy so tender. He promised that he would try to be like that more often. The heroes got into the car and went about their business, but then an expensive white Porsche blocked their way, and it was impossible to avoid an accident. Aisha went out to see who this impudent person was, and a blonde in a hat and dark glasses jumped out of the car to meet her. She started yelling and getting angry, first calling Xiaogei's car a jalopy, then picking on his companion's clothes, and finally she hit the beauty in the face. Aisha was taken aback and asked how dare a stranger raise her hand against her. Xiaogei also came out and grabbed the hysterical woman by the wrist. She began to shower her with loud names. Hearing that her son-in-law was a prosecutor, her father-in-law a judge, and her husband a millionaire, the guy simply slapped her across the face to stop this stream of speech. The offender was lying on the ground and hissing that they would kill him, and Xiaogei had already called Leng and asked him to write down a couple of names and open an investigation on them. The blonde stood up and said that one phone call from her would make the hero's life in Donghai impossible. He advised her to call. The relatives were in a panic and attacked her with questions about what the scoundrel had done that made special agents come for them. The bill for repairing Xiaogei's car was 1,800,000. She tried to prove that such an expensive repair was a scam, but the policeman reminded her that the car was a special order and cost 20 times more than her Porsche. Xiaogu and Aisha were already getting into the car to leave when the blonde appeared again and began to apologize, admitting that she was wrong. The boy replied that this was punishment for her arrogance, and until the repair bill was paid, all assets of her husband's company would remain frozen. Then the hero went to the Red Shield base and asked why she asked him to come urgently. The girl came into the ring and said that she would tell if he won. The first few blows already made it clear who was who, and the girl noted with surprise that she thought the hero was skilled in sparring. He didn't deny it. He just pressed himself closer to her and kissed her, explaining that he couldn't resist. The girl swung her leg and knocked Xiaoge down, then pinned him to the floor with her shoulder blades and promised that he would pay for this. It turned out that she had a peculiar understanding of the word will pay. Half an hour later, Leng Yue got dressed and the guy cried, thinking that she would never become his woman. The urgent matter turned out to be really urgent. It was necessary to fly to Beijing with a report and then carry out a new task in Longdu. Leng Qichuan's project failed. She was under arrest. The young man shook his girlfriend and asked why she only said this now, after which he grabbed the shirt and immediately began to carry out the task. After he left, Leng Yue couldn't calm down for a long time. She realized that the hero still valued other women more than her. The director sighed that he had just lost his son-in-law and an army of soldiers. Then a bunch of boxes of luxury brands were brought into the hall. Bear said that his boss really hoped that Miss Lan would wait for him. The beauty said with a smile that she would try. The entire Red Shield team clutched their hearts with emotion. The prospect of getting a cool son-in-law became real again. Meanwhile, our hero arrived at Jiaxin's work. He hadn't seen his wife for a long time and was worried whether everything was okay. The girl was delighted and offered her husband some tea, saying that it was time to take care of his health and give up alcohol and smoking. It was clear from Jiaxin's face that something was wrong. The hero asked if she was happy and offered to remove the Lao family if that would calm her down. The girl suggested killing Peacock. It would improve her work, but then admitted that she was just joking. Xiaoge was confused. The wife started saying that she would always support any of his decisions and all that stuff. The guy realized that she was just beside herself. It remained to understand why. The hero asked Jiaxin to tell him directly what was wrong. She burst into tears and said that they had been married for more than 10 years. Her husband was leaving, and she was terribly worried that she would not be able to take care of him. At the airport, everything was as it should be. The plane soon took off. The day promised to be quite busy for Xiaoge. The flight was delayed. The landing was not announced for a long time. The flight attendant reported that all the runways were occupied by planes of the Qin family, the most influential in the region. The guy asked again which family and looked at her. It turned out to be Yu Zhao, who reminded him of the Qin, Bao, Fan, and other families. The guy was surprised that she was here. When Aisha returned from the toilet, Yu Zhao was already sitting on our hero's lap and chirping sweetly, which made his companion incredibly angry. The girls started arguing. One screamed that she ended up on these knees before Xiaoge met his new companion. The second cried that no one dared to talk to her like that. The solution came to the hero's mind suddenly. He sat both beauties down and said that he loved each of them equally. There was no need to make a fuss. The girls stuffed his mouth full of fruit and were happy that they had found mutual understanding so quickly. Suddenly, a rich woman appeared and said that she also wanted to kneel. Xiaoge replied that there was no room, but she objected that he was wrong. The company got off the plane, but someone's bodyguards did not allow them to walk normally to the airport building. They were rolling out a red carpet at the steps of some plane. Apparently, a very important person had arrived. One of the men pushed Aisha, telling her to get out of the way. The stone dragon didn't like this and stood up for the girl. Then Mr. Qin Tianyuan came out and apologized for his employee's rudeness. He handed the beauty 1 million in compensation. Xiaoge ordered to count how many people he had on guard. Having received the answer that there were 2, he threw the money in Mr. Qin's face and ordered his brothers to show who was worth what, and they rushed to attack. It was very pleasant to warm up their fists, and both Tiger and Bear gave it their all. They missed the fight. Xiaogu approached Qin Tianyuan and said that money was a bad way to apologize. The young people got acquainted, and then shook hands with a promise to remember each other. Yu Jiao became agitated and reminded him which family Tianyuan belonged to. Xiaoge replied that he knew and he had killed the representative of that family in the eastern region, Si Hai Long. That's why I provoked the fight specifically to highlight the enemy's capabilities. While he is his strongest opponent, you need to be careful. Yu Jiao showed our hero and company a good restaurant with more than 100 years of history. They decided to order 10 portions of the signature duck, At first, everyone was surprised why so much, but then they looked at the bear's appetite and everything became clear without words. When the bill arrived, it was significantly higher than expected. Instead of 180 yuan, one serving cost 180,000. The dragon was indignant. Immediately, the employee of the hall called the owner of the establishment, saying that strangers in the restaurant were causing problems, and Bai Leng from the powerful Bai family appeared. Our heroes shouted that they had no right to deceive guests. The man replied that there was no refund in the establishment. Let them leave. The workers showed their axes. The brothers wanted to show who was right and who was wrong, but Xiaoge asked them not to get angry and just leave the establishment. He told Bai Long that they would see each other again. Yu Jiao asked why he didn't fight for the insult, and Xiaoge explained that the dog's punishment is thought up by the owner, and that's what they were looking for. They arrived at the luxurious villa of the Bai family. Near the entrance, there was a notice that the head's daughter was terminally ill and a doctor was needed. Xiaoge decided to try his hand. The guards warned that many medical luminaries had entered these doors, and almost no one had managed to get out alive. Behind the doors, servants tiptoed to carry out the doctor's orders. Tian Yuan brought in another European-level luminary in the hope that he would be able to help. The leader, Baidi, the richest man in China, was delighted that his son had returned and that they now had hope again. Academician Oak introduced everyone to the latest development, Chlorella. With its help, everything should get better. Professor Peter, already known to us, was also there, and he installed an IV drip with his colleague's drug. Baidi also brought in the doctors whose operation had failed, Len and her university colleagues, and he threatened that they would be held accountable for the consequences of their actions. The medicine had not yet begun to work, but the girl was already screaming in pain. Her eyes lit up, and her muscles began to contract convulsively. The doctors jumped back. Academician Oak placed a crucifix on Ganny's forehead in the hope that the demons would leave her body. He got kicked in the face and the girl jumped out of bed and tore open the IV with the medicine. Her face was completely crazy. The beauty began to strangle her father, screaming that they were trying to kill God. And suddenly, someone poured dog blood on her. This cooled the patient's ardor. Tiger and Dragon managed to calm her down. Xiaoge lit a cigar and said that he could help. Everyone started shouting that these are not methods to bleed people. Who even let this charlatan in here? The chief physician of the city hospital and Professor Peter vouched for the hero's reputation, which slightly influenced the opinion of the Bai family. Only Professor Oak continued to be indignant, but he was asked to leave the house since the treatment still did not bring any benefit. Baidi asked Xiaoge for help. The hero asked when his daughter became like this. It turned out that she had a photo shoot in the Qin Palace. Then lightning struck and irreversible changes in Ganna's behavior began. The guy asked everyone to leave the room. The head of the family asked again to save his daughter. He no longer had hope for healing. Xiaogu asked a rich woman for help. She said that she had already warned him that someone would be sent from the Temple of Light to deal with him. The guy laughed. Fu said that she would now check whose soul had entered the girl's body. She carried out a series of manipulations and pulled her hand back. Xiaoji asked if his friend was injured. She replied that no, but their opponent was very strong. It was a four-winged angel. The strength of the servants of light is determined by the number of wings. The priest had 2 and he was very strong. The 6-winged seraph is generally invincible. The girl must be blown up while she is weak. The hero asked not to ruin such beauty. Then Fu suggested another way to not only win, but also to desecrate the Temple of Light. The guy lay down on the couch. He assumed that his blood would kill the priest, but it turned out that after reading the Book of Light, this method would no longer work. Fu had another plan. After some time, Bailey's daughter opened her eyes, which delighted the people gathered at her bedside. They began to thank Xiaoge, calling him the greatest doctor in the world, and the head of the family volunteered to generously repay for this miracle. He presented Ganny's birth certificate and 10 billion. The cousin was indignant that you can give as much money as you want. But to control life is too much, Xiaoge suggested, asking the girl. The chief asked if Ganna was against it, and she obediently replied that she completely and entirely obeyed her father's decisions, which came as a surprise. Then, Xiaoge spoke up and said that he was very glad that everything was so nice between them. But he himself had to refuse this offer. They objected that this was the richest family in China. The hero replied that there was nothing special about it. The girl asked if he looked down on money or on her. It turned out the former. The guy replied that he would name the reward himself. It was 1 million and an additional 837,000 yuan. He turned off the IV. Everyone was surprised that the amount was very small. The hero explained that this was the amount he spent on 10 jade ducks at the restaurant. It was a bit expensive. He hoped that Bai Long was satisfied. They immediately ordered Bai Long to be called, who asked his uncle what had happened. On the way, he had also managed to pester Aisha, so now he was scared. He received several slaps to the face and was ordered to immediately apologize to Mr. Xiaogei, the benefactor of the Bai family. While Aisha was chasing the offender with a stool, Xiaogei spent time with Leng. Tianyuan was surprised that the hero was flirting with another girl. They went together to look for a place to spend the night, and the guy thought that he definitely didn't want to be Xiaogei's rival. The nephew was dragged off to the family temple to pray to the gods for forgiveness, and the cousin decided to hit on the beauty. But all he got from her was a slap in the face and an accusation of perverted intentions. The secretary gave Xiaogei a message from the Bai family that although the first snow had fallen, it was still very cold in the city. What could that mean? The hero was drinking tea at the temple in the company of a rich woman, and asked if this could also be a message from an angel who had awakened. The guy asked the secretary to sit down and talk, and she was surprised to discover that the caring boss even poured tea. The rich woman finally replied that she didn't know what it could be, but she should visit the Bai family. Jin Yun, dressed in colorful traditional attire, told a beautiful legend about the scholar Moji, who got lost in the snow. The heirs of the three great families, Fan, Qin, and Leng, gathered at the table. Everyone was discussing why not marry Gan as soon as possible. Tianyuan replied that she was difficult to understand. Then, she came up to them and asked what they were whispering about behind their backs. The guys answered that they wanted to get married. Maybe that was why the beauty invited them to Beijing. She answered that she would introduce a new friend. It was Xiaogei, the king of the Eastern Sea. Tianyuan exclaimed that the hero was on bad terms with his family, to which Nana replied that in that case she would act as a peacemaker. The heirs of the families said that in order to join their circle, one must pass a test to prove that one is a worthy person. Fan suggested putting one of his items on the table. Whoever had the most expensive one would win. He put a jade snuff box, Ganna took out a hairpin. Xiaoge glanced at the items on the table and realized that the most expensive one, the watch, was worth about 500 million. He had to save face. The opponents noticed that he was in no hurry and said that if the hero had nothing, no problem, then they would provide him with economic patronage. Xiaoge rushed to the rich woman and asked her to share something from her collection. She asked why he should pretend to be someone he was not. The guy was offended. The first choice fell on an antique vase, but it would be strange to take such a huge object out of his pocket. Then Fu showed balls that were somewhat reminiscent of health balls. The hero was surprised. His opponents showed the same surprise when Xiaogei put his thing on the table in front of them. Someone said that the balls were worth no more than 1,000. The young man called them ignoramuses and asked them to take a closer look. It turned out that these were priceless hexagonal night pearls. Young Master Leng asked what the price would be if there was one and was told it would be no less than 1 billion, getting punched in the face for asking a stupid question. Tianyuan asked why he was carrying such an expensive thing with him. The young man replied that he thought they were just health balls. At this point, someone noticed that Fan's jade snuff box was missing from the table. Ganna shouted that they always acted out this scene. Xiaogei realized that this was a trick, the same as in the Zhao family. Fan said that they needed to check the newcomer's pockets. If the snuff box wasn't there, he would kneel before him, the guy suggested looking. The snuff box was indeed missing from the pocket, but the swindler's curiosity was not satisfied. He assumed that the hero had hidden the stolen goods. Xiaogu agreed to show the contents of all his pockets and even raised his hands to make it easier to search. There was no snuff box. Fan could not calm down and ordered the young man to undress, and he obediently fulfilled the request. When Xiaoge was left in his underwear, it was decided to take it off as well. The guy replied that he was ready, but then he would have to bow again. Ganna asked him to stop. When the boxers found themselves on the floor, everyone present screamed. They did not expect such courage from the newcomer, but he reminded them that this was an order from the Fan. The young man began to dress and reminded that someone must now fall on their knees and bow. Fan countered that he was the Beijing underground boxing champion and had no intention of bowing down to someone he didn't know. He lunged forward to punch our hero, but he simply blocked the blow. The heir of the Fang family screamed and resisted, but Xiaogei forced the boy to bow to him. It was painful to watch. Never before had the fat man and his comrades experienced such humiliation. There was a dent left on the floor from Fan's forehead. He apologized to the hero and said that he was wrong. Then the heir of Len decided to compete in strength. He suggested throwing a jade pendant into the ice hole. Whoever gets it wins, Zhao Ge agreed. The operation will be monitored by a drone, but it is unlikely to be able to record what happens underwater. The opponents are prepared. Xiao Ge gave the tie to the girl, after which a signal sounded, and both of them jumped into the ice hole as if it were a warm pool. The water turned out to be icy, and our hero quickly realized that he was mistaken about the enemy. His task really turned out to be very difficult. He turned to a rich woman for help, and she gave him the powers of a fu fish that lives in cold water. Now the guy could move quickly and not risk dying from hypothermia. But his opponent was also agile. The hero snatched the red ribbon of the medallion literally from under Len's nose. He thought that it was simply impossible, but he was prepared. There was a harpoon hidden under the water, with which the enemy wanted to kill Xiao Ge in order to get rid of the competitor once and for all. The arrow was approaching, but fortunately the guy was wearing that same magical armor in the form of swimming trunks, and he received no damage. Screaming that death awaits the younger Lan for his deception, the hero grabbed him by the neck and began to strangle him. Suddenly they saw that the exit was closed. Tianyuan and Fan placed a huge stone on the ice hole, and their Beijing 4 turned into the Beijing 3 in one fell swoop. Ganna tried to help the boys, but her cousin assured her that it was impossible to move the stone, but that they would soon get married and become the most powerful in China. Suddenly the boulder split, and Xiao Ge flew out of the ice hole. He also saved the heir of the Leng family. Everyone was extremely surprised. Our hero asked how he couldn't be ashamed to cheat like that. Okay, he's new, but killing an old comrade is vile. Fan asked to forgive them. He was on his knees again. Tianyuan did not stoop to such a low level, but asked how about the completed task. Xiao Ge took out a red ribbon from the medallion from his swimming trunks and asked if this could be considered evidence. Cousin Ganna shouted that of course not. He lost. Then Xiao Ge took out 3 more medallions from his swimming trunks and asked everyone to choose one to their taste. The effect was stunning. To get the medallions, the hero had to tie up a rich woman, but the guys didn't need to know about this at all. Then Tianyuan stepped forward and said that the third competition would be with him. They had to climb up the cliff and go down without insurance. Whoever came first would win. The two set out to complete the mission. And as expected, Xiao Ge's opponent turned out to be one of the best mountain climbers in the world. Our hero climbed quite successfully. The girl was rooting for him. Young Len was sure that their friend would be faster. His opponent decided to get rid of the enemy, so he confidently moved forward, knowing that Xiao Ge would not reach the top. At a site where it was no longer possible to do without mountaineering equipment, the guy took out the props given to him. But as expected, they turned out to be broken. Smiling that he wouldn't give up so easily, Xiao Ge crawled along the steep ice cliff, clinging to it with only his fingers. Tianyuan was shocked. He had never seen such skills in his entire career, and it was a long one. When our hero reached the top, the crowd again began to whisper that he was not human. The guy thought that the fastest way would be to go down the rope, but it was clearly torn. And so it turned out, there was an enemy rope nearby, but knowing Tianyuan's cunning, one could assume that something would be wrong with it too. Finally, the opponent also rose to the top and reported by radio that he was ready to descend. He had a third, apparently the only intact rope in his belt. Xiao Ge once again assessed the opponent's skill, but thought that in his case no improvised means might be needed. The hero used the scorpion skill and slid down the steep cliff, overtaking the enemy. Everyone was finally convinced that he was incredibly skilled. Tianyuan stayed behind with his rope. He didn't even imagine that Xiao Ge was capable of something like this. To top it all off, his rope was not strong enough, and the villain fell down from a considerable height. When his comrades rushed to help, he only cursed them out of anger. There was one last test left to join the club of the best in Beijing. Catching the ball that Ganna would throw, instead of catching it, our hero kicked the ball and it flew away. The girl turned pale. The ball ended up in the trash can, and Xiao Ge said that he didn't even intend to join their society. He just kept quiet about it, saying that they would meet again and that he hoped that next time the opponents would be more worthy. The hero left the competition. Tianyuan shouted that the guy would regret insulting them. Ganna thought that her idea to reconcile them was hopeless. A car arrived for Xiao Ge. The driver said that Miss Bai ordered the hero to be taken home. He agreed and asked to wake him up when they arrived. He went to Xin Hao's palace, where a rich woman was just looking at the stolen snuff box. The thing really turned out to be valuable, and the young man said that it was his gift to the one who pulled him out of the mud, and they kissed. Suddenly, Fu became alert. In the outside world, Xiao Ge was in danger. He said that he would be back soon and opened his eyes in the car. Someone jumped onto the car from above, and the driver said he would go look for the person who attacked the Bai family's car. It was the bloody killer. In his hand was some strange device with knives, like a huge meat grinder. He quickly dealt with the driver of the car and now declared that his target was Xiaoge, who would also soon turn into bloody shreds. Our hero fought off the attack and asked who sent him. The killer replied that it did not matter in the least. He attacked again, and Xiaoge summoned his magic spear. But it was also unable to destroy the infernal mechanism. Another attack made the young man really tense up. He realized that he could really die today. Suddenly, a shot rang out. The killer's next attack failed. This saved the hero's life, but he did not understand who was shooting. It turned out to be Mi Shuang, the commander of the Red Shield Special Squad, who had a mission in Beijing. The woman made several more attempts to shoot the bloody killer, but he managed to escape. She and Xiaoge introduced themselves to each other, and Mi Shuang said that she had no idea that the guy would be interested in her target. Then another Xiaoge got out of the car, and the girl realized that all this time a clone had been fighting instead of him. The guy turned out to be very good. They discussed what had happened and came to the conclusion that it would be logical to carry out an operation to catch the killer together. Mi Shuang said that 6 months ago, the president of the Beijing Chamber of Commerce was found dead. And then there were 8 more similar murders. Based on the CCTV footage, it was determined who the perpetrator was. Now all that was left was to find the customer. They got on the motorcycle and Xiaoge replied that he had some ideas about this. Perhaps the Beijing Four were involved. On the way, he had to grab his colleague by the waist, which caused her some displeasure. The hero hastened to apologize. They entered the Baiji restaurant, which was affiliated with the Bai family, and then went inside to look around. All 4 gentlemen were inside. Xiaoge said that he came here for dinner, but stepped in dog excrement at the door. Let them check his shoes. Everyone showed their shoes. They were clean, which meant that someone else was hiding under the mask of the bloody killer. The staff came out. Bai Lu ordered the guy to immediately get out of his restaurant. He was not welcome there. The hero went out into the street with Mi Shuang, promising the beauty that he would sort everything out himself. He went to Yu Jiao and asked her for help. The girl replied that Officer Fang would have dealt with it better, but she still agreed. The girl reported that the customer was clearly one of the 4 young gentlemen, and to find out who exactly they should be separated, she suggested starting with Len. Xiaoge kissed her in gratitude and offered to stay with him for the night. The girl offendedly reminded that the hero had a wife. She continued to talk about marital fidelity for a while, but it was clear from her face that she had already decided to stay. Yu Jiao looked straight into our hero's eyes and told him that she missed him incredibly, which was the pure truth. Lang stood by the window and wondered why Xiaoge saved him, when suddenly the manager ran into the room and shouted in a panic that he brought bad news. Their latest batch of Thunder Seal pills turned out to be defective, and many people ended up in the hospital. An investigation was launched, and sales were stopped. Len rushed to the Lundu hospital, ordering on the way to buy back all the medicines that were on sale. If they fell into the hands of competitors, the company would be finished. The secretary suggested that we first calm down the people who suffered. They had destroyed 2 pharmacies. Entering the ward, he found the victims thanking Xiaoge for saving them. The hero said that he had already sorted everything out. Maybe someone wanted to say thank you. The guy hugged Lon and told him that he used the Great Recovery pills. They were expensive and hard to get. He thanked him. Someone took a photo. Xiaoge said that he could send a receipt. Leng removed his hand from his shoulder and said that he would not betray Qin Tianyuan. The hero would still die. The guy objected that he meant something else. And when they tried to write him a check, he also just waved his hand and said goodbye. Yu Jiao was lurking around the corner. She took the photo. Now Xiaoge posted it on social media with a caption about a good day with his brother. The photo immediately attracted the attention of Gana and Tianyuan, and they concluded that there was a traitor among them. Just at this time, Len entered the restaurant and said hello, asking for a cup of tea for himself. But unexpectedly, he was refused. When the guy saw the pictures, he began to explain that he had nothing to do with it and that it was all Xiaoge's machinations. No one believed him. Everyone decided that he was taking revenge for the incident at the lake. Then Len slammed his fist on the table and promised to kill our hero to prove his innocence. In the house where Xiaoge and the girls settled, they lit the lights in the 3rd bedroom. Leng heard about this from the maid, but she was completely calm. The girl could not understand why such a beautiful 4th wife was not offended. But this information made Aisha angry. She started to get angry and kick her foot. But just at that moment, the culprit of the hysteria came in and said that he would also be visiting her today. Aisha said that she missed him very much and felt lonely. She was like a little girl begging for candy. Xiaogu gave orders to light the lights in the bedrooms of all three girls. He will visit each of them. What won't he do for the sake of family happiness? Yu Jiao was the last one the hero visited. She said that she was a little worried about the banquet. The guy replied that if he didn't really want to, he didn't have to go, but he would be pleased to attend the event together. The girl nodded and said goodbye until the evening. Xiaolong invited the young man to talk and solemnly greeted him right at the door of his luxurious villa. He offered the guest a cup of tea. Using special vision, the hero realized that it was poison. How banal. He drank the drink without trembling. The first cup was followed by a second one. Len couldn't understand why his enemy hadn't fallen dead yet. Maybe the poison was expired. In fact, the drink went straight through the mouth to the skeletal gatekeeper, who asked for more, explaining that he had not drunk anything tastier for hundreds of years. By the 6th or 7th cup, the poison had run out, and the manager loudly reported, and Xiaoge heard it all. He laughed and said that he had expected a pleasant conversation, but his comrade had invited him to take his life. But it had turned out badly. Len asked why he drank if he knew everything. The guy answered that he was not afraid of any poison. The owner of the house threw the cup, breaking it, and called the soldiers. Instead of hired killers, a blonde from the Red Shield entered the room. The scoundrel shouted to his sister to immediately punish this impudent fellow who came to his house. He is a villain. Instead, the beauty hit her brother on the cheek with all her might, explaining that his son-in-law was a villain, so let him choose his words. Xiaoge explained that this was why he helped him. Xiaoleng fell to his knees and cried. He realized that he had lost. Lan began to tell about how she was lucky enough to find the best man in the world. The hero said that he had just treated himself to some choice arsenic. The brother threw up his hands. He didn't know that he was treating his son-in-law. The girl became worried and suggested going to the hospital. Xiaoge replied that he was immune to poisons, but his friend could no longer be stopped. She began to beat the careless younger brother, shouting that he would answer for everything. As an apology, Xiaoleng has to tell Xiaoge about the bloody assassin and everything else. He cried, but agreed. It started with Qin Tianyuan and his cousin deciding to establish a business school in Beijing and then around the world, attracting foreign investors and large capitals from all over the world. Their ultimate goal is to monopolize the economy by cultivating their own financial elite, which Lan noted was a crime against the country. Xiaoleng reported that at first there were 16 participants. 8 of them were killed by the bloody maniac. But the trio of Tianyuan, Geni, and Fan are in charge of everything. Xiaoge calculated that there were still 5 people left and asked for a list. The blonde's brother easily agreed. He added that 1 trillion was invested in the project, and the plan even received such a name. It turns out that being rich in Beijing is now dangerous. Xiaoge thanked him and said that he would go first. Leng asked him to stay behind, because it was his first time coming to her house. The hero apologized that everything was in a hurry and without a gift. The girl continued to whine, noting that she missed him very much. Her brother shouted that the sun was now rising in the west. He couldn't believe his eyes. Our hero agreed to stay for dinner, and the beauty invited him to see her room. Xiaoleng was not taken with them. Afterwards, they went to report to the Red Shield headquarters. Both were praised for their work. The money is now apparently kept in the form of cash and jewelry. Xiaoge said that in that case, every time someone dies, those who remain become richer. Because there are no real business schools, it's just a cover. Mu Shuang reported that 3 of the remaining ones belonged to the Qin family, 1 to the Bai family, and only the bald man had no connections. His name is Chen Xiaoju, known by his nickname the Leak King. His assets are measured in hundreds of billions, and now they are all under threat. Xiaoge guessed that in that case, this person would be the killer's next target. Mi Shuang praised him for his intelligence, and the hero mentally thanked Yu Zhao. Xiaoge and Leng set up surveillance on Chen's mansion. His woman asked him to remove the guards, but he objected that safety comes first. The girl replied that she understood, but added that she was a little embarrassed by prying eyes, and they moved to the bedroom. While watching the erotic scene, our hero hugged his girlfriend, who called him an idiot, but did not move away. Suddenly, Chen called the guard and said that he wanted to eat a watermelon, and that he should bring it to him immediately. The man brought a watermelon, but when he was told that it was not cut, he promised to chop up the owner's head instead of the fruit. Xiaoge and Leng realized that they were too late and rushed to the scene to catch the killer. It was indeed the bodyguard who turned the gun on himself as soon as he realized he had been caught red-handed. The forensic expert's report confirmed that there was no mask and that the deceased's identity matched that of the security guard. The girl assumed that this was the bloody maniac. He carried out tasks on behalf of the master. But due to poor treatment, he decided to go against him. Xiaogu and Mishuang decided that things were not that simple, and that they would only be able to find the bloody killer if they continued to observe. Our hero said that he had a great idea. He would voice it after he received permission to visit the thermal springs. The girls were surprised. Permission was granted, and the young man said that the real villain was the one who remained alive, and that he, the only survivor, would be their suspect. After plunging into the hot water, the couple was finally able to relax, which was actually just what they needed after such a hard day. Then they heard Fan's voice, who was discussing Xiaogo with someone unfamiliar. Leng jumped up, shouting that she would not allow her man to be slandered. He asked them to be quiet. In the nearby thermal pool, Fan and his uncle were discussing the latest events and how wealth was growing. But danger was also increasing. And then there was this Xiaoge sniffing around. Someone else asked if the men needed an extra towel. They refused, but the voice continued to insist. It turned out to be a murderer who had already managed to throw his meat grinder. At the last moment, the uncle saved his nephew, forcing him to dive under the water. He tried again, because he didn't immediately understand what was happening. At that moment, the meat grinder covered the bald head. Xiaogo was also there, but he didn't manage to save the elder Fan, while the younger one continued to swim away. Len twisted the killer and began to find out who he was and who hired him. The man screamed that he would die, but would not tell anything. Xiaoge used dark magic, and the villain shouted that he was sent by Gana. Hearing this, Fan ran to take revenge on the girl. Our hero shouted after him to cool down and not rush to conclusions, but no one listened to him. At that moment, the killer bit into the cyanide ampule and died. Len was lamenting that the suspect was dead. Her boyfriend took out the Book of Darkness and said that not all was lost. They managed to extract the man's last memories. They were about how the real bloody killer, threatening to destroy the child, forces the man to kill Fan and blame it on Ganu. Leng, hearing about this, said that she believed that Qin Tianyuan was to blame for everything, but now she had to manage to save his cousin. Fan had already managed to burst into Gana's house and rush straight towards her with curses. The girl was taken aback and did not move. The friend grabbed her by the throat and began to strangle her, accusing her of killing his uncle, and the beauty began to cry. When she was already practically dead, something happened. The girl shuddered and pushed the enemy away from herself very strongly. Now it was an angel, a warrior of light, armed with a spear. Fan was frightened, shouting that she had shown her true face. Another moment and he would have been dead. But then Xiaoge appeared and repelled the attack with his magic sword. The angel screamed that he felt that the killer of gods was in front of him. The hero confirmed that it was he who destroyed the priest, and the eyes of the creature of light became dark with anger. The spear was used again. Xiaoge somehow miraculously managed to resist this creature. It was not for nothing that he was the son of darkness, and also well prepared. The messenger of light disappeared and appeared, attacking in completely unexpected places. The hero was forced to call a rich woman for help. She appeared and addressed the angel, calling her Mi, saying that they met again. She called Fu a traitor. The rich woman said that she was willing to take full responsibility. Xiaoge acted under her guidance. Mi agreed that she would deal with her first. Xiaoge used the Book of Darkness to swallow the angel into the abyss, and she screamed that she shouldn't even dream of it. But in reality, there was both light and darkness in her. Some kind of transformation began. The blessing did not descend upon Mi. No matter how she asked the gods, the girl stood in the middle of the pentagram, her hands folded in prayer. But the blood of the son of the Lord of Darkness had already done its job. We could not understand where the dark abyss in her heart came from, but our hero managed to carry out his plan. The angel was expelled, and the girl fell into a deep sleep. Her body began to slowly descend, and our hero carefully picked up the beauty, not letting her hit the floor. Fu asked if everything worked out. The hero replied that it seemed that Bai Gani's heart was not darkened by dark thoughts. His soul was pure. Then he thought that he should hurry. With their prime suspect Tianyuan still at large, this needs to change immediately. The young man organized a party, inviting the rest of the list. They raised their glasses and drank to success. The men fell down dead. There was poison in the alcohol. The villain laughed. The Red Shield squad was literally a few minutes late, and the villain was informed that he had been arrested for murder. He replied that he had not killed anyone, pointing his finger at Fan and saying that he was actually the main villain and had given him the poisoned wine. The guy shouted that he couldn't order himself, to which Tianyuan reminded him of his browser history, and Fan immediately admitted his guilt. He was arrested. It was quite obvious that his friend had simply touched on a sore spot. But his method worked. In the interrogation room, Fan admitted his guilt, But he could not give any details and there was no evidence against him. They started asking him about the details again, and then Zhao Ge, who had flown to his hometown, appeared and said that he would decide everything now. He told Fan that he had a little surprise that would be a great memory refresher. It was the guy's laptop. Fan started screaming in a voice that wasn't his own, asking him to immediately turn off the computer. There were some queries about transvestites and plus-size women's clothing in the browser history. Everyone was shocked. And Fan himself cried that he would kill the one who gave Zhao Ge his computer. Officer Fan appeared and asked if he was going to kill her. It was his sister. The guy said that one day a friend caught him at home in women's underwear, took photos and started blackmailing him. He needed to kill Zhao Ge and Officer Leng. Tianyuan was afraid that Zhao Ge would take Ganu away. The girls immediately began to find out what the hero had with her. Mu Shuang had to shout, achieving silence. The sister promised that she would not give the villain the opportunity to publish the photo. Zhao Ge volunteered to go with her. Fan had to give evidence to the Red Shield workers and the police. Officer Fan dressed in a black suit for better camouflage. And together with our hero, they tried to penetrate enemy territory unnoticed. Their plan was almost ruined by a dog. But the guy cleverly shut its mouth with a sausage, and the husky proudly led them to the entrance. The cousin and cousin were sorting things out. The guy was trying to find out if she loved Zhao Ge. The girl asked him not to yell at her. Tianyuan raised his voice again and was slapped in the face, after which he fell to his knees and began to beg for forgiveness. Together, the boy and the girl left the room. An Officer Fan said that she didn't think the villain could be so submissive. Zhao Ge took advantage of the moment and pressed himself closer to her. The girl pretended not to notice anything. Meanwhile, Gana and Tianyuan entered the room where the trillion was stored. The guy noticed that there were now two of them. The cousin grabbed the dagger hidden under her clothes more tightly. The murder was prevented by Zhao Ge, who lost his footing and fell into the room from behind the curtain. The girl immediately screamed that they were having a business conversation. Our hero raised his hand so that she would stop making excuses. He would just take what he came for and disappear. Tianyuan continuously called for security. After silencing him with a slap, the boy reminded Officer Fan why they had come in the first place, and she rushed off to search. The necessary disk was found by Zhao Ge himself. It was immediately inserted into the computer, and there was the policewoman's brother in his underwear, just as he said. It was very funny to watch, but also unpleasant. The girls whispered that now it would be difficult to communicate with Fan. Our hero didn't stop there, because there could have been copies on the hard drive. He took a sledgehammer and simply smashed the system unit and monitor. Watching the parts of his super powerful exclusive computer fly past, Tianyuan was ready to burst into tears from grief. Zhao Ge himself decided to take the hard one with him, after which he hugged Officer Fan and prepared to jump. Lana theatrically asked him to be careful at the same moment as security burst into the room. They asked Mr. Chin what happened. He replied that his technique was broken and cried again. Zhao Ge meanwhile returned to the Red Shield office. Mu Shuang called Leng and said that they could come in. Let them not forget to check the secret room. Fang reminded her about it. When the girl with the capture group burst inside, she saw Tianyuan sitting on a chair with a mask of a bloody killer. The guy said that it was him. Leng Yue pointed a gun at him and told him not to even think about running away. The young man did not listen and made a few movements. The bullets hit the target right on target. The beauty quickly found how to open the vault. But the trillion was not there, only a few gold bars. The treasures were clearly taken in a hurry. The girl took one of the ingots and headed towards the exit. Now the case was solved, and she could take her time. All the participants of the operation gathered at the table to celebrate its success. The glasses were full, the mood was excellent. Mu Shuang appointed Zhao Ge as the vice director and granted him the privilege of leading the famous Dragon Squad. The young man asked what kind of squad it was. She explained that it was a legendary squad that had been disbanded, so he was picking the new members himself. Len and F-Pan shouted that they wanted to go there. The Leopard Brothers and the Bear also expressed a desire to join, so all 9 necessary members of the squad were immediately approved. Zhao Ge began to eat with a smile, informing Leng and Fang that the first task would fall entirely on their shoulders, and that he was a little busy for now. A girl in traditional costume danced a dance with bells, and then announced that the treat, a jade duck, was already on the table. She bowed, and Zhao Ge thanked her for the wonderful opportunity to relax. But now he had an unpleasant conversation ahead. Gana smiled and was sweeter than ever. She showered him with compliments and told the guy about their cloudless future together. Zhao Ge took her hand and asked when the slut would finally stop pretending. She pretended not to understand why she got hit in the face. The girl admitted that he had exposed her, but asked what exactly she had done wrong that caused this to happen. Our hero replied that he had suspected her even when the traces disappeared, and then it was enough to just watch closely. Since Tian Yuan knew about the poisoned wine, he also conspired with his cousin and took all the blame on himself to protect her. Ganna laughed with a demonic laugh. Now it became clear that her darkness poisoned her essence and body, which is why the angel succumbed to the guy's magic. Suddenly, the beauty became cute again, pulled the cover off the gold bars and said that they could all go to Xiaogei, and she herself too. This information gave the young man a wonderful idea, and he did not fail to implement it, asking for help from Sister Fu. Soon all the gold was moved to Xin Hao's palace, and Ganna stood in an empty room trying to figure out where it had gone. Out of anger, the girl gave herself away again, calling on the real blood assassin, who turned out to be Bai Long. The man received the order to kill Xiaogei and immediately began to carry it out. His eyes were completely crazy. He really was a maniac. The meat grinder on a rope was already rushing towards the hero, but he was calm and simply put his hand forward. Ganna screamed that he was finished, but the golden armor she had bought not long ago turned out to be strong enough. Saying that it was now his turn, the hero charged the killer with the body of the meat grinder, and he fell. He had killed so many people that he should now receive the same punishment. With the next move, Xiaogei carried out his threat. Now only Ganna remained, who began to beg for mercy, promising that she would not take revenge but would simply leave. In fact, it was a trick. The villain was just waiting for the moment to use her dagger. She stuck it into the guy's stomach, but he was wearing armor. Now the hero decided to free Mai by destroying Gan to the last particle. In this he was helped by the Book of Darkness and the spell of purification. Soon a demoness knelt before him, saying that she was ready to serve him faithfully and truly, and follow at his heels. The guy patted her on the shoulder and asked her to visit Xin Hao's palace together first. The girl was surprised by such an address. Xiaogei reported that he had brought Mi, Fu, and the gatekeeper were busy counting the gold, but were immediately interrupted by this news. The beauties warmly hugged each other. It turned out that they were sisters. The rich woman felt ashamed that she had not told the hero about this earlier. The girl recalled how she once introduced herself as her own younger sister so that he wouldn't get angry. It turned out that she really did have a younger sister, Mies. They lived a carefree life as immortal beings until the god of war came and separated the babies. Mai was taken to the Temple of Light and made its servant, while Fu went to the Lord of Darkness, and so they began to live separately. The rich woman apologized to Xiaogei for lying a little. She was worried that he would be angry. Our hero replied that he didn't care who served whom. The main thing was that now they both served him. He asked Mi to take the form of an angel, and when she fulfilled the request, he was extremely pleased with the appearance of the sisters. Here the skeleton gatekeeper announced that he had finished his work. Fu put on her glasses and solemnly announced that, taking into account the feedback, Xin Hao's balance was 2,500,000,000. The hero's stats were updated, he was awarded 9 stars, and the title of Dark Heir was updated to a new rank. 50% each are also available. Xiaogei asked if this was the only thing he could get for rank promotion. Fu replied that it was not, giving him a diving suit, fins, and a mask. It turned out that the system issued diving equipment because, at the bottom of the lake, there is a dark dragon whose power is comparable to that of a 4-winged angel. By killing the dragon, one could become much stronger. Xiaogei objected that he didn't need it. In fact, he was just afraid. Mai threw up her hands and said that he had to become stronger, because he simply had to kill the dragon. She explained that the god of war is now a priest in the Temple of Light, and he is capable of killing anyone. She and her sister are first on the list. The girls were shaking in fear, and Xiaogei shouted that no one had the right to threaten his twins. He would not allow it. The girls explained that they had put the god into a sleep, the same one in which Mi had been for a long time. But when the god of war wakes up, they don't know. The hero realized that he still has time. But how much is unclear. Xiaogei put on his gear and, after clarifying a few details, jumped into the lake, saying that he would soon return victorious. It was dark under the water, and the guy took out a pearl to light the way a little, making it easier to move forward. Suddenly, someone snatched the pearl from his hand. It was unclear how this could have happened. It turned out that there was a pretty girl swimming in the lake, and she was looking with interest at the thing stolen from Xiaogei. The young man told the beauty that it was dangerous here. There was no point in swimming in this lake where a dark dragon lived. She laughed and asked why he needed the dragon. The hero answered that he wanted to kill him. Then the girl offered to show the way to the monster. Our hero swam after her, but suddenly received a blow from the poisonous tip of the tail. He realized that his companion was that very dragon. Xiaogu used the speed boost to escape, but the beauty quickly caught up with him, asking where the guy was going. She grabbed him and tortured him with fire, threatening to kill him. But in order to survive, the young man decided to simply pay off. This proposal interested the dark dragon. She smiled and asked what interesting thing he could offer her. Xiaoge handed her his magic sword. The weapon made a proper impression, but the girl said that it was not enough. The hero immediately handed her a bracelet, a belt, and boots that increased strength, protection, and speed, followed by scuba diving equipment. When the guy emerged in just his swimming trunks, the sisters immediately guessed what had happened. It was terrible. Now the dark dragon had become even stronger. Xiaoge grabbed his head. He was almost crying from frustration. Fu hugged him and tried to console him, but nothing helped. Then Mi took out her magic weapon and said that she would go on this mission on her own. She was sure that she could win. Her sister said that there was a better option and asked if she had understood correctly that the dragon was a beautiful girl. Our hero confirmed that this was indeed the case. She was beautiful and flirted superbly. Then Fu offered him to become a dragoon. The dragoon, a warrior riding a dragon, didn't need to be hinted to the hero twice, and he rushed to prepare for the dive. The first thing he did was ask his secretary to download as many romantic comedies for him as possible. Then I remembered that it would be nice to include in the selection a few films about longing for life in China. Secretary Du recommended a few more touching paintings, and the young man praised her for her good taste. Then he asked the beauty to buy more goodies and various gifts that would not leave any girl indifferent. The sisters were the first to try the treat and were completely delighted. Xiaoge promised to take them to a shopping and entertainment center sometime. Soon all three and a mountain of gifts found themselves on the shore of the lake. The young man called out to the dark dragon. She didn't emerge right away. She didn't like being treated that way, but she still wanted to talk, and the promise to treat her to some goodies worked. The beauty said that her name was Nai Ao Miao, and that she was the daughter of the Dragon Lord, the dark mistress of this lake. The hero apologized and addressed her appropriately, informing her that all the prepared gifts belonged to the lady, whom he sincerely admired. Xiaoge took out his laptop, asking for permission to open the door to the new world for her. But Ao Miao suggested continuing underwater, adding that girls were not allowed there. The guy put all the prepared goods into a huge bag and walked along the shore. He was well prepared. In the palace, the heiress of the Dragon Lord reported that he was trying to please her. But if he failed, he would die. Xiaoge replied that it was not a question, and connected the karaoke. He was sure that it would work perfectly. The girl said that it was too noisy, and the first attempt failed. The hero installed a refrigerator on the generator and took out a cold drink from there. With one breath, the dragon turned his hand with a can of cola into a block of ice, and the guy realized that he had miscalculated again. He began to feverishly think about what to do. Ao Miao was unhappy and was already preparing for reprisal. The young man thrust a chocolate bar into her hand and went to turn on the TV. He chose to watch a movie about a dragon. Suddenly, the beauty attacked the screen with water and ice. She decided that the enemy dragon on the screen was real. The screen was broken and Xiaoge sadly began to connect the movie on the laptop. While the dragon's daughter stuffed her mouth with candy, our hero turned on the series and asked the little girl to control her emotions this time. What she sees on the screen is an illusion, not reality. Suddenly, the young man was so moved by what was happening on the screen that he began to cry. And the dragoness decided that he was some kind of weakling. She kicked the hero, and he said that it was rude and heartless. The dragon girl from the movie was much better. This intrigued Ao Miao. She began to look more attentively at the monitor, and soon did not want to look away for even a minute. She sympathized with the dragon and almost broke the screen again, trying to punish the enemy. Xiaoge decided that she was completely moved. The beauty cried, empathizing with the characters and constantly trying to take part in the events of the series. The young man barely explained that it was a fake. For all 3 days that Ao Miao spent watching, a storm raged outside. It was not for nothing that it was believed that dragons could control the weather. When all the napkins were gone, Xiaoge suggested calming down a little. He noted that he knew a magic remedy that always helps. The dragon's daughter started throwing crumpled napkins at him, and the guy finally used his secret trick, kissing her. The ball of paper fell from the beautiful hand and the vision became blurred. It seemed that the young man had chosen a very opportune moment. Having calmed down, the girl crawled to her laptop to choose the next series. Our hero asked to wait a little with this. He was running out of patience. Fu and Mi waited on the shore for quite a long time. But when Xiaoge appeared, riding a dragon, it became obvious that their wait was not in vain. Ao Miao carried out all his orders and generally behaved like a faithful horse, very obediently and without fail. The hero became stronger and got back all his items at the 9th level. And with the power of the Dark Dragon, he was quite ready to challenge the God of War himself. Xiaoge was jubilant. He was incredibly proud of his achievements and looked to the future with enthusiasm. It was time to return Mi in the form of Ganny to her parents' house. She was eager to see how everything was arranged there. Everyone gathered for dinner, and the father and half-brother announced that they had already given up hope of seeing the girl. They had decided to sell the Imperial Porcelain Factory. It was a very profitable business. Our hero was surprised. The father sighed that there was no urgent need, but the decision had already been made. The stepmother and son explained that during her absence, Ganna had been removed from business, since her trillion plan had failed, and she herself had disappeared. Her brother and father continued to make her guilty of all mortal sins. They did not know that before them was Mi, with simply angelic patience. But the relatives still noticed the change in behavior, and Xiaoge advised him to be indignant, which was demonstrated at that very moment. The girl jumped up and shouted that she was not going to remain out of work. They had no right to remove her and sell the porcelain factory. Our hero was pleased with the effect produced, and Mi calmed down. Her father said that he would give her another chance, but on the condition that all the goods would be sold within 3 days. The girl pointed her index finger under his nose and threatened that they would have to wait, but she would fulfill this condition. A little later, the girl went to her room. The bed was comfortable, but the place was unfamiliar. She invited Xiaoge to stay the night with her. The young man lay down next to her and said that he would guard her sleep. The girl thought that he looked like a loser seducer who could not make up his mind. The guy actually barely held back. Realizing that this could be a test, and it turned out to be so, Fu soon appeared and praised him for showing himself to be a gentleman. The beauty started flirting. Our hero was a little embarrassed. He didn't want to do something indecent in front of his sister. That was why he suggested just getting a good night's sleep. When the morning came, the Bai family's house was full of secrets. And the main thing was that the king of Azura, the heavenly deity, the heavenly musician, and the dragon woke up in the same bed. Immediately after breakfast, Mi and Xiaoge went to the warehouses to store all the factory's products. It took 18. The guy asked how much money was needed to buy everything. The secretary replied that their bank had the necessary assets. The stepbrother was in charge of loading the porcelain and was terribly annoying Ganna, or rather the one who had now taken her place. The guy said that he was going to buy all the goods, and then the task would be completed. But Mi objected that the Xin Hao system could punish for this. Another option was needed. The decision came completely unexpectedly. Mu Shuang's squad appeared. The woman said that she wanted to entrust Xiaoge with the task of security. This is the best porcelain in the country with a centuries-old history, special kilns and secret pigments. The technology must not be given to competitors. She explained that our hero's task is to ensure that the factory is not bought by a foreigner, and it is to a foreigner that the Bai family wants to sell it. The boss's car sped off into the distance. The guy thought he was in deep trouble. Fortunately, Leng Yue appeared and dispelled his sadness a little. Her brother joined them and said that, just in case, he had packed up some other products from the factory for himself, all worth 80 billion, payment by card. Len grabbed her brother by the ear and asked why he only bought this. Couldn't he pay the full bill for all the goods? He explained that it would not be possible to sell the antiques quickly, so he passed. Xiaoge grabbed his head, but then Fang Yanan called out to him. Fan looked at the recently purchased bowl and was happy that he could easily earn 100 million from its sale. The thing would easily go for 300, and he bought it for 200, like the rest of the goods. The officer hugged him by the shoulders, and out of fear the brother dropped the bowl from his hands. It would have certainly broken if our hero had not shown the necessary dexterity. Xiaoge turned the item over in his hands and said that he didn't expect to find a fake from such a collector. Fan was indignant that it was the original. He stated that if the young man managed to find a fake in his house, he would do whatever the young man wanted. He put the bowl upside down and took out a Geiger counter. The readings started to go off the charts. Fan grabbed his head. He wanted to smash the porcelain with a sledgehammer, but Xiaoge reminded him that a broken item could not be sold. He had to be more cunning. The bowl was packed in a special lead container and taken out of the house so that no one else would be harmed. Fan went to Zhou Tai, who had sold him the bowl, and began to find out how he dared to harm him. He replied that he had always been honest with the client, but then he saw the lead container and shouted that it was not he who had slipped the iridium. The truth quickly surfaced. Fan was about to punch the swindler in the face, but his fist suddenly stopped in midair. It turned out to be Prince Goth. He was the one who was going to buy the factory. Xiaoge thought that he was strong if he stopped the boxer's punch. Goth said that the company Zhou Tai now belongs to him, and any slander must be excluded. Fan continued to seethe with anger. Our hero suggested going through 3 tests of antique masters to decide who was right. The first test is a visual assessment. Whoever can identify a fake by eye wins. The second test is collecting information. The third is a competition of the value of the item. The winner will be rewarded with an antique shop. Prince Goth said that he accepted the challenge, and Fan thought that he was ready to help Xiaogei. They started to find out which antique shop it was, but our hero said that it didn't matter at all, and Len confirmed his opinion. 2 items appeared on the table. One of them was presented to Xiaogei as a bronze one. The best way to determine bronze is to taste it. Fan studied the item. Prince Goth laughed that he had done the same thing yesterday. It was the turn of King Shu's mask. Everyone knew that it had been stolen last year. It was very difficult to understand whether it was the original or a fake. Finally, Jotai said that he thought the thing was original. Fan said that he agreed with this point of view, for which he received a kick in the ass. Everyone started shouting and arguing that a fake couldn't be of such high quality. The foreigner also expressed himself in a florid manner, saying that it was definitely not the original. Xiaogei took the mask in his hand and broke it without thinking, causing a real shock to everyone present. It was announced that the round was a draw, and it was time to move on to the second stage of the competition. The foreigners hired people to look through all the antique shops and collect all the necessary information. Fan was indignant that this was not fair. Prince God objected that the rules did not say anything about the number of people and asked Xiaogei to hurry. The hero decided to use the dragon bracelet, since these creatures are best able to sense the presence of jewelry. True, a meow wanted fruit pancakes first and the guy had to buy the entire kiosk so that the seller wouldn't suspect anything. The woman asked not to joke like that. She didn't have much time. Then the hero called me with a suitcase of money and suggested that she open a new business. Fan asked in horror what was going on, but the hero put on an apron and asked who wanted pancakes. There were quite a few people who wanted them. Quite quickly, the young man fed his friends, not forgetting about himself, which was unexpectedly pleasant. Fan, with tears in his eyes, said that he understood everything. His friend was just making fun of him, after which he asked for a treat for himself too. Got showed Xiaogei a painting by a famous artist from northern China and said that the opponent had lost. Its market value was about 30 million. He added that he had made the purchase for only 300,000, so the profit was about 100 times. Fan looked back at his friend, who had bought a pancake shop for the same 300,000. Everyone started to laugh at our hero, but he waved his hand and asked for another minute of attention. He kicked down the dishes and utensils, picking up a round golden object, and everyone instantly fell silent. The experts unanimously sighed that before them was that very legendary cup, about which many legends were composed, the lost ancient artifact. Fan rushed to hug our hero, saying that he was damn good, while Goth scratched his head in the background. He asked how much the legendary cup was worth, and the officer's brother Yanan replied that it was priceless. But if you try to estimate it, it would be 300 million. The absolute victory went to Xiaogei. Prince Goth was determined to win the third competition. He believed that such a poor man simply could not resist him. He took off his cloak and waved it, saying that he was a great heir and therefore could present himself and his family in all their glory. Leonardo's Mona Lisa was supposed to be hidden under the cloak, but something went wrong. Although the heir himself has not yet realized it, it turned out that the sketchbook was a pathetic fake. Goth was horrified. Our hero whispered to the dragon's daughter that he was very grateful for the excellent idea, saying that he would now regret taking the risk of confronting China. Xiaogei lifted the black velvet, revealing a jade seal underneath. Both experts examined the item and admitted that it was a genuine imperial seal. Simply incredible. Both were already imagining how they would tell their grandchildren about this day in old age. Goth was surprised that the relic was really so valuable. It was announced that our hero had won. The prince clutched his head in disarray, and the heir to the throne lost to some commoner. The antique shop worth hundreds of billions was transferred to Xiaogei, who promised to give it to Fan if he helped him sell the Bai family's antiques. He started kissing the guy, and the guy lost his patience. He explained that he helped Fan only because his sister asked him to. Fan picked up the pouch containing the imperial seal and promised to show it again to anyone who went to the Bai family's warehouse and purchased something. When the job was done, the officer, his brother, and Xiaogei got into the car. They were happy, especially the underground boxer. In the warehouse, they found a pile of fragments and a beaten secretary. It turned out that Bai Wu had sent people to destroy everything here. Our hero was furious at the thought that someone had harmed his friend. and it took a lot of effort for me to calm him down and explain that now was not the time for revenge. The girl hugged him and asked him to save face in front of people. Otherwise, the trust in him and Lundu would be lost. The beauty promised to fix everything and cast a healing spell on both the beaten girl and all the damaged porcelain. At this time, her stepbrother and bandits burst into the warehouse. They were also planning to destroy everything here. Xiaoge pounced on the villains with a spear and grabbed their leader by the collar of his shirt, who said in surprise that he didn't expect to meet anyone in the warehouse. The young man did not hold back, declaring that all who dared to cheat and harm his family must die. It turned out that the offspring was sent on this mission by his own mother. She really wanted to humiliate her stepdaughter and deprive her of her inheritance. The guy flew into the house, suffering from invisible blows. The woman decided that this was the work of a demon and went after the fairy. The sorceress was already familiar to us. She raised her cup and said that she had long been expecting a new meeting with this powerful evil. The son was lowered to the ground and tied to a column of the house. Now it was necessary to find a way to rid him of evil. She used a return spell. It took a little effort, but the result was worth it. The guy woke up. Mi reported that Bai was surrounded by outstanding personalities. He was released. There was no need to wave his fists. The hero asked how serious it was. The girl replied that she had rewound time a couple of hours back, so nothing serious would happen. Here they saw the secretary, who asked with surprise when they had managed to return and what they were discussing. Fan came up and asked when they could start selling. People were ready and looking forward to it. Most were still interested in the Imperial Seal. Len came up and praised our hero. He objected that not everything was so simple. When it was all over, Gana approached her parents and said that she had completed the task. There were more than 300 billion in her account. They were surprised that she had succeeded. The father gave the order to reinstate the girl in her position. But then her stepmother took out some kind of saucer and declared that not everything had been sold. Mai couldn't help but curse and kicked the woman. Her son shouted that such behavior was unacceptable and unacceptable for someone with the surname Bai. The women started fighting. The mother screamed that she would not allow her son to be beaten, and the father tried unsuccessfully to stop them. The fight was stopped by Xiaoge, who simply grabbed me in his arms. Mr. Bai's wife hissed that this time she would not get away with it, holding clumps of light hair in her hands. To celebrate his success, our hero ordered a luxurious banquet, to which he invited all his friends and companions. After the guys had a hearty snack, it was time for dancing, and everyone chose a partner to match. Xiaogu invited Mina, and she agreed, warning that it was her first dance, so she might screw up a little. At this time, Mr. Bai's wife came to the ferry and brought her the hair. The sorceress asked if the woman was sure, and she replied that she wanted revenge. They fell to their knees with their son and began to beg for help. The witch began to work the magic of subjugation, using hair and a doll. The spell worked. Min suddenly began to move strangely and whispered that something was wrong with her. The girl started moaning and put her finger in her mouth. Her partner decided that she had too much alcohol or something like that. The fairy, meanwhile, began to take erotic poses in order to disgrace the beauty at the banquet, forcing them to repeat. Our hero was surprised by such a fit of passion, but the girl explained that someone was controlling her body and she had nothing to do with it. Before the people around them began to pay attention to them, Xiaoge managed to cover me with his body and take him aside. She asked him to leave the hall completely, and then, against her will, she kissed the hero. He understood that there was no time to waste. The solution came to mind in a flash. The couple retired, and now the fairy had to endure something against her will. She collapsed on the floor completely exhausted. Xiaoge and Gana sat on the sofa with a satisfied look, while Xiaoling and Fan discussed the latest events, gossiping about how Bai Jr. was possessed by a demon. Xiaoge replied that these were all rumors, to which they explained that the adopted brother, Bai Ra, was now the family's worker, although he earned half of all the money, and his son was that same Bai Long. There are rumors that the father killed his own son, so Xiaoge should be extremely careful with this family. Just at this moment, Bai Ra came over and told the couple that they should return to their parents' house right now. Something had happened. Everyone gathered, and the father announced that from now on, his son Bai Wu would become the president of the company and would be responsible for all affairs, and his wife Yao Qian would become the chairperson. The imperial porcelain goes to Bai Ra, who promised to take up the matter. Mi asked what about her, and her father replied that the heir had asked for her hand and she was getting married. Bai Ra asked what she was going to do, and the girl replied that she would first take his soul, after which she rushed to attack. It turned out that the uncle was not so simple, and suddenly the father appeared in his place. Everyone gasped that his own daughter raised her hand against him with the intention of killing him. We quickly corrected ourselves, but the relatives, who seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, continued to whisper disapprovingly. The girl looked at them with an offended and angry look, but the decision to expel her from the family was made almost unanimously. Me again tried to rush at the offenders and tear them apart. This time, our hero again held her back, reminding her that she was now in the form of Gani. The beauty lay limply in Xiaogei's arms, and her stepbrother stood up and began an angry tirade about how terrible she was. Baira supported the boy, saying that only he was worthy of becoming the heir to the family, and that his father would finally see the light. Mother and son rejoiced, but Mr. Bai himself was in no hurry to announce his decision. He loved his daughter very much and simply could not leave her with nothing. It turned out that the fairy had also made his voodoo doll with alien, disobedient lips, and the man announced that he was appointing Bai Wu as his heir. The mother and son were extremely pleased that their plan had worked. Little did they know that Xiaogei, who was carrying me in his arms, had simply decided to wait a couple of days before claiming victory. In the room, the girl started screaming. Wouldn't it have been easier to kill everyone? Why did the hero stop her? He had to deal with her and solve the problem. The guy reminded her that she was now living the life of Baya's daughter, and that she couldn't just go and kill her relatives, especially since she hadn't been cleared of suspicion for the trillion E. The girl began to cry and said that she felt the presence of Baya's daughter in this body. Every time she looked at her father, her soul warmed. She did not want him to suffer. Xiaogei replied that he was sure that the head of the family loved Ganu, so he would help him. The beauty asked to do it as soon as possible. The young man assured her that everything would be fine, and that he would try to make it happen, apparently expecting gratitude. The girl said thank you. The next morning, over her husband, who was sleeping with the fairy card on his face, Bai Ra and Yao Qian discussed the success of their plan. Now their son would be the heir. The woman was so carried away that she began to flirt with her lover right in front of her sleeping husband. He stopped her and said that he couldn't do it in front of his brother. The scoundrel got angry and said that he had gone soft, and she had to do everything herself. Xiaogei and me, who overheard this conversation, decided not to delay and tell their father everything before it was too late. They took the card off his face, woke him up and told him that the man had been raising someone else's son for 20 years. But he didn't believe them and drove them away. No explanation worked. Our hero threw the fairy card back with the words that he should continue to live bewitched. The next day was hot. The whole family gathered to relax by the pool. Relatives pretended that nothing had happened. Ganna brought her stepmother a cocktail, saying that she was always happy to please her. She replied that if she continued in the same spirit, there was a chance for a minimal inheritance. Xiaogei took off his shirt right in front of Yao Qian and flexed his muscles, showing off his figure, before jumping into the pool. The woman could not help but notice such a body. She looked at her lover and decided to have some fun, while the impressions were still fresh. She called him into the house, taking one last look at the handsome young man who had just emerged from the water. Baira was not very enthusiastic. He was constantly afraid that his brother would enter the room, but his mistress was stubborn. At the most inopportune moment, the husband finally opened the door and entered the room with his daughter and Xiaogei. Yao Qian tried to lie about cleaning the pipes, but she received several slaps to the face and fell silent. The man said that he had taken a paternity test that evening and now knew everything, ordering that the traitors be beaten to death with whips. The wife asked for mercy. Her son asked his father to leave his mother alive, to which he received the answer that he was not related to him. Throwing the test results in the guy's face, Bai said that now he would take care of himself, and if anything, his mother could tell him the witch's address. The head of the family ordered that Bai be thrown out of the house, then looked at the traitors and said that they would have a special talk. The wife begged her to let go, but Bai Ra shouted at her to shut up. Before them was a ruthless beast that knew no mercy. He reminded his brother of the promise he had made to always share everything equally, and instead he made him his watchdog. The head of the family shouted that if it weren't for him, Bai Ra would have been dead long ago, so let him be grateful for what he had. Xiaogei thought that the story was trivial. Relatives can share hardships but cannot share wealth. Mr. Bai ordered to throw his tied-up wife into the pond. His brother shouted that he didn't want to allow this, but now he had no choice. He declared that he was still strong, then tore the ropes and attacked the guards. Xiaogei noticed that a tattoo had appeared, which was only visible when the blood boiled. The warriors of the Bai family were powerless against their manager. He fought like a demon, showing no mercy. The brother was horrified. He had no idea that at such an age one could retain one's former strength and increase it. Baira grabbed him by the neck and said that they would kill him now, taking revenge for all the humiliations he had endured. It was he who even got a wife for his brother. When he noticed a beauty, the brother brought her to Bai's house. He allowed him to take possession of the girl, although he liked her too. But still, after the oath to serve his brother, he kept it. The wife realized that her whole life had been just a performance, and now it was impossible to change anything. Mai asked if she should help her father, but Xiaogei said that this was the best show in the world. Dogfighting dog. Suddenly, the freed Qian jumped up and screamed that all the words of love were lies. The blow silenced her. The woman flew to the side and impaled herself on a sharp stake. Both men looked in horror at what happened. The lover let go of his victim and rushed towards her. The woman decided that she was dying and extended her hand. Baira leaned towards her, but was slapped in the face and accused of lying. Qian turned to her husband and said that only he truly loved her. She asked that Bai Wu not be driven out in memory of her, after which she fell back and died. Both men were dumbfounded. Baira raised his sword. Mi asked Xiaogei to protect her father, but he replied that they should sort it out themselves. The brother did not kill his brother. He joined his beloved in the afterlife. Meanwhile, Bai Wu met the heir of Got at the exit. Xiaogei also asked why he had come, and the impudent fellow laughed that he had come for the bride, or that everyone had already forgotten about the wedding. Mai screamed that she was against it, but he showed the contract and said that if they did not get married, the imperial porcelain would go to him for pennies. My father objected that he did not sign this. Then Bai Wu appeared and shouted that under the spell, Bai had signed a lot of things, and now both the real estate and the capital belonged to him. The lawyer confirmed that all the papers were drawn up correctly. The only option to save at least the imperial porcelain was to marry Ganu. Xiaogei thought about it, and the girl asked if he was really willing to sell her for 300 billion. Everyone was waiting to see what the decision would be. Our hero hit Bai Wu and shouted that it was his choice. The scoundrel immediately began to call for help from the fairy. Xiaogei grabbed the universe cup that was thrown at him, and noticed that this was roughly the kind of meeting he had been expecting with his old acquaintance. The sorceress said that after his illness, Xiaogei changed dramatically. He did strange things and became as if possessed. She looked at the reflection in her cup and saw the other side of Gani. The girl closed her eyes from the blinding light. Xiaogei threw the cup at her, but the artifact was grabbed by Goth. The fairy said that the enemy was too strong. She would not be able to resist him. The weapon returned to its owner. Our hero realized that the air was not at all simple. Today he would have to sweat. Goth smirked, saying that Xiaogei had become too famous in China. He replied that the enemy came with demons, so he should not expect mercy. Saying that the hero himself was not a kind person, the heir gave the command to his gang to attack. The demons rushed forward. The guy took out his spear. To his surprise, the magical weapon did not harm the attackers at all. They managed to dodge and avoid the blows. Then Xiaogei went to extremes and showed off his special armor and dragon image. The enemies gasped in surprise. Meanwhile, the fairy was attacked by Mi in her true form, who unsuccessfully tried to drive her back to the Temple of Light. The beauty winced in pain and began to fall. Xiaogei picked her up in his arms and shouted that using such magic was low. The sorceress shouted that it would be impossible to escape. Instead of answering, the boy, along with the girl and her father, jumped onto the dragon and disappeared, leaving their opponents below. Bai screamed in horror. Prince Goth noticed that Chinese dragons were different from European ones. At least they had wings. The sorceress noticed that the Chinese ones were real, and theirs were just a fake. The heir agreed that the beauty, as always, was right. The fairy said that it was time for her to go. God asked Bai Wu to help him with the beauty. Then they would split the inheritance in half. He thought that this was a great chance, after which he invited her to dinner. At the table, the villains winked at each other and added a potion to the food. But the sorceress refused to eat and asked for a drink. God tried to offer her a drink, but she replied that tea would be enough. Bai Wu added an elixir that the witch herself had created. The girl thanked him for the tea and thought that she didn't know how she had gotten to the point where she was sitting at a table with people. The villains looked at each other. The potion took effect. The beauty felt dizzy and she felt hot. She screamed that they didn't dare to mix anything into it. But the guys laughed, saying that she had prepared the remedy herself, and why was she so surprised? The girl whispered that Xiaogei was right. They were terrible people. Bai Wu reminded that she made Ganu sick and used her father as a puppet for years. How is she any better? At the last moment, Xiaogei appeared and punched the prince. His strength was enough to prevent the fairy from being harmed. The beauty was glad to see him, but warned him to be wary of Goth, as he had the magical hereditary power of a lion. The men met in combat. and it became obvious that their strength was approximately equal. Neither could defeat the other. Then the heir used his skill and transformed himself, declaring that he was the strongest man in Europe. Our hero replied that he was no pushover either. The guy was prevented from concentrating by the sorceress in the background, who was now completely under the power of the potion. He realized that he simply could not fight normally. Our hero asked Goth to wait a little and went to the girl, who was no longer herself. Xiaoge quickly picked her up in his arms and jumped out the window, leaving the heir in bewilderment. He was already dreaming of engaging in a duel with the only worthy opponent. The whole way to the river, the beauty moaned and writhed, not even giving us the opportunity to fly to our destination. The guy was afraid that they would just fall and get hurt, but he still reached his goal. On the ground, the fairy's behavior did not change. Then our hero dipped her head into running cool water, and this immediately had a sobering effect. The sorceress began to cry about how she had been treacherously deceived, having been told that Ganna was a dissolute girl and that she should be punished. How could a fairy in her naivety commit so much evil? Xiaogu extended his hand to the girl and told her that she shouldn't cry, that she had become a victim of intrigue due to her own kindness and naivety. But the girl didn't calm down and continued to shed tears. Burning with shame, the witch simply jumped up and ran away in an unknown direction. Our hero was quite puzzled. Meanwhile, the sorceress ran to the cemetery. She did not know how to fix everything and continued to cry, repeating that she was not worthy of being a keeper. Then she noticed that she was standing at Qin Tianyuan's grave. The sky suddenly became dark, lightning appeared. Something unusual was happening. It became more and more scary with each passing second. Suddenly, the cup jumped out of her hands and hit the tombstone. The beauty screamed. The crypt fell apart, and the fairy decided that she had been punished by heaven for all the evil she had stupidly done. Then a man with wings appeared and said that this was not a punishment from heaven. The sorceress noted that in that case he was a demon, and then she would destroy him. The stranger replied that he was not a demon but the god of war, after which he lent her a look at her weapon and praised it. He handed the girl the Book of Light and asked if she would help him fight the darkness and punish evil. It seemed that the fairy's dream was destined to come true. She asked how God would prove that he was the messenger of light. He answered that he who has light in his heart is good. He who has darkness is evil. The beauty bowed and swore to serve him. The man turned around and walked away, explaining that he had borrowed the body of a dead man from the Qin family, so he needed to go to their house to recover and gain strength. Xiaogu returned to the house and saw Mr. Bei throwing food and shouting at the maid to cook his favorite dish. When asked what happened, the man replied that he wanted meat. Our hero replied that he should eat what they gave him. He objected, and then the guy gave the order to the servants not to bring food to this man at all anymore. They bowed with gratitude. The poor fellow sat hungry all night, looking at the overturned bowl of soup, regretting that he had not eaten it silently. In the morning, Xiaoge woke up because Leng woke him up. The girl said that he shouldn't sleep so much. She said that the sun had already risen long ago, and that training was scheduled to take place. But our hero thought that it was not about sports. After getting dressed, he went out into the kitchen, where he found Mr. Bai helping to light the stove. This was something new. The cook turned out to be very pretty. The man tried in every way to please her, apparently in order to be closer to the food. When they sat down at the table, Bai attacked the steamed buns as if he hadn't eaten for a month. Ganna asked him to be a little more restrained. Xiaoge asked how long it would take for his daughter to be entrusted with the company's trade secrets. The man replied, 5 days. It was necessary to appoint a board of directors and select a chairman. Mr. Bai repented of ruining the company with his own hands. All contracts signed under the spell are legally correct. No one knew what to do. But then the hero had an idea that if evidence was found against Got, they would be able to prove Bai Wu's guilt. Then the deal was in the bag. Leng liked the plan. The imperial porcelain is enough to support himself and his daughter, so the Bai company can be sacrificed? Everyone began to discuss the plan. Leng suggested that they approach Gotu carefully, and then Fang Yanan came in and asked if Xiaoge could spare her a minute of attention. They stepped aside. The hero offered to have lunch, but the girl refused and asked if he wanted to be her boyfriend. She explained that they wanted to force her into marriage and she fled to the south precisely to be away from all this. The girl offered him to become her fake boyfriend. The hero thought that she was just a unique creature. The head of the house, Fan Waihao, and his wife, He Manhwa, were just talking with the groom, Guo Xiao, who was telling them about the success of his gem mining business. The guy bragged about his house and cars, and Officer Fan's parents were as happy as children. Fan Weihao was already rubbing his hands with joy that he would take care of his daughter's comfortable future, and at the same time expand his business. Guo Xiao asked in which department of Yan'an. It turned out that in the archive bureau, the information satisfied everyone. But just at that moment, the girl entered the room. Her father introduced her to the groom, and Yanan, in turn, introduced the family to her boyfriend, Xiaoge. And the situation turned out to be a bit silly. Father said that they had already decided everything. Guo Xiao was a worthy person, and they were hearing about Xiaoge for the first time. Yanan asked them not to rush to conclusions. The guy started to show off, showing off a watch worth 80 million. Our hero just chuckled at this. Then Xiaoge said that he also had a jewelry business and extended his hand to greet. Guo Xiao replied that he would not shake hands with anyone. Our hero replied that he owned, among other things, the Emerald and the Triadi Bank. Wasn't that enough to greet each other? Then it dawned on Guo Xiao who was in front of him, the king of the Eastern Sea, and he grabbed his head in fear. At the same time, Mr. Fan was not so informed. He insisted that our hero was an unknown person and that Guo Xiao was an enviable match for his daughter. Xiaoge looked menacingly at his competitor, who immediately broke both the watch, the pendant from his neck, and the bracelet to show that these were not jewelry, but ordinary glass. Not knowing what else to do, the guy started talking about how all of the family's foreign mines were opened with borrowed money. He wanted to marry Yanan only to pay off his debts at her expense. At these words, Guo Xiao ran out of the house. The policewoman was delighted. The father cursed and went to his room. The wife said that she would drop by to see her stepson for a short while, bring him something to eat, and then moved towards Yanan's brother's room. Strange sounds were heard from there. Xiaoge and Officer Fan became wary. The woman jumped out in tears and silently ran to her husband. She rushed to him with tears, but then Fan, dressed in women's underwear, entered the room and began shouting that she would pay for her behavior and should be punished immediately. The boy fell to his knees and began to swear, and his father shouted that he would not allow such behavior in his house. Since he can't control his perverted habits, he should go to the farm and raise pigs. Yanan tried to stand up for her brother, but to no avail. Manhwa was jubilant. Fan, with a bag in which he had put his belongings, was leaving his father's house. Yanan and Xiaoge went out to see him off, and our hero declared that he believed that the guy had been set up. They found a stamp on his neck containing a drug that, when in contact with the skin, causes delirium and hallucinations. The officer asked the brother if he had had attacks before, and he replied that they had been happening regularly since his father brought a new wife into the house. Fan shouted that he would take revenge. Yanan asked him not to do anything illegal, and Xiaoge advised him to think it over carefully so as not to anger his father even more. The hero suggested taking some time to think it over and calmly running the pig farm, leaving the solution to the problem to him. The fat man got into the car and thanked our hero. He trusted him and really didn't want his father and sister to suffer. Yanan and Xiaoge came to the conclusion that the villainess had accomplices, so they should prepare as much as possible. The father and his new wife were happy in their marriage, telling Yanan that they wanted the same for her. The girl put on her pajamas and complained to Xiaoge that she couldn't sleep, because she thought that something was being plotted against her daddy. The girl poured some wine and offered the hero a drink for company. He needed to relieve stress so as not to think about problems. Xiaoge asked if she was afraid that he would take advantage of his drunkenness for personal gain, and she laughed and said that she tolerated alcohol well. A few minutes later, our hero was already carrying a completely relaxed body in his arms. He was thinking that someone was eating too much. Having put the beauty on the bed, he kissed her. The parrot screamed that someone was being undressed. The guy stopped. Yanan also heard the bird and immediately unbuttoned her pajamas, citing that she was hot. Xiaoge realized that due to drunkenness, this was just a trick. In the evening, Manhwa brought her husband some soup. It looked strange, and the man did not immediately agree to try it. The wife did not want to tolerate refusal and he had to eat, after which the woman suggested moving to the bedroom. In the middle of the night, she ran out screaming that something had happened to her husband. Xiaoge and Yanan were taken aback. In the bedroom, they saw Mr. Fan dead with his arms outstretched in front of him. His daughter covered her mouth with her hand to keep from screaming in horror and grief. Soon the body was in the coffin, and the policewoman was tirelessly mourning her dead father. Our hero came in and asked to think about himself. The girl screamed that she had no time for this, but then Manhwa entered with her guards and ordered her to get out of the house. According to the will, all the property now belonged to her. As proof, she presented a video where Fan said that he wanted to pass on everything he had to his wife. A kind of will. The woman screamed that she was giving the children half a day to leave the house, otherwise the security would do it. Fan tearfully asked if she really didn't love her father. Manhwa replied that he was twice her age. What were we even talking about? What did feelings have to do with it? She only wanted money. Then the coffin lid slid open and an enraged Mr. Fan jumped out. But it turned out he wasn't dead at all. The man hit Hey Manwu, shouting that he knew she would be a fraud, thanks to Xiaoge for opening his eyes. The day before, the guy reminded the old fat man that such a beauty would not love him just like that, if she didn't believe. Let her take a special pill? He listened to the advice. Now he walked towards his wife, demanding that she tell him who her accomplice was. Otherwise he would die. She declared that she would die anyway, after which she ran headlong into the corner of the stone coffin. Fan began to scream in surprise that she loved her accomplice more than life itself. Xiaogu used dark magic and found out that the customer was Prince Goth, who sent a traitor to each of the major families. He reported this to Fan Yanan and asked him to hurry. The heads of the other 4 families were also under threat. Len was standing with a cleaver over the traitor from her family. It seemed the girl had already guessed who was who. Seeing Xiaoge, she happily ran towards him with a weapon in her hand. Then, embarrassed, explained that she was just preparing dinner. The girl watched in surprise as Officer Fan and our hero carried the one she had attacked away into the car, after which she ran after them screaming that she could explain everything. They went to the Qin family's mansion, but there they were met by the god of war with a sorceress. The girl said that her master was already tired of waiting. Xiaoge asked what Qin Tianyuan was doing here, but it turned out that it wasn't him. It was just that the villain's body could still serve a good purpose. Releasing his 6 wings, the stranger explained that he was a servant of light and also the god of war. A strange combination, but the son of darkness should not be surprised. He added that he understood perfectly well why the young man's heart was so black. Once he had killed his father, the Lord of Darkness, he would kill him too. Xiaoge agreed to fight at midnight on top of the Forbidden City. He was as pompous as his father. But first it was necessary to resolve earthly affairs, to return the Imperial Porcelain Factory to the hands of the Chinese owners. Our hero gathered all his people for battle. They went to Goth, and 2 swindlers, fooled by him, suddenly testified that it was the heir who ordered them to commit a crime against the main families. Xiaoge stuck the seal of submission on the girls using the enemy's methods, and he replied that it didn't matter since his demons were hungry. Our hero took the papers that Bai Wu needed and said that they had no legal force and everything was returned to Mr. Bai, and he began his transformation. He had already set his dark servants on Xiaoge, and the boy said that it was time to fight with all his might. Since it came to that, the spear was in his hand and was used. The young man became such a skilled warrior that it took him literally a few seconds to deal with his dark relatives. He struck again with his fist. Fan and Leng watched the battle with admiration, each wanting children from the hero. The demon that had crept up from behind was pierced by a spear. Everything around him was covered in blood. The scene turned out to be very impressive. Prince Goth, in the form of a lion, said that it was now his turn to show his abilities, and the tiger stepped forward and replied that he was not worthy of fighting the Lord until he had defeated him. The guy had been preparing for this day for a very long time. He had mastered the energy of Qi and the mastery of the sword Xiaoge. The boss was proud of his brother. The West and the East must meet in battle. The lion with his sword rushed at the tiger with Xiaoge's sword in his hands at high speed, both of them roaring furiously. The blades met and everything around was illuminated with a blood-red light. Both opponents were incredibly strong. Realizing that the lion was superior to him in physical strength, Tiger used a magical technique and transferred part of the enemy's energy to himself and held it in his hand. The heir could not stay on his feet. Tiger put his hand on his shoulder and ordered him to kneel before the boss and apologize. Goth gnashed his teeth and declared that he would rather die than do this. Our hero replied that he would kill him with pleasure. Fan and Leng grabbed the guy by the shoulders and shouted that he couldn't kill a foreign heir. It would cause an international scandal. Then a bullet pierced Goth's skull, and Aisha appeared, saying that she would not allow anyone to insult Xiaoge. The young man grabbed her hands and asked why she sacrificed herself, because she would be arrested. The girl replied that she was grateful to him for his love and everything he did for her. The next moment they kissed, and Yanan and Yue almost burst into tears again from the drama of the situation. Aisha was arrested, and Xiaoge asked him to treat her better while he and Leng finished all the matters of national importance. The guy went to Mr. Bei's house, went out to meet him together with Gana, and was very surprised that the factory for the production of imperial porcelain belonged to him again. The man, overjoyed, began to promise the hero mountains of gold, but he replied that just his daughter's hand would be enough. The girl looked at him with eyes full of adoration and said that she would definitely thank Xiaoge. But a little later, they went to Xin Hao's domain. Immersed in the spring, the guy thought why the god chose Tianyuan's body. Fu replied that there could be reasons for that. Mi noticed that when she came into Ganna's body, the guy was clearly in love with her. The hero asked her to tell him about her father's death. The Shura king trusted Flyhorn, making him the commander of his army, and he was given command of 9 Shuras to overthrow the Temple of Light. But in the end, all 9 Shuras were destroyed. The Lord of Darkness could not understand how this could happen. Everything was ablaze with fire. Flyhorn killed him by sneaking up on him from behind and piercing him with a sword, saying that it was time for the Master to leave this world. The last words of the Lord of Darkness were a question about why he saw the God of War bowing before the God of Light, promising to serve him faithfully. The girls reported that this is how it happened. Their father also died in this war. Everything happened very quickly. The ghost of one of the Shuras was not going to leave the mortal world. He gathered an army of the dead and sent it to the Temple of Light. Almost all the warriors and priests died, as the balance of power turned out to be too different. All 12 archangels died in the battle. The girls burst into tears, saying that their father led the army of the warriors of light. Xiaogei tried to console both of them at once. The Xinhao system was actually created by the god of light. He tried to restrain his son, so he built it and placed the daughter of darkness Fu there. The girls pressed themselves against our hero and told him that everything had long since become mixed up, that it was impossible to separate light from darkness, that they simply did not exist without each other. Xiaogu said that there might be a double bottom to the story, and then asked if the beauties would follow him unquestioningly. Mamt confirmed, but Fu remained silent. She started a splash game to change the subject, and the gatekeeper muttered that he hadn't seen such fun in a long time. Our hero decided that enough was enough and went to meditate. The dragon was with him. Suddenly, the young man's eyes opened wide. He knew the 7th level of darkness and the 5th level of the Book of Light. It seemed that these concepts were not too different from each other. The hero asked both sisters to attack him. They were surprised, but fulfilled the request, keeping their promise. As a result, he managed to conquer and accumulate an equal amount of light power and dark power. The beauties congratulated Xiaogei on this incredible achievement. The guy explained that he wanted to combine both of these energies in himself to become stronger. The girls screamed that it was too dangerous. There was an explosion, and Xiaogei fell to the ground. Mi and Fu rushed towards him to make sure he was alive. He angrily confirmed that it was impossible to unite light and darkness. Then, the dragon's daughter appeared and said that Xiaogei was strong, but he was far from being the god of war. The hero said that he must become stronger. He has no choice. He needs to avenge his father, who defeated the Xinhao system. The guy said that they had 3 days before the duel, so they should have some fun. Ao Miao was delighted with this idea and asked to take her along, which raised everyone's spirits even more. A meeting was held again at the fan house. This time Shan Leng was also invited, which surprised Xiaogei quite a bit. The head of the family announced that their families would become related. Len asked if he meant that his sister and Fan's son would get married, but he shouted that no, let him hear it out until the end. Fan announced that he wanted to marry his daughter, Yanan, to the guy. And everyone's eyes literally popped out of their heads at this news. The girl said that she had a boyfriend, Xiaogei. The father flared up, calling our hero a poor bastard, and Leng an excellent match. He began to lament that he had nothing to do with it at all. The father said that now that their family was in trouble, Yanan must fulfill her duty. The girl asked what trouble she was talking about, and the creditors entered the room. They began to demand immediate payment of the debt, otherwise the man would be arrested immediately. Fan explained that this was exactly what he meant. They wanted the Leng family's money. Yanan asked in horror if her father wanted to pay off his debts by selling his daughter. He replied that he had no choice. Xiaogei realized that his son was sent to the farm only to avoid being arrested. Fan began to shout that only a son could be the heir, so under such conditions the daughter could be sacrificed, and he himself was old and ready to go to prison. The girl couldn't believe that she had been betrayed. Xiaogei said that it was much easier to talk about money than about feelings, after which he asked how much the debt was. The man said that he didn't even know such figures, but the hero insisted. The creditor announced the sum of 100 billion, and the guy said that he would pay. The guy asked if this was enough for Yanan's wedding gift. The girl's father began to be indignant that this was some kind of evil joke, no doubt. Len froze. Officer Fan thanked the hero. The payment was successful, and her father's jaw simply dropped in surprise. The creditors asked Xiaogei to go with them, even though the debt had been repaid. But the relevant documents needed to be drawn up. Our hero replied that he had no time. The man began to insist on his own, and the guy had to show his ID card. The employee's face changed. The bank employees bowed to our hero and said that they would leave the receipt with his secretary in TAD. It turned out that Fan's debt was to Xiaoge Bank. The young man proudly straightened his shoulders and said that his main job was to be a doctor, but he also had a few small part-time jobs. Father Yanan finally realized that the legendary King of the East was in front of him, and he immediately began to throw mud at Leng and praise our hero. Fan fawned in every possible way and asked for a couple more 100 million to get back on his feet. Then Yanan's nerves gave out and she screamed so that her father would be ashamed. Xiaoge took the girl's hand and suggested that they leave the house, saying in parting that he did not want their relatives to bother them in the future. He also informed Leng that he did not need an escort and helped Officer Fan into the car. The girl threw herself on his neck. She could not believe that someone could so easily pay off someone else's debt of 100 billion. Our hero replied that they had a great future together. In fact, he was already imagining himself in the role of husband. The couple arrived at a pig farm to discuss business with the beauty's brother, where a strange sight awaited them. The fat man raced on the pig, and the farm workers supported him with loud and cheerful shouts. Xiaoge was willing to kill the guy rather than cooperate with him, but Yanan asked him not to do it for her sake. They sat down at the negotiating table, and our hero said that he wanted to invest big money in the business, but he needed to secure the support of the region. All the heirs of the rich families of Beijing. Fan, who heard about the 2 trillion figure, said he was ready to take the matter into his own hands, but did not believe that such a figure was real. He stated that even if the hero sold the bank, he wouldn't have that kind of money. Then Xiaoge showed the statistics. Seeing the figure of 3 trillion on the account, Fan screamed in surprise. His sister became sad, deciding that she was not worthy of such a man. The fat man did not calm down. The young man promised to give him 10% of the shares if he let go of his leg and promised to work hard. Fan said goodbye to the pigs and asked why Xiaoge was helping him, his enemy. The guy replied that it was only because I was a good sister. Realizing that he had won a lucky lottery ticket, Fan Jr. immediately became determined to take action. Young representatives of all families were invited to the management meeting and were greeted as if they were bosses. But it turned out that this was not the case. Lillian Dao came out to the audience, introduced herself, and said that she would be personally responsible for this $2 trillion project. The girl had a wonderful mind and was a brilliant orator, which made Ganu and Fan work hard. Everyone drank to their acquaintance, and Xiaoge asked them to treat Miss Dao with due respect. He invited the beauty to dance, and she asked if he was afraid to trust her with such money. He replied that he was not at all if they saw each other more often. The guy and the girl kissed, and it became obvious that they couldn't waste time on nonsense anymore. They were too bored. Xiaoge dragged Lillian towards the exit so quickly that he almost knocked down Brother Fang. It seemed like it was simply unbearable to wait any longer. The young people sat down at the table and began to treat each other and share news. They had not seen each other for a very long time. Lillian told him about Jiaxin and said that she was more suitable for this position. The hero whispered that this wound would never heal. He has changed a lot since becoming the heir of darkness, so he doesn't want his perfect wife to see these changes. Lillian was afraid that he was unwell, but the hero reassured Miss Dao, saying that everything has its time. She asked about the upcoming fight. The guy laughed, saying that she was his good luck charm, so victory was guaranteed. Exactly at midnight, the opponents met face to face. The moon was shining brightly in the sky. Everything was ready for the duel. God said that Shura Xiaoge would now pay for everything, because there is no darkness without light. The guy replied that everything would be decided now. Why talk all this nonsense? The god of war took out his sword and said that he was eager to eradicate evil. Our hero replied that he needed to meet someone first. These were beautiful as ever. Fu and Mi. The girls looked boldly at the god of war, making it clear that they would not let themselves or the guy be offended. He widened his eyes as if he refused to believe what was happening. The young man said that the beauties were his hands. He reminded that these were people sent from the Temple of Light, so he was not going to stop there and would take everything. God shouted that Xiaoge was completely mad to dare to blaspheme an angel. He would do the right thing for the sake of the light and kill him and all the demons. Our hero replied that this would not happen. He summoned a dragon spear and said that he would avenge his father's death. The first seconds of the battle, the opponent's strengths were approximately equal, and so were their weapons, and the confrontation began. It soon became clear that Xiaoge was weaker, and he was forced to retreat back and think about his next defense plan. With each new blow, the god of war became stronger and stronger. Apparently, this was a feature of the Seraphim. Xiaoge decided to gather maximum effort on the tip of the spear. The blow exceeded the enemy's expectations, and he also jumped back. To prevent the next attack from destroying him completely, the god cast a defense on himself. But maintaining it also required resources. So he waited for Xiaoge to strike and immediately attacked himself, scattering shreds of the young man's dark energy. The hero was thrown up and turned over several times, and it became obvious that if nothing was changed, he would simply die. With a cry that now the child of darkness would die, freeing the entire world from its existence, the seraph raised the sword above his head. The dragon's daughter came to the guy's aid, but she warned that she could only reduce the damage, but not reflect the blow. Xiaoge replied that he would not sacrifice her, and grabbed the book. The soul capture spell began to take effect. The young man's eyes flashed with a dangerous fire. His opponent realized that the Dark Lord's spell was coming into play, and fear was felt in his gaze. He stood in a pose and began to ask for a blessing from the Lord of Light, so that he would grant him his power for a time. Xiaoge's spell was broken, and a glowing pentagram appeared under his feet. The girls realized that the god of war was going to send our hero straight to hell and rushed to help. Seraphim easily repelled their attack and ordered them not to come closer unless they wanted to become ashes. He did not receive the slightest damage. The portal to hell opened, and Xiaoge began to be dragged inside. He screamed in fear because he did not understand what was happening. Having fallen to the very bottom, the young man looked around. In his opinion, hell was not so scary. The hero moved forward. A three-headed dog appeared before him, each head saying contradictory things. That this is hell, that it is not hell, that they are he, but he is not they, and so on. Cerberus said he would let the guy through if he guessed which head was the boss. He replied that he would cut off two, and the remaining one would be the boss. The dog went berserk and attacked with fire. The hero released the dragon and a commotion began between the heads. At the critical moment, they ran to the left, escaping from the dragon's flames that destroy even souls. Then, Xiaoge pointed his spear at the left head and said that it was the boss. Cerberus still didn't understand how the guy guessed. Next was the Nihei Bridge. Someone in a hood offered the lost warrior a potion to drink to find his way home. Xiaoge drained the cup to the bottom and asked for another one. He became so bold that he took the stranger's hand. She asked in horror what he wanted. The hero said that her skin was very delicate and thin. Let him share his skincare products. The girl recoiled. The guy pulled her closer. He already understood who was in front of him, but continued to play his role. The fairy ran away, losing the scarf that covered her face. She almost cried because her identity was revealed so quickly. Xiaoge was pleased with himself. He knew how to deal with women. The hero used a clone, who was surprised that it was time to go back. Maybe it was worth going through hell. The god of war appeared ahead again, accompanied by mythical creatures. He was surprised that the guy passed the first two levels so easily. Seraphim added that Xiaoge didn't know about it yet, but he had just entered his kingdom, so he should be on guard. God raised his sword above his head and declared that only what the boy thinks is real. Everything he sees is an illusion created by thought. Our hero asked why the Servant of Light was in hell. He answered that he was the god of war. There was some logic to that. The hero stated that in this case he must kill him in order to move on. He sees no point in this, but he will complete the task. God shouted that the enemy was still too young and used a spell. The guy froze, losing the ability to move. The god of war raised his sword to strike. He was eager to punish the son of darkness. He saw this as the whole meaning of his existence. To his amazement, the blow missed its target. The young man simply disappeared and there was nothing in his place. He emerged behind the enemy and quietly said that although he was young, he was no pushover, so he should take care. Seraphim shouted that it was impossible. The hero could not comprehend subtle matters to become invisible. He confirmed that he did not understand this, but he understands what darkness is and what light is, and therefore he has learned to unite them into one whole, as in that ancient Chinese wisdom that where there is light there will always be darkness. They are inseparable from each other. And since he is the son of darkness, this is his domain. The warrior of light raised his sword again and shouted that beautiful words do not mean that this is how it is in reality. He is now in his domain. Xiaoge said that even if that was the case, there was a new boss here now, and it was him. So let the old one move over. The hero opened the book of darkness, and the sword of light launched at him hung in flight. It stopped and did not kill the guy. The god of war stated that the son of the Lord of darkness cannot control the object of light. Let him explain what is happening here at all. Xiaoge slammed the book shut and said that this was the privilege of earthlings. There was no black and white, bad and good. Every person had both. He raised the dragon sword to destroy the enemy, who shouted that he would use the protection of light and remain alive. Our hero struck with a spear. and the protection disappeared as if it had never been there. The guy whispered that darkness had always been stronger than light, let him admit it. Before finally finishing off the enemy, Xiaoge promised to take care of his student. He thanked him. At the last moment, the fairy appeared and grabbed the blade. The girl asked him not to kill her master. The hero objected that he had killed God, killed his subjects, and imagined himself to be God knows who. She objected that he was no longer like that. Xiaoge pushed her away and raised his spear again to strike. And again at the last moment, someone grabbed the tip. It was the skeleton gatekeeper from Xin Hao's palace. He reported that the Son of God could not kill this seraph. The skeleton explained that he secretly protects the Temple of Darkness, but it is not customary to talk about it. This is necessary to preserve the purity of Her Majesty, the gatekeeper added. And the boy decided that this seemed true. Xiaoge pointed his spear at the head of the god of war and asked what happened in the Battle of the Gods. He replied that the hero had passed all 3 tests and could now ask questions in person. To the one who could give a truthful answer, a huge golden gate appeared in front of Xiaoge. Without thinking twice, he opened them and everything around was filled with a bright glow. This was the entrance to the Temple of Light. Not understanding what to do, the guy climbed the steps, and someone else climbed the steps with him. The stranger greeted Xiaoge by name, and he asked how he knew him, to which he replied that he knew the hero and knew his mother. The man took off his hood. It was the King of Light, and he looked like the young man, like 2 peas in a pod, only older. The King of Light reported that just when the Battle of the Gods was taking place, he had a son. The only way for the child to survive was to give him to be raised by people. The man opened his arms and called his son to him to take a good look at him. Xiaoge decided that he was delirious. The guy asked how he could be the son of the Lord of Darkness if his father was the King of Light, and he explained that it wasn't that simple. No one betrayed him. He and the God of War conspired to take possession of not only the darkness, but also the Temple of Light, thus becoming the most powerful of all. That is why the previous King of Light was killed, and the Shuras and the Archangels were killed, all in order to achieve unity. When there were only 2 of them left, it was no longer so difficult to ensure that harmony would not be disturbed for centuries. Xiaoge shouted that they were scammers. His father replied that since he had passed the test by uniting light and darkness, he would grant his son his throne and title. It was a well-deserved reward. The hero replied that he understood that they were similar in appearance, but taking each for their father was a bad habit. The King of Light said that they still had plenty of time to get along. Xiaoge replied that this was not the case. He was not going to stay here. He was not interested in controlling light and darkness. They sat down next to each other, and the father asked why. The son answered that not so many ancient emperors finished well. History needs to be studied. Father suggested various options, but Xiaoge replied that he definitely wanted to return to Earth. This was now his true home. The King of Light became sad, but asked whether the hero would return here when his earthly life ended, and he happily stated that this was a given. Our hero said goodbye with the words that his wife was already waiting for him. The King of Light sighed. They were much more similar than he thought. At the gate, Xiaoge met the God of War, who asked if he had received all the information in the hope that the hero had made the right conclusions. He replied that he had, and thanked him for his loyalty to his father. His words touched the former enemy, who did not expect such wisdom from the young man, and asked him to take care of his student, the sorceress. Our hero assured her that he would fulfill the request, thinking that he was already quite close to her. His look was sly. He walked up to the girl and said that he had been instructed to take care of her. The beauty was surprised, not in a pleasant way. The hero took her in his arms, but the fairy asked him to let her go. It seemed she had her own point of view on this issue. She said that she hated the guy. He let go of the girl and muttered that he had become too narcissistic, after which he headed for the exit. The sorceress rushed after him. The situation looked unclear, and Xiaoge said that he wanted to know the truth. The beauty admitted that she liked him. On Liubo Island in the East China Sea, the weather was beautiful. Leng Yue was trying to escape from Fang Yanan on a jet ski, and the 2 of them were laughing. There were other beauties there. Some were cheerfully discussing their business success. Some were meditating to quell their jealousy. It seemed like everyone was enjoying the rest. Yu Jiao invited Jiaxin to have some fruit, and the girls had smiles on their faces. Xiaoge lounged on a chaise lounge and tried to convince his wife not to think about business for at least a little while. But she cheerfully replied that it was work that brought her the most pleasure. Dr. Len noted that she should think about the most important thing, she clarified, and received the answer that it was about pregnancy. Everyone laughed. Then Mu Shuang appeared with Aisha. The The girl joyfully shouted that she had received an inheritance and became the richest woman in the world. Our hero congratulated her and invited her to join. Just don't sit on her hands. The beauty didn't understand why. She couldn't see Fu Mi and the dragon's daughter clinging to Xiaoge. It seems that Lubo Island has become a real paradise for everyone, but for how long? This is an unanswered question. The cat Xiaoge was sure that forever. Meow.